When the name Tom Riddle transforms into a curse of sleeplessness, a female college student plunges into the silver screen of Harry Potter in search of an antidote. An unexpected traversal casts her into the rain-soaked orphanage of London in 1938. She becomes the most despised roommate of Tom Riddle, the sole person capable of perceiving the fissures in his soul. Armed with knowledge of the plot, she tames the serpent into a disguised fledgling as the family carriage whisks away this lost pure blood. Memories of her past life dissipate like receding tides in a sea of magic dust. She forgets her status as an outsider, recalling only that gray-eyed boy from the orphanage, a fixation nurtured by candies. The 7 years at Hogwarts become a gilded cage. Tom's gloom is tempered into venom amidst the disdain for purebloods, while she finds herself caught between the Dark Prince and Abraxas Malfoy. A single lie, "I'm dating Malfoy," leads her to a forbidden potion atop the astronomy tower. She feigns the ingestion of the love potion, sacrificing her awakened affection as he strips away his disguise. The soul that does not belong to this time and space ultimately faces rejection from the world. On the stark white bed in St. Mungo's, she clutches Tom's trembling hand, leaving her last words, "Do not resurrect me. Let death be the one truth you cannot alter." The resurrection stone lies dormant in Dumbledore's grasp, while Tom's lament ignites the most ferocious curse. He erases her existence from the world yet nails himself to the cross of hatred. Chapter 1. A cataclysmic start to the journey. In the dead of night at the Wolves Orphanage in London, silence floats like a fragile layer of ice, beneath which various sounds churn. The weary groans of floorboards, the distant rumble of wheels, muffled sobs from an unknown corner, and recently, an incessant calling that lingers at the periphery of Tom Marvolo Riddle's consciousness. A female voice, youthful, imbued with an inexplicable urgency, repeats his name over and over, as though filtered through thick frosted glass, vague yet persistently penetrating his senses. Tom Riddle. The full name itself bears an oddity. No one at the orphanage addresses him in such a manner. The fearful Riddle, the scornful Tom are the norms. This voice is different, carrying an unsettling familiarity, akin to the cold wind stubbornly seeping through the cracks of a winter window, omnipresent and irritatingly sticky. Tom abruptly opens his eyes. In the darkness, his fathomless gaze reveals no trace of sleep. Sharp as a blade freshly tempered by fire, he lies silently on the narrow, hard wooden bed, his body taut beneath a thin blanket. Straining to listen, he hears only the monotonous noise inherent to the orphanage. Another hallucination? He harbors a deep disdain for anything beyond his control, including this unfounded, inexplicable mental intrusion. He rolls over, roughly pulling the thin blanket over his head, attempting to sever the connection to that vexing voice. In the darkness, only his own cold, steady, and lifeless breaths remain. "You from another world. Enough!" You silently scream within, having awakened countless times with dry eyes on your dormitory bed at 3 a.m. Your mind feels implanted with a faulty tape recorder, tirelessly replaying the same name, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Not the fearsome title Voldemort, but that complete name tinged with a hint of British accent. It reverberates clearly, as if whispered directly into your ear, chillingly obsessive. The insomnia has persisted for nearly a week, and this name is the culprit. You cannot recall engaging with anything related to Harry Potter recently. The last time? Perhaps in high school when you accompanied a friend to watch the final film? Why now? Why this name? Frustration and fatigue envelop you. Unable to endure any longer, you sit up and seize your laptop. With a near-venting fury, you type that name into the search bar, Tom Marvolo Riddle. The page instantly materializes before you. The encyclopedia entry stands starkly. Tom Marvolo Riddle, Voldemort's birth named. At a chilling summary unfolds. Born in 1926 at the Wolves Orphanage in London. A descendant of Slytherin. An exceptional student at Hogwarts, the Dark Lord. It's him, you murmur to yourself, a blurred image of the handsome yet terrifying young antagonist flashing through your mind. The restlessness of insomnia prevents you from reading further. Compelled inexplicably, you click on a video platform, input Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets and hit play. Perhaps watching it will lull you to sleep? You think to yourself humorously. The film begins, the gloomy Dursley household, Harry's cupboard on screen. A youthful Tom Riddle showcases his ability to communicate with snakes before Dumbledore, those unfathomable eyes seemingly piercing through the screen. Sleepiness descends upon you like a heavy curtain, assaulting you without warning, overwhelming you in waves. The light from the screen twists and spins between your closing eyelids, ultimately plunging you into a void of chaos. And the last moment before consciousness fades, the only sound left is the echo of young Tom's chillingly alluring words. "I can speak to snakes." Cold. A bone-chilling, damp cold instantly invades your very being. Accompanied by an indescribable scent, a mixture of damp stone, inferior soap, stale dust, and overcooked cabbage, it rudely invades your nostrils. You jolt awake, a violent dizziness and churning in your stomach nearly causing you to retch. This is not the dormitory. Before you lies a dim, unfamiliar scene. Towering walls marred with stains and watermarks, a narrow, oppressive corridor, and overhead, a flickering yellowed light bulb covered in cobwebs. Beneath you is a cold, rough, heavily worn stone floor. In the distance, muffled sounds of children echo, bearing a tone that does not belong to your era, heavy with oppression. Your heart races wildly, panic seizing you in an instant. Kidnapping? A prank? Schizophrenia? Absurd thoughts flash through your mind one after another. You struggle to sit up, only to find yourself clad in an exceedingly coarse, gray cotton dress of an antiquated style, reminiscent only of old photographs, and on your feet are a pair of scuffed, ill-fitting old leather shoes. These are not your clothes. Fragments of memory surge back. Insomnia searches movies, then a thunderous singular thought, the only explanation for everything before you, yet utterly absurd: transmigration. You force yourself to take a few deep breaths, your nails digging painfully into your palms, the sharp sting bringing a modicum of clarity. Fear coils around your heart like a cold vine, but reason screams. Panic is futile. Regardless of where this is, you must ascertain the situation. You lean against the cold, damp wall, struggling to stand. Your body feels foreign, shorter, more frail. The overwhelming impact of your surroundings leaves your steps unsteady. Just then, a door at the end of the corridor swings open. A tall, lean boy emerges. His jet-black hair is meticulously styled, accentuating the pallor of his face. His features are nearly perfect, marked by the youthful handsomeness typical of adolescence, yet his eyes, deep black, resembling two cold pools that swallow light, freeze all your thoughts in an instant. Tom Riddle, the living embodiment of the young Dark Lord who will one day slice himself into Horcruxes. Even clad in the same faded, ill-fitting orphanage garb, that unique, cold, and unsettling detachment, far exceeding his years, and an overwhelming desire for control, instantly aligns with the image in your memory. All the blood in your body seems to surge towards your heart, then freezes in the next heartbeat. You can distinctly feel your body stiffening and your breath halting. He evidently noticed you as well. His steps did not falter in the slightest. Instead, his inscrutable black eyes swept over you momentarily. That gaze bore no trace of curiosity or inquiry, only a sheer, frigid indifference, as if he were regarding an inconsequential piece of old furniture in the corridor or a trivial stain in the corner. Without pausing or uttering a word, he glided past you like a gust of chilling wind, his expression impassive, his footfalls so soft they were nearly inaudible, vanishing at the far end of the hall. The intangible, suffocating sense of oppression gradually dissipated with his departure. You leaned against the cold wall, slowly sliding down to the floor, feeling utterly drained, your heart still racing. Calm down, you murmured to yourself, your voice dry and hoarse. A torrent of information bombarded your mind. You had truly traversed, to London in the 1940s, specifically the orphanage of the Wills. Your identity. Evidently, you were one of the orphans here, a mere background character with scant connection to Tom Riddle. Your predicament. Isolated and powerless, entangled with an exceedingly dangerous individual, your only understanding of this world rooted in vague cinematic narratives. Panic surged like a frigid tide, crashing against your reason. Yet beneath this overwhelming fear, an almost instinctual will to survive and the analytical prowess of a university student began to assert themselves. Crying out in despair? That would only draw unnecessary attention, perhaps even provoke that serpent-like boy. You must accept reality, at least on the surface. Accept reality, you whispered, attempting to convince yourself. But this was far too surreal. Could it be truly a nightmarish illusion, too vivid and logically coherent? Was there any way to wake from this? Your gaze unconsciously drifted towards a dusty, obscured window at the end of the corridor. Outside lay a dreary sky and muddy ground in the backyard. An absurd, self-destructive notion emerged uncontrollably: weightlessness. Didn't Inception claim that falling from a height could awaken one from a dream? This was the second floor, not too high. If it were indeed a dream, a fall might not be so disastrous, right? Just consider it. An extreme sensory verification? A blend of fear and a reckless impulse surged within you. You steadied yourself against the wall and moved towards the window with a creak. You pushed open the old window. A gust of cold air, tinged with the scent of English rain, rushed in, sending a shiver down your spine. Below lay the indeed damp, muddy ground. If this is a dream, let me wake up. You shut your eyes, silently beseeching, infused with a tragic resolve, and with a sudden force you thrust your hands against the windowsill and leapt. A fleeting sensation of weightlessness brought an odd sense of liberation, followed immediately by crack. A dull thud accompanied by the unmistakable sound of bones fracturing. A searing, excruciating pain shot through your right shin. You crashed onto the cold, slippery mud, the impact causing a splatter of muck, the overwhelming force rendering your vision dark, leaving a scream lodged in your throat. The agony, unprecedented, tangible, devastating pain, like countless red-hot needles piercing your nerves in an instant. This torment struck like a heavy hammer, shattering the last remnants of your deluded belief that this is a dream. You curled up in the cold muck, cradling your mangled right leg, your body trembling uncontrollably, tears mingling with rain and dirt. This was not a dream. This damned, tangible, hellish pain proclaimed with utmost clarity. You could not return. Your fall and muffled cries soon attracted attention. A cluster of children peered curiously, their faces a mix of intrigue and amusement. From upstairs came the unmistakable, sharp, and impatient roar of Mrs. Cole. Good heavens! What now? Which little rascal is howling down there? Heavy footsteps thundered closer. Mrs. Cole's plump figure appeared in the doorway, and upon seeing you, a pitiful, twisted heap in the mud, her brow furrowed in irritation, her face etched with disdain. You again. Feel. Always so quiet, yet when trouble arises it's always a big mess. Broken your leg? You certainly know how to cause a stir. She stood with hands on her hips, spewing invectives, her gaze sweeping over the onlookers, finally honing in on Tom Riddle, who had just stepped out of the building seemingly intent on some errand. Riddle. Mrs. Cole barked in a commanding tone. Stop standing there like an idiot. You're the oldest. Take her back to her room. We don't need her embarrassing herself here. I'll fetch some rags and that cursed medicinal alcohol. What a nuisance. She cursed under her breath as she turned, her heavy footsteps echoing as she retreated. Tom remained stationary, his expression perpetually devoid of warmth. His deep black gaze fell upon you, observing your mud-streaked visage, contorted in pain, tears streaming down your face. There was no ripple of emotion, no pity, no curiosity. Merely a cold, clinical assessment, as if you were an item in need of disposal. Within that gaze, there might even lurk a faint disdain for foolishness. He lingered in silence for a few seconds, seemingly weighing the extent of the inconvenience. Ultimately, he stepped forward, halting at the edge of the mud, as if reluctant to dirty his worn yet relatively clean shoes. He did not extend a hand immediately, merely looking down at you, his thin lips parting to utter two words devoid of any emotional fluctuation: trouble. Then, with palpable reluctance, he crouched down. His movements were anything but gentle, imbued with a deliberate harshness and distance. He did not touch your injured leg but instead extended his pale, bony fingers, akin to iron pincers, grasping your upper arm with force, pulling you upward from the muck. His strength was considerable, his actions devoid of compassion, merely executing the task of a porter. Ugh! You winced as he tugged you painfully, your arm feeling as though it might dislocate, the agony in your right leg causing your vision to blur. You were compelled to rely on his strength, desperately using your left leg and uninjured right arm to support yourself, hopping awkwardly on one foot. The intense pain and the cold, indifferent aura emanating from him made you feel as if you were plunging into an icy abyss. He supported you in silence as he led you back inside. You could distinctly feel his rigidity and the palpable aversion to contact. The curious gazes of the surrounding children pierced through you, their whispers incessant, gritting your teeth. You endured the dual torment, being assisted by the boy who would one day instigate countless horrors and deaths, limping towards the cold, narrow cage that belonged to Rachel Veal. The only thought remaining in your mind was a chilling and unmistakable realization: this is not a dream, this is cruel reality. And the lifeline before you was, in fact, the greatest peril. The beginning was utterly disastrous. Upon returning to the small room, furnished only with a hard cot and a dilapidated cabinet, Tom almost immediately released his grip, as if discarding something filthy. You lost your support, stumbling slightly before landing heavily on the cold, hard bed, the pain in your injured leg eliciting a muffled groan, cold sweat instantly soaking your back. But he didn't spare you a glance, merely pointing with an indifferent chin towards the corner where a tarnished, stained enamel basin sat atop a rickety stand, a small cracked mirror hanging above it. Stay here. His voice bore no warmth, colder than the orphanage's stone walls. With that, he turned on his heel and exited without hesitation, the door behind him slamming shut with a soft thud, sealing you off from the outside world. The room was enveloped in a suffocating silence punctuated only by your labored breaths and the searing pain that shot through your right leg. Cold sweat trickled down your brow. Gasping, your gaze involuntarily drifted towards the indistinct little mirror. An overwhelming curiosity and an urgent need to affirm your existence momentarily eclipsed the agony. Gritting your teeth against the excruciating pain, you painstakingly hopped on one leg to the basin stand. The mirror was grimy, reflecting a distorted and blurred image. You rolled up your sleeve and vigorously wiped the center of the mirror. Gradually, the visage of a completely unfamiliar girl came into focus. She appeared to be around 10 years of age. Her complexion was as pale as parchment, a pallor induced by pain and terror, her lips devoid of color. Yet, this could not conceal the exquisite features. A delicate nose, beautifully shaped lips. Most striking was a cascade of golden curls, akin to shattered sunlight, which glimmered even in the dim light, now disheveled and smeared with mud and sweat, a chaotic yet radiant sight. And those eyes. You blinked and the reflection blinked as well. An extraordinarily clear blue, reminiscent of a summer sky following a rainstorm. At that moment, however, they were veiled by a fragile mist of pain and tears. Appearing bewildered and frightened, Rachel Veal, you whispered, softly uttering the name you had just gleaned from the lips of Corf. your fingertips trembling as they brushed against the icy mirror surface, touching. The girl's cheek reflected within. The sensation was alarmingly tangible. Golden hair, blue eyes, an unfamiliar countenance, a leg racked with pain, a frigid room, and that boy, dangerous as a viper. This was not a role-playing game. This was your new vessel, your new identity, an inescapable, grim, and muddied beginning. The sound of rain outside seemed to intensify, a gentle patter that struck the glass and resonated within your bewildered heart. Chapter 2. Noise, Bread, and the Objects Within the Cupboard. Mrs. Cole's care was as straightforward as it was harsh, as she unceremoniously shoved the limping Rachel Veal, along with her tattered blanket, into Tom Riddle's room, where two creaking iron beds were clumsily pushed together. You can't move. Just look, she declared before whisking away like a gust of cabbage-scented wind. Tom stood there, his back taut as a drawn bowstring, the air so frigid it felt capable of freezing. Silently, and with palpable disdain, he dragged his bed to the edge of Rachel's, the sound of iron scraping against the floor a piercing proclamation of his unwillingness, most emphatically so. Rachel was positioned on the bed by the window, her injured leg weighing heavily upon her. Tom sat at the far end of the adjacent bed, picking up a tattered book and treating her as if she were invisible. An atmosphere of discomfort and fear permeated the room. Yet Rachel inhaled deeply, suppressing her palpitations. She needed to understand him, while he was still young. This thought was like a lifeline. Hey Tom. Rachel's voice was deliberately buoyant, shattering the silence. It doesn't seem as gloomy today, does it? Do you think the sun in London has lost its way? She strained to produce a smile. Tom turned a page, his eyelids remaining steadfastly lowered. Rachel refused to relent. What are you reading? So engrossed in it. Robinson Crusoe? Or Fundamentals of Magical Theory? She tossed out the latter with a hint of challenge. The only response was the rustling of the pages. Tom thought she must have lost her senses. Billy had been crying all morning, and Rachel shifted her focus, scrutinizing the profile of Tom's face. His beloved rabbit was missing, and his eyes were swollen. He usually cherished that little creature. Where could it possibly have gone? She elongated her tone. Tom's fingers paused imperceptibly on the page, a fleeting hesitation like an illusion. He remained silent, but for a brief moment his jaw appeared to tighten. Rachel pressed on. Mrs. Cole's porridge today seems to have a touch of salt? Or is it just my imagination? It's certainly stronger than the taste of yesterday's dishwater. Don't you think she should hire a new cook? She began to chatter on, from the porridge to the garish lipstick shade Miss Emily had donned, reminiscent of a fly-infested hue, to whether the crooked tree in the backyard had offended Thor. Tom's brow gradually furrowed. Do you think that tree must have committed some sin in a past life to be struck down like that? Just as Rachel was gaining momentum in her chatter, a cold, hard piece of black bread was thrust into her open mouth without warning. Ugh! Rachel gasped, rolling her eyes back. Her subsequent words choked off. The coarse edge of the bread scraped painfully against her mouth. Tom regarded her impassively as she struggled to expel the bread, his gaze akin to that of one observing a bug crawling along the wall. He resumed his reading. Rachel coughed, her eyes brimming with tears, glaring at Tom with a mix of frustration and indignation. The violence had been silenced. Yet, strangely enough, after the bread incident, a peculiar understanding developed. Rachel continued to babble endlessly, her imagination soaring, but she learned to read Tom's subtle cues. The slightest twitch of his brow would prompt her to either fall silent or change the topic. As for Tom, though he remained steadfastly mute, and the bread continued to linger within reach, Rachel noticed he picked up the bread less frequently. Occasionally, as she shared her whimsical fantasies, like the stairs at Hogwarts battling one another, she observed his page turning slow ever so slightly. When she spoke of magic, Tom pondered that this orphanage might have gained another individual deemed insane, yet he dismissed her tales as mere fabrications. Rachel even felt that under her one-sided barrage of words, the room's bone-chilling solitude and coldness seemed to dissipate, albeit slightly. Tom remained an iceberg, yet beside him buzzed a bee, attempting to warm itself. Perhaps Tom was unaware that Rachel was the only one in this wretched place bold enough, or foolish enough, to approach him and engage him in conversation. This untainted, fearless noise was somewhat foreign to him, and strangely, it was not entirely unwelcome, though he would never admit it. This fragile harmony was shattered completely a few days later, when Tom was summoned to move things. Bored to the brink of madness, Rachel's gaze swept across the cramped room, finally landing on Tom's old wooden cupboard, which was securely locked. Curiosity overtook her. She hopped over, tugging at the locked door. Undeterred, she crouched down, the pain in her injured leg causing her to inhale sharply, squinting as she peered into the ill-fitting gap beneath the cupboard. A peculiar odor, a blend of earth and a faint hint of decay, invaded her nostrils. In the dim light, she glimpsed something fluffy and grayish-white nestled deep within, wrapped in dark oil paper with a few stiff rabbit hairs protruding from the edges. Rachel's mind buzzed. Billy's rabbit! Terror seized her, and she recoiled violently, landing on the floor with a thud, the pain in her leg forgotten as her blood turned to ice. Creak. The door swung open. Tom had returned. He instantly spotted Rachel, sitting before his cupboard, her face a mask of sheer terror and dawning realization. The calm demeanor on Tom's face was abruptly torn away, replaced by a suffocating shadow of menace. His black eyes, like poisoned ice blades, were firmly fixed upon Rachel's face. The air thickened with tension. He approached her step by step, soundless, towering over her. "You saw it," he stated flatly, devoid of question, his voice low and hissing like a serpent's tongue. Rachel trembled, her teeth chattering as she fervently shook her head, pressing herself against the bed frame, unable to utter a single word. Tom crouched down, leaning closer. Close enough for Rachel to catch the crisp scent of soap and the swirling darkness in his eyes. "Rachel Veal," his voice was soft as a whisper, yet heavy as a mountain, extracting from her mind what she had seen and thought, discarding it. His fingers, cold as a serpent, brushed against the hard crust of bread by her pillow. Then, with a cruel, humorless smile, he whispered, "You will disappear more completely than that foolish rabbit." Fear gripped Rachel's throat like a glacial hand. The coldness and malevolence in his gaze were no idle jest. Tom rose, as if brushing off a speck of dust, retrieving his book and returning to his bed as if nothing had transpired. Yet the atmosphere in the room was thick with terror. In truth, Tom had merely intended to frighten this impudent child. He did not anticipate that from that moment on, Rachel would fall into a silence of her own. She ceased to speak, no longer looking at Tom, curling into a small ball against the frigid wall, wishing she could meld into it. By day, she gazed like a statue at the grayish window. By night, she lay wide-eyed in the dark, listening to the steady yet lifeless breathing from the bed beside her. Bone-chillingly cold, the image of the cupboard and that icy threat replayed in her mind like a haunting melody. Communication? Redemption? How foolish she had been. The boy lying next to her was not a troubled youth, but a born, unequivocal monster, a future Dark Lord. Now, all she could think about was one thing: how to survive in the hands of this monster. As for Tom, initially pleased with the newfound quiet, he soon found that the only sounds left in the room were the rustling of his own pages and the maddening, deathly silence that enveloped him. A peculiar discomfort, one he had not noticed before, began to germinate. He would occasionally glance up, casting a sidelong look at the golden-haired girl in the corner, who had nearly shrunk into a shadow. Why was she as mute as if stricken by poison? That foolish, noisy yet strangely fulfilling sound. Why had it vanished? Frustrated, he slammed his book shut, glaring at the mottled stains on the ceiling. This silence was far more unsettling than he had anticipated. Chapter 3. Fever embraces. And the snake that watched. Days crawled slowly in the oppressive silence of Wool's orphanage. Rachel Vale, once a sleepless university student, now a 10-year-old golden-haired cherub, leaned on a rough wooden crutch in the narrow backyard, engaging in her daily rehabilitation primarily through contemplation of life. How on earth could she return? She stared at the grimy brick wall, her inner turmoil manifesting as a tiny figure frantically scratching its head. How to go back? Jump into the sea? What if she drowned and actually returned? That would be preferable. If she survived, she'd still have to face Mrs. Cole wielding a broom, an overly risky proposition, thus dismissed. Wait for magic to manifest? She glanced at the dark-haired boy, Tom Riddle, reading under the shade of a tree. He was as still as a somber oil painting, with only the occasional rustle of pages attesting to the passage of time. Once he was taken by Dumbledore to Hogwarts, she, a mere invisible presence, would likely be safe. Rachel's eyes sparkled as if she had glimpsed a glimmer of hope. With the source of danger distanced, she could endure in this dilapidated orphanage until adulthood, eventually devising a plan, perhaps busking in the streets of London, or becoming a small painter. With this thought, Rachel felt that her future wasn't entirely bleak. Danger was merely temporary. Dumbledore should be arriving soon. After all, Tom was turning 11 this year. A twinge of sympathy arose in her as she glanced at Tom, the poor child, oblivious to the fact that he was on the brink of unlocking the door to a new world, albeit one that would lead him to become the Dark Lord. She instinctively brushed aside a subtle premonition that perhaps, in this unforeseen circumstance, she might not be able to remain entirely uninvolved. Tom sensed her gaze. Unlike the fearful or disdainful looks of the other children, Rachel's eyes were complex, imbued with curiosity and a hint of sympathy. Sympathy for him? This realization sent a shiver of cold mockery through him. Ever since the incident in the cave, she had become utterly mute, skittish as a frightened rabbit, keeping her distance from him. Initially, he relished this tranquility, But gradually, an unsettling feeling blossomed within him. Was she, like Amy and Dennis, rendered senseless by fear? After all, he hadn't done anything thereafter. Ordinary people were so fragile and dull. He irritably turned a page. Yet his gaze uncontrollably swept over the clumsily moving golden head in the yard. Sunlight occasionally broke through the clouds, landing on her tousled golden hair, resembling scattered bits of gold. The weather in London was capricious, with rain often arriving unexpectedly. Just as Rachel had shuffled under the eaves, large raindrops began to plummet, instantly soaking her to the bone. Her thin, old dress clung to her, and a chill wind sent a shudder through her. That night, the repercussions arrived. First came the penetrating chill seeping through her bones, followed by a searing fever. Cuddled in a cold, thin blanket, Rachel's teeth chattered, her body feeling as if it had been disassembled. A thick fog of fever enveloped her consciousness, and distant yet vivid memories of warm beds at home, hot milk prepared by her mother, and jokes told by her father surged forth, sweet enough to bring a sting to her nose. Tears mingled with cold sweat as she longed for home, yearning for her parents. So cold, she murmured unconsciously, instinctively seeking warmth. On the adjacent bed, a stable, less frigid presence seemed to exist. In a daze, like a small creature seeking refuge, she mustered her last ounce of strength, rolling over to embrace the source of cool warmth, Tom Riddle. Tom was jolted awake from his dreams by an overwhelming force, only to find a hot, soft body, fragrant and small, clinging to him with hands and feet. The unprecedented intimacy rendered him instantly rigid, as if petrified. His instinct was to push away this audacious furnace. But at the moment he raised his hand, Rachel's feverish forehead pressed against his neck, her muffled words clear in his ears. "Mommy, Daddy, I miss you. I want to go home." Tom's movements froze. "Mommy? Daddy?" The sharp, absurd pain mingled with a deeper emotion pierced his heart unexpectedly. He stared at the mottled stains on the ceiling, the darkness amplifying all his senses. The girl's burning body heat seeped through their thin clothing, and an unusual fragrance lingered at his nostrils. Her tears dampened his neck, wet and imbued with desperate warmth. Both were forsaken orphans, never having known their so-called parents. Nostalgia? How a luxurious and foolish word that was. She must have been delirious from the fever to entertain such unrealistic fantasies. A cold ripple of mockery washed over him. Yet why was her body so hot? Why were her tears so scalding? Cold, Rachel nestled closer into him, seeking the last shred of refuge like a fledgling. Tom's body remained stiff, yet the thoughts of rejection had mysteriously evaporated. His natural low body temperature felt like a cooling stone. Perhaps it was the fear of her truly becoming a fool to burden him with care, or perhaps the unfamiliar sensation of being tightly relied upon was too foreign. But hesitantly he slowly turned over. Then he extended an arm, awkwardly and somewhat stiffly, encircling the warm little furnace in his embrace. The action seemed to drain him of all his strength. He held his breath, feeling the soft, fiery body in his arms. The faint scent grew clearer, not unpleasant, even somewhat enchanting. Her golden hair brushed against his chin, tickling him. The sensation of holding her didn't seem particularly dreadful. At least it was quieter than listening to her suppressed sobs. The warmth in his arms appeared to be gradually diminishing, her murmurs transforming into even breaths. Tom's taut nerves began to relax, enveloped by a strange, unprecedented calm. Outside, the rain pattered softly, while inside, he held the tender little furnace, the faint scent of girlhood wafting through his nostrils, and he found an odd sense of stability, eventually drifting into a deep, dreamless sleep. The following morning, Rachel awoke with a profound sense of disquiet. She felt herself encircled by a slightly cool embrace, a crisp scent reminiscent of a winter forest lingering in her nostrils. Startled, she opened her eyes, only to find herself face to face with a somewhat slender chest. Her gaze shot up in terror to meet the smoothly contoured jawline, and further still, Tom Riddle's striking yet cold visage loomed near, his arm draped over her waist. Rachel's breath caught in her throat, her pupils dilating in shock. She jolted upright as if burned, nearly tumbling off the bed, her heart pounding violently within her chest, threatening to burst forth. At her movement, Tom awakened as well. His thick lashes fluttered, and those unfathomable black eyes slowly opened, momentarily clouded with sleep before locking onto her terrified expression. Their eyes met. The air seemed to freeze. Rachel's face flushed crimson, her mouth agape but no sound emerging. Only sheer panic reflected in her wide eyes. Tom's expression swiftly regained its customary coldness and sharpness. Emotionless, he retracted his arm, sitting up with fluid grace, as if the one who had embraced her through the night had not been him at all. "You were like a furnace last night." His voice was hoarse from sleep, yet still devoid of warmth, wrapping around her like an octopus, mocking her for uttering such foolish words about missing her parents. He stood, adjusting his faded old shirt. His tone flat as though discussing the weather. If it weren't for my immense compassion, you would probably be a drooling idiot by now. Rachel's face alternated between red and white, a mixture of embarrassment and bewilderment at having survived. She glanced down at herself, then at Tom, fragments of memories from her fevered state crashing back. Those moments of cold despair, the cool warmth, and that statement. So it was him? Though Tom's explanation was harsh, it oddly unraveled the tension in her heart. She gazed at the boy before her, who, despite his lingering aloofness, possessed a slender frame and a youthful innocence evident in his brow and eyes. In some hardened corner of her heart, something quietly shifted. No matter how formidable or promising he might be in his potential to become the Dark Lord, he remained, at this moment, merely an 11-year-old child. A child who awkwardly tended to a feverish roommate, yet feigned toughness. This realization marked the first substantial diminishment of Rachel's fear towards Tom. From that day forth, the atmosphere within the orphanage seemed to undergo a subtle transformation. Rachel continued her efforts to diminish her presence, contemplating her plans for returning home or strategies for future survival. Yet, she could not shake the feeling of being watched by unseen eyes. It was not a gaze filled with malice, but rather one of focused observation. For instance, while she hung clothes in the backyard, she would often glance back to find Tom seated in his usual spot, engrossed in a book, although the pages appeared to have remained unturned for quite some time. Similarly, as she struggled to maneuver with her wooden crutch in the dining hall, she would occasionally catch his thoughtful gaze sweeping over her, only for him to avert his eyes the moment she looked back, as if it were mere happenstance. A shiver ran through Rachel at the thought. As she reassured herself, perhaps he was merely curious as to why she hadn't fled in fear? Or was he concocting some mischievous scheme? Unbeknownst to her, Tom's observations extended far beyond mere curiosity. In a corner unnoticed by others, a small, vibrant green grass snake silently slithered across the damp ground, lurking in the shadows. Its cold, vertical pupils faithfully tracked the movements of the golden-haired girl, observing her awkward attempts with the crutch, her incomprehensible drawings, and the myriad expressions that flitted across her face as she stared blankly at the wall. The little snake flicked its tongue, transmitting information to its master. Leaning against the cold wall, Tom unconsciously stroked the spine of an old book, his deep black eyes swirling with thoughts that no one could comprehend. He was studying a riddle, one that seemed as out of place in this grim world as he was, yet entirely different. Rachel Vale, the girl who nearly burned herself into folly, possessed an odd resilience and sporadic displays of foolishness that magnetically drew his inquisitive gaze. Beneath the calm surface, silent scrutiny and a burgeoning curiosity were weaving a more intricate future for this dreary orphanage. Rachel Vale. I had never realized you were such an oddity. Chapter 4. The Heart Stirred by Candlelight. The eerie whispers seeping through the crack of the tool shed door halted Rachel in her tracks. It was neither the sound of a mouse, nor the rustling of the wind. She held her breath, inching closer. Inside, Tom sat with his back to her, crouched on the floor. The vibrant green snake raised its head. More bizarrely, Tom's lips moved, producing a sound that mirrored the snake's hiss perfectly, a deep, fluid, almost inhuman cadence. The snake hissed in response, as if engaged in conversation. Parseltongue. Rachel's heart raced as she pressed herself against the door crack, captivated. Suddenly, the little snake turned sharply towards the door, hissing urgently. Tom spun around instantly, his cold gaze piercing like an arrow. Eavesdropping? He flung the door open, shadows engulfing them. His voice lowered to a dangerous hiss, laced with an ominous tone. Had it been any other time, Rachel would have fled in terror. But now? A surge of newfound confidence surged within her, emboldened by her role as the older sister. Instead of retreating, she tilted her head and, mimicking his earlier intonation, clumsily uttered, "Hiss." Tom visibly stiffened, the icy mask on his face cracking slightly. Clearly, he had not anticipated this turn of events. "You," he stammered, his ears suspiciously reddening. "Wow." Rachel grinned fearlessly, her blue eyes sparkling with mischief. "So you can speak to snakes? Is it complaining about today's food? Or perhaps it's teaching you how to charm girls?" She winked at him, her gaze intentionally drifting towards his flushed ears. "Shut up," Tom exclaimed, sounding like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his voice rising with evident embarrassment and anger. "If you dare mimic me again, I'll let Nagini crawl into your bed at midnight." "Oh, I'm so scared," Rachel exaggerated, patting her chest with a broad smile. "But Nagini is so adorable, soft and cool. Definitely better than some hard-headed, stubborn individuals." She playfully elongated the words hard-headed. Tom's handsome face darkened entirely, his eyes fierce and cold. "Do you wish to have your throat bitten?" "Not at all," Rachel chirped, waving her hands in a dismissive manner. Leaning on her crutch, she turned to leave. But not before tossing back, little one. Don't be so angry. You might not grow tall if you keep this up. Don't call me that. Tom shouted behind her, his voice tinged with a frustration that struck a nerve. Rachel hummed an off-key tune as she walked away, her spirits lifted, leaving Tom to murmur to the little snake, "Is she out of her mind?" The little snake, Nagini, innocently flicked its tongue in response. Life continued with their banter, primarily driven by Rachel's one-sided outpouring. Occasionally, she would find herself lost in reverie, reminiscing about her life before her arrival. Her college roommate's smile seemed to blur, perhaps due to the fever she had endured. She shook her head, dismissing the thought. There were more pressing matters at hand. Tom's birthday was approaching. An opportunity had arisen. Over the weekend, the kitchen was filled with the scent of baking small cakes. With the savings she had accumulated from helping in the kitchen, Rachel managed to procure a small piece of butter, a few precious raisins, and combined them with wildflowers from the backyard to concoct a palm-sized, lopsided cake. In the stillness of the night, she lit a small, nearly burnt-out candle. The faint candlelight flickered. Tom had not yet retired. He leaned against the headboard, reading, though his gaze often drifted towards Rachel. When she presented the small cake adorned with a candle and wilting flowers before him, he froze. "Here." Rachel's voice rang clearly in the silence, laced with nervousness. "Happy birthday, Tom Riddle." Tom made no move, his icy eyes wary and alert. Unnecessary. To him, birthdays merely served as reminders of the day he had been cast aside. "It's a reminder of your birth," Rachel retorted instantly, her tone growing serious. "Regardless of how terrible those who abandoned you were, at least at the moment of your birth, your existence was anticipated." Tom tightened his grip on the book's pages, remaining silent. "They say we are freaks." Rachel gazed into his deep, abyss-like eyes, her voice soft yet resolute. "But I am not, and neither are you. We are simply different. Being different is not a fault." Tom's lips pressed into a thin line. "This wretched orphanage, Mrs. Cole, Billy. They are all dreadful." Rachel smiled faintly, the candlelight illuminating her earnest face. "But the world is vast, Tom. Much larger than you imagine. There are moving staircases, flying broomsticks, and magic that can transform mice into cups. A place where there will be those who truly see you and understand you." She took a deep breath, locking her gaze with his, each word deliberate. "Happy birthday, Tom. Remember today, not for being abandoned, but for the fact that you came into this world. That alone is worth celebrating. There will always be someone who finds the world a little less bleak, because of your existence." Like she paused, her voice imbued with an undeniable warmth. "Like me at this moment." The room was enveloped in the faint crackling of the candle. Tom felt himself become rigid. He fixated on the flickering flame, which seemed to magnify, as though it were about to consume him. His throat tightened, and he attempted to look away. Yet he felt as though he were anchored in place. He gazed upon Rachel's gentle visage illuminated by the flickering candlelight, observing the reflection of his own small self mirrored within her cerulean eyes. An intense, almost panicked emotion erupted within him, engulfing his entire being. He yearned to utter something, anything, sharp or mocking, to shatter this infernal, uncontrollable feeling. Yet as his lips moved, only a few dry words escaped. "Nonsense." His voice was hoarse, lacking any semblance of authority. Rachel, undeterred by his bravado, simply smiled and nudged the cake closer. "Make a wish, little one. Blow out the candles." "I am not a little one," Tom retorted almost reflexively, his ears burning with embarrassment. He fixated on the feeble candle flame, and then on Rachel's expectant gaze. A sense of clumsiness he had never experienced before seized him. He stiffly leaned down, directing a hasty, careless breath at the pitiful little flame. The candle extinguished. A thin wisp of blue smoke ascended. In the darkness, Tom's voice emerged, muffled yet carrying a forced calmness and a hint of awkwardness. "The cake is rather ugly. Too many raisins." "Thank you." The final two words were scarcely a whisper, nearly swallowed by the shadows. Rachel silently chuckled in the dark, knowing that this clumsy candlelight and that even clumsier thank you had ignited a flame within the cold depths of the future Dark Lord's heart. A flame that would never extinguish. Tom Riddle would forever remember the feeling of being a fool, receiving his first birthday and a foolish remark about existence. Chapter 5. The Choice of the Phoenix and the Serpent. The day Professor Dumbledore arrived at the Wolves Orphanage, London experienced an unusual bout of sunshine. As Mrs. Cole ushered the oddly attired man in his purple robes, sporting a reddish-brown beard, into the parlor, Tom Riddle stood by the window, his gaze coldly sweeping over the garden where the blonde girl Rachel were clumsily tiptoed, attempting to pluck a wild rose climbing the brick wall. Sunlight danced upon the tips of her pale golden hair, as if dusted with a delicate layer of gold. Tom squinted, an inexplicable irritation rising within him. "Tom. This is Professor Dumbledore." He wishes to speak with you, Mrs. Cole announced dryly before departing. Dumbledore smiled as he seated himself, his sharp blue eyes scrutinizing Tom through half-moon spectacles. Instinctively, Tom stiffened his spine, akin to a snake sensing danger. Hello, Tom. Dumbledore's voice was gentle yet imbued with an undeniable authority. I am a professor at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Tom's fingertips twitched slightly, yet his expression remained composed. A wizarding school? He repeated leisurely, as though merely discussing the weather. Dumbledore chuckled softly, retrieving a letter from his pocket and gently sliding it across to Tom. Indeed. We believe you possess the talent for learning magic. Tom stared at the letter, hesitating to reach for it. His thoughts raced. Wizarding school, the true world of wizards. He could finally escape this filthy, foolish place. Yet the next moment his peripheral vision caught sight of that clumsy figure outside. Rachel had finally succeeded in plucking the flower, triumphantly waving it in the air, only to nearly slip and tumble into the bushes. The corner of Tom's mouth twitched. Fool. Dumbledore keenly noted his gaze but chose not to address it, continuing patiently to explain all about Hogwarts. Tom forced himself to concentrate. As night fell, the orphanage corridors were eerily silent. Rachel, having recovered from her leg injury, had returned to her room, though the sensation of sharing space with Tom had always sent shivers down her spine. Yet now, being alone in a moldy room seemed far worse, devoid of even a companion to converse with. Tom stood outside Rachel's door, uncharacteristically hesitating for a few seconds before raising his hand to knock. Who is it? Rachel's voice called from within, tinged with caution. Me. Tom replied coldly. The door creaked open and Rachel peered out, her blue eyes blinking. Well. A rare visitor. Tom Riddle has come calling at this late hour. What brings you here? Ignoring her teasing, Tom stepped into the room and closed the door behind him. I'm leaving in a few months, he stated bluntly. Rachel paused, then quickly grasped the implication. Oh, Professor Dumbledore is coming for you to that school? Tom nodded, his gaze flitting to the wilted wild rose on her bedside before swiftly averting. So, Rachel tilted her head. Are you here to gloat? Tom shot her a cold glance. I'm here to inform you that once I leave, no one will protect you. Rachel burst into laughter. Protect? Tom, aside from you, it seems no one ever bullies me. Why would I need protection? Tom's expression darkened instantaneously, a flash of the anger he had worn in their earlier encounters surfacing. Rachel immediately recognized her misstep and raised her hands in surrender. I was joking. No need to get angry. She sighed, sitting cross-legged on her bed, contemplating earnestly. I'll endure until adulthood and then find a job. After all, the orphanage won't support me forever. Tom scrutinized her, an inexplicable frustration bubbling within him. He should be pleased. He was finally escaping these mundane fools to enter the genuine world of magic. Yet why did the thought of her remaining behind feel so wrong? Rachel Weir, a fool who could not perform magic, a solitary orphan, a nuisance who fancied herself a bearer of warmth. You are too weak, he finally said coldly. If I'm not here, you must at least learn to fight back. Rachel blinked in surprise. Wow, Tom Riddle is actually worried about me? Tom's ears flushed slightly, and he quickly retorted with a stern face. I just don't want to return to find you dead, wasting my time. Rachel laughed, poking his arm playfully. Don't worry, I'll be just fine. Tom fell silent for a moment, then suddenly produced a slender, emerald green snake from his sleeve and gently placed it on her bed. Nagini, he said succinctly, she will watch over you. Rachel's eyes widened. Wait. You're leaving your snake with me? Don't get too excited. It's just temporary. Tom averted his gaze. If you die, she will inform me. Rachel stared at the little snake, which flicked its tongue at her as if assessing its future guardian. Thank you? She ventured tentatively. Tom did not respond, turning towards the door, but the moment he opened it he paused. Rachel. He called her full name without looking back. Don't do anything foolish. With that, he strode out, his posture erect like a blade drawn from its sheath. Rachel gazed at the closed door, letting out a soft sigh as she reached out to stroke Nagini's small head. Your master is quite the awkward young lad, isn't he? Nagini hissed twice in apparent agreement, recalling the professor from earlier that day who had ignited the cabinet, and the way his eyes seemed to see through her. Tom Riddle felt a flicker of unease within. Chapter 6. The silent departure. The summer in London was stifling, akin to a damp velvet cloth tightly enveloping the Wolves orphanage. Rachel Weir sat beneath the drooping branches of the only sycamore tree in the backyard, fretting over the crooked sunflower on her canvas. The yellow paint on her palette was nearly depleted, while her mind felt shrouded in a thick fog. What was the name of that roommate in university, who always stole my milk tea? She pondered, biting the end of her pencil, her pale golden brows knitted together. Anna? Amy? Or was it Lucy? She shook her head vigorously, as if attempting to dislodge the clump of confusion residing within her mind. This sensation had become increasingly frequent, the memories of the past slipping through her fingers like grains of sand. The tighter she grasped, the quicker they evaded her. Even the name that once haunted her sleepless nights, Voldemort, now appeared hazy, reduced to a chilling, indistinct impression. Tom would one day become truly terrifying. But in what way? She lifted her gaze a few paces away. Tom Riddle leaned against a rough tree root, engrossed in a book, the hardbound advanced charms theory rustling with each page turn. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the sparse leaves, casting dappled shadows upon his sharply defined profile. He appeared to be an exceedingly precocious, somewhat reclusive handsome youth. Rachel could hardly recall the last time she thought of the Dark Lord. What does it matter? She murmured to herself, a hint of resignation in her tone. At present, Tom, who would coldly slam a cup down beside her if she dared to bask in the sun too long, would scold her with a remark about being foolish enough to dehydrate herself like a wilted vegetable. This awkward concern felt more comforting than the overnight porridge at the orphanage. Tom seemed to sense her gaze, snapping the book shut with a decisive thud, his eyes sweeping over the abstract yellow disaster on her easel, his thin lips forming a restrained line. Your artistic talent, he remarked coolly, laced with his customary sharpness, is as despairing as your magical potential. Hey, Rachel protested, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her temper flaring instantly. This is called the Picasso style. Do you even understand appreciation? With swift reflexes, she seized the object Tom had carelessly placed on the grass, a heavy old pocket watch, intricately engraved, a trophy Tom had recently pilfered from Mrs. Cole's office by some means. At that moment, the cold brass interior of the watch gleamed in the sunlight, revealing a fresh, albeit slightly awkward, inscription to Rachel Veal. Tom's ears flushed a visible shade of red. He snatched the watch back, his movements quick as if burned, hastily shoving it into the faded pocket of his old trousers. Just a temporary storage, he averted his gaze, his tone stiff and tinged with a vexation that hinted at a desire to conceal, so that some oblivious fool doesn't steal it and waste my time. Watching his feigned composure, the vague shadow of Voldemort in her mind was entirely dispelled by the sunlight, and a smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. What an awkward little boy he was. However, this warmth, just emerging from the barren soil, was soon completely crushed by the arrival of an unexpected visitor. As a sleek, black car, polished to a shine and boasting smooth lines, arrogantly rolled over the perpetually muddy ground at the orphanage entrance, the entire establishment erupted in excitement. The children's grimy faces pressed against the dirted windows, chattering like a nest of startled sparrows. Even the typically sharp-tongued and lethargic Mrs. Cole was seen, for once, wiping the sweat from her temples with a handkerchief, her face displaying an intricate blend of flattery and suspicion. The car door slid open silently. An elderly gentleman, impeccably groomed with silver hair, and clad in a perfectly tailored three-piece suit, stepped out. He seemed to have emerged from a Victorian noble portrait. Disregarding the surrounding commotion and curious glances, walking with steady steps and a clear purpose straight through the front yard to the back corner overrun with yellowing ivy. In Rachel's bewildered gaze, the man known as Alfred, the old steward, halted before her. Then, in a gesture that drew gasps from all present, he knelt on one knee in an almost archaic, ceremonious manner, gently lifting Rachel's fingers still stained with sunflower paint. Miss Rachel Veal. Alfred's voice trembled with suppressed emotion. After 11 years, the Veal family has finally reclaimed its lost jewel. For the next half hour, the old steward entered Rachel's room, and she felt as though she were listening to a distant and absurd fairy tale. The Veal family, one of the oldest, most mysterious, and most powerful pureblood wizarding families in England. The only daughter of the family had forsaken it all for a Muggle lover, choosing to flee far away. Yet, tragically, she perished shortly after giving birth to her daughter. In the ensuing chaos, the hospital, relying solely on the initials RV embroidered on the infant's swaddling, had sent her to the Wood Orphanage. The Veal family had expended unimaginable resources and connections, enduring a long search of over a decade, until they finally traced the threads to this Muggle world. You carry the most noble blood of the Veal family, miss. Alfred's gaze was fervent and assured. Rachel was utterly stunned. Wizards? Pure blood? Noble lineage? Her mind buzzed with confusion, a blank slate, with only the steward's grand yet foreign words swirling around. After digesting this information, Rachel made her way to Tom's room, recounting the tale she had just received. His expression darkened completely upon hearing her relay Alfred's mention of pureblood wizard family, transforming into a stormy sea before a tempest, ominous and terrifying. Those fathomless black eyes now fixed intently on Rachel, filled with incredulous turmoil, suppressed rage, and a sense of betrayal akin to being brutally stabbed in the back. while the steward continued to respectfully explain the grandeur of the estate, the elders' expectations, and the surprise of a certain young Master Javel. Tom's world seemed to narrow down to Rachel's face, which was etched with innocence and shock. You knew all along. Tom's voice was low, yet it sliced through the air like an icy blade, reverberating with a chilling finality in Rachel's ears. She flinched at the coldness in his tone, hurriedly turning her head. I swear I didn't know. Tom, those nonsensical words were just things I blurted out when I was confused. Confused? Tom abruptly shook off her attempt to grasp his sleeve, the force causing her to stagger slightly. He stepped closer, his towering figure casting a shadow that enveloped her completely, his stormy gaze threatening to tear her apart. He let out a short, cold laugh, reminiscent of a serpent flicking its tongue. The stairs at Hogwarts fight on their own? Voldemort sliced himself into Horcruxes? Rachel Veal. He enunciated each syllable with a bone-chilling frost. What do you take me for? A fool to be toyed with at your leisure? The name Voldemort struck her mind like a rusty key, violently jabbing at the dusty door of her memories. A sharp pain seized her head. The sinister snake-like face. The blinding green light. The desperate wails of an infant. Fragments of shattered, chaotic, suffocating images flickered past. Yet they seemed to be ruthlessly erased by an invisible hand, leaving only a keen ache and profound bewilderment. No. Tom. She covered her head, tears streaming uncontrollably, her voice breaking with confusion. I didn't deceive you. I just can't remember. Those things, they slip away like sand. I truly can't remember. Can't remember? Tom seemed to find the idea the most ludicrous joke in existence, the last glimmer in his eyes freezing into eternal ice. He reached out with his long, cold fingers to stroke a strand of her soft golden hair, urging her to meet his gaze. You remember to warn Dennis, that fool, to steer clear of the loose nails on the stairs, and to sew ears onto Amy's filthy old doll. You remember all those trivial, inconsequential things. His voice rose sharply, raw and wounded like a cornered beast. Yet you conveniently forgot to tell me that you bear the noble blood of a pure-blood wizard. Did you watch me like a complete fool, planning how to keep my precious, worthless trinkets for you after school? Did you look at me like a pathetic idiot, thinking you had finally found a kindred spirit here? The word kindred squeezed through his clenched teeth, tinged with a profound sense of humiliation. Rachel's tears cascaded down onto the icy surface of his hand, searingly hot. I truly did not weep helplessly. My mind was a tumultuous haze. A blur of memories from before my crossing, the indistinct narrative, the fear of Tom, and the heartache of this moment, all mingling with the indignation of being accused of betrayal. Every emotion swirled together like a spilled palette of paint, forming a murky quagmire that rendered me incapable of thought or defense. Let those damned memories drain away. Tom abruptly released her hair, as if discarding something repugnant. He stepped back, creating distance. The blizzard in his gaze swept away all, leaving only the pure, frigid chill of disdain. With your esteemed surname of Riddle. Each word struck like an icicle, piercing deeply. Return to your gilded cage. With that, he resolutely turned away, his dark silhouette slicing through the sunlight, striding away from the backyard without a glance back. No farewells, only the lingering cold fury in the air and Rachel's silent tears. That night, the orphanage was as silent as a grave. Rachel sat on the frigid floorboards, hugging her knees, as moonlight filtered through the tattered curtains, casting a pale beam on the ground. Beside her, the emerald serpent, Nagini, coiled in a circle, resting its small head on its tail, its cold vertical pupils gazing at her with concern. Rachel extended a finger, gently brushing against Nagini's smooth, cool scales. The little serpent obediently flicked its tongue to caress her fingertip, a gesture of affection. Taking a deep breath, Rachel cautiously lifted Nagini. She silently approached the firmly shut door of Tom's room. No light seeped through the crack beneath the door. She crouched down, gently placing Nagini on the cold floor at the threshold. Be good, her voice was hoarse, laced with a thick nasal tone. Return to your master. You belong to magic. And I. She hesitated, a self-deprecating smile tugging at her lips, probably destined to become a naive heiress. It makes sense, doesn't it? Tom and I are not of the same ilk. He has his own path to tread. Nagini hissed anxiously, its slender tail wrapping around Rachel's ankle. Unwilling to let go, Rachel gently pried its tail away, rising swiftly, not daring to glance back at the closed door. The following morning, the carriage symbolizing a brand new world once again halted at the orphanage's entrance. Alfred, the butler, was as meticulous as ever, respectfully opening the carriage door for Rachel. Mrs. Cole stood at the entrance, her face adorned with an uncharacteristic, almost sycophantic smile, uttering platitudes about Rachel's good fortune, and the hope that she would visit often. Rachel settled into the plush, cloud-like leather seat, the door sealing off the musty odors of the orphanage, and Mrs. Cole's insincere grin. As the carriage gently set in motion, she could not resist casting one last glance through the darkened window at the gray building that had confined her for so long. Her gaze instinctively drifted to the familiar second-floor window, where heavy curtains were drawn tight, unmoving, like a shroud refusing all farewells. "Miss," Alfred's gentle voice came from the front, offering a silk handkerchief scented faintly with incense. "The master and young Master Joe have been waiting for you at the Riddle estate for many years. They will surely be delighted to see you." "Joe." Rachel received the handkerchief in a daze, her fingertips icy. "Yes, Mississippi. Your brother. The child of the late Master S. firstborn." The butler smiled, his tone laced with pride. "He has inherited the Riddle family's formidable magical prowess, and is a student at Hogwarts. I am confident that you two siblings will enjoy each other's company immensely." "A twin brother? Hogwarts? Pureblood wizard?" Rachel clutched the heavy old pocket watch engraved with initials in her pocket. The London streets outside blurred into a flowing tapestry of light and shadow. To escape the conflicts of the magical world? To become a wealthy heiress? It sounded like a fairy tale ending. But why, as the ominous, dilapidated gray building receded in the rearview mirror until it vanished, did the gaping void in her chest, forcibly torn open, feel as if the emerald serpent had clamped down hard, increasing in pain? Was this truly the divergence between her and Tom Riddle? Chapter 7. The Uncontrolled Flame. The automobile glided silently through the tree-lined avenues of suburban London, leaving the city's clamor far behind. The scenery outside the window seemed enchanted, rapidly shedding the grim edges of the industrial era, replaced by vast stretches of lush, almost opulent lawns, like a sprawling emerald velvet carpet unfurling to the horizon. Meticulously trimmed hedges formed an elegant maze, while well-tended flower beds burst forth with summer roses and hydrangeas, awash in vibrant hues. The air was infused with a refreshing blend of grass, earth, and some exotic floral scent, intoxicatingly vivid, leaving Rachel momentarily dazed. "Where are we headed?" Rachel could not help but inquire, her fingers instinctively gripping the faded fabric of the old dress she had brought from the orphanage. The outside world appeared so serene. It resembled a painting from the Renaissance rather than England. Alfred, the butler, offered a flawlessly polite smile through the rearview mirror. "To the Riddle estate, Mississippi. We have arrived home. As for the unique nature of this area, someone will provide you with detailed explanations shortly." His tone was gentle yet firm, imbued with an ancient certainty belonging to the magical realm. The carriage passed through an intricately wrought iron gate, its family crest glimmering in the sunlight. A silver serpent coiled around an oak tree, with small sapphires set in its eyes. The main building of the estate finally came into view. A magnificent Palladian structure, constructed from soft honey-colored stone, with grand columns supporting an elegant arched portico, and a roof adorned with warm terracotta tiles. Sunlight danced upon numerous tall, floor-to-ceiling windows, reflecting dazzling halos, and the entire estate radiated an air of grandeur and dignity, steeped in centuries of history. Rachel's mouth fell agape, her mind utterly incapacitated. "Good days." This was as if the very phrase had been rewritten in gold and diamonds, and then embedded in the clouds. Street performances? Her previous modest dreams now seemed laughable and distant. She felt like a Cinderella who had stumbled into a fairyland, though this realm's splendor far exceeded any fairy tale depiction. The carriage came to a smooth halt before the grand portico. The door was respectfully opened by a servant clad in a crisp uniform. As Rachel stepped onto the polished marble floor, a clear, melodious piano melody cascaded down from the open windows on the second floor like a flowing stream. Instinctively, she looked up. At the grand window on the second floor, beside a pristine white grand piano, sat a young man. Sunlight generously gilded him. He possessed hair as pale as Rachel's, as if crushed sunlight, softly falling over a smooth, full forehead. His profile was as perfect as a sculpture from ancient Greece, with a proud nose, subtly pursed lips, and a gracefully flowing jawline. Most breathtaking were his eyes, a clear blue reminiscent of a thawing ice lake, now intently focused on the keys, long lashes casting a gentle shadow beneath them. He wore a tailored light gray velvet suit that accentuated his alabaster complexion, exuding a purity akin to a unicorn under the moonlight. It was a beauty that transcended gender, evoking a sense of timelessness akin to classical oil paintings. As if sensing her gaze, the music abruptly ceased. The young man turned his head, his eyes precisely capturing Rachel, standing in the center of the hall, clad in her tattered old dress, feeling utterly out of place. His icy blue eyes lit up instantly, like ripples spreading across a lake of stars, radiating pure and warm delight. He could hardly contain his eagerness to descend the staircase gracefully. Instead, he sprang to his feet, striding briskly through the expansive corridor, almost skipping with a hint of exuberance, and came to a cautious halt before Rachel. Rachel. His voice rang out, clear and gentle, imbued with an excitement that was hard to suppress, akin to the tinkling of a mountain stream. Instinctively, he extended his hands, gently grasping her somewhat chilly fingers, which bore traces of paint. His palms were warm and dry, his touch as tender as one cradling a fragile treasure. It truly is you. My goodness. I have finally found you at last. A rush of warmth surged through Rachel, emanating from the hand he held, causing her cheeks to flush uncontrollably. This youth was extraordinarily handsome, so much so that he seemed almost otherworldly. Had he existed in her previous world, he would undoubtedly have elicited shrieks from every girl at school, his posters plastered across walls as the ultimate heartthrob. Moreover, he appeared to be a few years her senior, which only intensified the heat in her cheeks. I'm Rachel. She stammered, her voice slightly hoarse. Who are you? Oh, forgive me, I am just so overwhelmed. The boy realized, a look of apologetic warmth gracing his features, his smile reminiscent of the early sun melting away the snow, instantly dispelling Rachel's initial discomfort. I am Joe Weir, your cousin. My father is your mother's elder brother. He leaned slightly forward, his azure eyes gazing at Rachel with unmasked compassion. Look at you after all these years. You have endured so much suffering. We never imagined you would grow up in the Muggle world. We have been searching for you in the magical realm. Joe has long awaited the day he could meet you, my little sister. His gaze swept over her faded dress and ill-fitting old shoes, his heart aching further. But it is all right. Those days are behind you. The Weir family will provide you with the finest of everything. His voice was warm and unhurried, every gesture exuding refinement and innate elegance. The sincerity of his concern and the joy of reunion enveloped Rachel like a gentle spring, gradually easing her taut nerves. Joe was indeed a melodious name, she mused, allowing this extraordinarily handsome and gentle cousin to take her hand. Come, I shall escort you to your room. Joe's voice was tender, as if soothing a child. You must be exhausted. Let us settle you in for some rest. Joe led Rachel through the wide corridor, adorned with thick Persian carpets. The walls were decorated with grand oil paintings depicting magical scenes, the figures within nodding slightly as they passed. A magnificent crystal chandelier refracted brilliant light, and the air was imbued with a faint, elegant scent of wood. Every detail spoke of exquisite luxury and the weight of historical depth. As he pushed open an intricately carved white door, Rachel instinctively held her breath. Beyond the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows lay a lush lawn and a tranquil lake in the distance. Sunlight poured generously into the room. The walls were a soft cream hue, draped with light, dreamlike sheer curtains. At the center stood a princess bed adorned with a delicate lace coverlet, its headboard intricately carved with exquisite vine patterns. A matching vanity, writing desk, and wardrobe completed the scene. In one corner, there was even a cozy reading nook, beside which stood a petite harp. The entire space radiated warmth, refinement, and brightness, resembling a sweet dream, a stark and cruel contrast to the cold, narrow, mold-scented room of the orphanage. A sudden wave of sourness surged at the tip of Rachel's nose. What was Tom, the gloomy and peculiar boy from the orphanage, who was likely to turn out to be nothing but a troublemaker, doing at this moment? Was he still angry? Remembering the tightly shut, frigid door she left behind, Rachel felt a slight prick of sadness and a dull ache in her heart. Oddly, she recalled he would become quite fearsome, yet the specifics eluded her. All that remained was a vague impression of his unfavorable character. Memories ebbed away like retreating tides, carrying off too many details. Joe, perceptive and considerate, did not intrude upon her silence but merely smiled and gestured toward the wardrobe. There are some clothes inside. Please change into them. You will feel more comfortable. Grandpa is waiting for you in the study. I shall wait outside. He gently closed the door behind him. The wardrobe was astonishingly spacious, rivaling the entire area of Rachel's room at the orphanage. A row of pristine dresses hung neatly by color, ranging from casual cotton frocks to exquisite evening gowns. Rachel selected the simplest pure white cotton dress, devoid of any superfluous embellishments, yet impeccably tailored, the fabric soft as a second skin. As she emerged from the changing room, Joe, waiting outside, was momentarily taken aback. The weariness of her journey and the dullness of her old attire had been washed away. Rachel stood bathed in the bright morning light, clad in simple white. Her golden hair cascaded smoothly over her shoulders, accentuating her fair, delicate skin. Those clear blue eyes, inherited from the Weir family, sparkled with a hint of innocent bewilderment and purity. The unadorned white dress outlined her slender, graceful figure, reminiscent of a freshly blossomed lily, pure and untouched, yet radiating an unconscious, breathtaking beauty. Joe's gaze lingered upon her for quite some time, until Rachel, feeling somewhat embarrassed under his scrutiny, flushed slightly. It was only then that he seemed to awaken from his reverie, clearing his throat. It suits you very well. His voice held an awkward pause before returning to its usual gentility. Come now, Grandpa is waiting for you. Joe led Rachel to a heavy, ornate oak door on the third floor. I shall not enter, he said, gently patting her shoulder, offering an encouraging smile. Grandpa has missed you dearly over the years. Go on, I will wait for you outside. Taking a deep breath, Rachel pushed open the door to the study. A robust aroma of aged books, parchment, and fine cigars enveloped her. The study was spacious, with towering dark walnut bookshelves lining all four walls, crammed with various heavy tomes and scrolls. Sunlight streamed through the grand stained glass windows, casting colorful patterns upon the carpet. Behind the desk, an elderly man slowly turned around. He bore the Weir family's signature golden hair, albeit streaked with silver, meticulously groomed. He wore gold-rimmed glasses, behind which lay a pair of deep blue eyes, seasoned by time yet still sharp and profound, mirroring those of Joe and Rachel. Time had etched deep lines upon his face, yet it did not diminish the inherent dignity and nobility that flowed through his veins. He was Arnold Weir, the current head of the Weir family. Upon seeing Rachel, an overwhelming emotion surged in the old man's eyes, a mix of uncontainable excitement and comfort. He rose, his movements slow yet imbued with gravity. He spoke not a word but instead picked up an exquisite silver frame from his desk and extended it toward Rachel. Inside the frame was a photograph of a young woman with golden hair, her radiant smile strikingly reminiscent of Rachel's, especially those clear blue eyes and the slight upturn of her lips. She wore Hogwarts robes, the majestic castle looming in the background. A profound, ancestral connection instantaneously resonated within Rachel's heart. This was her mother. She resembles you so closely. Arnold's voice was deep and hoarse, laden with emotion. Child, I am your grandfather. Arnold Weir. He gestured for Rachel to take a seat in the armchair opposite his desk, then settled back into his own chair, his gaze lingering on her face with a tenderness that seemed to seek to reclaim the lost 16 years. The Weir family once thrived. Arnold's tone bore the weight of melancholy and an inescapable sorrow. Yet fate is capricious. I first lost my beloved wife, then witnessed my son, Joe's father, perish on an ore mission, and later my daughter, your mother. He paused, his gaze blurring behind his glasses. She was so stubborn, willing to forsake everything for those she loved, yet ultimately, she left you behind, along with endless regrets and the quest for you. The elderly man took a deep breath, as if attempting to suppress the weight of his burdensome past. At long last, I have found you, my child. You cannot fathom the immense joy that both Joe and I feel. Ever since he received confirmation of your existence, Joe has been so overwhelmed with excitement that he has hardly slept for several days. He personally scoured the finest ready-to-wear boutiques in London, filling your wardrobe to the brim, fearful that you might suffer even the slightest discomfort. He often declares his intention to make amends for the past 11 years he owes you. His tone was imbued with a profound affection for his grandson, and a deep appreciation for Rachel's return. As Rachel listened to her grandfather's somber yet heartfelt narrative, gazing at the youthful and vibrant smile of her mother captured in the photograph, a surge of warmth mixed with sorrow surged through her heart, conjuring thoughts of her gentle cousin Joe waiting outside. She recalled her parents from another time and place, who loved her dearly. Tears welled up without warning. Rising from her seat, she navigated around the expansive desk and gently embraced the elderly man, whom she had just met but who bore the weight of their shared lineage and the joy of reunion. Grandfather, she choked out, burying her face in his shoulder, which carried the scents of old books and cigars. I do not hold any blame against you. Arnold, her grandfather, visibly stiffened for a moment, but then a large hand, marked by the passage of time and slightly trembling, tenderly patted Rachel's back. After a long pause, he heaved a sigh filled with relief and a hint of joy. Once her emotions had somewhat settled, Arnold gently released Rachel and gestured for her to sit, his demeanor shifting to one of gravity and solemnity. Rachel, now, the true world of the Weir family shall be unveiled to you. He commenced his tale about the magical realm, a splendid domain hidden behind the curtain of the Muggle world, brimming with wonders, laws, and ancient traditions. He elucidated the essence of magic, the structure of the wizarding society, the existence of the secrecy laws, and explained the reasons behind the independence of the estate region, as well as the Weir family's status and responsibilities within it. Yo, Arnold mentioned his cousin with evident pride, is currently in his 3rd year at Beauxbaton's Academy of Magic, and is doing exceptionally well. He turned to Rachel, his gaze warm and filled with anticipation. And you, my child, are also due to commence your studies this year, in accordance with tradition, and to continue your mother's path. I will arrange for you to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Hogwarts? Rachel's heart leapt. The name was like a key, instantly unlocking a long-forgotten corner of her mind. Tom Riddle, that brooding, peculiar, malevolent individual. He is at Hogwarts. Are they to continue their unpleasant entanglement at a magical school? A flicker of instinctive resistance and embarrassment surged within her. At that moment, the study door was gently pushed open. Joe stood at the threshold. His usual gentle smile replaced by an unmistakable look of shock and a hint of hurt. Clearly, he had been waiting just outside. "Grandfather." Joe stepped inside. His voice laced with unusual urgency and confusion, even tinged with an imperceptible sense of grievance. Why not send Rachel to Beauxbatons? I can take care of her. I would be the best brother, and I would never allow her to suffer even the slightest indignity. At Hogwarts she knows no one. Arnold's gaze swept over the photograph of Rachel's mother on the desk, his eyes deep and resolute. "Joe, I understand your feelings." However, he looked at Joe. His tone gentle yet firm. "Your aunt, Rachel's mother, graduated from Hogwarts. Her legacy is there, as is the Weir family's tradition. I believe that Rachel will flourish there, becoming an exceptional and proud Weir." His gaze returned to Rachel, filled with trust. A visible disappointment crossed Joe's face. He pressed his lips together like a rejected large dog. His cerulean eyes filled with sorrow and reluctance. Yet he ultimately refrained from contesting his grandfather's decision. After a moment of silence, when he turned back to Rachel, he had managed to muster a gentle smile, albeit somewhat strained. He approached Rachel, gently taking her hand once more, his voice low and earnest. "Rachel, do not fear. Even if we are not in the same school, I will write to you often. Should you need anything or encounter any difficulties, you must tell me at once." Joe assured her, leaning slightly closer, locking eyes with Rachel. "I will ensure that you suffer not even the slightest indignity at Hogwarts." His gaze was as sincere as a vow. In this entirely unfamiliar, yet extraordinarily splendid world, the love of her grandfather and Joe's unwavering warmth and protective instinct enveloped Rachel like a comforting tide. She was no longer the unnoticed, vigilant Weir from the orphanage. She was Rachel Weir, cherished, longed for, and cradled in the hands of her family. A profound sense of belonging and security enveloped her. With a quivering nose, she instinctively opened her arms and embraced Joe. "Thank you, Joe," she murmured, burying her face in the soft velvet of his suit, which carried a hint of fur fragrance. "I will write to you often as well." Feeling the weight of his sister's reliance, Joe's body initially tensed slightly, then relaxed, his arms gently encircling her. A warm, relieved smile blossomed on his handsome face, replacing his earlier disappointment with an abundance of admiration. "All right, it's settled. Hogwarts, Tom." Rachel's lingering unease was momentarily cast aside in the warmth of Joe's embrace and his steadfast promise. What did it matter? That troublesome boy. For now she had a home, a loving grandfather, and a brother who cared for her. The comfortable days that felt like being on cloud nine were what truly mattered. She had no desire to dwell on those unpleasant individuals and events any longer. The night softly enveloped the Weir estate. Joe escorted Rachel to the door of her dreamlike bedroom. "Rest well, you must be exhausted after today." His voice resonated with exceptional tenderness in the tranquil corridor. Rachel nodded, changed into a soft silk nightgown, and nestled into the fluffy down comforter that felt as soft as a cloud. The bedding exuded a soothing and delicate fragrance of sunlight and lavender. However, Joe did not depart immediately. Instead, he approached her bedside and carefully tucked in the edges of her blanket. He sat on the edge of the bed, simply gazing at her, his icy blue eyes shimmering with a near-indulgent warmth beneath the gentle light of the wall lamp. Rachel felt a bit shy under his gaze, pulling the blanket up to cover half her face, revealing only her sparkling blue eyes. "Joe, why do you keep looking at me?" Joe blinked in surprise before breaking into a low, melodious laugh. He leaned in slightly closer, speaking in a tone meant only for her ears, with a teasing lilt. "Because I want to make up for the 11 years I missed seeing you." His gaze was focused and warm, as if he were truly cherishing a treasured gem. Rachel's face flushed bright red, resembling a ripe apple, and she shrank deeper into the blanket, laughter bubbling forth. Joe watched her bashful demeanor, the mirth in his eyes deepening. Filled with a profound sense of satisfaction for this long-awaited sister he had missed for so long. It felt wonderful to watch her peacefully drift off to sleep. He gently tousled her golden hair that peeked out from the covers, whispering, "Good night, my little sister. Sweet dreams." The bedroom door was softly closed, and the room fell into complete silence. Rachel lay on the unbelievably soft bed, experiencing a comfort she had never known before. With the calming scent of incense wafting around her, gone were the damp, musty odors of the orphanage, the hard bed's discomfort, only warmth, safety, and the grounding feeling of being cherished remained. This was the most serene and comfortable night she had experienced since arriving in this world. Yet, as her consciousness dipped into the realm of sweet dreams, a faint, inexplicable sense of emptiness brushed against her heart like a whisper. Was something missing? Perhaps the presence of that figure, who even in silence, bore a formidable presence in the cold room of the orphanage? The name Tom Riddle gently rolled through his mind, carrying with it an indistinct, ineffable flavor, soon to be completely submerged by the warm embrace of slumber. Under the same night sky, however, the atmosphere in the familiar room of the Wolves' orphanage, permeated with dust and decay, was starkly contrasting. Tom Riddle lay upon the cold wooden bed, his eyes wide open, gazing at the mottled stains on the ceiling illuminated by the moonlight. Occasionally, the distant cries of wildcats outside heightened the profound stillness of the night. Rachel Veal. That name seared into his nerves like a red-hot iron, relentlessly branding him. She had simply walked away, following that absurdly dressed, overly theatrical old man, slipping into that ostentatious luxury car that symbolized another world. No backward glance, no farewell, not even a parting word. Was it not she who had first deceived him? Was it not she who had concealed that damned pureblood identity? Had she not betrayed the scant, secret kinship he was too ashamed to acknowledge, along with his laughable plans for her protection? He should have been enraged by her deceit, infuriated by her betrayal. Yet why, in addition to anger, did he feel a more suffocating, alien sense of oppression lodged within his chest? It felt like being stuffed with damp cotton, heavy and cold. He abhorred this feeling. He loathed it profoundly. He despised that the presence of that seemingly hypocritical old butler beside Rachel signified her independence from him, even though he had never admitted to such a need. He resented that Rachel's connection to a family that sounded so powerful implied she possessed a formidable shield beyond his control. Most of all, he detested that Rachel had left him, completely, decisively, withdrawing from his world without a single explanation or argument. It was this intense, uncontrollable anger, mixed with the feeling of abandonment, that had compelled him to lash out at her in the backyard, to use the most cutting words to inflict pain. As if only then could he mask the humiliation and panic he detested even within himself. Damn it! Tom slammed his fist against the cold floorboards beside him, producing a dull thud. It was futile. The blend of rage and suffocation only intensified, flaring up like oil poured onto a fire, surging from his heart to his head. In that moment, the old cupboard he had used to store his little secrets erupted with a sudden, deafening bang. Immediately an eerie, cold blue flame surged forth from the crack of the cupboard door. The fire burned silently, swiftly engulfing the entire cabinet, the wooden surface crackling with a hissing sound, as the air filled with the nauseating stench of charred flesh. The ghostly blue flames illuminated Tom's pallid face, devoid of color, and his deep-set eyes, now swirling with shock, fury, and a cold scrutiny of his own loss of control. He had never learned the fire spell, yet. He distinctly recalled the warm orange flame ignited by Dumbledore's fingertip that day in the orphanage's parlor. In that moment of utmost fury, the image flashed through his mind, accompanied by a fierce desire to destroy something. And then the eerie blue flames obeyed his will. Tom expressionlessly watched the cupboard twist and contort in the ghostly blue fire, eventually reduced to ashes. Within the cabinet, a small animal corpse, wrapped in oil paper and already stiff, emitted its final, silent wail amidst the flames. The acrid stench permeated the air, yet he did not even furrow his brow. It seemed as though his unbridled fury had found some release through this uncontrollable magic. But the gaping void within him, forcibly torn open, appeared even colder and emptier, illuminated by the bizarre blue flames. He closed his eyes. The wildcat's cries outside seemed to grow more mournful. Another night destined to be sleepless awaited him. Chapter 8. The Smoke of the Changing Room. Life at Veal Manor felt as if it had been enchanted with a perpetual warmth. Rachel donned the soft, cloud-like morning robe personally selected by Jo, her bare feet sinking into the thick plush carpet of her bedroom, as sunlight streamed through the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, enveloping her in a warm embrace. Jo patiently taught her how to use the intricate, magically enhanced silver cutlery, merely smiling and tapping his wand to restore her new dress when she accidentally smeared jam upon it, then offering her a clean handkerchief. On the sunniest afternoons, he would cradle a hefty magical picture book while seated in the white wicker chair of the garden, regaling her with tales of the Busebatten's fountain gardens and the singing fairy statues, painting vivid scenes of the Quidditch World Cup, his voice as gentle as a babbling brook. Rachel often found herself entranced, her heart filled with a warm sensation known as being cherished. Yet occasionally, in the stillness of night or while daydreaming alone in the sunroom, a blurred image of a dark-haired figure would intrude upon her thoughts unbidden. Tom Riddle. How was he faring at Hogwarts? Was he still angry? Why had he not said a proper goodbye when he left? A faint, indistinct emotion, neither nostalgia nor guilt, would ripple across her heart like a gentle breeze across a lake. However, beneath the surface, the tide of forgetfulness surged silently and violently, threatening to engulf some important shoreline. That morning, Rachel was jolted awake by a sharp pain, as if her head were being split open. She curled up in the soft blankets, cold sweat instantly dampening her forehead. Countless chaotic fragments collided in her mind. A flickering computer screen, a noisy classroom, blurred faces of roommates, a name, Harry Potter, and Voldemort? A snake-like visage? Green light? What were these? Were they nightmares? Why did they feel so distant, yet so significant? She sat up abruptly, gasping for air, her heart racing within her chest. A chilling and terrifying thought coiled around her like a serpent. Who am I? I am Rachel Veal, the daughter of the Veal family regained, but before arriving at the Wolves orphanage? Who was I? Where did I come from? She struck her head with her fists, trying to grasp the rapidly fleeting fragments. She recalled the cold floorboard of the orphanage, Tom's brooding gaze, Mrs. Cole's roaring, but what lay before that? Before the age of 11? Memories were shrouded in a thick fog, a chaotic marshland. Had she not crossed over? Had she not carried memories from another world? This thought struck her like lightning, cleaving through the chaos. Crossing over? She murmured, her pupils constricting in overwhelming terror. Yes, I crossed over. I remember the movie. I remember the plot. I recall that Tom will eventually become. But what exactly did Voldemort do? How did he become that way? What did I look like in that world? What were my parents' names? Where was home? All the details seemed to have been brutally erased by an invisible hand, leaving behind a hollow label of transmigrator, beneath which the contents were rapidly fading and dissolving. A violent headache surged again, blurring her vision, causing it to spin. Darkness engulfed her, and she collapsed back onto her pillow, slipping into an unconscious stupor. Time passed, though she could not tell how long, when an incredibly gentle voice, akin to sunlight piercing through fog, softly awakened her consciousness. Rachel? Rachel? Wake up, little sleepyhead. Joe sat by her bedside, his warm, dry hand gently resting on her forehead. His ice blue eyes filled with concern. Did you have a nightmare? You seem to have slept uneasily. Rachel slowly opened her eyes, and her gaze fell upon Joe's handsome, caring face. The intense headache had miraculously vanished, leaving behind only a languid sensation of having overslept and a slight bewilderment. Those terrifying thoughts about crossing over, the real world, and the plot, receded like the tide, disappearing without a trace. As if that excruciating headache, along with the memories not of this world, had been thoroughly washed away. She blinked her crystalline blue eyes and gazed at Joe, revealing a somewhat dazed yet utterly genuine smile. Joe? What time is it? I think I overslept. Her tone carried the endearing innocence characteristic of a young girl. The 19-year-old soul, along with all her past, had completely submerged into the depths of consciousness, perfectly merging with this 11-year-old body. She was now and solely Rachel Veal. Joe breathed a sigh of relief, affectionately tousling her golden hair. You silly goose. It's nearly 10 o'clock. Get up, for today is a momentous day. We are going to Diagon Alley to procure your school supplies. The famed brick wall of the leaky cauldron spun open at the gentle tap of Joe's wand, as if it were a living entity, revealing the bustling, kaleidoscopic magical marketplace of Diagon Alley behind. Rachel's eyes widened in awe, the towering shops jostling for space, their windows displaying dancing cauldrons, shimmering crystal balls for divination, models of magical creatures in various forms, and peculiar signs floating in the air. Elop's Owl Emporium, Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, and the enticing aroma of ice cream wafting from Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, where robed witches and wizards bustled about, creating a lively atmosphere. Joe chuckled as he grasped Rachel's hand, preventing her from being swept away by the throngs. Stay close to me, little explorer. Our first stop is Gringotts. The grand bronze doors of the Goblin Bank, Gringotts, and the more imposing silver doors behind exuded an ancient, icy majesty. Goblins clad in scarlet and gold uniforms sat behind tall counters, their keen eyes scrutinizing every customer. Joe expertly led Rachel to a counter where a goblin named Grip Hook, with a sharp, elongated nose, awaited. Joe presented a uniquely shaped key, its handle engraved with the Veal family's entwined serpent and oak crest. Miss Veal's vault. And a withdrawal of some galleons, Joe stated succinctly. Grip Hook examined the key with meticulous care, casting a discerning glance at Rachel before nodding. Please follow me. Their cart raced through a labyrinth of winding tracks, plunging downwards at times, the cold wind rushing past their faces. Rachel screamed in excitement and fear, gripping Joe's arm tightly, prompting hearty laughter from him. Eventually, the cart screeched to a halt before a hefty vault door marked with numbers. Grip Hook gently tapped the key against the door, and with a heavy dragon-like groan of metal, the vault slowly creaked open. In an instant, a dazzling golden light nearly blinded Rachel. Mountains of golden galleons, silver sickles, and bronze nuts were stacked high, reflecting the dim light of the cavern. This was merely the tip of the iceberg. Deep within the vault, various gemstones shimmered with strange luminescence, antique jewelry embedded with large pearls, uniquely shaped golden statues, and even a few items that exuded a palpable aura of powerful magic lay scattered in the corners. The entire space was suffused with the mingled essence of wealth and ancient sorcery. Incredible! Rachel exclaimed, covering her mouth in awe, her eyes wide as two little copper bells. Joe observed Rachel's adorable reaction, his smile tinged with pride and affection. I initially intended to give you some pocket money directly, but I thought it best for you to see with your own eyes just how substantial the Vale family's legacy truly is. He casually scooped up a handful of galleons, letting them cascade melodically through his fingers. How does that feel? Happy? It should last you quite a while. Rachel nodded vigorously, feeling as though she were dreaming. Enough. More than enough. It feels like I could spend it for a lifetime. Joe was amused by her exuberance, and, lowering his voice playfully, said with a mischievous fondness, "Then how about we visit your brother's vault? You could be set for centuries." Rachel shook her head vehemently, her cheeks flushed with excitement. No. If I look any longer, I fear I might faint. Yolom had heartily, instructing Griphook to prepare an ample amount of galleons before leading the still-dazed Rachel out of the underground treasure trove. Back in the sunlit Diagon Alley, Joe retrieved the Hogwarts supply list. Rachel stood on her tiptoes, straining to see the words. Observing her struggle, Joe naturally stepped onto a nearby higher step and extended his hand. Rachel understood immediately, leaping up like a nimble fawn, her little head comfortably resting on Joe's shoulder. The siblings leaned together, studying the list. 3 plain work robes black. 1 plain pointed hat for daytime wear black. 1 pair of protective gloves, dragon hide or similar material. 1 winter cloak, black silver clasp. Textbooks. Standard Spells, Grade 1 by Miranda Gosshawk. History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling. Guide to Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch. 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Philida Spore. Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jig. The Dark Forces. A Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Trimble. 1 wand. 1 large cauldron, standard size 2 pewter. 1 set of glass or crystal vials. 1 telescope. 1 brass scale. That's quite a list, Joe remarked, ruffling Rachel's little head resting on his shoulder, his gesture natural and affectionate. Now, let us prioritize and take you to find your companion. He took Rachel's hand, purposefully heading toward a shop that appeared to teeter, its window displaying solely a solitary wand, Ollivander's, since 382 BC, specializing in fine wands. As Joe pushed open the creaking door, a wave of aged wood, dust, and an indescribable magical aura enveloped them. Inside the cramped shop, thousands of slender wand boxes towered from the floor to the ceiling, nearly obscuring the walls. An elderly gentleman with silver hair and pale eyes, akin to 2 radiant moons, stood precariously on a tall ladder, carefully arranging a box. Hearing the door chime, he descended with the grace of a startled butterfly. "Ah, Mr. Weasley." Mr. Ollivander's voice was as soft as a breeze, his light-colored eyes, seemingly able to see through all, lingered on Joe for a moment before, as if drawn by a magnet, instantly locking onto Rachel. "And who is this? My goodness." He hastened towards Rachel, scrutinizing her features with an expression of near ecstatic wonder. This girl, this golden hair, the lost treasure of the Vale family, at last, finally returned. "Merlin bless us." His voice trembled with excitement. Joe smiled, gently nudging Rachel forward by half a step, his tone filled with warmth and pride. "Yes, Mr. Ollivander, this is my sister, Rachel Vale. We are here to select her wand today." "Of course. Absolutely," Mr. Ollivander exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in delight. "Every member of the Vale family finds their loyal companion here. Let me think. He flitted through the narrow aisle, his fingers brushing against rows of dusty boxes, murmuring to himself, noble, pure, extraordinary potential. Try this. He withdrew a slender box, presenting a light brown wand to Rachel. Hawthorn wood, unicorn hair, 9¼ inches, pliable. With a hint of nervousness, Rachel accepted the wand and, following the instructions, gave it a gentle wave. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as a dusty glass display case shattered in the corner of the shop. "Oh no, Mr. Ollivander quickly shook his head, retracting the wand with haste. It was evidently not the companion for this graceful young lady. No worries, let us continue." He resumed his search. This one. The elm wood, with its dragon heartstring core, precisely 10 inches in length, boasts exceptional elasticity. Mr. Joe's wand is also crafted from elm, as they have a peculiar affinity for noble souls of the Weir family. With trepidation, Rachel accepted the wand that appeared more visually appealing, and with a flourish, she waved it again. Whoosh! An invisible force surged forth, scattering tomes and boxes from the shelves behind Mr. Ollivander, sending dust spiraling into the air. Coughing, Rachel found herself choking, casting an awkward glance at Joe. He stepped forward, gently patting her back, reassuring her, "Do not worry, Rachel, this is perfectly normal. Mr. Ollivander will assist you in finding the one that resonates most with you." Mr. Ollivander seemed unfazed by the chaos around him, stroking his chin. His light-colored eyes flickered with an unusual gleam as they fixated on Rachel, as if deciphering the invisible magical wavelengths emanating from her. "Fascinating, most fascinating," he murmured to himself. "A powerful magic calls yet is drawn and constrained by some peculiar trait." His gaze darted through the towering stacks of wand boxes until it landed on one that appeared exceedingly ancient, its surface marred by peculiar scorch marks. He carefully extracted a long box covered in dust. Upon opening it, he revealed a wand that lay quietly within. Its wood was profoundly unique, presenting a nearly blackish purple hue, with patterns resembling congealed blood, the shaft perfectly straight, exuding a chilling yet formidable sense of power. "Try this, my dear Mr. Ollivander's voice carried an almost sacred gravity. "You would, tail feather of a nightmare, 13.5 inches, astonishingly powerful and resolute." Taking a deep breath, Rachel felt her fingertips brush against the wand's handle. Buzz! A powerful and wondrous warmth surged from the wand into her arm, enveloping her entire being. A soft, luminous golden light flowed from the wand's tip, swirling around Rachel, illuminating her light golden hair as if bathed in divine radiance. She felt as if she and the wand had become one, a profound sense of comfort, strength, and security enveloping her. Mr. Ollivander exhaled a long sigh, a look of satisfaction mixed with deep contemplation gracing his features. "This is it. You would perfect. Simply perfect." His gaze grew distant. "You would symbolizes death and rebirth. Its magic extraordinarily potent yet perilous. The chosen master often possesses an extraordinary destiny, intertwined with death itself." Pausing, he looked at Rachel, a hint of barely perceptible concern in his eyes. "Not long ago, another handsome dark-haired youth was also chosen by a wand of the same you would, equally 13.5 inches, its core a phoenix feather. Truly remarkable, is it not? You would is already rare. Yet to have two selected on the same day is even more uncommon. It seems, dear young ones, your fates are perhaps destined to intertwine, leading you towards the extraordinary and the unknown." Joe's gentle smile immediately faltered, his brow furrowing deeply. "A dark-haired youth? You would? Death and rebirth? Entangled destinies?" The combination of these words stirred an inexplicable anxiety within him. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the wand in his hand, his gaze towards Rachel brimming with protectiveness. Rachel's heart raced. A dark-haired youth? You would? In an instant, Tom Riddle's pale yet handsome visage vividly emerged in her mind. Could it be him? Why did he come to mind first? Was it anticipation? Or fear? She couldn't quite articulate it, only sensing her palms growing slightly clammy around the wand. The warmth she had just received now tinged with an inexplicable chill. "Thank you, Mr. Ollivander." Joe suppressed his unease, regaining his composure as he paid 7 gold galleons, carefully stowing the wand in its box. "We must be on our way." After leaving the wand shop, Joe led Rachel to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. The shop was adorned with various styles of wizarding robes, the air thick with the scent of new fabric and freshly ironed garments. The short, plump, and amiable Madame Malkin welcomed them warmly. "Oh, my dear, a new student wizard, I presume? Come, let us take your measurements." With a flick of her wand, a measuring tape flew over, swirling around Rachel as it measured her from head to toe. "Please have 3 standard school uniforms and a winter cloak with silver fastenings made for her," Joe instructed Madame Malkin, then turned to Rachel, gently advising Rachel. "Measuring and trying on the garments will take a little time. Please wait here for your brother, all right? I shall go to the leaky cauldron to procure your textbooks, parchment, quills and such. I will return shortly. Remember, do not wander off." He affectionately ruffled Rachel's hair, his concern evident. Rachel nodded obediently. I will wait for you in the shop." With that, Joe left the robe shop, glancing back several times. Under Madame Malkin's guidance, Rachel entered a fitting room draped in heavy velvet curtains. As she removed her outer robe, she picked up a black, unadorned work robe that Madame Malkin had handed her, preparing to try it on. Suddenly, the curtain was yanked open by a long, pale hand, revealing a tall, slender figure that carried an air of familiarity, tinged with a cold fury. "Ah!" Rachel gasped, startled, about to scream, but another icy hand swiftly covered her mouth. A scent reminiscent of old pages and cool soap invaded her nostrils. She widened her eyes in terror, struggling to look up. meeting the fathomless depths of Tom Riddle's stormy black eyes. He leaned in slightly, his warm breath laced with barely restrained anger brushing against Rachel's ear as he spoke in a dangerously low tone, akin to a serpent hissing. It seems you have been enjoying yourself at your new home. Haven to you? Miss Rachel Weir? His gaze swept over her obviously expensive undergarments and the opulent shop visible beyond the curtain. Do you recall those cold, moldy days at the orphanage? He truly wanted to ask. Do you remember the Tom Riddle, the only one you dared approach, the one you would speak to without fear, even relying on his warmth? But his spoken words dripped with sharp sarcasm and a chilling threat. The pent-up anger of the past 2 months, the frustration of feeling abandoned, and the sting of seeing her in close proximity to that golden-haired man outside Gringotts surged within him like molten lava. He had envisioned countless scenarios for their reunion. Yet he never imagined it would transpire here, with her clad in attire that clearly did not belong to the orphanage, accompanied by that insufferable fellow. Rachel turned, momentarily lost in a daze, completely forgetting to struggle, simply staring up at the boy so near her. After 2 months apart, he seemed to have grown taller. His posture even more imposing, his black hair impeccably styled. Yet those eyes, now deeper and colder than during their time at the orphanage, churned with a complex array of emotions, anger, scrutiny, a hint of barely perceptible hurt, and that tone, thick with resentment, nearly tangible. The air felt suspended between them as they silently confronted each other within the cramped fitting room, only their slightly hurried breaths breaking the tension. Rachel blinked her clear, sky-blue eyes, her mind a blank canvas, before finally managing to utter awkwardly, "What a coincidence, Tom. Meeting you here, you look even more handsome." The words escaped her lips thoughtlessly, a reflexive response. Tom seemed taken aback by her unexpected compliment. His sharp features shifted minutely, as if brushed by a feather. He raised an eyebrow, his tone still icy, yet the weight of his resentment appeared to have been pricked by her foolish praise. Coincidence? Perhaps. Yet I discerned a more cunning glint in his gaze as it purposefully traversed the black work robe clutched in Rachel's hands. Might you also require bespoke Hogwarts robes and uniforms, Miss Vale? Earlier, outside the shop, he had felt a jolt of unbidden exhilaration when he saw Rachel enter. A fleeting thrill that he was reluctant to admit even to himself. However, that moment of joy was swiftly extinguished upon witnessing the golden-haired man beside her leaning down to converse tenderly, eliciting a radiant smile on Rachel's face, one that had never graced her features in his presence. The flames of betrayal and substitution consumed the remnants of his joy. Acting on instinct, he impulsively stormed in after Joe departed. Yet now, as he met Rachel's bewildered and slightly timid blue eyes, the barbed questions he had prepared seemed lodged in his throat. He was loath to repeat their previous parting in anger, but that damned fire within him was uncontrollable. Rachel, feeling the weight of his gaze, shifted uneasily, yearning to conclude this awkward encounter. "I shall be attending Hogwarts as well. Perhaps we might see each other often?" She chuckled nervously, attempting to lighten the atmosphere while edging toward the curtain, eager to escape. Tom immediately sensed her desire to flee, his brow furrowing with intensity. He stepped forward, nearly cornering Rachel against the fitting room wall, and rudely seized the work robe from her grasp, helping her don it with an ungracious haste. His long, cold fingers fastened the silver clasp at the front with a resounding click, the force behind it suggesting a desire to imprint his rage into the fabric itself. As he roughly smoothed out the creases in the robe, he taunted her in a low, icy tone. "It appears someone is now looking after you, with a new, seemingly noble patron? You must feel quite proud, having finally shed that fierce, unscrupulous fellow from the orphanage?" He deliberately emphasized the derogatory term she had used during their last quarrel, each syllable like a dagger of ice. Rachel, incensed by his venomous words and actions, felt a rebellious spark ignite within her, exacerbated by her confinement. With her hands firmly planted on her hips, she raised her chin defiantly, retorting in a deliberately exasperated tone. "Proud you say? Not exactly." However, she elongated the last word, her azure eyes challenging Tom. "I no longer have to face that surly, threatening individual, and the air I breathe is far more refreshing. Life is indeed quite delightful." With that, she made a dramatic face at Tom. Tom's expression darkened ominously. He could scarcely believe his ears. Proud? Happy? Not having to endure his presence? How could she dare? Were all the echoes of her laughter in the dim rooms of the orphanage, the fevered embraces, the name engraved in his pocket watch mere illusions? His chest heaved with unprecedented fury, intertwined with the stinging pain of complete denial. He reached out, wanting to grasp Rachel's shoulders, to shake her awake and demand what her empty promises of love truly signified. Just as the tension reached its zenith, and Tom's hand was about to brush Rachel's shoulder, Joe's warm, clear voice rang out from beyond the curtain. resonating like a celestial melody. Rachel? Have you finished changing? I've purchased all the books, you know. Footsteps halted just outside the curtain. Rachel's heart raced, nearly leaping from her throat. She instantly resembled a startled rabbit. Raising a finger to her lips in a silencing gesture toward Tom, her eyes brimming with urgency and anxiety. Then, she swiftly tiptoed and leaned into Tom's ear, whispering urgently. That's my cousin Joe. Please not now. Can we settle this when we arrive at Hogwarts? Goodbye, goodbye. Without waiting for Tom's response, she slipped through the gap beneath his arm like a nimble fish, flinging the curtain aside and instantly donning a sweet smile. Joe, I've changed. Do you think it fits well? Tom stood frozen, his outstretched hand suspended in midair, the delicate sensation of her hair brushing against his fingertips lingering. Outside the curtain, Rachel's playful voice affectionately engaged with her cousin. Her farewell felt like a tiny thorn, pricking at his heart. The last time she had vanished without a word. He had been furious. Yet this time, she had said goodbye, and yet why did it feel even more suffocating? Why was she so fearful of him being in the presence of her cousin? Was Tom Riddle truly a disgraceful blemish to be hidden away? Or was he ultimately just an unspeakable stain in the eyes of that golden-haired man and her so-called noble family? Anger, humiliation, and a bitterness he was reluctant to confront surged within him like rampant vines, constricting around his heart tighter and tighter. Outside the curtain, Joe observed Rachel's robe, which appeared slightly disheveled, and recalled the chilling, icy voice of another boy he had faintly heard through the curtain. Proud? Patron. Ferocious? A flicker of sharp, discerning coldness flashed within his striking blue eyes. Yet his handsome face maintained an impeccable, gentle smile, as if he detected nothing amiss. Naturally, he extended his hand, tenderly smoothing out the disarrayed collar and creases that Tom had caused, his movements meticulous and nurturing. You look splendid. Rachel looks beautiful in anything. Noticing her slightly awkward demeanor, he refrained from probing further, simply stating with kindness, "Come, let me treat you to Floren's signature strawberry peanut butter ice cream." Yes. Rachel promptly linked her arm with Joe's. As if seizing a lifeline, her response immediate. The pair of siblings strolled out of the robe shop, entwined in a close embrace. Tom followed in silence, emerging into the afternoon sun, which was rather blinding. He lingered in the shadow of the shop, watching as, not far away, Joe delicately scooped a generous spoonful of pale pink ice cream, feeding it to Rachel. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she opened her mouth to receive it. A bit of ice cream landing on her nose, which Joe tenderly wiped away with his fingertip. They laughed together, sunlight illuminating their equally radiant golden hair, creating an image of unparalleled harmony and brightness. Yet only moments prior, in that cramped fitting room, she had regarded him with palpable animosity, as if she were ready to sever ties immediately. The stark contrast pierced Tom's heart like a poisoned needle. His hands, thrust into his pockets, had clenched into fists, nails digging painfully into his palm. Yet that sharp sensation paled in comparison to the tumultuous storm of frustration and seething anger roiling within him. The Vale family? Cousin? Hogwarts? His icy gaze swept over the bustling crowd of Diagon Alley, across the shops that epitomized the splendor of the magical world, finally landing on the colossal advertisement for the Hogwarts Express in the distance. A glimmer of cold, resolute determination replaced all his anger and resentment, settling deep within the abyss of his dark eyes. He required no one's charity, no false warmth, and certainly no validation before someone who regarded him as a blemish. What he sought was dominion, power, an existence that none could dismiss, belittle, or abandon. Hogwarts would be his first conquest. He would ensure that everyone, particularly that heartless, fickle golden-haired girl, recognized who was truly deserving of reverence and remembrance. Tom Riddle straightened his spine, like a blade poised to be unsheathed, and resolutely merged into the throng of Diagon Alley, striding towards Flourish and Blots. The silhouette stood tall and solitary, exuding a steely resolve akin to that of a ship setting sail with no intention of return. Chapter 9. Tom's Whispers and Slytherin's Invitation. Platform 9 3/4 was perpetually enveloped in steam, the soft hooting of owls mingling with the bittersweet pangs of farewell. Arnold's grandfather, his hands weathered and pale, grasped Rachel's shoulder firmly, his face etched with solemnity. "Remember, write to Grandpa often, all right?" He adjusted the delicate silver family crest, depicting a serpent entwined around an oak, that adorned her chest. "I will, Grandpa," Rachel assured with a fervent nod, warmth blossoming in her heart. In the next moment, she found herself wrapped in a warm embrace, fragrant with the scent of fur. Joe had taken the day off to fly from Bursbaston to see her off, and his handsome face was now marked by a deep reluctance. He held Rachel tightly, resting his chin atop her head, his voice a low murmur. "Write to me as soon as you arrive at school. Not daily, but at least 3 letters a week. Tell me everything. Even if it's just a glare from a portrait in that Slytherin corridor. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll be right there in a flash. His tone was half serious, half teasing, yet the concern and protectiveness in his icy blue eyes were palpably sincere. All right, Joe, Rachel gasped slightly from the tight hold, I promise. I'll write to you about my Hogwarts adventures every day. She returned his embrace with a smile. Now you should head back. Don't let your classes be delayed. Joe reluctantly released her, smoothing out her wind-tousled golden hair, watching as she boarded the crowded train with her brand-new suitcase, glancing back every few steps. Only when her petite figure vanished within the train's door did he exhale softly, turning to leave. Sunlight danced upon his dazzling golden locks, casting a perfect yet slightly melancholic silhouette. This tender scene, brimming with familial affection, unfolded just beyond the train window, where it was absorbed by a pair of fathomless black eyes in a nearby compartment. Tom Riddle sat expressionless by the window. A hefty tome titled Advanced Spell Theory spread open in his hands, the pages lingering on a complex summoning spell illustration. Yet his gaze transcended the pages, coldly fixating on the golden-haired siblings embracing on the platform. The unabashed fondness in Joe's eyes and the pure, dependent smile illuminating Rachel's face pricked at some hidden, unfamiliar corner of his heart like tiny needles. Pretentious. Foolish. Repugnant. Tom scoffed inwardly, forcing himself to redirect his gaze back to the obscure spell diagram, his knuckles whitening from the pressure of his grip. He recalled the hastily penned card Rachel had sent him, simply stating, "See you at school." Its scrawl lacking sincerity. There were no explanations, no pleasantries, as if they were merely the most ordinary of acquaintances. Naturally, he had not replied. Why should he? She had chosen the Weasley family first, opting for that golden-haired cousin. His thin lips pressed into a tight line, emanating an aura that discouraged any approach. Navigating through the somewhat cramped aisle of the train, Rachel sought an empty seat. Most compartments were filled with excited first years, chattering eagerly about their anticipation for Hogwarts. At last, she discovered an available spot in a compartment near the rear of the train, just as she set her suitcase down and took a seat. The door was gently pulled open. A boy stood in the doorway, possessing the same rare, pale golden hair as Rachel, meticulously groomed and gleaming with a cool platinum sheen in the light streaming through the window. His skin was almost translucent, accentuating the depth and sharpness of his gray-blue eyes. He wore an exquisitely tailored emerald green velvet robe, adorned with intricate silver patterns at the collar and cuffs, understated yet revealing a lineage of distinction. He resembled a finely crafted, priceless antique silver piece, radiating an air of preciousness and aloofness that belied his youth. His gray-blue gaze scanned the compartment before settling on Rachel, a hint of scrutiny in his expression. Yet he politely inquired, "Pardon me, is this seat taken?" "It is not, please come in," Rachel nodded, shifting towards the window. The boy glided gracefully into the compartment, taking a seat opposite her, placing a similarly exquisite small leather suitcase at his feet. Abraxas Malfoy, he introduced himself, his voice soft, imbued with the characteristic refined cadence of the Malfoy lineage, the heir of the Malfoy family. A sudden jolt of recognition coursed through Rachel. Joe had spoken of this family, ancient, affluent, and wielding considerable power. They were prominent among the sacred 28 pureblood families, renowned for their extreme purist beliefs and their disdain for half-bloods and muggleborns. Instinctively, she glanced at the Weasley crest adorning her chest, hoping it might offer some protection. "Rachel Weasley," she replied, offering her name. "Weasley?" A flicker of understanding passed through Abraxas's gray-blue eyes, followed by a perfectly measured smile, tinged with noble restraint. "Ah, the esteemed Miss Weasley. I have heard much about your family. It is a pleasure to meet you." His demeanor was undeniably friendly, even carrying a hint of subtle respect, which surprised Rachel. It seemed the Weasley family indeed held some weight within the pureblood circles. The atmosphere in the compartment was not overly warm, yet it was far from awkward. The two engaged in light conversation, naturally steering the topic towards the impending sorting. "Without a doubt," Abraxas said, tilting his chin slightly with an air of assuredness. "I shall be placed in Slytherin. Every member of the Malfoy family has been sorted into Slytherin since records began. It symbolizes pure blood, ambition, and power." He turned his gaze to Rachel. "What about you, Miss Weasley? I have heard that your family seems less fixated on a specific house." Rachel recalled Joe's remarks and her grandfather's brief words. "Well, it appears so. My mother graduated from Ravenclaw," she stated calmly, discreetly observing Abraxas's reaction. "Ravenclaw?" Abraxas raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised, yet he did not exhibit any overt disdain. A cradle of wisdom and knowledge is not a poor choice. He paused, his gray-blue eyes locking onto Rachel's, asking with genuine curiosity, "And your father?" "He is a muggle," Rachel's heart skipped a beat. Taking a deep breath, she resolved to face the truth. I am half-blood. She spoke clearly, her steady gaze meeting Abraxas's. For a fleeting moment, Abraxas's expression froze, his gray-blue eyes flashing with a complex mix of surprise and confusion. Yet he quickly regained his composure, even nodding gently. I see. That explains it. Explains what? He mused, lifting his cup of tea to his lips with refined grace. My father, Lucius Malfoy, often emphasizes the importance of pure blood. He set down his cup, his tone turning slightly self-deprecating and honest. Miss Weasley, while I understand the traditions of my family, I do not entirely subscribe to the notion that Muggle heritage is inferior. It seems that intellect and capability are not always inherently tied to bloodline. He shrugged, the youthful gesture softening his noble demeanor. Rachel found herself genuinely astonished by his words. This was a stark contrast to Jo's descriptions and her preconceived notions of the haughty, rigid Malfoy heir. She couldn't help but feel a flicker of fondness for this pale, aristocratic boy. The two continued to converse about various curiosities of the magical world and family anecdotes, the atmosphere gradually becoming more relaxed. Though Abraxas still spoke with the refined cadence characteristic of a Malfoy, his expression became animated with a mix of annoyance and amusement as he recounted his attempt to master a complex transfiguration spell during the holidays, which resulted in transforming his family's ancestral silverware into a fire-breathing rubber duck, earning him a punishment of rewriting the family rules 100 times at his father's behest. Outside the stall, a small emerald-green snake silently pressed itself against the crack beneath the door. Its cold, slit-like pupils shifted slightly, relaying every word spoken within to its master. Tom Riddle remained seated in his somewhat secluded compartment, his copy of Advanced Magical Theory lying open on a page that had not been turned in quite some time. His long fingers unconsciously tapped against his knee, his deep black eyes lowered as if he were intently listening. The snake language of Nagini echoed clearly in his mind. The conversation between the Muggle-born Miss Weasley and the pureblood Malfoy was lively, a stark contrast to Tom's stoic demeanor. A cold smile curled at the corners of his lips. So Miss Weasley had swiftly ingratiated herself with the illustrious Malfoy heir? That familiar, unpleasant feeling of exclusion resurfaced within him. He closed the book and stood up. It was time to make his presence known. Cradling the tome, he strode directly toward the stall occupied by Rachel and Abraxas, lifting his hand to rap 3 times on the door with a measured knock. The door swung open to reveal Rachel's slightly perplexed face, as she recognized who stood outside. Her large blue eyes widened in surprise, quickly followed by a flicker of barely concealed panic. Tom's gaze passed over Rachel, and settled on the blonde youth within, who exuded an air of aristocracy. With a countenance devoid of expression, he inquired in a tone as neutral as if asking for directions. Is there room available here? Rachel regarded his nonchalant demeanor with arms crossed, tilting her chin defiantly as sarcasm dripped from her words. If you wish to sit, who am I to refuse? She stepped aside, her movements exaggerated as though welcoming a figure of great importance. Tom disregarded her mockery entirely and proceeded into the stall, taking a seat beside Rachel and placing the hefty spellbook on his lap. His calm gaze turned towards Abraxas Malfoy. Abraxas's gray-blue eyes swiftly swept over Tom. The dark-haired youth was strikingly handsome, with a posture that was almost regal. Even clad in a plain school robe, he could not conceal the aura of cold, formidable power that radiated from within. His gaze was deep and sharp, imbued with a distant indifference that suggested he was no ordinary individual. Of course there is space. Welcome. Abraxas offered with a quintessential Malfoy social smile, breaking the silence. I am Abraxas Malfoy. This is Miss Rachel Weasley. Are you acquainted? He perceptively sensed the unusual undercurrents between the two. Acquainted? Rachel interjected before Tom could speak, responding rapidly and with a hint of petulance. I suppose we were once friends. She emphasized the word friends deliberately, as if to remind Tom and delineate a boundary. Tom's fingers, which had been gripping the pages of the book, paused imperceptibly. Friends. The term, which had never been applicable to their relationship, now uttered from Rachel's lips, felt absurdly ironic. What was their connection but one of mutual testing, veiled threats, and a shared sense of warmth? He cast a complex glance at Rachel, his dark eyes revealing a swirl of emotions. Tom Riddle, he finally declared, reclaiming his gaze and introducing himself to Abraxas in a voice that was low and steady. Riddle? Abraxas echoed thoughtfully, clearly unfamiliar with the surname in the context of pure-blood lineage. Yet he displayed no trace of disdain, instead revealing a hint of interest. Pleased to meet you. He gestured to himself. I was just recounting my holiday mishap while attempting to learn a spell. I tried to transfigure a silver candlestick into a singing canary, but... He shrugged with a playful exasperation. It ended up as an irate rubber duck that only emitted ear-piercing noises and chased me with fire sparks. For that, my father ordered me to rewrite the Malfoy family rules 100 times. The elegance and restraint are the essence of power. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, tinged with youthful resignation. Tom listened quietly, his expression inscrutable. As Abraxas concluded his tale, Tom suddenly raised his hand, not to retrieve his wand, but merely to point with his index finger at an empty glass beverage bottle on the small table in the stall, subtly beckoning. In silence, the glass bottle appeared to be drawn by an invisible force, gracefully levitating and spinning in midair. Transform. The bottle elongated, its neck narrowing and base expanding until, within mere seconds, a glimmering, elegantly crafted goblet, shimmering with soft light, hung suspended before the three. The entire process was seamless, devoid of any visible spellwork, a testament to Tom's effortless mastery. A silent charm. Wandless transfiguration. Abraxas gasped, astonishment and disbelief evident in his gray-blue eyes. Moments ago, he had been sharing his own failure, and now here was this half-blood, possibly from the Muggle world, casually executing advanced transfiguration. Such precision in magical control and depth of understanding was remarkable. Just a little trick, Tom replied nonchalantly, flicking his fingers again to revert the goblet back into its original form, gently placing it back on the table, as if nothing had transpired. Yet this small display of skill profoundly altered Abraxas's perception of Tom Riddle. The previous aloofness and judgments based on lineage were instantly replaced by a genuine respect and intense curiosity for raw power. This dark-haired youth was no ordinary peer. My Merlin. This is astonishing, Abraxas exclaimed, leaning forward slightly, his eyes alight with fervor. How did you accomplish that? I spent an entire month practicing on that wretched candlestick. I have perused numerous theoretical texts on transfiguration. He gazed at Tom eagerly, as if he had discovered a beacon of enlightenment. Tom regarded Abraxas, who had swiftly transitioned from a privileged heir to an eager student, a faint sense of superiority flickering in his dark eyes. These so-called pureblood families, despite their access to the finest resources and legacies, often held little true talent. He casually flipped open advanced magical theory resting on his lap, pointing to a page illustrating the trajectory of magical flow, and began to articulate the key points and potential misunderstandings Abraxas might harbor in a clear and composed tone. Abraxas listened intently, nodding frequently, his gaze filled with admiration for Tom. Rachel, seated beside them, observed the scene of the academic mentor guiding his eager disciple with a slight smirk. Showing off his little talents again. Yet she couldn't deny that Tom's calm focus, as if he were privy to all knowledge, was somewhat captivating. What was she thinking? Time flew by as their conversation unfolded. When the train's long whistle sounded, gradually coming to a halt at the small platform of Hogsmeade, night had already descended. First-year students, this way. Watch your step. At the end of the path, a black lake came into view. Across the water, a majestic castle rose, its countless towers and spires piercing the deep blue night sky. Thousands of windows shimmering with warm light, reflecting on the tranquil surface of the lake, a breathtaking spectacle. That was Hogwarts. A fleet of small boats lay moored by the lakeside. Each boat can hold a maximum of 2 people. Abraxas's gaze subtly shifted between Rachel and Tom, a knowing smile gracing his face, tinged with mischief. He tactfully patted a fellow freshman, who also seemed to possess an extraordinary background, and exclaimed, "Hey Nate, we're in the same boat." Then, with a playful wink directed at Rachel and Tom, he lowered his voice to a whisper only they could discern. "I hope to see you in Slytherin. I'll seek Riddle's counsel on spells when the time comes." With that, he leaped onto another boat alongside the boy named Nate. Tom, remaining silent, was the first to step onto the nearest empty vessel, then turned to extend his hand towards Rachel, his gesture somewhat rigid, embodying a sense of formality. Rachel gazed at his long, pale fingers, which appeared ghostly in the twilight, hesitating for a moment before placing her hand into his. The instant their fingertips touched, a familiar chill coursed through her. However, Tom evidently lacked the experience and patience of a gentleman. After grasping Rachel's hand, he abruptly yanked her down with force. "Ouch!" Rachel exclaimed, caught off guard, nearly tumbling into the boat, staggering for several steps before regaining her balance. She angrily shook off Tom's hand, rubbing her sore wrist. "Tom Riddle, are you unloading cargo?" Tom expressionlessly withdrew his hand and sat across from her, as if the previous rough tug had nothing to do with him, merely stating, "As long as you're steady." The small boat glided silently toward the lake center. Hogwarts Castle loomed larger and clearer in their view. A silence enveloped them, charged with a peculiar tension. Tom's gaze fixated on the tallest tower of the castle, his deep black eyes glimmering astonishingly in the night. Suddenly, he broke the silence. His voice low yet distinctly reaching Rachel's ears. Earlier, Malfoy expressed a desire for the three of us to be in Slytherin. He paused, directing his gaze at Rachel. In the dim light, his eyes appeared particularly profound, imbued with an inquisitive quality. Do you wish for that? Rachel, tilting her head and enraptured by the illuminated Hogwarts, reminiscent of a mythical fortress under the night sky, instinctively responded with a huh? Her thoughts still reeling from the shock, she casually replied, I don't mind. Wherever I end up is fine. She hadn't given it much thought, merely feeling that any house would be quite cool. Tom's brow furrowed slightly. Indifferent? She regarded her future and the place she was about to inhabit so nonchalantly. He had perused extensive information, learning that Slytherin values ambition, cunning, and bloodlines, prioritizing power above all else. More importantly, the motto embroidered in silver thread at the entrance of the common room. Slytherin will help you on your way to greatness. This was practically a tailor-made maxim for him. He yearned for power, for status, for liberation from the shackles of his origins. Slytherin was the essential path to his ascendance. Observing Rachel's carefree demeanor, absorbed in the scenery, an inexplicable irritation surged within him. Suddenly he reached out, gripping her chin with a compelling force, compelling her to turn her head and meet his gaze. Tom stared into her clear blue eyes, still luminous in the night, words swirling in his throat. Don't you want to be in the same house as me? Have you forgotten the orphanage? Yet, he ultimately withheld those words. Such sentiments felt too weak, too uncharacteristic of him. He merely held her gaze for a moment longer, as if searching for something within her eyes, before tightening his lips, releasing her, and turning his face away. Rachel, bewildered by his sudden action, rubbed her slightly sore chin and muttered under her breath, so strange. What's his problem now? Yet truthfully, as she gazed at Tom's perfectly sculpted profile, the cold edges illuminated by moonlight, a thought quietly emerged in her mind. Although he was indeed bad-tempered and fierce, with a sharp tongue, it seemed he had not truly harmed her in any substantial way. Moreover, perhaps he was just tough on the outside? But being in the same house didn't seem so bad, right? At least she'd have a familiar face? This notion surprised even herself. The little boat gently docked. Tom once again rose first to disembark. This time he stood on the shore, extending his hand towards Rachel in the boat. His gesture appeared slightly more cautious this time. Rachel regarded him with suspicion, hesitating before placing her hand in his. This time, Tom did not yank her abruptly but instead firmly supported her elbow with one hand while the other hovered at her waist, helping her navigate the slippery stones of the shore. Though the motion still lacked warmth and tenderness, bordering on the mechanical, at least she did not stumble again. Barely passing this time, Rachel quietly grumbled, freeing herself from his grasp and following the crowd towards the castle. Tom watched her retreating figure, a fleeting, nearly imperceptible emotion flickering in his dark eyes, one he himself was unaware of, before he too stepped forward. Crossing through the massive oak doors, they entered the brilliantly lit entrance hall, ascending the grand marble staircase, ultimately leading the freshmen into the magnificent great hall. For long tables, representing different houses, were filled with students, and thousands of floating candles illuminated the hall as if it were daylight. The deep blue velvet-like ceiling sparkled with stars. At the front on a raised platform sat the professors. Professor Dumbledore, seated to the side, had his blue eyes glimmering with wisdom and warmth behind his crescent-shaped glasses. After a brief yet impassioned welcome speech from the headmaster, a professor emerged, cradling a tattered, patched, and grimy pointed wizard's hat. Placing it upon a high stool in the center of the hall, the sorting ceremony commenced. Abraxas Malfoy, the first name called. The platinum-haired youth walked forward with poise, a confident smile gracing his face. As the professor placed the sorting hat atop his head, the hat barely settled before it seemed to scorch, splitting its wrinkled mouth wide to proclaim in a booming voice, Slytherin. The second long table erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. Abraxas gracefully removed the hat, casting a triumphant smile in the direction of the new students, particularly towards Rachel and Tom, as if to say, see? I knew it. Before briskly making his way to the Slytherin table, one by one, names were called. Some gleefully rushed to the cheering tables, while others nervously stumbled. The sorting hat song occasionally echoed throughout the hall. Tom Riddle. When this name resonated, an unusual hush fell over the hall. Tom approached with an impassive expression, his step steady. The sorting hat was placed upon his thick, dark hair. The hat seemed to be in deep contemplation, taking longer than it had for anyone else before him. The hall was so silent one could hear a pin drop. Rachel even noticed the hat shifting slightly atop his head, its wrinkles deepening. After what felt like an eternity, the hat's resonant voice finally broke the silence. Tinged with an unusual tone, as if it had foreseen some future. Ah, very interesting. A powerful will, a clear mind, a thirst for knowledge rivaling that for power. Such ambition is pure and fervent. Undoubtedly, my child. You are destined for greatness. You shall find your wings to soar in Slytherin. The Slytherin table erupted into applause. Even more fervent than for Abraxas, accompanied by whispers of curiosity from older students regarding his appearance. Tom's face remained stoic as he removed the hat. His dark gaze fleetingly sweeping across the new student assembly, particularly landing on Rachel, before he walked toward his silver and green. Rachel Vale. Taking a deep breath, Rachel stepped forward. The sorting hat was placed upon her light golden hair, and her vision was immediately engulfed in darkness, accompanied by a musty scent of aged dust. A delicate sound echoed directly in her mind, arousing curiosity. The lineage of the Vale family was pure, imbued with ancient and formidable magical potential, akin to the undercurrents stirring beneath a tranquil lake. Ah, this insatiable thirst for knowledge, this remarkable clarity of logic and ability for independent thought. Ravenclaw. There lies an ocean of wisdom, the most fitting realm for your uninhibited exploration. Ravenclaw? Just as the emblem of the blue eagle flickered in Rachel's mind, she involuntarily recalled the proud and solitary figure of Tom as he approached the Slytherin long table. At that moment, the sorting hat hesitated, seemingly perplexed. Wait. What is this intense desire? It feels as if it is being drawn by something. Do you wish to join Slytherin? The hat appeared astonished. Why? That place is rife with ambition and cunning, which seems at odds with your quest for knowledge. It seemed to delve deep within Rachel's consciousness in search of an answer. Rachel herself was bewildered. Did she truly want to go to Slytherin? Why? Instinctively, she raised her head, her gaze piercing through the brim of the hat, precisely capturing the familiar look from the Slytherin table. Tom Riddle was quietly observing her, his deep black eyes appearing exceptionally profound under the candlelight of the hall, resembling two unfathomable, icy pools, imbued with an indescribable power that seemed capable of penetrating the depths of one's soul. There was no urgency in his gaze, no expectation, only a pure, cold scrutiny that gripped her heart and mind like an invisible rope. Strangely compelled, Rachel conveyed a clear thought to the sorting hat. Slytherin. The hat visibly trembled upon her head, as if struck by this sudden, intense desire. It remained silent for a few seconds, and ultimately, its resonant voice, tinged with a hint of resignation and profound inquiry, echoed throughout the hall. Very well. Since you are so insistent, then Slytherin. Wow. The Slytherin table erupted in an even louder cheer and applause. Abraxas whistled with excitement, clapping vigorously for Rachel as she approached. Splendid. Vale. We are truly together now. Rachel, in a daze, removed the hat and made her way toward the silver and green sea. Her gaze involuntarily drifted back to Tom. This time, she distinctly saw the corners of his usually tightly pressed lips, which bore a cold, hard curve subtly, almost imperceptibly, lift into a fleeting yet world-altering, almost wicked smile. That smile was as ephemeral as a mirage, yet it carried a power of insight and control over all things. As Rachel settled beside Abraxas, still unable to catch her breath, a chill swept over her. Tom had somehow taken a seat very close to her on the other side. He leaned slightly closer, his warm breath brushing against her sensitive ear, carrying an almost imperceptible, crisp scent that tantalized her, like a feather's caress, imbued with an undeniable allure. His deep, melodious voice, reminiscent of a cello laced with a hint of lazy mirth, resonated clearly in her ear, each syllable striking a chord in her heart. Do you wish for it? He deliberately mimicked the indifferent tone she had used when answering Abraxas, the final note rising playfully, clearly suggesting that she indeed harbored hopes. Boom! Rachel felt a surge of warmth rush to her head. Her cheeks flushed as if they could fry an egg. She abruptly lowered her head, wishing to bury her face in the gleaming silver plate before her, her heart pounding furiously in her chest. The sound so loud she feared the entire hall could hear it. For a moment, she dared not touch her cutlery, nor look up at anyone. The Slytherin common room lay deep within the bowels of Hogwarts Castle, its entrance concealed behind a damp stone wall, requiring a specific password, honor. Upon passing through the stone door, one entered a spacious chamber with a domed ceiling. The walls, built of rough stone, glimmered with an eerie green hue. A roaring green flame danced in the fireplace, warming the cold underground space. Silver green tapestries hung down, embroidered with writhing silver serpents. The furniture, crafted from luxurious black wood, was adorned with serpentine carvings, exuding an air of ancient opulence. After the prefect briefly outlined the rules and dormitory assignments, everyone dispersed. Rachel lay on her four-poster bed, covered in a soft, smooth emerald velvet quilt, yet sleep eluded her. The flickering green light from the common room fireplace cast wavering shadows on the floor through the door's crack. She tossed and turned, replaying the events of the sorting ceremony in her mind. Why had she blurted out Slytherin? What had compelled her to change her mind upon seeing Tom's gaze? It felt as if she were bewitched by something. Or perhaps it was a subconscious expectation she had yet to recognize. What was she anticipating? A shared house with him? The continuation of their mutual disdain intertwined with an inexplicable connection? And that final whisper laced with laughter, his voice, his breath, seemed to linger in her ears, imbued with a captivating magic that left her feeling uneasy yet utterly entranced. Did she feel guilty? Indeed, she was mortified. It was as if a secret thought buried deep in her heart had been unexpectedly exposed by the very person involved. How embarrassing! Rachel buried her face in her pillow, emitting a muffled groan. Meanwhile, on the other side of the boys' dormitory, Tom Riddle leaned against the window, casually thumbing through a hefty tome borrowed from the library about the origins of ancient runes, illuminated by the light of the wall lamp. His expression was focused and serene, seemingly unaffected by the incident during the sorting ceremony. Tom Riddle, Abraxas Malfoy's voice, filled with excitement and urgency, rang from outside the door. He burst in, his face alight with the thrill of the sorting and the joy of finding a companion. Quick! Teach me the key nodes for magical concentration you mentioned before dinner. My father always says my magical control is imprecise, and my spells lack potency. If I could utilize your method to cast a perfect levitation charm or transfiguration spell at home, he would surely be astonished. He eagerly leaned closer to Tom, his gray-blue eyes sparkling. Tom lifted his eyelids, casting a fleeting glance at him. The young Malfoy appeared like a child eager for candy and affirmation. He set down his book and in a clear, calm and emotionless tone, reiterated the crucial notes for magical flow and how to guide and compress magic more efficiently. His explanations were precise, thorough, and to the point, devoid of any unnecessary embellishments. Abraxas nodded fervently, as if he had discovered a treasure, his gaze toward Tom brimming with admiration. Observing Abraxas's demeanor, a faint, barely perceptible smirk flickered in the depths of Tom's dark eyes. These so-called pure-blood nobles, basking in the finest resources and receiving the most orthodox magical education from a young age, possessed such mediocrity and talent. A simple technique for magical guidance could elevate them to the status of deities in their eyes. Their arrogance was merely a castle built upon the shelter of their ancestors. And he, Tom Riddle, a half-blood from a filthy orphanage, though he scorned to acknowledge his Muggle lineage, possessed talents and powers far surpassing theirs. This only solidified his conviction. Power. Only absolute power could shatter all constraints, transcending all rules. Slytherin was merely the beginning. He would become the most brilliant existence, compelling all to look up to him, ensuring that golden-haired girl would no longer dare to treat him with that indifferent attitude, nor would she rush to distance herself from him, as if he were a stain to be cleansed. He gazed out at the profound waters of the lake, where the flickering green flames of the fireplace danced in reflection, mirroring the cold yet fervent ambition that burned within his eyes. Chapter 10. The Silent Malice in Flying Class. Life at Hogwarts unfolded like a vibrant tapestry of magic before Rachel, each detail so novel that it left her breathless. In the realm of Slytherin, adorned in silver and green, the name Tom Riddle resonated like a stone cast into a tranquil pond, sending ripples that swiftly coalesced into an undeniable vortex. With his strikingly handsome visage, he exuded an effortless grace reminiscent of ancient lineage, coupled with a magical prowess and intellect that far surpassed his peers, swiftly capturing the attention of all. Each precise answer in class and flawless demonstration of spells garnered him the professor's unreserved admiration and points. Under the overt admiration of Abraxas Malfoy, a central figure in the pure-blood elite, a circle of admirers quickly formed around Tom. Even those from ancient families, like Nott and Lestrange, who were equally proud and haughty, found themselves compelled to sheath their inherent arrogance after witnessing Tom's effortless wandless magic and his astute explanations of intricate magical theories, treating him with considerable respect. Riddle is simply a marvel. After one charms lesson, Abraxas exclaimed to Rachel while packing his books, his gray-blue eyes sparkling with genuine admiration. Professor Dumbledore's advanced application of the levitation charm left me bewildered, yet he flawlessly replicated it on the spot. He even proposed a more optimized method for channeling magical nodes. You should have seen Dumbledore's expression. His jaw nearly hit the floor. Rachel scoffed, watching Tom, surrounded by several older Slytherin girls seeking his guidance. He tilted his head slightly, adorned with a perfectly measured, gentle yet aloof smile, patiently answering their inquiries, his humble demeanor and profound knowledge capable of deceiving even Merlin himself. Only Rachel knew that behind those lowered, seemingly focused black eyes lay not a pure love for knowledge, but rather a chilling calculation, and an undisguised contempt for those around him. Show off, Rachel muttered under her breath, shoving a hefty tome of history of magic into her bag, utterly oblivious to the need for modesty, her tail nearly soaring to the astronomy tower. Unbeknownst to her, Tom had concluded his conversation and strolled over with a measured pace, just in time to catch Rachel's mutterings. His deep, dark gaze swept across her puffed cheeks, and a barely perceptible, maliciously amused smirk graced his lips. Miss Veal seems to harbor some grievances regarding my exhibitionism? Jealous, perhaps? He leaned slightly, whispering in her ear, his tone laced with mockery. If you possess such abilities, would you not know better than to flaunt them? The warm breath brushed against her ear, carrying his distinctive, crisp scent. Rachel's face flushed crimson, half in anger and half in an inexplicable embarrassment. She resembled a furiously puffed-up kitten. Who wants to be like you? Arrogant fool. Nuisance. With that she huffed, tugging at Abraxas's sleeve. Malfoy, let us go. I must eat. If I stay any longer, I'll suffocate from the noxious fumes of certain individuals' narcissism. Abraxas watched Rachel storm away, then glanced at Tom, who bore an expression of calm indifference as if nothing had transpired, and shrugged with an amused glint in his gray-blue eyes. Riddle, you've riled up Veal again. Tom observed the golden crown of Rachel's hair disappear around the corner of the corridor, the malicious curve of his lips deepening slightly, his eyes devoid of warmth. Her furious demeanor, he remarked leisurely, resembled an amusing toy, more pleasing to his eyes than usual. However, not everyone was deceived by Tom Riddle's flawless facade. Nor did everyone wish to be. Led by Evan Rosier, a group of staunch pureblood advocates harbored deep-seated enmity and disdain for this enigmatic genius who had appeared so suddenly. Whispers circulated among them regarding Tom's dubious origins, often referencing the empty, unadorned trunk he brought upon his arrival, devoid of any family crest. Look, here comes the illustrious Mr. Riddle. Whenever Tom passed by, Evan Rosier's deliberately elevated, acerbic voice would ring out, drawing sidelong glances in the corridors or common rooms. Are you planning to showcase your scholarship-winning intellect to another professor today for a few more galleons to purchase your textbooks? The title scholarship student was a favorite appellation of Evan and his clique, each syllable dripping with undisguised malice, and a sense of class superiority. At such moments, Tom's footsteps would imperceptibly falter for a fraction of a second. His perfect, gentle mask remained unperturbed, not even a flicker of change in the curve of his lips. Yet those standing beside him, Abraxas and Rachel, could distinctly sense a chilling aura, akin to an invisible tempest, swiftly radiating from Tom. His deep black eyes would narrow slightly, a flicker of pure, icy malevolence crossing their depths, a fleeting glimpse both disquieting and starkly real. He would neither retort nor show anger, nor even spare Evan a glance, merely continuing forward with serene composure, as if his adversary were nothing more than an inconsequential buzzing fly. But Rachel knew better. He was not indifferent. On the contrary, he remembered every detail with clarity. Each face and voice that had uttered the phrase scholarship student with derision was seared into his cold heart like a brand. He awaited, much like a serpent coiled in the shadows, patiently calculating the perfect moment to strike and the angle for a decisive blow. For Tom Riddle, revenge was never an impulsive outburst. It was an art, a meticulously crafted scheme ensuring absolute precision. On Thursday afternoon, the sun generously cast its rays upon the expansive lawns before Hogwarts Castle. The first-year students were about to embark on their long-anticipated, or perhaps dreaded, flying lesson. Madame Hooch, a witch with gray hair and hawk-like sharp eyes, stood before a row of brand-new broomsticks, loudly explaining the fundamentals of flying and the precautions to take. The newcomers, brimming with excitement, stood beside their respective brooms. Extend your right hand, resting it above the broomstick. Madame Hooch's resonant voice echoed across the lawn, then clearly and firmly commanded, up, up. Tom Riddle's voice remained calm and steady, and almost as soon as he spoke, the seemingly unruly broomstick at his feet soared into his outstretched palm with a swiftness that suggested he had practiced the motion countless times before. A wave of soft gasps arose around him. Evan Rosier, standing nearby, rolled his eyes dramatically, muttering a silent curse before reluctantly shouting at his own broom, up. Damn it. Abraxas appeared far more at ease, clearly not his first encounter with a broomstick. He extended his hand with an aristocratic assurance, up. The broom obediently leaped into his grasp. Rachel, give it a try just like I did. Relax, don't strain. Focus your intent. Abraxas turned to gently guide the somewhat anxious Rachel. Rachel nodded, inhaling deeply as she attempted to emulate their demeanor, directing her resolute voice towards the motionless broom at her feet. Rise. The broom lazily rolled half a turn on the ground, then ceased all movement. Rise. Rachel raised her voice. The broom gave a token shudder, continuing to feign death. Rise. Rise. Come on. Rachel, growing increasingly anxious, shouted at the broom several times, her face reddening with frustration. Yet the broom stubbornly remained glued to the floor, as if it bore a grudge against her. A derisive snicker escaped from the side. Evan Rosier, clutching his obedient broom, cast a sidelong glance at Rachel, his face contorted with malicious mockery. "Oh, Miss Veal, it appears your magical prowess is as thin as the bloodline of your muggle father. Could it be that you are, in fact, a dud?" He deliberately raised his voice, ensuring all around could hear. "I noticed you stumbling through the charms class as well. Your magical fluctuations pitifully weak. Surely, the Hogwarts acceptance letter wasn't mistakenly delivered to you? After all, the eldest daughter of the Veal family ought to possess some genuine talent to justify such a noble surname." His venomous words pierced Rachel like poisoned needles, draining the color from her face and igniting a surge of intense anger and embarrassment within her. Tom stood slightly behind Rachel, observing coldly. When Evan's taunts turned towards Rachel, his dark brows furrowed imperceptibly, his gaze freezing instantly, akin to a lake turned to ice. Yet he remained silent, though his hand, tucked in his pocket, seemed to tighten slightly. "Rosier." Abraxas's voice suddenly rose, carrying the unmistakable, unyielding authority and frigid ire characteristic of the Malfoy family. "Shut that mouth of yours which reeks of troll breath. Miss Veal's lineage and talents are not subject to your insolent remarks. Should I hear another word of disrespect, I would not hesitate to administer a thorough lesson to your ill-mannered son." His steely gray-blue eyes bore into Evan like sharp blades. Evan, intimidated by Abraxas's imposing presence, turned an alarming shade of green and pale. He could mock Tom, the mudblood, with impunity, but facing the Malfoy heir, especially one so evidently enraged, he lacked the courage to confront him head-on. He angrily clamped his mouth shut, shooting a venomous glare at Rachel and Tom. At that moment, perhaps Abraxas's defense instilled a modicum of confidence in Rachel, or perhaps her anger ignited her potential. She once more concentrated on the obstinate broom, bellowing with all her might. "Rise." This time, the broom reluctantly wobbled and lifted off the ground, awkwardly leaping into Rachel's grasp, albeit with clumsy execution. Yet it was a success. Rachel exhaled deeply, wiping the perspiration from her brow. "Excellent. It seems everyone has established a preliminary connection with their brooms." Madame Hooch nodded in satisfaction. "Now heed my command. Mount your brooms and hold on tight. Remember, your behind must be firmly pressed against the broomstick. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. Then gently push off the ground, allowing the broom to elevate you smoothly and steadily. Remember, just 1 foot off the ground. Maintain your balance. Anyone who dares to soar higher or engage in any reckless antics will find themselves confined back in the castle." "Understood." The first years responded in unison, a mixture of nervousness and excitement evident in their voices. 3. Tom and Abraxas mounted their brooms with ease, their movements fluid. Rachel cautiously climbed aboard, feeling the rigid broomstick beneath her. 2. Evan also mounted, a trace of barely perceptible malice dancing in his eyes as he glanced at Rachel. 1. Push off. Tom and Abraxas nearly took off at the very instant the command left Hooch's lips, soaring like arrows released from a bow, hovering a foot above the ground. Steady as a rock, the brooms beneath them behaved as docile as house elves. Rachel nervously swallowed, pushing off with her feet. The broom shot upward suddenly, then began to violently sway from side to side, resembling a startled wild stallion. Rachel's body swayed precariously like a leaf caught in a tempest, on the verge of plummeting. "Relax, Rachel." Tom's cool voice reached her ears, imbued with an oddly calming power. "Don't fight it. Feel its rhythm. Surrender yourself to it. It is merely an extension of your body. Loosen your hands and legs." His words were succinct and powerful, striking at the heart of the matter. Rachel instinctively followed his advice, forcing herself to release her tightly clenched fingers and relax her taut thigh muscles, ceasing her struggle for dominance over the broom, and instead attempting to sense its subtle vibrations and the currents of air flowing past her. A miraculous transformation occurred. The previously tumultuous broom, sensing her submission and trust, gradually steadied itself. Although it still swayed slightly, Rachel was now able to sit securely, hovering in midair. She looked at Tom in astonishment, her bright blue eyes sparkling with disbelief and a hint of genuine admiration. This fellow, despite his sharp tongue, provided guidance that was remarkably incisive in critical moments. Tom met her sparkling gaze, something fleeting darting across his deep black eyes, too swift to be grasped. He averted his gaze with an impassive expression, as if he had merely accomplished an inconsequential task. At that moment, Tom's eyes casually swept over Evan Rosier, who was hovering not far behind, wearing an expression tinged with disappointment at Rachel's success. Rachel keenly noticed Tom's glance. Then the bizarre unfolded. Evan, who had been hovering steadily, suddenly found his broom convulsing violently beneath him without warning. In the next instant, it was as if an invisible hand had hurled him upward. Ah! Evan's terrified scream shattered the air. His broom shot upwards like a rogue rocket, soaring several meters into the sky. The new students gasped in shock. Rosier, control it. Relax. Relax. Madame Hooch shouted anxiously from below. However, instead of halting at its peak, the broom continued its ascent, plummeting toward the ground at an alarming speed. The velocity was so great it left merely a blur in its wake. No. Madame Hooch's face paled, drawing her wand. Just as the broom, bearing Evan, was about to crash to the ground with terrifying velocity, a beam of red light erupted from the tip of Madame Hooch's wand. It struck Evan's robe hem with precision. The red light instantly morphed into a massive, shimmering magical hook, firmly snagging the edge of Evan's robe. With a loud rip, the immense inertia tore the robe apart. Yet the hook managed to abruptly halt Evan's downward momentum. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Evan ultimately fell heavily onto the grass. One of his legs twisted at an unnatural angle, his face pale as paper, emitting a pained wail. Merlin's beard. Madame Hooch's complexion turned ashen as she rushed over to assess Evan's injuries. The other first years descended, gathering around, their faces etched with terror and apprehension. His leg is broken. Someone exclaimed in shock. Quick! Get him to the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey. Madame Hooch decisively commanded, carefully levitating the groaning Evan, hurriedly departing the lawn. The remaining flying lesson, naturally, came to an abrupt end, as everyone, shaken, packed their belongings and returned to the castle. The atmosphere on the way back was somber. Abraxas furrowed his brow and quietly remarked to Tom and Rachel, "It's quite strange how Evan's broom could suddenly go so out of control. Though he often speaks with a foul tongue, his flying skills are not as abysmal as one might presume." Tom, with his hands nestled in his pockets, walked with an air of nonchalance, his face devoid of any superfluous expression, as if the harrowing scene that had just transpired bore no relation to him whatsoever. He merely remarked, "Perhaps the broom has fallen into disrepair over the years? Or perhaps he was simply too anxious." However, at the very moment his words departed his lips, Rachel's keen gaze discerned the almost imperceptible upward curl of Tom's tightly pressed lips, forming a cold and satisfied arc. That fleeting smile vanished as swiftly as an illusion. Yet it carried with it a chilling aura of omniscience and control, causing Rachel's heart to plummet. A terrifying thought intruded upon her mind uncontrollably. It was him. Surely. Tom had orchestrated something. Just like the unfortunate animals that mysteriously disappeared from the orphanage, he was exacting revenge. Revenge for Evan's repeated humiliations. Perhaps even for the cruel mockery he had just levied against Rachel? A shiver coursed down Rachel's spine. She gazed at the strikingly handsome, elegantly poised young man beside her, feeling for the first time the lethal darkness swirling beneath his calm facade. He was vengeful, ruthless, and would leave no trace of his malice behind. Rachel opened her mouth, intending to inquire, but ultimately swallowed her words. His fathomless black eyes instilled in her a primal fear. She understood that even if she were to ask, she would never receive an honest answer. Tom, catching a glimpse of Rachel's hesitance, marked by fear and complex emotions, remained indifferent. Those who offended him, be it Evan Rosier or the fools in the orphanage, would inevitably pay the price. As for Rachel, all she needed to remember was who truly had the power to protect her. This silent intimidation proved far more effective than any verbal threat. As evening descended, the Slytherin common room was suffused with the warm aroma of burning pine from the fireplace, mingling with the distinctive scent of parchment and ink. Rachel, Tom, and Abraxas were seated around a black wooden table by the window, grappling with the lengthy essay assigned by their professor on the theory of beginner transfiguration. Rachel bit the end of her quill, her gaze fixated on the blank expanse of parchment, her brow furrowing in frustration. The theories regarding magical resonance frequencies and the stability of material particles swirled in her mind like a chaotic muddle. She cast a pleading glance toward Abraxas, her azure eyes blinking imploringly. "Have you finished your essay? Would you lend me a reference?" She attempted to charm her way out of the predicament. Abraxas, having just completed his own essay, was leisurely perusing a Quidditch magazine. Upon hearing her, he chuckled helplessly, just as he was about to extend his neatly penned parchment across the table. "Malfoy." Tom's cool voice cut through the air as he remained engrossed in his own parchment, his elegant handwriting flowing effortlessly. "If you genuinely wish to assist her, rather than ensuring she receives a troll on her final transfiguration exam, it would be prudent not to do so." Abraxas's hand froze mid-motion. He glanced at Rachel, whose expression was one of desperate appeal, then at Tom, whose demeanor was inscrutable, yet carried an unassailable authority. Ultimately, he chose to heed Tom's counsel. He raised his hands in a gesture of resignation toward Rachel, adopting an expression of helplessness. Sorry, Weasley. Riddle is right. The professor's eyes are sharper than an eagle's. Copying homework will not suffice. You should exert your intellect. He tapped his temple. Rachel's face fell, resembling a deflated pufferfish. She shot an accusatory glare at Tom, sulking as she rested her head upon the table. That insufferable pest. Always undermining her. Tom seemed entirely oblivious to her resentment, continuing to write with unwavering focus. After a while he stood up. I shall fetch a copy of Intermediate Transfiguration Essentials, as there is a point I need to substantiate. With that, he strolled toward the towering bookshelves at the rear of the common room. Opportunity. Rachel watched Tom's retreating figure, then glanced at the parchment sprawled across the table, adorned with his elegant script. A bold and reckless idea took shape in her mind. Like a nimble cat, she swiftly darted to Tom's seat, reaching for his nearly completed essay. Hey, Rachel, Abraxas gasped, lowering his voice in alarm. You'll be killed when Tom returns. He despises anyone touching his belongings without permission. He'll be furious. Who cares? Rachel retorted nonchalantly, her eyes darting as she rummaged through the sheets of parchment. I'll copy it first. He wouldn't be back anytime soon. Finally, she extracted several sheets filled with his handwriting, eagerly lowering her gaze to read. However, the topmost sheet bore an elegantly written phrase. Fresh ink glistening as though inscribed only moments prior. I know exactly what your foolish brain is contemplating. Rachel's hand trembled, nearly dropping the parchment. A wave of icy dread surged from her feet to the crown of her head. She stiffly turned her head and found herself face to face with Tom Riddle's striking visage, who had silently returned to the table, leaning slightly forward, his deep black eyes glimmering with interest and a hint of wicked amusement. As if relishing the moment his prey had stumbled into the trap. Their noses nearly touched. Ah! Rachel let out a short, startled scream, recoiling as if scalded, her heart drumming wildly in her chest, almost bursting forth. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe tomato. It seems Miss Weasley not only lacks academic prowess, Tom remarked leisurely as he straightened, retrieving his parchment from her trembling hands with the elegance of reclaiming a cherished artwork. Even her talents at thievery are remarkably clumsy. A smirk graced his lips, unabashedly mocking her. You cannot even master such a simple theory? Would you rather risk being caught by me to steal answers than engage that less than bright mind of yours, or perhaps stoop to ask me, that insufferable pest? He pointed to the open draft of his essay, filled with intricate deductions, his tone laced with derision and an air of condescending pity. What of your thirst for knowledge, Miss Weasley? Are you merely awaiting the professor to adorn your report card with a troll? Rachel, stung by his ridicule, seethed with embarrassment and frustration, wishing she could vanish into the ground. She angrily seized her blank parchment and quill, sulking back to her seat. I wouldn't ask you even if I could. Arrogant fool. I'd rather fail. In a huff, she unfurled her parchment and began to write a letter. A letter to Joe. Dear Joe, she scribbled vigorously, as though to vent her frustrations onto the parchment. The weather is lovely today. Lunch consisted of roast beef which was rather mediocre. Unlike the terrifying flying lessons at the Burbage home, where a boy named Evan broke his leg, the Transfiguration essay is incredibly difficult. As she wrote, she stole glances at Tom from the corner of her eye. Indeed, as she resumed her correspondence with Joe, the mischievous smile that had adorned Tom's face vanished in an instant. His dark eyes deepened, akin to the sea before a storm, brewing with suppressed rage. Just as Rachel wrote about the difficulty of the Transfiguration essay, a long, bony hand suddenly reached over and snatched her quill from her grasp. What are you doing? Rachel protested, looking up in dismay. Tom, his expression inscrutable, tossed her quill aside and, without further ado, seized her arm, pulling her from her chair and placing her beside him. The motion was imbued with undeniable authority. Sit down. His voice was low, tinged with an undercurrent of irritation. What do you not understand about the essay? He picked up Rachel's blank parchment, his gaze sweeping over the pitiful title scrawled upon it. Rachel was taken aback by his sudden action. Speak. Tom's tone was imbued with palpable impatience. What aspect of the professor's discourse on the relationship between magical resonance frequency and the stability of material particles do you find incomprehensible? Or have you simply chosen not to listen at all? His annoyance was evident. He was exceedingly vexed. This fool would rather grumble about him in letters to that blonde cousin, risk failing by resorting to plagiarizing assignments, or even doodle curses on the stationery, than muster the courage to inquire about even a single word. What of her meager, pitiful curiosity? Had it been entirely siphoned away by that accursed Joe? Observing Tom's countenance, which was etched with irritation yet conveyed an obligation to teach, Rachel felt her own frustration dissipate significantly, even sparking a desire to laugh. What a peculiar fellow. With a slight pout, she ultimately pointed to the chaotic jumble in her notes and mumbled softly, I don't understand this part, or this part at all. Tom inhaled deeply, as though restraining the impulse to cast her out, and picked up his quill. He began to illustrate diagrams, write formulas, and elucidate key points on Rachel's parchment. His explanations remained precise and thorough, delivered with his characteristic calm demeanor, albeit at a slightly accelerated pace that betrayed his agitation. Abraxas watched this bizarre yet oddly harmonious scene unfold, silently concealing his amusement behind a magazine. How was it that Riddle appeared more menacing while tutoring than he did when casting defensive spells against the dark arts? As night deepened, Hogwarts Castle sank into silence, save for the dim glow of a few flickering lamps in the infirmary. Evan Rosier lay on a bed by the window, his left leg encased in a thick plaster cast, magically suspended and secured. The efficacy of the pain relief potion lulled him into a drowsy stupor. Creak. The door to the infirmary was gently pushed open, scarcely making a sound. Evan sleepily opened his eyes and, illuminated by the faint moonlight, beheld a tall, slender figure silently standing at his bedside, like a specter merging with the night. When he discerned the visitor's face, his drowsiness evaporated, replaced by sheer terror. Riddle. What are you doing here? Evan's voice wavered in pitch due to fright, and instinctively he tried to shrink away into the bed, inadvertently pulling on his injured leg, which sent a jolt of pain coursing through him. Tom Riddle stood there quietly, the moonlight casting a perfect silhouette of his profile, half bathed in light, half cloaked in shadow. His deep black eyes, shrouded in dimness, resembled two unfathomable, icy abysses, devoid of any emotion as they fixated on Evan. On behalf of our classmates, Tom's voice was low and calm, betraying no hint of disturbance. I have come to check on you, Mr. Rosier. His tone even bore a touch of formulaic concern, which only served to heighten Evan's dread. Spare me your feigned sympathy. After a fleeting moment of terror, fury and resentment surged within Evan. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he glared fiercely at Tom. Don't think that just because you deign to glance my way, I will hold a favorable opinion of you. Of this, he seemed to search for an adequately venomous term, this filthy half-blooded scoundrel. You do not belong in Slytherin. The glory of Slytherin is not for someone like you, who relies on clever tricks and scholarships to gain entry. His words were abruptly cut short, for Tom smiled. It was an exceedingly slow, chilling smile, akin to a crevice splitting open in a polar glacier, revealing the eternal ice beneath. His lips curved into a perfect arc, revealing a hint of white teeth, yet his deep black eyes held no mirth, only an overwhelming, suffocating coldness and murderous intent. That smile, illuminated by the dim light, appeared profoundly sinister, like a silent decree from death itself. Evan's voice faltered, a shiver racing from his spine throughout his entire being, plunging him into an icy abyss. He opened his mouth yet could not utter a single word, merely gazing in terror at the eerie, frigid smile upon Tom's face. Tom spoke not another word. He did not even cast Evan a final glance. It was as though that smile had been his last, and only, farewell to this doomed soul. He turned gracefully, silently departing the infirmary as unobtrusively as he had arrived. The door closed softly behind him, severing the faint light from the corridor, and isolating Evan Rosier's trembling form, which quaked under the weight of profound fear. The room was left only with Evan's heavy breathing and the wind's whisper outside. He stared at the closed door, and Tom's final, icy smile seared itself into his mind. An unprecedented, overwhelming dread engulfed him. As if he could perceive the countdown of his life ticking away under Tom Riddle's silent gaze, each second slipping away inexorably. In the days to come, he would likely find himself counting down the hours. Chapter 11. Her early return for Christmas. The stone walls of Hogwarts Castle gradually absorbed the desolation of winter, and the enchanted candles hanging in the corridors seemed to burn even brighter, dispelling the increasingly pervasive chill. The essence of Christmas, akin to an invisible yet fragrant spice, quietly permeated every corner of the castle. Abraxas Malfoy received a letter adorned with gilded edges from his owl, accompanied by a beautifully packaged box of handcrafted truffle chocolates, reportedly air-freighted from France. He gleefully shared them with Tom and Rachel, his slate blue eyes brimming with uncontainable joy at the prospect of returning home. My father has sent a carriage, and it will fetch me bright and early tomorrow. I long for the warmth of the fireplace in the manor, and the house elf's special Christmas pudding. Rachel also received a thick letter from the Velo estate. Her grandfather Arnold's robust handwriting overflowed with affection and anticipation, accompanied by a lengthy handwritten Christmas wish list from Joe. spanning several pages of parchment, and detailing everything from the latest automatic stirring cauldron to limited edition Quidditch player cards, ending with a large smiley face and the words, "Can't wait for you to come home." "And you, Riddle?" Abraxas inquired, glancing at Tom, who sat by the fireplace, quietly perusing a hefty tome. "Do you have any plans for the holiday? Would you care to join us at Malfoy Manor for Christmas? My father would surely welcome a guest of your caliber." He carefully chose his words, attempting to sound less contrived. Tom's gaze remained fixed on the pages of the book, his fingers turning a yellowed sheet with a soft rustle. The flickering flames cast shadows that made his profile appear particularly stark and rigid. "No," he replied, his voice devoid of any inflection. "I shall remain at school." Abraxas nodded in understanding, wisely refraining from pressing further. The orphanage was evidently not a place worth returning to for Christmas. He patted Tom's shoulder, saying, "Very well, then I wish you a, quiet holiday." Rachel clutched Joe's letter. Yet her gaze unconsciously drifted toward the silent, dark figure. Staying at school? Alone? Spending Christmas in the deserted castle? An inexplicable pang of sorrow crept into her heart. Hogwarts in winter was indeed beautiful, but how cold must that emptiness feel when everyone else was home, sharing warmth and laughter by the fire? She could almost envision Tom sitting alone in the vast common room, the green flames of the fireplace flickering, casting his cold, solitary silhouette. Yet she quickly shook her head inwardly. Did Tom Riddle require sympathy? Did he seek companionship? Surely, he would regard such sentiments as the trivial whims of the weak. His demeanor, one of aloofness and superiority, suggested he had long been accustomed to solitude. She was merely overthinking things. On the day of departure for the holiday, the courtyard of Hogwarts buzzed with an unusual liveliness. Various modes of transportation were parked in the snow-cleared grounds. The Vila family's carriage was undoubtedly the center of attention. It was no ordinary carriage but a sleek flowing sleigh, seemingly sculpted from massive ice crystals. When Joe Vila stepped down from the carriage, the surrounding crowd erupted into a chorus of suppressed gasps and hushed murmurs. He donned a meticulously tailored silver-gray wizarding robe, the collar and cuffs adorned with soft white mink fur, accentuating his short, pale golden hair that shimmered like crushed sunlight. His ice-blue eyes appeared even more profound and luminous than usual, and a gentle smile, as warm as jade, graced his lips, rendering him akin to an ethereal prince from a winter fairy tale, strikingly beautiful and seemingly otherworldly. A few passing Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw girls instantly flushed, nudging each other and whispering in hushed tones, "Goodness! Who is that?" "The young master of the Weasley family, the heartthrob of Beauxbatons, more handsome than in magazines." "Rachel." Joe's gaze swiftly found the petite golden figure amidst the crowd, his ice-blue eyes lighting up instantly, a radiant smile of unreserved joy blooming on his face. He strode confidently through the throng, and before the collective gaze of onlookers, he opened his arms and enveloped Rachel in a warm, heartfelt embrace, affectionately ruffling her hair, exclaiming, "I've finally waited for you." Rachel, slightly embarrassed by the embrace, felt an overwhelming surge of happiness within her. Struggling to peek out from Joe's embrace, she excitedly introduced her companions. "Joe, this is Abraxas Malfoy, my classmate from Slytherin. This is Susan Bones, and this is Penelope Clearwater. They are my dear friends from herbology and history of magic classes." Joe released Rachel, wearing an impeccable, gentle smile, and offered a slight nod of acknowledgement to the group. "Hello, I am Joe Weasley, Rachel's brother. I sincerely appreciate all of you for taking care of her." His voice was melodious and pleasant, his demeanor humble, instantly winning the favor of Susan and Penelope, who responded shyly. At last, Joe's gaze fell upon the edge of the crowd, where a black-haired boy, clad in a plain school robe, stood with crossed arms, observing the scene with a dispassionate expression. The ice blue of Joe's eyes met the unfathomable depths of the boy's dark gaze. For a fleeting moment, the air seemed to freeze. Joe's smile remained warm, yet a faint flicker of scrutiny and wariness danced in the depths of his eyes. This boy, Tom Riddle, possessed an unsettlingly cold and profound gaze, devoid of the warmth expected from youth, instead exuding an abyss that seemed capable of consuming everything. The way he looked at Rachel carried a complex mix of possessiveness and gloom that made Joe profoundly uncomfortable. Tom in turn scrutinized Joe. The flawless visage, prestigious lineage, exquisite carriage, just the right touch of affability, and the unreserved joy radiating from Rachel's face. All these elements pierced through his icy veneer like countless tiny needles. Another pretentious individual, a foe wielding a facade of grandeur and gentle traps to assert superiority and seize what was rightfully his. He cast a glance at the floating, frost-emitting sleigh, then at Rachel, who nestled beside Joe, her smile bright and carefree. The suppressed fury within him swirled like molten lava. "Are you so pleased with yourself, Rachel Weasley?" Pleased to have finally escaped the cold shadows of the orphanage and from me, Tom Riddle? Pleased to have climbed the grand Weasley family tree, possessing such a perfect brother? Pleased to be able to leave Hogwarts without a second thought. Leaving me behind? Twice now. Once at the orphanage gate, and once here. Each time she departs from me. Her laughter shines so brilliantly, so blindingly. Tom. Rachel's melodious voice shattered the silence. She wriggled free from Joe's grasp, bounding like a joyful fawn to stand before Tom. Tilting her chin up, her cerulean eyes sparkling as she gazed at him. I'm off. You won TC, such a lovely and clever classmate for 2 weeks. Don't miss me too much. She deliberately spoke in a light-hearted tone, attempting to alleviate the heavy atmosphere surrounding Tom, her small hand playfully waving in front of him. Tom lowered his lashes, concealing the icy tempest swirling beneath. Miss her? Utterly ludicrous. His thin lips pressed together, nearly spitting out a sharp retort. Yet, as if his body possessed a will of its own, he found himself, against his better judgment, stiffly stepping forward, following her to the dazzling carriage. Rachel's satisfaction was palpable, akin to a cat that had successfully pilfered a treat. She embraced Susan and Penelope once more, bidding farewell to Abraxas. Lastly, as Joe gently urged her to board the sleigh, she suddenly rose on her tiptoes and leaned close to Tom's ear, who had remained silently standing in the snow. The warmth of her breath, tinged with a hint of sweet candy fragrance, brushed against Tom's cool ear, reminiscent of an incongruous warm breeze in winter. Her voice was lowered, imbued with a soft, almost teasing tone that conveyed an undeniable promise. I will write to you, Tom Riddle. Her breath lightly grazed his skin, the playful term proud boy accompanied by a hint of reproach and an unspoken intimacy, akin to a small stone dropped into the cold depths of Tom's heart, creating ripples of delicate disturbance. The seething fury within him strangely softened, quelled by this sudden, warm whisper. His furrowed brow involuntarily relaxed a fraction, watching Rachel being carefully assisted by Joe into the radiant carriage, observing Joe tenderly adjust her thick, white-furred cloak, and seeing the sleigh ascend smoothly, transforming into a streak of azure light that vanished into the leaden sky. Tom stood alone in place, snowflakes silently settling on his dark hair and shoulders. The fleeting warmth from earlier dissipated quickly, replaced by a deeper chill. His hands, tucked into his pockets, clenched into fists. Deceiver. Once again he had been abandoned. In a swirling blizzard and the desolate castle, Christmas at the Weasley estate was lavish and warm, like an unreal dream. A magnificent Christmas tree stood tall in the center of the living room, adorned with thick velvety carpets, the air heavy with the tantalizing aromas of roasted turkey, cinnamon apple pie, mulled wine, and fresh pine needles. The Christmas Eve feast was bountiful enough to satisfy an entire Quidditch team. Grandfather Arnold, clad in a deep red festive robe, appeared vibrant and sprightly, watching Rachel and Joe frolic at the long table. A look of contentment etched across his wrinkled face. After the meal, house elves Sparkle and Jingle, donned in specially made miniature Santa outfits, brought forth towering piles of gifts. Rachel received a necklace crafted from moonstone and mithril, capable of changing hues according to the wearer's emotions, a present from her grandfather. Joe's gift was a delicate, jewel-encrusted spyglass. Now I can see who's been talking behind Rachel's back. He blinked with mischief. There was also a splendid magical quill set sent by Abraxas, capable of writing in exquisite calligraphy. Rachel was overjoyed, akin to a bear that had fallen into a honeypot, rolling on the soft carpet with her gifts. She had also prepared thoughtful return gifts for her family. For her grandfather, an exceedingly rare ancient poetry collection bound in unicorn fur. For Joe, a limited edition Quidditch team scarf in Bosbaton's blue and silver. Of course, she had also prepared a gift for the insufferable boy spending the holidays alone at Hogwarts. A gift encased in a small emerald green velvet box, a simple yet exquisitely crafted silver tie clip. The clip was designed in the shape of a lifelike, coiling silver serpent, with its eyes set with 2 tiny, deep black obsidian stones, mirroring the depths of his gaze. It embodied the symbolism of Slytherin, while exuding a subtle elegance and sharpness, perfectly aligning with Tom's increasingly regal demeanor. She also pinned a brief greeting card, adorning it with a crooked, fuming figure of Tom, donning a Christmas hat, alongside the words, "Merry Christmas to my most detested classmate. Do not discard it." The gift lay atop her dressing table, prepared for the owl from the Weasley household to deliver come dawn. Yet, in this moment, nestled in the warmth of the spring-like living room, cradling the enormous teddy bear that Joseph had gifted her, and listening to the crackling of the firewood in the hearth, as well as the tender whispers exchanged between her grandfather and Joseph, Rachel's heart felt as though it were being drawn by an invisible thread, drifting far away. It floated towards that ancient castle blanketed in snow. It drifted towards the desolate and frigid underground common room, It drifted towards that dark-haired boy who always masked his loneliness with sharp words. Surely, at this moment, Malfoy was reveling in the opulence of the grand banquet hall at Malfoy Manor, basking in the adoration of his parents and the accolades of others. Joseph was by her side, her grandfather's kind smile was within sight, but what of Tom? Was he sitting alone in the most secluded corner of the library, poring over those esoteric tomes of dark magic by the pale light of the moon? Or perhaps, he wandered like a specter through the empty corridors? He might not even have a proper Christmas dinner to enjoy. A surge of emotion, intermingled with both compassion and unease, entwined around Rachel's heart like creeping vines. That insufferable boy, typically so fierce, with his harsh words and irksome demeanor that always incited her ire. Yet it was he who clumsily held her feverish self during that night at the orphanage. It was his calm guidance that spared her from a broken neck during flying lessons. It was he who begrudgingly tutored her through that wretched paper in the library. He was like a cold, unyielding stone, encasing a heart that perhaps, maybe, might not be entirely frigid. Reflecting on this, Rachel found that the teddy bear in her arms no longer felt as soft. She could not comfortably immerse herself in this cocoon of love and happiness, while allowing that loathsome boy to languish in a castle far away, alone, savoring the bitter taste of solitude and neglect that no one else could comprehend. The night at Hogwarts was so silent that one could hear the snowflakes landing upon the castle's spires. Tom Riddle descended the thoroughly swept yet still bone-chilling stone staircase, returning from the library's most concealed section of forbidden tomes to the Slytherin common room. The rough texture of ancient parchment lingered on his fingertips, and fragments of a recently deciphered, forbidden incantation concerning soul-rending and immortality swirled in his mind. The cold felt as natural to him as breathing, while solitude had long since seeped into his very marrow. Upon pushing open the heavy stone door, he found the common room illuminated solely by the flickering green flames of the fireplace, casting eerie shadows upon the silver serpentine carvings. Nagini lay coiled upon a thick rug before the hearth, lifting her head lazily to hiss as she sensed her master's return. Tom shed his chilly cloak and tossed it carelessly onto the opulent yet frigid ebony bench. He poured himself a glass of water, never indulging in the cloying sweetness of hot cocoa, and made his way to the window. Outside lay the depths of the Black Lake, the shadow of a colossal squid gliding through the frigid waters. Christmas? A holiday steeped in false warmth, foolish gifts, and meaningless clamor, a Muggle invention. Only the weak require companionship to stave off the cold, needing cheap gifts and hollow well wishes to fill the void within. The strong are destined to be solitary. He reveled in this tranquility, this unbothered solitude that allowed him unfettered exploration of the abyss of magic. However, as his gaze swept over the empty space upon the mantel where letters would typically rest, he found it still devoid of any correspondence. A deceiver. Tom tightened his grip around the glass, his knuckles whitening. Rachel Weasley, that little charlatan. I will write to you. Be sure to check. The girl's fragrant whispers seemed to echo in his ears, now rendered bitterly ironic. No letter. Not a word. Not even the shadow of that foolish owl in sight. She was likely engrossed in the nauseating, false reunion at Weasley Manor, having long forgotten about the bothersome presence he represented. Just as she had so readily followed that old housekeeper away from the orphanage. A fraud. A thoroughly heartless little trickster. Tom downed the cold water in one gulp. As if to extinguish the inexplicable agitation rising within him, he approached Nagini, flicking her cold little head with his fingers, his voice low and frigid, as if speaking to himself or confiding in his only listener. Nagini, not a word of that blonde little liar can be trusted. Just wait. She will return in a week, and I shall see what pathetic excuse she concocts. A cold, self-deprecating smile curled at the corners of his lips. The next morning, the snow had ceased. The rare winter sun poured through the narrow, stained-glass windows above the Black Lake, casting dappled beams of light upon the cold, smooth stone floor of the Slytherin common room. Tom, clad in a fitted black turtleneck that accentuated his broad shoulders, sat alone on a large emerald green velvet sofa by the fireplace. Before him rested a steaming cup of black coffee and an open tome, its cover adorned with intricate celestial maps, titled Celestial Mechanics and the Tides of Magic. His long fingers absent-mindedly traced the edges of the pages, his gaze seemingly fixed upon the intricate diagrams of star paths, while his thoughts galloped uncontrollably, far beyond his control. A deceiver. No letter. 2 weeks. What was she doing at this very moment? Coquetting with that blonde brother of hers? Unwrapping piles of gifts? Savoring a sumptuous feast crafted by house elves? Did her face once again radiate that blinding, unclouded smile? An indescribable restlessness, coupled with a deeper sense of loss that he was reluctant to acknowledge, washed over him like a cold tide, silently eroding his composure. Creak. The heavy stone door of the common room was gently pushed open from the outside. A figure swept in, bringing with it the crisp chill of the outdoors, like a little whirlwind. She was clad in a finely crafted, elegantly tailored white wool winter dress, its hem adorned with delicate, silver embroidery resembling ice crystals. Her pale golden hair had been tousled by the cold wind, and her fair cheeks, flushed from the cold and exertion, bore a charming rosy hue. Her nose reddened like a delightful cherry. Those cerulean eyes sparkled brightly, as if illuminated by sunlight. Locking onto the black figure by the fireplace the moment she stepped into the warmth of the room. Tom. Her voice, clear and unreservedly joyful, tinged with a hint of breathlessness, shattered the stillness of the common room like a stone cast upon a tranquil lake. Tom instinctively turned his head with a jolt. In the next moment, that small white figure darted towards him like a returning fledgling, enveloped in the crisp air of post-snow and the unique fragrance of a girl, unexpectedly and solidly crashing into his embrace. Surprise! The soft body collided with him, carrying the chill of the outdoors and the warmth of her run. The familiar scent, a blend of sunlight and some sweet delicacy, enveloped him in an instant. Tom's body stiffened as if turned to stone, his mind blank. All thoughts, all agitation, all icy defenses shattered in that moment by this sudden embrace. Just seconds ago, he had been coldly ridiculing this little deceiver in his heart, plotting how he would confront her with her unfulfilled promises upon her return. Yet in the next moment, she had appeared without warning, radiating starlight and the essence of snow, real and warm, within his arms. Time seemed to freeze in that very moment. The green flames of the fireplace danced silently, casting flickering shadows upon the two figures. Nagini lifted her small head, gazing curiously at the scene. The entire lounge resonated only with Rachel's slightly hurried breaths and Tom's heartbeats, which were nearly stagnant. Tom's voice emerged, raspy and dry, as he swallowed hard, attempting to regain his composure. How did you come back? He endeavored to infuse his tone with the usual sharpness. Yet an imperceptible tremor lingered at the end. Rachel looked up from his embrace, her cheeks flushed and her eyes shimmering like a sky full of stars. With a flourish, she produced a beautifully wrapped dark green velvet box and a card adorned with whimsical caricatures from her small handbag, thrusting them into Tom's hands. Here. I promised I would write to you. But she raised her chin with a proud smile. I thought delivering the letter and gift in person would be more sincere. Merry Christmas, Tom Riddle. Even though you're always so insufferable. Tom lowered his gaze to the box still warm from her touch, and the card depicting a fuming version of himself. His heart, once encased in ice, felt as if scalding iron had been plunged into it, creating a hissing sound as a small portion melted away. A strange warmth, tinged with a hint of bittersweet satisfaction, began to permeate his being. He remained silent for a few seconds, his fingers tracing the smooth velvet of the box. Then he raised his head, his deep black eyes swirling with a tumult of complex emotions. Suddenly he stood up, leaving behind a terse, "Wait here," as he strode towards the spiral staircase leading to the boys' dormitory. Rachel watched his retreating figure with confusion. Hadn't Abraxas said that Tom despised others touching his belongings? Would he be angry after she had thrown herself at him? She felt a twinge of anxiety as she settled back onto the sofa, idly fiddling with the silver embroidery on her skirt. Before long, Tom returned, holding another small, exquisite dark blue velvet box. He approached Rachel, his expression still tinged with his usual awkwardness and discomfort. With a somewhat stiff motion, he thrust the box into her hands, his gaze diverted elsewhere. For you. I was going to throw it away. His voice was low, laced with an uncharacteristic rigidity. Rachel opened the box in surprise. Inside lay a hairband made of an exceptionally soft and smooth silk, its color as pure as a clear sky after rain, mirroring the bright clarity of her own blue eyes. One end of the hairband was adorned with a delicate snowflake pendant, intricately woven with fine silver threads. Wow. It's beautiful. Her eyes sparkled as she quickly took the hairband, swiftly gathering her tousled golden locks into a playful ponytail. The azure hue accentuated her delicate features, making her look even more radiant. She tossed her head playfully, the snowflake pendant casting glimmers of silver in the air. Does it look good, Tom? She asked, her gaze eager for his approval. Tom's eyes fell upon her exposed neck, the pristine blue of the hairband, and finally settled on her clear, joy-filled blue eyes. His throat involuntarily tightened, and deep within his dark pupils, something softened irrevocably. He averted his gaze slightly, mumbling a vague hum as a response. Yet, his honest gaze remained magnetically drawn to her, refusing to shift away, oblivious to the subtle shift in him. Rachel was absorbed in the delight of her early return, and the satisfaction of giving a gift. She nestled beside Tom on the spacious sofa, chattering like a cheerful little bird. You have no idea. The past couple of days at home, I couldn't eat or sleep well. Just thinking about you spending the holidays all alone in this cold, vast castle, possibly without anyone to talk to, only Nagini to keep you company, made me feel so miserable. Even though you're always so fierce and sharp-tongued, I know." She leaned closer, her azure eyes earnest. "I know that sometimes you do care about people, even if your way is a bit awkward. So I told Joe and Grandpa that I wanted to come back early. Joe was reluctant, but she couldn't resist me. I'm considerate, right? Coming back a whole week early to keep you company." She tugged at Tom's sweater sleeve, her tone playfully coaxing. "So, could you maybe be a tiny bit less harsh with me from now on? Please don't always try to get under my skin the moment you speak." As Tom listened to her rambling, filled with genuine sincerity, feeling the gentle tug at his sleeve, he gazed into her bright blue eyes. And the last remnants of his icy facade began to melt away. The sensation of being cared for, of being thought of, even to the extent of leaving the warmth of home to return early, enveloped him like a cup of overly sweet hot cocoa, unexpectedly warming the depths of his heart. He maintained his stern demeanor, clinging to his last vestige of defiance. "I'm self-indulgent. I never asked you to come back." He hesitated, his dark gaze sweeping over her face, tinged with a hint of probing curiosity. "It only proves that you haven't completely forgotten where you came from." Despite being accustomed to the lofty life of the Weasley family, his words were still sharp, yet the tone lacked its usual chill, hinting at an unintentional softness. Rachel had long since grown accustomed to his acerbic tongue, filtering out the harshness and focusing instead on the notion of having forgotten her roots. She pouted, no longer wishing to spar with him, returning her attention to the hairband, fiddling with the small snowflake pendant. "But really, Tom, you have quite an eye for gifts. This color matches my eyes perfectly." She shook her head with pride, the azure hue dancing amidst her hair, reflecting the warm glow of the fireplace, and finding its way into Tom's deep black gaze. A sense of ordinary warmth, akin to simple hot cocoa, yet profoundly genuine, silently seeped into his cold heart once more. Leaning against the soft back of the sofa, Tom absent-mindedly flipped through the pages of the astrology book. Yet his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the golden-haired girl beside him, who was animatedly playing with her hairband. The green flames of the fireplace crackled softly, and Nagini, curled on the carpet at the foot of the sofa, curiously surveyed the peculiar pair. It sensed the pervasive coldness that usually enveloped its master was now shrouded in an unprecedented, strange tranquility. This girl named Rachel Weasley seemed to be an exceptional anomaly in his life. As Rachel continued to speak, her voice gradually dwindled. She had risen before dawn to catch the earliest flight connection, and after a long journey, the familiar comfort of her surroundings enveloped her, leading to an overwhelming sense of drowsiness. Her small head bobbed gently until it found solace, unconsciously leaning against Tom's shoulder, her breathing becoming steady and elongated. She had fallen asleep. Tom's body stiffened the moment she leaned against him. He looked down at her defenseless sleeping face, her long golden lashes casting a fan-shaped shadow beneath her eyes, her cheeks flushed with a soft hue, and the corners of her mouth slightly curled, as if she were lost in a sweet dream. This display of utter trust, nestled against him, made Tom's heart skip a beat. He couldn't help but recall a long-ago night in the cold, damp room of the orphanage, when she too had sought him out in feverish desperation, craving even the tiniest shred of warmth. At that moment, he was so rigid, so resistant, yet inexplicably did not push her away. His gaze fell upon her light golden hair adorned with a cerulean headband. In a curious twist of fate, Tom hesitantly recalled Joe's likeness. Slowly extending his hand with utmost caution, his fingertips gently caressing her hair with a tenderness he himself could hardly comprehend. The motion was delicate, almost fragile, as if he feared disturbing a delicate dream. He made no further attempt to push her away. Instead, he simply sat there quietly, allowing her to rest peacefully against him. He picked up the book, on celestial motion and the tides of magic, yet his eyes failed to focus on the intricate star charts before him. The flickering flames of the fireplace cast warm, tranquil shadows upon the two of them. An unprecedented, strange sense of calm and fulfillment filled his chest. Gone was the anger of abandonment, the cold calculations, and the desperate yearning for power. Only the rhythmic sound of the girl's breathing, the faint scent of her hair, and the weighty, tangible warmth resting upon his shoulder remained. He gazed at Rachel's serene sleeping face, and for the first time, a subtle softness emerged deep within the depths of his dark eyes. A softness he had not even been aware of. As long as this foolish girl. He silently delineated a boundary within his heart. As long as she did not betray him again, did not leave, did not seek refuge in the arms of that golden-haired cousin, he would protect her, make her his ally, though she seemed so clumsy and unhelpful. This was the first time Tom Riddle willingly desired to shelter someone beneath his wings. Outside, the midday sun streamed through the stained glass of the tall windows, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the cold floor. The common room was shrouded in tranquility, interrupted only by the gentle crackling of the flames in the fireplace. Mingling with the soft sound of the girl's breathing, Tom picked up the book once more, and finally, his gaze returned to the pages. The corners of his mouth, imperceptibly and with remarkable ease, curled into a faint yet profoundly genuine smile. From this moment onward, it seemed that this Christmas had truly taken on meaning. Chapter 12. I only want you to be my dance partner. Time slipped away quietly in the flow of enchantments. In the blink of an eye, the beech leaves outside had undergone 3 cycles of turning from green to yellow, then falling away. Tom Riddle, Rachel Weir, and Abraxas Malfoy, this peculiar trio, had ascended to their 3rd year. The cacophony of bickering remained the prevailing theme. Rachel and Tom seemed born to clash. From disputes over classroom notes to battles over the best spots on the common room couch. I claimed this sunny spot first. Sunshine? Miss Weir, are you certain that this pitiful light in the cellar merits the term claim? And even to grievances about grading biases, Professor Flitwick is biased. He awarded you extra points on the levitation charm just because you made the feather dance a jig. The skirmishes were nearly omnipresent. Meanwhile, Abraxas often played the role of peacemaker, at times stoking the flames, but more frequently engaging in intense and focused discussions with Tom regarding intricate spell principles or ancient magical texts. However, regardless of how grand and luxurious the hunting grounds at Malfoy Manor were during the holidays, or how warm and spring-like the greenhouse at Weir Manor felt, Tom Riddle had never accepted a single invitation to visit. He stood like an island, stubbornly entrenched in his own frigid sea. Over the past 2 years, he had meticulously excavated the dusty archives and forbidden corners of Hogwarts, piecing together a truth that would utterly upend his understanding. He was the last and most direct descendant of Salazar Slytherin. This realization ignited within him a fierce ambition, like the most molten magma, fueling the already raging fire of his aspirations. Those foolish muggle-borns and half-breeds, who sullied the purity of the magical world, were utterly unworthy of breathing the air of Hogwarts. He would cleanse the ranks, fulfill his ancestors' grand ambitions, and restore the name of Slytherin to its former glory. This became an increasingly clear and unshakable goal in his mind. As for Evan Rosier and his ilk, who remained blissfully unaware of their impending doom, occasionally irritating him with their clichés about scholarship, they were but autumn grasshoppers, unable to leap for long. He would make them pay dearly for their foolishness, using their fears to honor the legacy of his forebears. In her 3rd year, Rachel Weir blossomed like a meticulously crafted gem, shedding the last remnants of childhood naivety and radiating a captivating brilliance. As she walked through the corridors, she often garnered astonished or adoring glances from numerous boys. Strangely, however, the love letters so common at Hogwarts seemed to mysteriously bypass her. Her drawer was perpetually filled with Jo's lengthy missives and Abraxas' Quidditch clippings. In stark contrast stood her 2 male companions. Abraxas Malfoy, with the aura of the Malfoy heir, possessed a beauty akin to a sculpted figure, and as the newly appointed seeker for the Slytherin Quidditch team, he skillfully amassed a following of admirers from the younger years to the upper grades. His storage compartment was often stuffed with love letters and homemade treats. Tom Riddle, on the other hand, was like a walking embodiment of hormones. As he grew taller and more refined, the 14-year-old had surpassed his peers in both stature and presence. His already flawless face shed the last traces of youthful softness, taking on sharper, more austere lines, reminiscent of the most exquisite Greek deity statue. The wisdom and mastery of magic he displayed in class were beyond compare, and the persona he consciously maintained, gentle, polite, humble yet aloof and distant, rendered him the dream lover of countless girls. Love letters? They were mere decorative fixtures by the fireplace in the Slytherin common room, requiring daily removal of thick bundles. Abraxas found his gaze lingering on Rachel for increasingly longer periods, watching her warm those around her like a small sun. He observed her animated expressions, flustered by Tom's sharp remarks, yet helpless to retaliate, and the occasional glimpses of her innocent naivety. A strange, stirring emotion, tinged with both exhilaration and bitterness, silently entwined itself around his calculating Malfoy heart. Was it affection? He was uncertain, yet he clearly recognized that this blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl held an increasingly special place in his heart. However, as he surveyed the noisy yet inexplicably stable dynamic of their trio, witnessing the palpable tension and unspoken currents between Rachel and Tom that others could scarcely penetrate, Abraxas chose silence. He was a Malfoy, pride and caution ingrained in his very essence. He did not wish to disrupt the balance, nor to jeopardize this rare camaraderie, which might be described as a form of friendship. At least for now, it was not the time. This nebulous sentiment lay carefully concealed within the depths of his slate blue eyes. I've had enough. Rachel huffed, clutching several thick tomes on magical creatures, her footsteps heavy as she ascended the cold stone stairs leading to the dungeons. The tips of her light golden hair flicked with each step like an agitated canary. That arrogant lunatic. Control freak. Bitter wretch. Who does he think he is? Merlin's beard. He even tries to dictate my conversations with Hagrid about the care of magical creatures. Beside her, Abraxas Malfoy, clad in a tailored emerald green flying jacket, followed her with a resigned air. He found little interest in the care of magical creatures elective, yet he had reluctantly chosen it to spend more time alone with Rachel. At this moment, he was attempting to soothe this tempestuous little bird. Calm down, Rachel. Riddle, indeed, has always been this way. You are not meeting him for the first time. He reached out, effortlessly taking the heavy stack of illustrated books from Rachel's arms, a task not typically undertaken by the likes of young Master Malfoy. I am well aware of that. Rachel, now free of encumbrance, indignantly shook her tiny fists. But this is utterly outrageous. Hagrid is but a first year. Such an innocent Gryffindor. Merely sharing his insights on raising blast-ended Scroots. And then there's Tom, with that look he cast as he passed by, tch. It was as if Hagrid were a Dementor escaped from Azkaban. He might as well have hurled a curse at me. How dare he? What gives him the right to dictate my friendships? The more she spoke, the angrier she became. You cannot fathom how he behaves in front of others. In the presence of Professor Slughorn, in front of Professor Flitwick, even amongst the upperclassmen, he is nothing short of refined, humble and courteous. Speaking with impeccable precision, a veritable walking textbook of gentlemanly perfection. Yet when he faces me, he acts as if he has consumed 10 tons of foxglove excrement, cruel beyond measure. A two-faced charlatan. Hypocrite. Abraxas reflected for a moment, unable to suppress a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, it seemed to be the case. Riddle displayed his acerbic wit to the fullest extent before Rachel, mercilessly unleashing his barbs. Yet in the company of others, particularly those he deemed valuable, or with whom he needed to maintain superficial relations, he wore the mask of the perfect student so flawlessly that it was impossible to find a single flaw. This stark contrast flickered with meaning in Abraxas's gray-blue eyes. Perhaps this merely underscored Rachel's unique position in Riddle's heart? Of course, he dared not voice such thoughts to an irate Rachel. All right, Abraxas patted Rachel's shoulder, attempting to steer the conversation elsewhere. Riddle is a creature of profound depths, akin to the Black Lake. Who knows what thoughts occupy his mind? Do not let his provocations distress you. It is not worth damaging your own well-being. Pausing, he added, it seems he ventured into the library's restricted section again this afternoon, claiming he needed to research, the origins of ancient runes. As they turned a corner of a corridor, preparing to ascend the final staircase leading to the entrance of the Slytherin common room, they were intercepted by a group of girls. Judging by the colors of their robes, they were upperclassmen from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. They appeared somewhat nervous and excited, jostling each other until one girl, blushing fiercely, her head bowed and hands anxiously twisting the hem of her garment, was pushed to the forefront. Abraxas immediately recognized her, the Hufflepuff prefect Eleanor. Known for her gentleness, kindness, and resilience, she was well liked within not only Hufflepuff but throughout Hogwarts. Miss Vivel, Mr. Malfoy. Eleanor's voice was barely above a whisper, her head drooping lower. Her ears flushed as if blood might drip from them. I apologize for the intrusion, but Summoning immense courage, she suddenly raised her gaze. Her soft brown eyes filled with pleading and shyness. It concerns Mr. Riddle. We know you are his closest friends. Rachel immediately reacted like a cat with its tail stepped on. Her ears perked up in alarm as she hastily distanced herself from any association. Closest friends? No. She waved her hands, pointing to Abraxas. He is the real one. I am merely the unfortunate neighbor forced to accompany him. Abraxas shot Rachel a resigned glance. Catching Eleanor's imploring look, clearing his throat, he regained his Malfoy composure. Prefect, may I inquire what this is about? Eleanor's face turned even redder as she cautiously retrieved a pale purple envelope tied with a silver ribbon, emanating a faint scent of violet. Cradling it in her hands as she extended it toward Abraxas. It is, for the upcoming Christmas Eve ball. Mr. Riddle, being in his 3rd year, is finally eligible to attend. Her voice trembled slightly with barely perceptible excitement. I have harbored feelings for him since his 1st year, but I have been too shy to express it. The meaning was unmistakable. I know giving it directly might result in rejection. So could you kindly help me deliver this invitation to him? Her eyes brimmed with hope. Eleanor very much wishes for him to be her dance partner. After speaking, she seemed to expend all her energy and quickly lowered her head again. The surrounding girls chimed in eagerly. Yes. Eleanor has liked Riddle for quite some time. She mustered all her courage to come here. Please, we beg you. Abraxas surveyed the scene, glancing at the invitation in Eleanor's hand, feeling a slight headache. He certainly recalled Tom's explicit directive regarding such predicaments. To decline directly, coldly, and without mercy. Previously, he had successfully deflected love letters with various excuses about Riddle being preoccupied with his studies and engrossed in research, temporarily uninterested in personal matters. However, this situation was different. This was a formal invitation to the Christmas Eve ball, and given that it was from Eleanor, a well-regarded prefect, to outright refuse in front of so many would be exceedingly unkind and disrespectful to Hufflepuff. He cast a conflicted glance at Rachel. She immediately used her lips to silently convey, "You take it. You are his good friend." With a resigned sigh, Abraxas extended his hand, accepting the pale purple envelope still warm from Eleanor's touch, donning a standard social smile. "Of course, Prefect. I will convey your sentiments to Riddle." He deliberately avoided making promises about ensuring it would reach him, or that he would accept. Eleanor and her friends visibly relaxed, their faces lighting up with joy, and they expressed their gratitude profusely before departing with cheerful exuberance. Watching them retreat, Abraxas held the invitation, feeling its warmth almost burn his fingers. He glanced at Rachel, who wore a similarly flustered expression, and a glimmer of complex emotion flickered in the depths of his gray-blue eyes. He too would need to consider whom to invite to the Christmas Eve ball. Without a doubt, Rachel was his first choice, yet inviting her posed considerable risk. Not to mention, what would Riddle's reaction be? If rejected, where would young Master Malfoy's pride be placed? What would his father, Lucius Malfoy, think? Perhaps it would be wiser to invite a young lady from a suitable pureblood family who would please his father? Perhaps someone from the Parkinson or Greengrass families. Though, his interest in them paled in comparison to that of the golden-haired sparrow at his side. Pushing open the heavy stone door of the Slytherin common room, a familiar warmth enveloped him, mingling the scents of burning pine and old parchment. The green flames of the fireplace danced, casting flickering shadows throughout the space. Tom Riddle had indeed returned. He had changed out of his robes, now clad in a finely crafted black turtleneck sweater that accentuated his long neck and made his stature appear even more regal. He lounged on the most expansive and comfortable emerald green velvet sofa by the fireplace, his long legs, encased in fitted black trousers, casually crossed, forming an exceptionally pleasing yet slightly haughty sight. In his hands he held an open copy of the Daily Prophet, his deep gaze swiftly scanning the pages, the contours of his profile illuminated by the firelight, appearing as if chiseled from stone. Several first-year girls pretended to search for books near the shelves, yet their eyes were irresistibly drawn to the figure on the sofa. Abraxas approached, bearing the burden of handling this hot potato, accurately tossing the pale purple invitation onto the open newspaper before Tom. "Here you are," Abraxas remarked with a teasing tone, "Eleanor, the Hufflepuff prefect. In broad daylight. The young lady delivered this to you, and I simply could not find it in me to refuse." He intentionally elongated the last syllable. "It seems she has harbored feelings for you since your first year, and has been patiently waiting until you were eligible to attend the ball." Tom lifted his gaze from the newspaper, casually glancing at the fragrant invitation that lay nearby. A barely perceptible frown crossed his brow, tinged with a hint of annoyance at the interruption. He did not immediately reach for it. Instead, he returned his focus to the newspaper, as if the letter were merely inconsequential dust. "What does it say?" he asked nonchalantly, too lethargic even to raise his eyelids. Rachel, who had just set down her backpack, could not help but roll her eyes dramatically, revealing her disdain without reservation. She approached the sofa, hands on her hips, and quipped, "Has the esteemed Mr. Riddle become too lethargic to even open a letter? Should I read it to you?" Tom was amused by her exaggerated sarcasm. He lowered the newspaper, a rare and genuine smile flickering in his deep black eyes. He extended a long, elegant finger, with knuckles defined in a manner that exuded an air of control, and playfully tapped Rachel's smooth forehead, noisy. Yet there was no real reproach in his tone. Rachel covered her forehead, glaring at him in indignation. Only then did Tom leisurely pick up the pale lavender letter. His movements were graceful as he untied the silver ribbon, unveiling the letter that exuded a faint floral fragrance. His gaze swiftly traversed the delicate handwriting, which was filled with the trite expressions of long-held admiration, extraordinary talent, and the sentiment that she was the most special person he had ever encountered, phrases he had heard countless times before. However, when his eyes fell upon the words "the most special person," Tom's gaze abruptly halted. The most special person? What does that even mean? Instinctively he lifted his eyes, his gaze penetrating the air as if it were tangible, locking onto Rachel, who stood beside the sofa, wearing an expression that screamed her anticipation of yet another tedious missive. Her cerulean eyes, tinged with discontent, glared back at him. In her eyes, there was disdain, helplessness, and a vexation at being toyed with. Yet absent was the awe, infatuation, or fear that others exhibited when they looked at him. The notion of the most special person sent ripples through Tom's heart, as if a boulder had been cast into its depths, unleashing a tempest. Perhaps it was this seemingly fragile fool who dared to confront him? Perhaps it was the only individual in his cold world, where he held disdain for anyone and pushed everyone away, who could compel him to tolerate her, and even occasionally experience a flicker of unusual emotion. Perhaps she was the sole exception, persistently treading the line of his stringent desire for control, yet remaining unharmed? This realization coursed through him like a bolt of electricity. An intense, almost primal impulse seized him in that moment. The lavender letter, bearing Eleanor's sentiments, was disdainfully discarded onto the plush carpet. Tom sprang from the sofa, his towering frame instantly radiating an intimidating presence. He strode directly to Rachel, his dark eyes resembling fathomless whirlpools, firmly locking onto her slightly widened blue eyes, which reflected astonishment. His voice was deep and clear, imbued with an undeniable, almost commanding tone. "Rachel Weir, you shall be my partner for the Christmas Eve ball." What? Rachel felt as if she had been petrified, her entire being frozen in disbelief. Her cerulean eyes brimmed with incredulity and absurdity. "Tom Riddle, do you even understand what it means to respect someone?" She regained her composure, fuming as she jumped to her feet. "You didn't even bother to ask if I have already accepted another invitation. How do you know I don't have a partner?" Tom looked down at her, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, exuding an aura of absolute control. His smile was breathtaking yet perilous. He leaned slightly closer, narrowing the distance between them, his voice lowered to a near growl, proclaiming with an air of territorial dominance, "I do not care whether you have made arrangements or whether others have invited you." His dark gaze ensnared her like the strongest spider silk, leaving her with no avenue of escape. "I only require you to be my partner. That which I desire shall undoubtedly be mine." His gaze, pointedly drifting to the discarded letter on the floor, conveyed that it was unworthy of her touch. His breath carried a crisp scent, mingled with the warmth of pine wood from the fireplace, enveloping her. The proximity allowed Rachel to discern the number of his thick eyelashes. Feeling the frigid yet aggressive aura he exuded, an inexplicable, uncontrollable flutter seized her. Her heartbeat spiraled into disarray, as if a fawn were darting wildly within her. The temperature of her cheeks soared uncontrollably. She turned her head away in a fluster, unable to maintain eye contact with those eyes that seemed capable of consuming her very soul. Tom's gaze was too beguiling, and far too dangerous. Tom keenly noted Rachel's evasion, and the rapid flush spreading across her cheeks. A surge of indescribable emotion, a blend of pride and a deeper restlessness, exploded within him. Initially, he had intended to assert his dominance through command, to quell her defiance, but now, observing her rare, animated expression of embarrassment and confusion, he found himself reluctant to relent. Had she not turned away just in time, he might have drawn even closer to discern the source of her fluster. Realizing his lapse in composure and the uncontrollable urge to close the distance, Tom felt a fleeting pang of surprise and discomfort. He swiftly reined in his emotions. Standing upright once more, his countenance adopting its customary sardonic, mischievous demeanor. "What? Miss Weir, is that expression of yours a result of my deliberately drawn-out tone?" His gaze swept over her, taking in her figure. "You cannot possibly dance, can you?" A provocation, always effective against Rachel Weir. Indeed, she reacted instantaneously, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, the earlier flutter of her heart replaced by an all-consuming fury. At Weir Manor, in an effort to acclimate her to the pureblood social circle, Joe had relentlessly dragged her through various dance steps. The waltz, the tango, even the increasingly popular elven whirl. She could execute with aplomb. She could not abide Tom's insufferable mockery, as if he were keenly aware of her vulnerabilities. "Tom Riddle." Rachel's face flushed crimson with anger as she raised her fist, delivering a light yet firm tap upon his solid arm, which felt as unyielding as stone. "You insufferable jerk. I wish I could show all those girls who idolize you just how cruel, domineering, and unreasonable you truly are. You are nothing but a detestable rogue, devoid of any semblance of gentlemanly decorum, contrasting starkly with the refined facade you present to the world." Gentlemanly decorum? The very phrase pierced through Tom's most sensitive nerves like a poisoned needle. Images flashed through his mind of that golden-haired man, Joe, embracing Rachel with impeccable gallantry, adjusting her cloak with utmost civility, and graciously accepting the scrutiny of onlookers. A tempest of fury, mingled with jealousy and offense, erupted within him. How could she even entertain thoughts of that pretentious blonde when with him? To compare him to that insipid weir heir. He was a direct descendant of Salazar Slytherin, destined to reign at the pinnacle of the wizarding world. What was that hypocritical weir scion to him? In an instant, Tom's countenance darkened ominously, as if it could rain. A terrifying storm brewed within his deep black eyes. He cast a chilling glance at Rachel, his expression betraying unmasked rage, and perhaps a hint of hurt. He uttered not another word, as if lingering for a moment longer would unleash his fury. He abruptly turned around, his tall figure enveloped in a black cashmere sweater exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Without a backward glance, he strode purposefully towards the spiral staircase leading to the boys' dormitory, the heavy thud of his footsteps echoing in the silent lounge, leaving Rachel and Abraxas exchanging bewildered glances. Rachel watched Tom's silhouette vanish at the staircase, feeling a mix of anger and confusion, her cerulean eyes brimming with innocence and perplexity. What was wrong with him? Had she said something amiss? She cast a questioning look towards Abraxas. With an air of resignation, Abraxas shrugged, a flicker of understanding and complexity passing through his slate-blue eyes. He bent down to pick up the discarded lavender invitation lying on the ground, brushing off non-existent dust. Who knows? Riddle's thoughts run as deep as the bottom of the Black Lake. Yet he swiftly changed the subject, a Malfoy-esque elegant smile returning to his face, though a hint of unnoticeable melancholy lingered in his gaze. My partner must be secured soon. Parkinson and Greengrass appear to be sending me invitations. Perhaps I should take some time to try on formal attire in Hogsmeade? What about you, Vale? He glanced at Rachel, attempting to divert the conversation. However, Rachel's thoughts were entirely elsewhere. She remained preoccupied with Tom's earlier remark about being her partner, and that final cold glance, her mind in disarray. The notion of being Tom Riddle's partner felt like a stone cast into her heart's lake, the ripples it created lingering long after. Frustrated, she tugged at her light golden hair. I don't know. This is infuriating. Grabbing her bag, she hurried towards the girls' dormitory, yearning for solitude. In the days that followed, the atmosphere in the Slytherin common room grew somewhat peculiar. Rachel and Tom found themselves ensnared in a sort of Cold War, or more accurately, a one-sided affair on Tom's part, exuding a palpable tension. He continued to appear punctually in class, the Great Hall, and the library, maintaining the facade of a perfect model student. Yet when Rachel approached, an icy chill seemed to emanate from him, dropping the temperature within a 3-meter radius. Initially, Rachel was indignant, perceiving Tom's behavior as inexplicable and petulant. Yet, soon a more complex emotion began to take precedence. To her surprise, she found herself somewhat unaccustomed to this dynamic. She had grown accustomed to their banter, his acerbic jibes, even the caring undertones in his need for control. This frigid silence left her feeling hollow. The next morning at breakfast in the Great Hall, Rachel could no longer contain herself. Seizing a moment when Abraxas was drawn away by a few Quidditch players discussing tactics, she quietly slid into the seat beside Tom. Tentatively, she reached out with her pale fingers, gently tugging at the sleeve of his black robe. Tom, meticulously slicing a piece of fried egg with a silver knife, moved with an elegance akin to performing a ritual. Sensing the subtle pull on his sleeve, he paused mid-motion, yet did not immediately turn. Hey Rachel, her voice was small, tinged with awkwardness and a hint of concession. Are you still angry? No, what are you even upset about? Tom finally turned his head slowly. His deep black eyes resembled ancient wells, betraying no emotion. He scrutinized Rachel for several seconds, sending a shiver down her spine, before leisurely responding, a mocking smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Miss Vale, your methods of persuasion are truly unique. His tone was laced with sarcasm, yet deep within his gaze, that layer of icy indifference seemed to thaw ever so slightly at her bold approach. Watching her tentative, almost ingratiating demeanor, he found it surprisingly endearing, a realization that momentarily left him taken aback. Rachel blushed at his teasing, muttering defensively, "Who is trying to win you over? Go ahead and be angry." Yet inwardly, she sighed in relief. At least he was speaking to her, albeit in a still infuriating manner. However, Tom did not broach the subject of the invitation to the dance again, and Rachel did not dare to inquire further. Yet, this topic hung between them like a Damocles sword, filling Rachel's subsequent days with conflict, anticipation, and an inexplicable irritation. She began to pay close attention to the details of the posters about the Yule Ball plastered in the corridors. She frequently visited the elegant wizarding clothing store in Hogsmeade, hesitating before the dazzling evening gowns displayed in the window. In her charms class, she found herself daydreaming about whether to choose the silver blue gown adorned with crystal shards like scattered stars, or the floor-length white silk that shimmered with a hint of pearl. better complementing her hair color. She noticeably spent longer practicing her smiles and poise in front of the mirror. No. After agonizing over her hairstyle in the common room's full-length mirror yet again, Rachel suddenly jolted awake, exasperatedly slapping her cheeks, and shouted at her reflection. The girl with flushed cheeks and confused eyes, Rachel Vale. Have you lost your mind? What are you doing? Why are you so concerned about looking good in front of him? You're going to a dance, not? She couldn't finish her thought. A wave of intense embarrassment washing over her. The girl in the mirror, with her cerulean eyes glimmering with confusion and excitement, tugged at her meticulously styled hair. Her mind a whirlwind. This feeling was entirely amiss. Chapter 13. The Ball and the Desires in the Erased Mirror. The Yule Ball transformed the Slytherin common room from its usual dark tranquility into a vibrant hub of festive activity. The girls fluttered about like a flock of colorful birds, chattering as they adjusted their hair and the folds of their gowns, the air laden with a melange of expensive perfumes. The boys, on the other hand, made efforts to straighten their spines, attempting to make their newly fitted dress robes appear more tailored. Tom Riddle was already prepared. He stood by the fireplace, distanced from the raucous crowd, resembling a meticulously sculpted statue of black marble. Dressed in a flawlessly tailored black tuxedo, the smooth lines accentuated his tall, broad-shouldered frame. The crisp white shirt beneath was made of cool silk, and a tie of the same hue was meticulously knotted at his collar, understated yet opulent. The piece de resistance was the silver tie clip in the shape of a coiled serpent, its eyes set with two small, glimmering obsidian stones, Rachel Vale's Christmas gift from 3 years prior. This ensemble perfectly blended his cultivated elegance with an inherent aristocracy, complemented by his impeccably handsome face and inscrutable dark eyes. Indeed, a steady stream of well-dressed girls passed by, some shyly, others boldly, greeting him with flushed cheeks. Good evening, Mr. Riddle. Merry Christmas, Senior Riddle. Your tie clip is quite exquisite, Riddle. Tom's lips curved into a perfectly measured smile, his nod courteous and warm, yet tinged with just the right amount of aloofness. Good evening, Merry Christmas, thank you. Each response was impeccable, maintaining his flawless facade as the model student. Only those most familiar with him, like Rachel, might catch a glimpse of the weariness that lay beneath his eyes, weary of the insipid pleasantries. Abraxas Malfoy approached, arm in arm with a young lady from the Greengrass family. He too was a sight to behold, his silver-gray dress robes embroidered with intricate dark patterns, a gleaming emerald brooch adorning his chest. His companion was beautiful and graceful, her smile perfectly poised. Abraxas shot Tom a knowing glance, laced with a hint of mockery, as if to say, "See, we all must play our parts well." Tom returned with a barely perceptible nod. Yet, his gaze involuntarily drifted towards the spiral staircase leading to the girls' dormitory. Rachel had yet to descend. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps and the rustle of a gown came from the staircase. The once boisterous lounge seemed to have been muted, as all gazes converged in unison. At the pinnacle of the staircase stood Rachel Vale, clad in an exquisitely simple yet radiant white satin gown. The flowing lines cascaded like moonlight, perfectly delineating the delicate and enchanting curves of the blossoming young woman. With each step, gentle ripples emanated from her, her soft golden locks loosely pinned back, revealing her elegantly sculpted neck and collarbone. Most striking of all was the silk headband, the same hue as her captivating eyes, tied at the ends of her hair, a gift from Tom 3 years prior. She grasped the intricately carved banister and descended the steps, embodying a polished, luminous pearl, exuding a breathtaking beauty that she seemed blissfully unaware of. Thud. Tom distinctly heard his heart leap, then abruptly skip a beat. The sensation was foreign and jarring, akin to something within his chest being forcefully struck. His previously indifferent gaze abruptly solidified, as if bound by invisible ropes, fixated on the figure gracefully descending the staircase. He had never witnessed Rachel in such a light, or rather he had never truly seen her. The tempestuous troublemaker who often flailed and fumed before him, or who fell silent under his cutting remarks, had transformed into this poised, resplendent maiden. An unfamiliar emotion seized him, a blend of awe, astonishment, and a fleeting pulse of breathlessness that even he did not recognize. Not just he. Abraxas too momentarily forgot to respond to his female companion's soft inquiry, his slate blue eyes brimming with sheer admiration and momentary distraction. It was not until Miss Gringotts pinched his arm in mild annoyance that he snapped back to reality, clearing his throat in a feigned manner, donning a Malfoy-esque social smile, though his gaze continued to trail after that ethereal white figure. Rachel's eyes swept across the crowd, ultimately landing with precision on the dark silhouette by the fireplace. Upon seeing Tom Riddle, her breath instinctively hitched. She was aware of Tom's handsomeness, Yet she had never contemplated the heart-stopping visual impact when his deliberately restrained brilliance was cloaked in finery, revealing the true nobility and oppressive aura of the future Dark Lord. The black suit clung to him like a second skin, accentuating his broad shoulders and narrow waist, his posture as upright as a pine tree. The meticulously tailored white tie and collar added an austere elegance, while the silver snake tie clip she had gifted him glimmered at his chest, warming her heart inexplicably, mingled with a hint of pride. Taking a deep breath, she quelled the peculiar fluttering in her chest as she approached him. There were no barbs exchanged, no eye rolls, no kutin manikirs. She stood before him, tilting her face slightly upwards, her cerulean eyes reflecting the flickering firelight and his deep contours, and then, as if by instinct, she extended her hand, gently looping it through the crook of his arm. In that fleeting moment, Tom's body seemed to stiffen imperceptibly as she linked her arm with his. Without uttering a word, an extraordinary tacit understanding flowed between them. He did not resort to his usual sarcasm or barbed remarks to shatter the delicate atmosphere. Instead, he adjusted the angle of his arm to ensure her comfort before setting off. "Shall we?" His voice was low, stripped of its usual mockery, imbued with an inexplicable gentleness. Thus, arm in arm, they traversed the threshold of the Slytherin common room, bathed in countless gazes of wonder, envy and admiration, making their way towards the resplendent banquet hall. Abraxas observed their harmonious retreat, the scene almost blindingly radiant, as a flicker of complex shadows passed through his slate blue gaze, swiftly concealed by his perfect smile. The banquet hall was enchanted, the 4 house tables pushed aside to reveal a vast, mirror-like dance floor at its center. The orchestra commenced the first elegant waltz. The air was filled with laughter, chatter, and the intoxicating essence of youth and festivity. The arrival of Tom and Rachel undoubtedly drew the most attention. The stark contrast of black and white, one a cold, regal figure akin to a dark monarch, the other a pure and beautiful spirit resembling a moonlit fairy. When standing together, they seemed destined to be. "Miss Vale, it appears your practice has not been in vain?" Tom murmured, tilting his head slightly, his warm breath brushing against her ear. It was devoid of mockery, almost a confirmation. Rachel felt her ears flush with warmth, responding defiantly, "At least I won't step on Mr. Riddle's polished shoes." She straightened her back, unwilling to reveal any hint of vulnerability before him. Tom chuckled softly, the resonance vibrating through his chest, surprisingly melodious. He ceased his banter, encircling her slender waist with one arm while the other firmly grasped her hand. His palm was cool, imbued with an undeniable sense of strength, miraculously calming the flutter of nerves within her. As the music flowed like a stream beneath the moonlight, Tom's movements were precise and powerful, exuding an innate sense of control as he led Rachel in a graceful whirl across the polished floor. His actions were fluid, as if he were not merely dancing, but casting a spell of elegance. Rachel, relying on the rigorous training from Joe at Vale Manor, endeavored to keep pace with him. His solid arm, supporting her back, provided just the right amount of pressure, instilling a sense of safety and uncanny harmony. In the intervals of their spins, Rachel inadvertently met Tom's downward gaze. He did not regard her with the usual scrutiny or jest, but rather with an unwavering, focused intensity directed at her eyes. Those deep black irises, under the radiant lights, appeared to harbor the cosmos, so profound they seemed capable of drawing one in. Rachel had never been the object of such earnest attention from him, as though he sought to penetrate her very soul through her pupils. She then noticed how long and thick his eyelashes were, casting a delicate shadow beneath his eyelids. A wave of heat surged from her ears to her cheeks, as Rachel felt as though she might be pierced by his direct gaze. She hastily averted her eyes, her long lashes fluttering like startled butterfly wings, attempting to conceal the tumultuous heartbeat and blush blooming on her face. This peculiar sensation had been growing increasingly prevalent, especially in Tom's presence, an unsettling blend of flustered excitement, flushed cheeks, and the conflicting desire to draw near yet flee. Tom observed the rapid bloom of color on her cheeks, her shy evasion more vividly alluring than her earlier, breathtaking descent down the staircase. A strange warmth, tinged with satisfaction, surged through his typically cold and unyielding heart. He instinctively tightened his grip on her hand. As the dance concluded, polite applause erupted around them. Several upperclassmen couples, seizing the moment of musical intermission, indulged in tender embraces and kisses beneath the mistletoe, the air thick with sweet whispers and gentle laughter. Rachel's gaze flitted past a pair lost in a passionate kiss, her face flushed deeper, akin to a startled rabbit. As she abruptly stepped back from Tom, creating a noticeable distance, her eyes fixated on the delicate crystals adorning her shoes. Tom regarded her flustered demeanor with a glimmer of amusement. Leaning slightly closer to her crimson cheek, he deliberately lowered his voice, laced with mischievous teasing, "Miss Vale, Why does your face rival Santa Claus's robe in hue? Is the fireplace too warm? The scorching breath cascaded over her sensitive earlobe, causing Rachel to instinctively retract her neck. Akin to being scalded. With a forced composure, she retorted, "No, it's just cosmetics." She emphasized her denial, desperately wishing to find a crevice in the ground to vanish into. Observing her flustered and defensive demeanor, Tom's lips curled into a satisfied smirk. Yes. This feisty version of Rachel was decidedly more appealing. He ceased his teasing, elegantly gesturing for her to help herself to some refreshments at the buffet. After several waltzes, the cacophony and throng of the ballroom began to suffocate Rachel, beads of perspiration forming at her temples. She tugged at Tom's sleeve, whispering, "It's a bit warm here. I'd like to step outside for some fresh air." The two of them tactfully sidestepped the crowd, quietly departing the lively ballroom. Instead of venturing to the crowded terrace, they instinctively made their way toward the higher, more tranquil astronomical tower. The stargazing platform atop the tower was vast and silent, filled only with the howling wind and the distant strains of music wafting from the castle, the frigid air enveloping them. Rachel, clad in a delicate satin gown, shivered involuntarily as the night breeze caressed her, prompting a small sneeze. A familiar, disdainful hum echoed in the air. Almost immediately, a black suit jacket, imbued with warmth and a subtle scent that unmistakably belonged to Tom, was draped over her shoulders, enveloping her entirely. The warmth instantly dispelled the chill. Taken aback, Rachel instinctively clutched the fabric, a wave of warmth flooding her heart. She was about to turn and express her gratitude, or perhaps compliment him on his unexpected display of chivalry when Tom's acerbic voice, tinged with a hint of warning, resonated above her head. "Wrap up. Don't let that feeble resistance of yours turn you into a boiling fool at the slightest breeze." However, this time he paused, a note of teasing laced with an imperceptible awkwardness in his tone. "But this time, there will be no chance for you to commandeer my bed for warmth, as you did when we were children at the orphanage." Rachel, the fleeting warmth she felt was instantly doused with cold water. She tightened the jacket around herself in indignation, and made a face at Tom's tall, unyielding back. In truth, his act of draping her with his coat stemmed not only from a desire to shield her from the cold, a sentiment he would vehemently deny as concern, but also from a more clandestine reason. That damned white satin gown delineated her curves too distinctly. As she twirled beneath the starlight, the subtle undulations and her slender waist would inadvertently invade his line of sight, leaving him inexplicably distracted. An indescribable heat surged through his body, causing him agitation. Thus he thought it best to cover her up, out of sight, out of mind. Leaning against the cold stone balustrade, they gazed at the distant Hogsmeade village, adorned with twinkling lights, and the dark expanse of the forbidden forest beyond. The night wind tousled Tom's soft black hair. An unusual tranquility enveloped them, the earlier revelry of the dance floor seeming to belong to another world entirely. "Rachel," Tom suddenly spoke, his voice resonating against the stillness of the night sky, imbued with a rare, almost candid quality. Rachel turned to look at him. The starlight illuminated the chiseled contours of his profile, rendering him less cold and calculating than usual, more akin to a youth grappling with his own uncertainties. Tom did not meet her gaze, his eyes fixed on the distant horizon, as if peering into an unseen future. "You know," he began softly, yet with an undeniable weight, "what I desire has always been abundantly clear. The highest glory, the loudest fame. I intend to have the entire wizarding world grovel at my feet. Forever remembering the name Tom Marvolo Riddle, I shall fulfill the grand legacy of my ancestors and render this world pure." He spoke slowly, as if weighing his words, or perhaps revealing his innermost, darkest ambitions to a trusted confidant. Even he was taken aback by the ease with which these thoughts, which ought to remain buried within, spilled forth to Rachel. It was as if, in her presence, the veneer of perfection that he so carefully maintained had begun to fray at the seams. Rachel listened quietly. She was fully aware of his ambitions and the path he was destined to tread. Yet, in this moment, hearing him articulate such thoughts with a calm yet stubborn tone, she felt no fear. Instead, a peculiar blend of understanding and a tinge of pity stirred within her. After a brief silence, she spoke gently. "I believe you can achieve it, Tom. You are so intelligent, so powerful. What you desire, in the end, you shall undoubtedly possess." Her tone was sincere, her azure eyes shimmering with trust under the starlight. However, she paused, her voice lowering. "Sometimes, you are inscrutable. It seems you hide yourself away too deeply." Tom's body stiffened imperceptibly. He abruptly turned to Rachel, his dark eyes sharp as a hawk's in the night, as if searching her face for any trace of insincerity or testing. Yet all he found was a clear sincerity laced with concern. Inscrutable? Hiding too deeply? A flicker of cold amusement passed through him. He certainly had to conceal himself well. This world was rife with foolishness, betrayal, and filth. Only absolute power and a cold facade could safeguard him. Yet Rachel seemed to effortlessly touch upon certain aspects of his concealed self, inciting a vexation of being seen through, coupled with a secret solace that he himself was reluctant to acknowledge. He averted his gaze, choosing not to respond to her subsequent words, merely stating, "We should return. If we linger any longer, Madame Pomfrey will have yet another patient tomorrow." The two retraced their steps, the atmosphere thick with a subtle silence. Rachel's pace slowed, her attention captured by a heavy, dust-laden oak door at the end of the corridor. She had seen that door many times. Tom seemed to have a penchant for exploring this direction after returning from the restricted section of the library. "Tom," she inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity, "what's behind that door? What treasures do you always seek within?" Tom halted as well. He glanced at the door, then at Rachel's inquisitive blue eyes, unusually refraining from dismissing her with a curt, "None of your concern." He paused for several seconds, seemingly weighing his options. Ultimately, perhaps due to the night's extraordinary ambience or the pure trust reflected in her gaze that eased his defenses, he stepped forward, lightly tracing his fingers over the door lock, casting a silent unlocking spell. The heavy wooden door creaked open, releasing a wave of musty air, mingled with dust and the scent of parchment. Inside lay a small room cluttered with forgotten or deemed dangerous items, resembling a neglected storeroom, dimly lit. Not treasures, merely some forgotten or considered hazardous objects. Tom's voice echoed in the empty space, sounding somewhat muted. He illuminated the tip of his wand, casting a feeble glow that revealed towering piles of old textbooks, damaged instruments, and dust-covered statues. Rachel, filled with curiosity, followed closely behind, her eyes darting around. Suddenly, her gaze fixed upon something half obscured by a draped cloth in the depths of the room. "What is that mirror?" she asked, pointing at a large, dust-laden standing mirror framed in opulent gold, its surface intricately adorned with twisted vines and peculiar runes. Tom followed her gaze, his brow furrowing slightly. He stepped closer, the wand's light illuminating the mirror's surface. Above the mirror, an ancient inscription was etched. Upon deciphering the words, Tom's pupils dilated with shock. "Eris stra eru oit ube kafru oit onwosi," he suddenly recalled. Within the confines of the forbidden section, in a dilapidated tome concerning ancient magical artifacts, he had come across fleeting references to the erased mirror. True to its name, it reflects one's deepest desires. It possesses the extraordinary ability to unveil the most secret and fervent longings nestled within the human soul. An indescribable impulse seized Tom. He yearned to gaze upon it. He wished to discern what lay at the core of his innermost aspirations. Was it the supreme power, unrivaled strength, or something else entirely? He nearly held his breath as he took a step forward, standing before the colossal magical mirror. The surface shimmered like rippling water, and the indistinct images gradually crystallized. He beheld it. He saw himself, not the current youthful Tom Riddle, but a more mature, imposing figure radiating an overwhelming aura of authority. Draped in robes akin to the flowing night, he perched upon a formidable throne crafted from bones and obsidian that instilled dread in all who gazed upon it. The entire magical realm lay prostrate at his feet. Those who had once mocked him, belittled him, were now akin to ants, trembling in abject fear and despairing submission. The Muggles had been swept away like dust, leaving the magical world pure, governed solely by the noble purebloods. The glory of Slytherin had reached its zenith in his grasp. He was the singular, supreme sovereign of this world. This was the aspiration he had pursued his entire life. This was the deepest yearning of his heart. Yet, as he reveled in this intoxicating vision of power, the reflection in the mirror shifted once more. A delicate, alabaster hand adorned with a silver serpent bracelet gently intertwined with the arm of the exalted version of himself. Tom's heart felt as though it had been gripped tightly by a frigid hand. The visage of him in the mirror turned, and the cold disdain that had once marked his features melted away, replaced by a tenderness that had never graced his true face, one filled with affection and absolute possession. And the one who clung to his arm was none other than Rachel Weir. In the mirror, Rachel appeared more mature and alluring than ever, draped in an exquisite robe. Nestled against his side, she tilted her head upwards, offering him a smile so sweet it was almost unbearable, her eyes devoid of the usual mischief or irritation, instead filled with unrestrained adoration and infatuation. She even tilted her head slightly, resting her cheek against his shoulder, her demeanor intimate and dependent, as if he were her sole faith and support. No, this was impossible. Tom recoiled as if struck by a bolt of lightning, staggering back in shock, his complexion draining of color. The image in the mirror receded like a tide, leaving behind only the cold, dusty surface and the echo of his racing heartbeat in the stillness of the room. Why? Why was Rachel present within his desires? Why did she appear in such a clinging, enamored manner? What connection did this hold to his pursuit of power, authority, and a pure world? A profound sense of absurdity and deeper panic gripped him. The self-control he had always prided himself on was on the verge of crumbling. Tom. Rachel, startled by his reaction, stepped forward with concern, observing his pale countenance and dazed eyes. What's wrong? What did you see? You look so ill. Tom suddenly snapped back to reality, forcing down the tumultuous waves of emotion surging within him. He inhaled deeply, quickly regaining his surface composure, yet the remnants of shock lingered in his gaze. He did not respond to Rachel's inquiry, but rather locked onto her with an intensely probing gaze, his voice taut with barely concealed tension. Rachel, what did you see? Tell me, what did you behold in the mirror? He was desperate to know whether she harbored any desire for him, whether her heart mirrored the admiration and infatuation he had witnessed in the reflection. This thought consumed him with an almost maddening obsession. Rachel felt a pang of anxiety at his serious demeanor. With a puzzled expression, she approached the enormous mirror. The surface began to ripple once more. Rachel's eyes widened with curiosity. What appeared within the mirror was not the Hogwarts, the Weir estate, or the likeness of any familiar figure she had anticipated. Instead, she beheld an unfamiliar girl. The girl appeared a few years older than Rachel, an Eastern visage she had never encountered before. The girl smiled radiantly at the mirror, flanked by a pair of middle-aged parents, both adorned with gentle smiles. They embraced the dark-haired girl, the backdrop seemingly a bright, sunlit room. Who was this? And who were her parents? Why did she feel so familiar yet so alien? A poignant blend of sorrow and warmth seized Rachel's heart in that moment. As she strained to see more clearly, a sudden, excruciating pain, one that felt as though it could tear her head apart, struck without warning. Ah! Rachel gasped. The world before her plunging into darkness, spinning chaotically. She felt her strength drain away, her body weakly collapsing backward. Rachel! Tom's exclamation was laced with unprecedented panic. He sprang forward, catching her in his arms just before she could hit the ground. Her body was soft and cold, her complexion alarmingly pale under the dim light of his wand, beads of cold sweat appearing on her forehead. The shock from the mirror's vision was eclipsed by overwhelming terror. Tom's heart felt as if it were clutched by an invisible hand, rendering him nearly breathless. Never had he felt such concern. Though confident in his skills in potion-making and healing magic, seeing Rachel, fragile as fragile glass, in his embrace filled him with an unprecedented fear. What if he could not save her? This sense of helplessness was suffocating. Rachel! Rachel! Look at me! Can you speak? Tom's voice, usually calm and composed, trembled with urgency. He knelt beside her, holding her tightly, one hand frantically brushing aside her damp hair to assess her condition. Rachel could only feel her head pounding mercilessly, as if countless needles were stirring within her mind. Her vision was filled with swirling stars, and her ears buzzed with a deafening roar, rendering her unable to speak. All she could do was furrow her brow in pain, emitting a vague groan. Hang in there. Tom's voice was low and urgent, laced with an undeniable command, as if to bolster his own resolve. Without hesitation, he swept Rachel into his arms. The girl's slight frame felt incredibly fragile against him. He cradled her and strode quickly out of the forbidden section, racing toward the hospital wing. The cold night wind brushed against his cheeks, and the girl in his arms felt like ice. Tom's heart raced furiously within his chest, each beat tugging at an indescribable panic. He lowered his gaze to her pallid face, repeatedly whispering her name, his voice tinged with an anxiety and fear he had not fully recognized. Rachel, Rachel. In the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey swiftly examined Rachel, who had been carefully placed on the bed by Tom. Overexertion, coupled with some unusual magical fluctuations, has likely triggered a nerve headache, perhaps compounded by a chill. After her examination, Madame Pomfrey sighed in relief, administering a small vial of a cool mint-scented purple potion to Rachel. It's nothing serious. Drink this and have a good rest and you'll be just fine. Young people, do take care of your health and don't overindulge at the ball. She fussed over Rachel, tucking her in, and offered a few more words of caution to Tom before turning to attend to other students. Rachel lay wearily on the soft pillow, her consciousness becoming hazy and heavy under the influence of the potion. She struggled to recall the familiar yet distant visage of the dark-haired girl, and the couple reflected in the enchanted mirror, as though etched deep within her soul, yet so foreign, as if separated by an entire world. Who were they? Why did their mere presence evoke such profound pain, intertwined with warmth? In her hazy state, she felt a cool yet firm hand gently grasping her own, which lay outside the covers. The hand's owner seemed anxious, gripping her with a hint of tremor in the fingertips. A deep, familiar voice, laden with weariness and an unfamiliar, almost pleading huskiness, softly called her name, Rachel. Rachel. Wake up. It's Tom. Along with him came that familiar, crisp scent of pine mingled with the cold aroma of old books wafting from his clothes. Rachel exerted effort to lift her heavy eyelids. Her vision remained blurred for a while before gradually coming into focus. In the dim light, Tom Riddle sat at her bedside. His head slightly bowed, the contours of his profile appearing weary in the shadows. His normally meticulously arranged dark hair now fell messily across his forehead. With his eyes closed, thick lashes cast faint shadows upon his cheeks. One of his hands held hers tightly, in a manner that conveyed an undeniable sense of urgency. His breathing was steady and prolonged, suggesting deep exhaustion, as he lay beside her, still holding her hand in slumber. At the foot of the bed, Nagini coiled into a ball, hissing softly, her crimson forked tongue flicking out as if exhibiting a trace of curiosity. Witnessing this scene, Rachel's heart felt as if it were caressed by the softest feather. All her grievances, fears, and confusion regarding the mirror were momentarily eclipsed by an overwhelming, warm emotion that threatened to engulf her. Tom Riddle, that sharp-tongued, domineering, and obstinate fellow. Was he truly concerned for her? Was he anxious about her? Even watching over her as she slept? A warm current surged through her, dispelling all chill and discomfort. The corners of Rachel's mouth lifted involuntarily, sketching a frail yet utterly genuine smile. She had known all along. Tom Riddle was a person of stubborn words, but soft heart. Though his manner was often so awkward and irksome, he was forever the perfect student, donning a flawless facade, polite yet coldly aloof towards others. As her gaze lingered on his sleeping profile, the usual sharpness and brilliance softened into youthful gentleness and fatigue. He held her hand tightly, a grip that imparted a peculiar sense of reassurance. Rachel gently wiggled her fingers held by him, not pulling away but rather finding comfort in closing her eyes once more. The familiar scent of him lingered at the tip of her nose, his cool body warmth radiating through her palm. All her chaotic thoughts gradually faded away, as drowsiness enveloped her like a gentle tide. Just before she sank into a tranquil slumber, the images of the dark-haired girl and the couple from the mirror dissipated like mist blown away by the wind, leaving no trace in her memory. They belonged to another world, another order, fragments that could never leave an everlasting mark upon the celestial trajectory of this magical realm. Rachel Vale slept soundly, her breathing even, as if she had merely experienced an overly stimulating Yule Ball. Meanwhile, the future Dark Lord, still clutching her hand, seemed to relax slightly in his dreams. Chapter 14. How dare you burn my love letters? After the Yule Ball, Tom Riddle's psyche resembled a stone cast into a dark lake, stirring unprecedented, tumultuous undercurrents. That accursed erased mirror not only reflected his ambition to rule the world, but also thrust another figure, Rachel Vale, into the depths of his most fervent desires, depicted in a manner that suggested attachment and infatuation. This realization was like a toxic seed, swiftly taking root in the fissures of his meticulously constructed icy walls, growing into an intense, almost pathological possessiveness and urge to dominate over Rachel Vale. He could not bear to see her suffer the slightest harm, nor could he tolerate her closeness with others. Witnessing her discussing Quidditch tactics with Abraxas, or animatedly conversing with Hagrid about the charms of blast-ended Scroots, or even merely sharing a cheerful greeting with some younger boy in the corridor, ignited an unnameable fury within him, setting ablaze the edges of his rationality. The flawless facade of the perfect student would crack instantly, revealing his displeasure and a gaze sharp as ice, capable of dropping the temperature within a 3-meter radius, silencing those nearby into fearful stillness. Several times he found himself startled, nearly forgetting to maintain that damned persona. What vexed him most was Rachel's casual mention of that golden-haired boy from Beauxbatons, Joel. Zhao might come to see me next month, she said, each word piercing like a fine needle into his most sensitive nerves. He had even begun to loathe seeing Rachel receive those suspiciously thick letters sealed with Beauxbatons wax. What did he desire? He wanted the world of Rachel Vale to contain only the name Tom Riddle. Her gaze, her smile, her thoughts. All her joys and sorrows must arise solely because of him. He wanted her wholly, unreservedly, to belong only to him, gazing at him with complete adoration and infatuation, just as in the mirror. No more thoughts of that damned Zhao. No more attention to those foolish suitors. No more of that carefree smile directed at anyone but him. This strange, surging, almost consuming obsession left Tom, who was accustomed to controlling everything, feeling unprecedentedly unmoored and terrified. He despised this sensation of being governed by emotions. Yet like a drug addiction, he found it impossible to escape. He attempted to numb himself with deeper studies of dark magic, diverting his focus towards perfecting the Muggle eradication plan. Yet Rachel's image, those cerulean eyes, would always intrude upon his thoughts at the most inopportune moments. Rachel, of course, sensed Tom's growing unease, and it was becoming increasingly pronounced. Had Tom mistakenly consumed some mandrake root? As she tidied her notes from the Care of Magical Creatures class, she quietly vented to Abraxas beside her. Yesterday, I merely discussed our assignment on 1,000 magical herbs and fungi with a Hufflepuff. When he passed by, his gaze was like I had just stolen his precious dragon egg. She exaggeratedly shivered. A knowing smile flickered in Abraxas's gray-blue eyes as he gracefully accepted the hefty tome monsters and their monsters from Rachel, his movements fluid and natural. However, just as his fingertips were about to make contact with the book's spine, a cold, piercing gaze seemed to nail itself into the back of his hand. Abraxas paused imperceptibly. Glancing up, there stood Tom Riddle, just entered the common room, by the fireplace, his dark eyes glimmering like daggers of ice, coldly fixed upon the hand reaching for Rachel's textbook, his expression rife with warning and discontent, almost palpable. Internally, Abraxas sighed silently. Here we go again. This future Dark Lord seemed to categorize even the simple act of helping Rachel retrieve a book as overly intimate. He nonchalantly picked up the book, donning a perfect, slightly teasing smile, and nodded toward Tom as if to say, "No need to worry, it was merely a small gesture." Tom scoffed, diverting his gaze. Yet the oppressive atmosphere he emanated dimmed even the flickering green flames of the fireplace. Abraxas shook his head helplessly as he observed Rachel, still bewildered and complaining about Tom's intimidating gaze. A complex emotion surged within him. This girl, astute and sharp in the realm of magic, was utterly oblivious when it came to matters of the heart, as oblivious as a giant's toenail. Riddle's blatant possessiveness might as well have been inscribed on his face, yet she remained foolishly convinced that he had merely taken the wrong medicine. At that moment, a few excited voices from the younger boys in another corner of the common room reached his ears. They were speaking in hushed tones, but the words were remarkably clear in the otherwise quiet environment. "It's true. I saw him stealing glances at Miss Ware in the library. Wow, quite bold of him. But Miss Ware is indeed very beautiful. He wrote her a love letter, and plans to muster the courage to deliver it today. We should pass it on. Should he just give it directly? It could end in an embarrassing rejection, right? I think he wants to ask Senior Riddle for help in delivering it. After all, they are friends and Riddle is such a nice guy." Rachel's name floated clearly through the conversation. Abraxas raised an eyebrow and leaned over to whisper teasingly to Rachel, who was still frowning in contemplation of Tom's condition. "Did you hear that? Miss Ware, it seems your drought of love letters is about to come to an end. Someone is ready to charge forth for you." He deliberately elongated his tone. "The last girl in Hogwarts who hasn't received a love letter? TSK. That record is finally going to be broken." Rachel's face flushed crimson, a mixture of embarrassment and a peculiar, innocent shyness unique to young girls. Over the years, watching Abraxas's locker filled with love letters, and the pile of confessions accumulating on the small table beside Tom's hearth, she often claimed to be indifferent, yet occasionally felt a subtle twinge of envy and a hint of defiance. Was she, Rachel Ware, truly devoid of charm? The boys who had been whispering seemed to have finally gathered their courage, shoving each other as they approached the dark figure exuding an aura of "do not approach" by the fireplace. The leader of the group tightly clutched a light blue envelope, its edges slightly wrinkled from sweat. He stepped before Tom, his voice trembling with nerves, infused with utmost reverence and respect. "Senior Riddle, good evening. I apologize for the intrusion." Tom lifted his gaze from the book titled Secrets of Dark Magic, and cast a disinterested glance over them, remaining silent. The boy drew a deep breath, extending the light blue envelope towards Tom with rapid speech. His face flushed. "This is a letter for Miss Rachel Ware. I am Alan Pruitt from 2nd year Ravenclaw. I greatly admire Miss Ware. I think she is kind, intelligent, and exceptionally lovely. I know giving it to her directly might disturb her, so I wanted to ask for your help in delivering it. Please, Senior Riddle." With that, he bowed deeply, his companions hastily following suit. Several curious eyes turned toward them in the common room. Rachel stood a short distance away, watching the scene unfold, her heart inexplicably quickening. Although she had no recollection of the boy named Alan, the moment still brought an involuntary smile, tinged with youth's novelty and shyness, to her face. She instinctively glanced at Abraxas, who was watching her with a teasing expression that seemed to say, "See? I told you so." However, Abraxas's gaze swiftly shifted to Tom. Upon witnessing Tom's expression, even the seasoned Malfoy could not help but feel a chill of apprehension for the brave, or perhaps foolish, boys and silently lit a virtual candle for them. Tom Riddle's countenance transformed into a textbook example of the ominous prelude to a storm. His fingers gripping the book, turned pale from exertion, and deep within his dark eyes, ice shards shattered, unleashing a terrifying tide of magma. That light blue envelope, in his eyes, was akin to a fiery projectile launched onto his territory. He forced himself to suppress the immediate urge to unleash a curse. The corners of his mouth stiffly twitched upwards, contorting into a grotesque semblance of a smile. His voice was low, each word squeezed out through gritted teeth. Of course. He extended his hand, his fingertips tinged with disdain, merely brushing against the light blue letter, as if it were something filthy. Mr. Pruitt, I shall convey your sentiments to Miss Weir as you wish. He emphasized the phrase as you wish with a chilly mockery. The boys, oblivious to the underlying menace in his words, gratefully bowed once more and, feeling victorious, scurried away. As they disappeared through the common room door, the forced smile on Tom's face vanished without a trace, replaced by a palpable, almost tangible, darkness and fury. He did not even glance back, his fingers gripping the light blue letter suddenly igniting with a surge of icy blue flames. Incendio. The flames blazed fiercely, a silent incantation executed so swiftly it was barely visible. The letter, bearing the tender affections of youth, was instantaneously reduced to a small pile of ashes at Tom's fingertips. The blue flames greedily licked at the paper, emitting a faint crackling sound, illuminating Tom's handsome yet demonically cold visage in the dim light of the fireplace. My letter. A voice, filled with incredulous fury, pierced the air. Rachel, like a cat with its tail stepped on, dashed from beside Abraxas. She rushed before Tom, staring at the remnants of ash dissipating in the air, her face drained of color, her sapphire eyes ablaze with wrath. Tom Riddle. She pointed at the ashes, her voice rising in pitch from anger, nearly threatening to shatter the ceiling of the common room. So that's how it is. No wonder. No wonder I haven't received a single love letter in years. No wonder people keep asking me why I don't respond to them. It was you. You were the one causing all this trouble. She trembled with rage, like a cat deprived of its beloved fish snack. Tom, thoroughly infuriated by her vehement reaction, despised the uncontrolled accusations, and even more so, the fire igniting in her eyes for those imbeciles. Did she care so much? Did she long for those worthless confessions? This realization gnawed at his sanity like a venomous serpent. He leaned in suddenly, invading the space of Rachel's flushed face, his voice low and dangerous, laced with suppressed fury. Filtering. I am helping you filter out those who are not suitable. Each word was enunciated deliberately, his dark gaze locking onto hers. They do not deserve you, Rachel Weir. They lack even the qualification to approach you. Filtering. Rachel was nearly laughing with rage, defiantly glaring back at him, her voice trembling with emotion. What right do you have to filter for me? What qualifications do you possess? You never even considered my thoughts. You are always this way. Self-righteous. Cold-blooded. Selfish. Only thinking of yourself. You have no idea what respect means. You are nothing but a thoroughly cold, self-righteous nuisance. The term cold-blooded struck Tom's heart like a poisoned dagger. He believed he had been sufficiently special towards Rachel. He had tolerated her provocations, indulged her closeness, and even stayed by her side when she was ill. How could she call him cold-blooded? For those insignificant insects he could crush without a thought. His expression darkened terrifyingly, the air around them seeming to freeze. A few younger students, who had been watching the spectacle, shrank back in fear. Abraxas, sensing the imminent danger, quickly stepped forward, firmly grasping Rachel's hand as she instinctively reached for her wand, joking, if it comes to blows, even 10 of you wouldn't be enough to match a single finger of Tom. Certainly he was acutely aware of Tom's pride, which would never permit him to genuinely draw his wand against Rachel. Stay calm, Vale, Abraxas murmured, casting a swift glance at Tom, urging him to vacate the eye of the storm. Tom gazed into Rachel's blue eyes, aflame with fury and disappointment, feeling as if his heart were gripped tightly by a frigid hand. The disappointment was far more unbearable than the anger. Suddenly, he leaned closer to Rachel's ear, close enough to sense her rapid breaths fueled by rage, and with a voice as cold as a chilling current, he clearly articulated, "You are right, Rachel. I have indeed always been cold-blooded." Straightening up, he averted his gaze from her entirely, striding away with long legs, exuding an air of forbidding chill. And without a backward glance, he made his way towards the spiral staircase of the boys' dormitory, leaving behind a rigid, icy silhouette and a profound silence in the common room. Rachel felt paralyzed by his last words and that frigid tone. Her anger doused as if doused with a bucket of ice water, leaving only a sense of grievance and an inexplicable sorrow churning within her chest. Abraxas sighed, half dragging, half encouraging the still fuming Rachel out of the increasingly crowded common room, leading her to a secluded corridor outside the castle. The evening breeze brushed against them, slightly cooling Rachel's anger, yet the grievance still lodged firmly in her throat. Leaning against the cold stone pillar, she sulked. Alright, has your anger subsided a bit, my little firecracker? Abraxas leaned against another stone pillar, his tone laced with a hint of exasperated amusement. Not at all. Why should he? Rachel retorted, her frustration palpable. Abraxas regarded the still bewildered blonde girl before him, his gray-blue eyes glimmering with perceptive insight. Rachel, he began slowly, posing a question that struck at her very soul. Do you truly have no inkling as to why Tom acts this way? Rachel was taken aback, lifting her gaze, her azure eyes clouded with confusion. Why? Because he can't stand to see me happy? Because his need for control is twisted? Abraxas chuckled softly, shaking his head. Indeed, he is an egotist. But he is not so trivial as to specifically seek to shatter your joy. He stepped closer, his expression turning earnest. Tell me, when you receive letters and confessions from that Alan Pruitt or those other unknown boys, do you genuinely feel delighted? The kind of joy that springs from your heart? Rachel faltered at the question, blinking in contemplation. Alan Pruitt? She could scarcely recall what he looked like. She was unfamiliar with the owners of those letters intercepted by Tom. Would receiving their correspondence bring her joy? It seemed rather insignificant. At best, it elicited a fleeting curiosity or a slight sense of vanity from being acknowledged. Yet that feeling was ephemeral, far less enduring than the intensity of a quarrel with Tom. Observing Rachel lost in thought, Abraxas nodded knowingly. You see, you already know the answer. Those love letters are inconsequential to you. But Rachel was determined to argue. There is no but, Abraxas interjected, his tone sharp in a manner reminiscent of Malfoy. The crux lies not in the letters themselves, but in the logic behind Tom's actions. I have previously mentioned that Tom Riddle possesses a territorial instinct akin to that of a dragon guarding its lair. He despises anyone touching his possessions, anything at all. A quill, a seat, a book he has marked. And to you, Rachel Vale, he stated, locking eyes with her, he has evidently classified you within the realm of his possessions. And indeed, as the most core and untouchable of them all. Those suitors, in his eyes, are merely attempting to encroach upon or even seize what belongs to him. Do you think, given his character, he would allow such a thing to transpire? He would eradicate these threats as one would crush a beetle in his path. His possessions? Rachel instinctively echoed, her brow furrowing, yet within her heart, that term stirred an unfamiliar and intense ripple of feeling, a mix of resistance and an odd flutter. When did I become his possession? I am not Nagini, she mumbled indignantly, attempting to mask that strange sensation with anger. Abraxas observed her, recognizing the flicker of realization beneath her stubborn facade, and couldn't help but chuckle lightly, his gray-blue eyes filled with a blend of exasperation and empathy for her emotional obliviousness. Oh, my dear Miss Vale, he elongated the syllables teasingly, do you truly not sense it? Tom Riddle, the one who dons a perfect facade before everyone, yet whose heart is colder than the dungeons of Slytherin. How special do you think he perceives you? Special? Rachel was utterly taken aback. That word fell like a small stone into her tumultuous heart, which had been roiling with anger, inciting layers of chaotic ripples. Special? His sharp tongue directed at himself. And his hypocritical gentleness towards others. His awkward concern for her, contrasted with his absolute indifference to others. And the image of his hand tightly clasped over hers at her bedside. Scenes flashed uncontrollably in her mind. Rachel's cheeks flushed anew, her heart racing out of sync. She opened her mouth, yet words eluded her, and she could only frantically divert her gaze, unable to meet Abraxas's penetrating eyes. Abraxas watched with satisfaction as Rachel's expressions shifted. Knowing his words had made an impact, he elegantly adjusted his collar. Well, the riddle has been presented. The answer is yours to uncover. The wind is strong outside. Be careful not to catch a chill, lest a certain cold-blooded individual find another excuse to go mad. He smiled knowingly, turning to leave the corridor, leaving Rachel standing alone in the cold moonlight, her heart in disarray. Meanwhile, in the Slytherin boys' dormitory, Tom Riddle did not remain as detached as he pretended. A small snake, entirely emerald in hue, its scales shimmering under the moonlight, coiled around his wrist, relaying the overheard conversation from the castle corridor, word for word in Parseltongue. How special his possessions are. She seems to grasp it somewhat. Or perhaps not. Blushing and heart racing, Nagini's small head nuzzled against Tom's cool hand. Tom leaned against the window, listening to Nagini's report, his deep black eyes gazing out at the dark forbidden forest, his lips curling into a slow, cold smile tinged with an odd sense of satisfaction. Special? He whispered, unconsciously stroking Nagini's smooth scales. How slow to react. Needing that peacock Malfoy to prompt her, he murmured, his tone laced with a self-aware, almost affectionate exasperation, ridiculously foolish. Yet that slight upward curve of his mouth betrayed his mood, which was not quite as bleak as it could be. At the very least, she had begun to contemplate, to recognize his uniqueness. That was enough. In the following days, a peculiar tension enveloped the Slytherin common room, as Tom Riddle and Rachel Vale found themselves embroiled in an unprecedented and protracted silent standoff. Rachel wholly avoided Tom. In the corridors, she would immediately look down and take a detour. During meals in the Great Hall, she steadfastly refused to sit near him. Even in the common room. Upon spotting that dark figure, she would hastily gather her books and retreat to the girls' dormitory or the library. She needed time. Her mind felt as though it were entangled in a chaotic mess, as Abraxas's words and Tom's peculiar behavior intertwined and collided within her thoughts. His possessions. Special. The ominous and violent glimmer in his eyes when he burned those love letters. The icy tone when he declared himself cold-blooded. As he held her hand and drifted into slumber, a rare, almost fragile softness enveloped them. A tempest of emotions surged within her heart. Anger, grievance, confusion. A hint of secret sweetness, and a myriad of other indescribable chaos. Whenever Tom cast an occasional, probing gaze her way, she instinctively recoiled like a startled fawn, her cheeks flushing uncontrollably. This unfamiliar and uncontrollable reaction only served to heighten her irritation. Such distraction even seeped into her daily life. When Hagrid enthusiastically showcased yet another delightful creature he had discovered, Rachel's gaze wandered to the edge of the forbidden forest, her mind replaying the image of Tom burning the letter. Rachel? Rachel. Hagrid's enormous hand waved before her eyes, his voice rumbling with concern. You're daydreaming again. You've been like this lately. Have those annoying Slytherin boys been bothering you? Tell me and I'll help you teach them a lesson. He brandished his wand with righteous indignation. No, not at all. Rachel jolted back to reality, glancing at Hagrid's worried expression and offering an awkward smile. Hastily redirecting her focus to the oddly endearing three-headed creature before her, while internally lamenting, Merlin. Tom is driving me mad. In the boys' dormitory, the atmosphere was equally far from pleasant. Abraxas Malfoy lounged on his four-poster bed draped in silver-green silk sheets, casually toying with a delicate golden galleon, and seemingly nonchalantly remarked, "Speaking of which, Riddle, after knowing you for so long, I find myself quite curious. How many love letters and suitors have you filtered out for our dear Miss Weasley over these years?" Tom's silhouette stiffened imperceptibly. He did not turn around, his dark eyes still fixed on the view outside. Yet his voice was as cold as stone pulled from the depths of a frozen cavern. "I can't recall." He paused as if reminiscing, or perhaps merely stating an inconsequential fact. Maybe 1 or 2 a week. Or perhaps more, considering the enthusiasm of those fools. His tone remained flat, as if he were commenting on the weather. Abraxas's fingers stilled over the galleon, genuine astonishment flickering in his gray-blue eyes for the first time. 1 or 2 a week. Over the years. That number far exceeds my expectations. He had assumed Tom acted only occasionally, but was taken aback to find it was a persistent, systematic endeavor. Such a level of possessiveness and darkness sent a chill through even him, the self-proclaimed heir to the Malfoy legacy, who prided himself on understanding the power games of pure-blood families. Merlin's beard, Abraxas whispered in disbelief. "You truly are meticulous." He hesitated, his tone laced with subtle inquiry. "However, Miss Weasley has certainly been rather temperamental these past few days. It seems she truly cares about those opportunities you've dismissed?" Tom abruptly turned, cold fury igniting in his dark eyes. Care? He seemed to have heard the most ludicrous of jokes, a mocking smirk curling at his lips. She cares about those fools? She is merely a source of irritation, furrowing her brow in frustration, unable to articulate the absurd, even laughable, anger she feels. Did she truly fantasize about accepting those worthless advances? What a ridiculous and foolish notion. This thought reignited the nameless fire within his chest. He approached his desk, fingers unconsciously tapping on the smooth surface, his gaze drifting outside, his voice low, bearing an undeniable declaration, as if stating an ancient, immutable truth. She need not concern herself with anyone. Rachel Weasley is mine. From that accursed orphanage in London to every corner of Hogwarts, she belongs to me. His tone was resolute, imbued with an almost obsessive certainty. No one could take her from him. His gaze turned deep and dangerous, as if penetrating the very fabric of space, landing on the golden-haired figure far away in France. Including her pretentious golden-haired cousin, he added icily. Abraxas observed Tom's unabashed possessiveness, akin to a dragon guarding its treasure, and silently sighed. "It's over, Miss Weasley. You've caught the eye of the most dangerous serpent, and it seems you shall not escape its grasp for the rest of your life." He shrugged, choosing not to elaborate further, instead tossing the galleon high into the air and catching it deftly, the sound ringing clear. It appeared the dramatic entanglement of the Slytherin triangle was only growing more enthralling. Chapter 15. A kiss at the observatory sealed their fate. The Cold War atmosphere enveloped Rachel Weasley, making each breath feel laden with a sticky sweetness and irritation. Each day, she found herself mulling over Abraxas's words from that night in the corridor. His possessions, how very special they were. Classes had become a torment. In charms. As Professor Flitwick explained the subtleties of the silencing charm, her mind replayed Tom's brooding gaze as he burned the letter. In potions. As Slughorn praised Riddle's flawless potion for scabies, she fixated on the bubbling liquid in the cauldron, as if she could feel the coolness of his fingers holding hers at the observatory. This persistent distraction culminated in a disaster during flying lessons. Under the clear sky and gentle breeze, which should have been perfect for enjoying the thrill of flight, Rachel mounted the school's ancient clean sweep 1001. Her incantation echoing as the broom wobbled upward. Her thoughts lingered in the fragments of the dream from the previous night. Tom's deep black eyes were no longer cold, but rather illuminated with a warmth she had never witnessed, causing her heart to race. Then it seemed she was too close, too close. Weasley, watch where you're going. Madame Hooch's sharp whistle and shout rang like thunder. Rachel snapped back to reality, horrified to discover her broom was careening toward the castle's hard stone wall, at a perilous angle. Her moment of distraction had completely robbed her of direction and balance. A terrified scream lodged in her throat as she scrambled to pull up on the broom, but her body, thrown off balance, lurched to one side. The sensation of weightlessness gripped her like a frigid hand. The broom beneath her surged downward like a wild stallion, and the wind howled ominously in her ears as the ground rushed towards her wide, terrified eyes. Rachel, Abraxas, closest to her, reacted swiftly, lowering his broom in an attempt to reach her. Yet the suddenness of the situation, coupled with the unfavorable distance and angle, made it nearly impossible. Madame Hooch had already sounded the emergency whistle, mounting her broom, prepared to dive for a rescue. In that critical moment, a streak of black lightning tore through the air. The speed was so astonishing that it produced a sharp sound as it sliced through the atmosphere. Tom Riddle. He dove from his lofty perch with such swiftness that he left behind only a blurred shadow. He precisely anticipated Rachel's trajectory as she plummeted. And at the very instant she was about to collide with the protruding stone decoration beneath the castle, his broom executed an impossible arc, narrowly grazing the stone wall. With powerful arms he reached out, gripping Rachel's slender waist with a force akin to iron. The tremendous impact caused both brooms to shudder violently. Tom grunted, his muscles straining as he forcibly pulled the nearly incapacitated Rachel back from the precipice, directly into his embrace. Idiot! What were you thinking? Trying to turn yourself into a puddle of flesh. The overwhelming fear and an indescribable rage instantly shattered Tom's composure. He nearly shouted, his voice trembling with a barely perceptible hoarseness from tension and terror. He gripped the broom with one hand while the other clutched Rachel tightly to his chest, feeling the frantic rhythm of her heartbeat, and the chill of her body. The panic of having narrowly escaped death caused his heart to race violently, as if it might burst from his chest. Hold me tight. Rachel Weasley. Immediately. Right now. He commanded in a tone that was unprecedentedly stern, imbued with an undeniable protectiveness. The terror of surviving a brush with death engulfed Rachel, like a cold tide. The tremors of her recent encounter with mortality coursed through her limbs. At that moment, Tom's fierce, thunderous shout ignited within her all the grievances, confusion, anger, and the hidden dependence she had been unaware of, like a lit fuse sparking an explosion of emotion. The emotions she had suppressed for so long surged forth like a flood, uncontrollable. She clung to Tom's lean waist, burying her face in his solid, warm back, and began to weep uncontrollably. Her tears soaked his black flight jacket. Why are you so fierce? What else do you know how to do besides being fierce to me? She sobbed, her voice thick with indignation. You always wear that stern expression. You never show me any kindness. Your words are always so harsh. But to others? You smile at Professor Slughorn. You smile at Professor Flitwick. You even smile at those girls who send you love letters. Such feigned smiles. Such hypocrisy. You only treat me with cruelty. Malfoy said this is special? Such a special treatment, I would rather not have. I hate you, Tom Riddle. I despise you. Her cries were heart-wrenching, as if she aimed to pour out all her grievances. The hot tears seeped through the fabric, searing Tom's skin beneath. In that instant, Tom's body went rigid. All his anger and fear were swept away by Rachel's torrential tears and desperate accusations. He had never seen her cry so sorrowfully, so unjustly. Her complaints pierced his heart like icy needles. So this was how she felt? Her perception of his hypocritical gentleness towards others contrasted painfully with his cruelty towards her? His special treatment had caused her such distress? An indescribable pang of sadness and heartache struck him unexpectedly. In his deep black eyes, a tumult of complex emotions swirled, shock, disbelief, and a hint of helplessness. He opened his mouth to retort, to explain that his smiles were disingenuous, that his awkward manner towards her was the only authentic emotion he possessed. Yet, gazing at her trembling shoulders and listening to her choked accusations, the harsh words remained unuttered. He could only hold her more tightly, allowing her scalding tears to soak into his back. The softness and warmth of her developing form pressed against him, the peculiar sensation and fragrance wafting through the thin fabric mingling with her pitiful cries, evoked an inexplicable heat and embarrassment within him, causing his ears to flush with a suspicious hue. If I had known that you would be so fierce upon seeing me, I would have preferred to fall just now. Rachel gasped through her tears, defiantly shouting, "Shut up." Tom's brow furrowed tightly, his heart constricting painfully. He loathed hearing such words. Intensely. The panic he felt watching her fall had gripped his heart, and he never wished to endure that sensation again. He tightened his embrace, almost melding her into his very being, his voice laced with suppressed anger and an unrecognized tension. "Do not say such things. Do you hear me?" The broom descended smoothly onto the lawn. Mrs. Hooch and Abraxas approached, expressing concern for Rachel's well-being. Though Rachel continued to sob, she defiantly pushed away Tom's hand that sought to steady her, not sparing him a glance as she lowered her head, wiped her tears, and strode determinately toward the castle, leaving behind a figure fraught with grievance and resolve. Abraxas observed Tom's face, darkened to the point of dripping with tension, and his gaze, laden with a complex mixture of emotions directed at Rachel's retreating form, sighed helplessly. He produced a meticulously ironed silver-gray silk handkerchief and offered it to Tom, gesturing subtly in the direction Rachel had departed. "Go speak with her, Riddle," in a manner that is, well, less Riddle-like. He paused and added, "Chasing after her now would yield the best results." Tom looked at the handkerchief and then at the castle doors through which Rachel had vanished. For the first time, he felt utterly at a loss on how to resolve the conundrum that was Rachel Weasley. He was adept at understanding human nature, skilled in manipulation and control. But soothing a girl he had aggrieved to tears? Surely, no tome in the restricted section held guidance on that. Frustrated, he raked his fingers through his short black hair, but ultimately accepted Abraxas's handkerchief, though he did not immediately pursue her. He needed a moment, and perhaps a more astute approach. Rachel confined herself within her dormitory, lying on her bed, her tears soaking the pillow. She felt utterly humiliated. Not only had she nearly fallen to her death, but she had also wept openly in front of so many people, only to be met with his ire. The more she thought about it, the angrier and more aggrieved she became, resolving to never again acknowledge that cold-hearted, cruel, self-righteous bastard. Just then, a faint hissing and tapping sound came from the window. Rachel, her eyes still red, lifted her head to see Nagini's emerald head peering through the glass, a folded piece of paper held delicately in her mouth. It was Tom's serpent-tongued messenger. Though Rachel initially intended to ignore her, Nagini persistently tapped the glass with her tail, demonstrating a determination that would not relent until she achieved her goal. Annoyed, Rachel climbed out of bed and opened the window. Nagini swiftly glided in, placing the note in her palm, then nuzzling her cool head against Rachel's wrist as if to offer comfort before leisurely swimming away. Rachel unfolded the note, revealing Tom's familiar, sharp script which contained but a single terse command: "Observatory. Tonight." Wait. The commanding tone lacked even a simple please. Rachel was incensed, wanting to tear the note to shreds. Why should he dictate where she should go? She certainly had no intention of complying. Let him be alone in the cold wind of the observatory. It would serve him right to freeze into an ice sculpture. Yet after her anger subsided, a sense of frustration and unwillingness bubbled up within her. Why was it always he who held the reins? Why was she always at the mercy of his whims? No. She would go. She would confront him face to face and lay bare her feelings. She would punch him squarely, making it clear that Rachel Weasley was not to be trifled with. Yes, that was the plan. As night fell, the stargazing platform atop the astronomy tower stood desolate and silent, save for the howling wind. Tom Riddle had long since awaited her arrival. He stood with his back to the entrance, his posture as upright as a pine tree, his black silhouette nearly melding with the night. He gazed at the indistinct outline of the forbidden forest in the distance, his brow slightly furrowed. He had prepared several lines to deliver, from mocking her distraction during flying lessons to warning her of the consequences, should she dare speak of falling again, to perhaps explaining what he meant by special. However, when the familiar sound of her footsteps, tinged with defiance, reached him, he spun around abruptly. The moonlight illuminated Rachel's figure, dressed in her school robe, her golden hair tousled by the night breeze, her eyes slightly reddened, The azure depths burned with lingering fury and a resolute determination, resembling a feisty little canary poised to pounce. Upon seeing her in such a state, all of Tom's carefully prepared barbs evaporated. An overwhelming, uncontrollable impulse surged within him. He yearned to pull her into his embrace, to hold her tightly and silence her ever-complaining mouth with action. He yearned to experience the softness and warmth of her body, to greedily inhale the unique fragrance that brought him solace. The sensation of holding her during the flying lesson lingered in his memory, like a vivid imprint. Upon seeing him turn around, Rachel immediately charged at him with fierce determination, her small fists tightly clenched, her cerulean eyes wide with indignation. "Tom Riddle, you insufferable wretch! Cold-blooded, selfish, cruel, arrogant bastard!" Tom, anticipating her outburst, swiftly uttered all the insults she intended to hurl at him, even adding a few of his own. "Control freak, two-faced. Anything else?" Rachel, momentarily taken aback by his self-destructive retort, sputtered, nearly choking on her words. Her face flushed with anger. "Yes, exactly. That's you," she exclaimed, her voice rising with agitation. "I hate you. I detest how you always treat me this way. I've had enough. I've made my decision. Starting today, I want to draw a line with you, to never speak to you again," she practically shouted, as if her volume could affirm her resolve. However, the moment the words left her lips, a profound sense of regret and loss crashed over her like a cold tide. To never speak to him again? To cease their playful banter? To not see him? Just the thought of it made her heart ache with emptiness. Tom observed her bluster, her fierce words belied by the impending tears in her eyes, and the last remnants of his irritation faded away, replaced by an inexplicable, almost delightful softness. Far from being angered, he found her bravado irresistibly endearing. He took a step forward, and before Rachel could react, he seized her small, clenched fist. With the other arm, he swiftly encircled her slender waist, pulling her close. "Ah!" Rachel gasped, unexpectedly drawn into the embrace of a solid and warm chest. The familiar scent of fresh pine and old books enveloped her instantly. She instinctively struggled, but Tom's arm was like a vice, holding her firmly against him, their bodies fitting together perfectly. "Draw a line?" he murmured, his voice low and enticing, his warm breath brushing against her sensitive ear and neck, igniting a shiver within her. "Since you dislike my previous special way of treating you," he leaned down, his dark eyes like swirling pools, locking onto her bewildered blue ones with an intensity she had never witnessed before, focused, aggressive, and tinged with a softness he himself had not yet recognized. "How about this method instead?" Before the words had fully escaped him, Tom lowered his head, decisively kissing her soft lips. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The innocence of their first kiss felt like the gentlest feather brushing against her heart. The softness and fragrance of her lips, mingled with a hint of salty tears, overwhelmed Tom's senses completely. An unprecedented, electrifying sensation surged through him, igniting every nerve in his body. His heartbeat raced wildly, as if a multitude of drums were pounding within his chest. This unfamiliar, intense thrill and satisfaction instinctively tightened his grip around her waist, pulling her even closer. Rachel's mind went blank. All her anger, grievances, and accusations shattered in an instant. All that remained was the unfamiliar, searing sensation of their lips, and the dizzying scent of Tom that enveloped her. She felt all her strength drain away. Her legs weakened, and if not for Tom's steadfast embrace, she would have surely crumpled to the ground. Tom sensed her weakening state, tightening his arms around her, deepening the raw, possessive kiss. He had no understanding of what it meant to like someone. Such intense emotion was foreign to him, even burdensome, as it could distract him and reveal vulnerabilities. Yet, he was crystal clear about one thing. He would not release the girl in his arms. Never. If she abhorred his previous manner, then he would gladly adopt this more direct, all-encompassing approach. And he damned well relished this feeling. He adored how she nestled against him. He cherished the scent that belonged solely to her. He reveled in the undeniable sense of control, knowing she was wholly his. Only he, the heir of Slytherin, the future king, was worthy of Rachel Weir. Anyone else was but an ant attempting to grasp a treasure they could never possess. Unworthy. It was not until he felt her breath quicken, her body tremble slightly, as if she were struggling to breathe, that he reluctantly ended the long, dominating kiss. Yet he did not release her. He continued to hold her firmly against him, gazing down into her eyes. Rachel's cheeks burned crimson, her azure eyes glistening with unshed tears, filled with shock, confusion, and helplessness. The tempestuous resolve to draw a line had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a fluttering heartbeat and a profound sense of weakness. She dared not meet Tom's gaze, instead burying her flushed face deep into his broad, warm chest, listening to the fervent rhythm of his heart, and feeling the reassuring warmth and breath emanating from him. Tom observed the golden-haired head nestled against him, feeling her gentle dependence, and a tremendous, unprecedented sense of satisfaction surged within him, accompanied by a near-pampering softness. He found her dazed, submissive demeanor utterly adorable. His low voice, laced with a teasing smile, resonated once more above her head. Now, let me take care of those bothersome flies for you. I hope Miss Ware will no longer accuse me of being a cold-hearted selfish creature, The golden head nestled deeper, emitting a muffled sound, heavy with nasal inflections, neither confirming nor protesting. Tom chuckled softly, the sound reverberating with joy in his chest. He tightened his embrace, resting his chin gently on her head, inhaling the faint scent of her hair, a blend of shampoo and sunlight. And he was utterly convinced. Rachel Ware would forever remain his special one, the solitary desire he wished to hold on to in his cold world. A precious existence he would grasp tightly in his palm. And thus, Tom held on to the still-dazed Rachel, half-supporting, half-cradling her as they descended from the astronomy tower. Rachel kept her head down like a marionette, allowing him to lead her. The castle corridors were brightly lit, with the occasional late-returning student or patrolling professor passing by. Witnessing the notorious adversaries of Hogwarts, now intertwined in an unprecedented, jaw-droppingly intimate manner, Tom Riddle's arm around Rachel's waist, while she leaned against him, her cheeks flushed and her gaze averted, left everyone utterly astounded. Merlin's beard. Is that Riddle and Ware? I can't be seeing this right, can I? Aren't they always bickering? Miss Ware's face is so red. Riddle's arm is around her waist. Whispers and astonished glances fell upon the pair like a spotlight. Rachel wished she could bury her face into the ground, while Tom remained unperturbed, even sporting a hint of pride and possessiveness in his smile. Even Professor Flitwick, who approached them, adjusted his glasses in surprise, his mouth agape, before breaking into a knowing, mischievous grin. Oh, good evening, Mr. Riddle, Miss Ware. It appears the starlit sky is particularly enchanting tonight. His gaze flitted between the closely entwined figures of the two. Tom, unusually, shed his perfect facade of the exemplary student, instead nodding slightly with a composed air that proclaimed his dominion. Good evening, Professor. Truly lovely. His attention lingered on the crimson flush of Rachel's ear, a smile deepening on his lips. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, the green flames of the fireplace illuminated several astonished faces. Abraxas Malfoy reclined in his favorite velvet armchair, and upon witnessing the pair entering hand in hand, particularly noting Rachel's blood-red cheeks and evasive eyes, alongside Tom's unabashedly triumphant and sly smile, his gray-blue eyes flickered with an understanding that was quickly replaced by a complex glimmer. He elegantly raised his goblet towards Tom, revealing a quintessentially Malfoy smile, laden with meaning. Everything was conveyed without words. Rachel, feeling the weight of those gazes, extricated herself from Tom's grasp and mumbled, "I'm heading back to my dormitory," before hastily covering her face and racing up the spiral staircase. Tom watched her retreating figure, the curve of his smile lingering long after she had vanished. As soon as they returned to their dormitory, Abraxas set down his cup, his gray-blue eyes sparkling with curiosity. Leaning closer to Tom, who was in the midst of removing his outer robe, in a low voice tinged with mischief and certainty, he queried, "Did you kiss her?" Tom's movements faltered. He did not respond directly, however the lingering, satisfied smile on his lips spoke volumes. He instinctively lowered his head, inhaling the faint fragrance that seemed to cling to the sleeve of his robe, Rachel's hair and the unique, youthful sweetness that enveloped her. Abraxas observed his friend's infatuation, though his own subtle pang of jealousy was expertly concealed, leaving only a complex mix of teasing camaraderie and a profound sympathy for Rachel's future. He understood that once ensnared by this serpent, Rachel Ware would likely never escape the grasp of Tom Riddle. Was this fate a blessing or a curse? Tom approached the window, gazing out into the enveloping darkness of the night, his fingertips unconsciously caressing his lips, where the soft, heated sensation of her touch lingered. He was captivated by this scent, an essence that belonged solely to Rachel. Much like he was enthralled by the chilling aura of ultimate power, he craved it, yearned for it. He needed Rachel to remain within reach as he ascended to that lofty, frigid throne, her azure eyes fixed solely upon him. This feeling, akin to wielding authority, intoxicated him, ensnaring his very being. Chapter 16, Terrible Prophecies and the Name of Voldemort. The taste of love was a new experience for Rachel Ware. She had grown accustomed to Tom's harshness, their arguments and their sharp exchanges, yet found herself at a loss in the face of his sudden, genuine tenderness. At the conclusion of a letter to Joe, she shyly and tentatively penned, "I am with Tom Riddle." Joe's reply arrived 2 days later than usual, the paper bearing the creases of anxious handling, yet the handwriting remained elegant and fluid, a hallmark of the Ware family. Contrary to her expectations, there was no fury or interrogation, only Joe's barely concealed worry, expressed in a tone bordering on affectionate admonishment. Rachel, my dear sister, you have grown and made your own choices. But please take good care of yourself. Remember, where manor will always be your refuge. I graduate next year. I will return. The unspoken concern and disapproval were palpable to Rachel. Tom's transformation was evident. The once acerbic tongue that could infuriate was now replaced with a raw yet authentic concern. This newfound caring was no longer the cool, distant warmth he had maintained while projecting his perfect student persona, but rather a revelation of the only soft, genuine part of him, one that even he found difficult to control. What was even more bewildering for Rachel, as well as the unwilling witnesses Abraxas and Nagini, was that Mr. Tom Riddle seemed to have suddenly unlocked a fervent appetite for physical affection. As they traversed the corridors, he would seamlessly and assertively take her hand, their fingers entwined, drawing envious glances from countless girls. In secluded corners or the shadows of the observatory, embraces and kisses became commonplace. He appeared to be captivated by the warmth of Rachel's body, and the unique scent that emanated from her hair and neck, a blend reminiscent of sun-kissed grass intertwined with the sweetness of confections. Each approach ignited a near-greedy possessiveness in his deep-set eyes. Where have they gone again? Abraxas lamented, surveying the empty common room, rolling his eyes in exasperation as he turned to Nagini, who wore a similarly pained expression coiled around his arm. I bet they're off practicing the silent levitation charm in some secluded nook. On one occasion, Abraxas, in search of a Quidditch almanac that Tom had pilfered, yanked aside the heavy curtains in a corner of the common room, only to be petrified by the sight before him. Tom had Rachel pinned against the bookshelf, one hand gripping the nape of her neck, the other wrapped around her waist, lost in a fervent kiss that seemed to consume them both. Rachel's hands clung weakly to his chest, her cheeks aflame. By Merlin's three-cornered hat. I've had enough of you too, Abraxas exclaimed in exasperation. The common room is not your private chamber. Rachel forcefully pushed Tom away, her face burning with embarrassment as she gave him a playful punch. It's all your fault. Tom, far from displeased, wore a satisfied and smug grin as he rubbed his chest where Rachel had struck him, deliberately elongating his tone. Ouch, Miss Weir, you hurt me. The teasing glimmer in his eyes made Abraxas want to cast a leg-locking curse on him. Ever since their relationship had changed, Tom had become as clingy and energetic as if he had caught a whiff of a love potion. On the weekend, Hogsmeade Village basked in the early winter's chill yet radiant sunshine. The trio, accompanied by the reluctantly included Nagini, strolled through the bustling streets. I must procure a new robe from the elegant attire shop, Abraxas declared gravely, his gray-blue eyes sweeping disdainfully over the two entwined beside him. I can no longer endure being the moving backdrop to your romantic drama. I also need to spruce myself up, to find my own spring. He raised an eyebrow meaningfully, and nonchalantly turned towards the shop adorned with an elaborate sign, leaving them with a parting gesture of indifference. Nagini hissed, nudging Tom's wrist. I need to breathe. Their smooching is suffocating me. Then, deftly slipping from Tom's arm, she followed Abraxas's retreating figure. Tom paid them no mind, naturally taking Rachel's hand and leading her towards Madame Putafoot's tea shop, excessively adorned with lace and pink bubbles, situated next to the Three Broomsticks. This venue was a favored spot for Hogwarts couples, the air thick with the rich aromas of frosting and cream. Rachel observed the couples nestled together in whispers, and then glanced at Tom, whose formidable aura contrasted sharply with the sweet ambience, causing a flutter of excitement within her. Finally, she could sit in a booth with Tom like a typical couple, ordering drinks and engaging in conversation, rather than constantly being pressed against walls or bookshelves, gasping for breath. They selected a booth by the window. Rachel perused the menu, contemplating the special cherry juice and the Honeyduke's butterbeer, before pointing to the latter and addressing the waitress clad in a frilly apron. I'll have this. Before she could finish her words, Rachel felt a piercing gaze beside her, laden with an oppressive weight and an unmistakable warning. Turning her head, she met Tom's slightly narrowed black eyes, which clearly conveyed the message. Do you dare? Pouting in reluctant resignation, Rachel amended her order. Make it cherry juice then. The waiter smiled and took note. Tom, satisfied, ordered himself a glass of flaming whiskey. Why are you allowed to drink? Rachel muttered in discontent. Tom elegantly lifted the whiskey that the waiter had just brought, the amber liquid swirling in the glass. After taking a sip, he leisurely replied with a hint of mockery, because I can assure myself that I will not succumb to drunken madness. If you recall the Christmas of our second year, when you inadvertently drank the sherry hidden in Professor Slughorn's pumpkin juice, and ended up laughing and crying while clutching the armor in the corridor, ultimately vomiting on Abraxas, that would be a pertinent example. Rachel's face instantly flushed. That incident was indeed her crowning moment of embarrassment. "Shut up," she exclaimed, grabbing the small sugar bowl on the table as if to throw it at him, eliciting a low, amused chuckle from Tom. Perhaps his sharp teasing had become somewhat less irritating? Rachel mused, feeling a mix of annoyance and amusement. At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed from the wooden staircase of the tea house, accompanied by a frail, murmuring voice. An old wizard clad in a tattered robe, his wild white hair a tangled mess and his face etched with deep wrinkles, ascended the stairs, clutching a dusty crystal ball. His murky eyes scanned the sweet atmosphere of the establishment before he suddenly proclaimed in a hoarse, jarring voice, "I smell a potent essence of darkness and death here." His voice trembled with an unsettling resonance. Instantly, the light-hearted chatter in the tea house fell silent, and several young couples exchanged uneasy glances. Rachel instinctively turned to observe the peculiar old wizard, her heart inexplicably racing. "Tom," she whispered, tugging at his sleeve with a hint of anxiety. "What does he mean by darkness and death? It feels rather eerie. Should we consider moving to another place?" Tom's brow furrowed ever so slightly, a flicker of wariness passing through his dark eyes. Yet his demeanor remained calm as he took another sip of his drink and replied in a low tone, "Just a madman. Pay him no mind." However, beneath his composed exterior, turmoil brewed within. Had the old man truly discerned something? With his frequent visits to the Chamber of Secrets and his conversations with the basilisk, could the darkness he had been accumulating be noticed? At that moment, Madame Poudrefoot, the proprietor of the tea house, rushed over, exclaiming, "Oh dear! Old Errol, why have you come up again?" She grasped the old wizard's arm, attempting to lead him away while addressing the patrons. "I apologize. I apologize, everyone. This is old Errol. His mind has been, well, not quite clear for some time now, and he often spouts nonsense. Please don't mind him. Don't let him frighten you. Come along, Errol. I'll see you back down." Just as Madame Poudrefoot pulled old Errol toward the staircase, the old wizard's murky eyes suddenly locked onto Rachel by the window. It was as if he had stumbled upon something terrifying. He broke free from Madame Poudrefoot's grasp and stumbled to Rachel's booth, his bony hand seizing her wrist with alarming intensity. "Girl." Old Errol's voice brimmed with fear and urgency, his murky eyes fixated on Rachel, speaking at a breakneck pace. "I see it. I see you walking step by step into darkness, into death. An exceptionally evil force surrounds you. It entwines you. It consumes you. You do not belong here. A terrifying curse of death and darkness shall envelop you. Flee. Flee at once." His fingers were cold and gripped tightly, causing Rachel's wrist to ache. The sudden assault and the dreadful prophecy left her pale, her vivid blue eyes wide with terror and confusion. "Let her go." A chilling voice thundered like a clap of thunder. Tom sprang to his feet, his movements swift as lightning. He yanked Rachel behind him, shielding her protectively while his other hand drew his wand, pointing its tip directly at old Errol's heart. His deep black eyes swirled with a frightening fury and icy malice. How dare this old madman lay hands on Rachel and utter such ominous curses? "Mr. Riddle, Miss Veal, do not be alarmed." Madame Poudrefoot hurriedly interposed herself between them, anxiously trying to soothe the situation. "Errol means no harm. He truly is just mad. He often rambles like this. Wouldn't he hurt anyone?" "Yes, you." She struggled to pull the still writhing old Errol away, who continued to chant about death, curses, and darkness. A madman? Tom's gaze remained fixed on the old wizard, forcibly being dragged away by Madame Poudrefoot, who still turned back to Rachel with that same terrified expression in his murky eyes. His heart sank in a frenzy. What terrified him was not the madman's ramblings, but the very real possibility that what the madman spoke might hold a grain of truth. The evil force surrounding Rachel was him, his darkening magical power, his scheme to purify the school with the basilisk, and the words death, curse, and not belonging here coiled around his heart like icy serpents, choking him with a sense of impending dread. Would Rachel truly walk toward darkness and death because of him? No, that could never be allowed. His expression darkened, the veins in the back of his hand bulging as he gripped his wand tightly. Having barely departed an hour, what was this scene unfolding again? Abraxas's clear voice echoed with confusion from the staircase. He was clad in a splendid new robe of dark green adorned with silver trim, accentuating his tall, regal stature. Nagini coiled around his shoulder, curiously flicking her tongue. Rachel, still shaken, was about to recount the harrowing scene when Tom's cold voice interrupted her. "Nothing of significance," he said calmly, though a tension was discernible. "We encountered an old madman, spouting nonsense that frightened Rachel." He retracted his wand, seamlessly drawing the still terrified Rachel into his embrace, gently patting her back in a soothing manner. Leaning against him, Rachel felt the steady rhythm of his heartbeat through his chest. Yet she keenly sensed the deliberate concealment in Tom's words, and the subtle tension beneath the surface. She looked up, her gaze probing his taut jawline. Something was amiss. Tom was hiding something. Had the old madman's words struck a chord with some buried secret? But in front of Abraxas. She quelled her rising doubts and refrained from pressing him immediately. Abraxas glanced at Rachel's pale complexion, then at Tom, whose calm exterior belied the darkness lurking in his eyes, a flicker of understanding and concern crossing his gray-blue gaze. He refrained from probing further, merely adjusting the cuffs of his new robe elegantly, suggesting, well then, perhaps we need something sweet to ease the shock. The Honeyduke's new chocolate-covered cockroaches are said to contain popping candy, with remarkable effects. He attempted to dissipate the gloom with a light-hearted tone. Tom did not object. He needed to leave this unsettling place. As they made their way back, he held Rachel's hand tightly, the grip so firm it caused her a twinge of pain. As if letting go would allow the looming darkness and death to consume her. Upon returning to Hogwarts, in the secluded corridor leading to the Slytherin dungeons, Rachel could no longer suppress her urge to stop. She withdrew her hand, which had grown somewhat numb from Tom's grip, and gazed into his deep black eyes, her own blue ones filled with inquiry and a hint of unacknowledged hurt. Tom, was there truly nothing you wanted to tell me back at the tea house? She paused. That old man, doesn't he entirely come across as a madman? What if what he said holds some truth? Tom's body stiffened imperceptibly. Rachel's intuition pierced through him like a needle, striking at the possibility he dreaded most. He fell silent for a few seconds, his dark eyes obscured in the dim light. Ultimately he stepped forward, once again enveloping Rachel tightly in his embrace, resting his chin atop her head. His voice deep and resonant, bore a deliberate mixture of disdain and reassurance. How ludicrous, my dear girl. It seems you've been nearly driven mad by that old lunatic, still believing in such nonsensical tales? He tightened his arms around her, as if to crush her within his grasp, dispelling the lingering unease with the conviction that as long as he was there, no one could harm her. Yet, the worries that gnawed at his heart and the shadow cast by that prophecy entwined around him like chilling tendrils, tightening their grip. After escorting Rachel back to the girls' dormitory, Tom refrained from returning to the common room. Instead, he sought solitude in the deserted washroom, immersing himself in the warm water, striving to dissipate the chill of anxiety and irritation that plagued him. But the ominous words of the deathly curse echoed in his ears, intermingling with the image of Rachel's trust-laden blue eyes, stirring a tempest of turmoil within him. He craved power, a strength formidable enough to seize control of everything. Only then could he safeguard what was his, banishing those damned prophecies to oblivion. With a sudden surge he rose from the water, droplets cascading down his youthful, yet already sculpted physique. Draping a bathrobe around himself, he strode purposefully toward his clandestine sanctuary, a forsaken potions storeroom brimming with his research notes. He once more opened the hefty parchment-bound tome chronicling his lineage investigation. It was densely filled with all the names he had perused, Hogwarts enrollment records over the years, and even the ancient genealogies he had procured from Nocturne Alley regarding the name Tom Riddle. Yet it revealed nothing about his father. Not a single individual bearing the surname Riddle had ever attended Hogwarts. The cold, hard truth fell upon him like the final straw, crushing the frail flicker of hope that perhaps his father might have been a wizard. The last vestiges of color drained from his handsome visage, leaving behind only a chilling, seething hatred and humiliation. Filthy muggle, a despicable wretch who abandoned both him and his feeble witch mother. This tainted bloodline was an indelible stain upon his noble heritage. Tom Marvolo Riddle. He fixated on his full name inscribed upon the parchment, his dark eyes igniting with flames of destruction. He needed a brand new name. A title that would sever all ties with that muggle father. A name that would herald his magnificent future, instilling awe and trembling in all who heard it. His fingertips unconsciously dipped into the inkwell beside him, gliding across the blank parchment. Letters whirled in his mind, arranging and rearranging. Tom Marvolo Riddle. I am Lord Voldemort. A fresh name, imbued with a chilling cadence and an aura of absolute power, sprang forth upon the page. Voldemort. He murmured this name, imbued with a near-religious fervor, the sound reverberating in the empty storeroom, cold yet filled with strength. I am Voldemort. From this moment, Tom Riddle was no more. The one who remained would be Voldemort, the sovereign who transcends death. Voldemort. He would irrevocably sever ties with that filthy muggle past. He would wield the most potent dark magic to reshape this world, establishing a pure-blooded, powerful, eternal order. And Rachel. The mere thought of her tempered the destructive flames in Tom's eyes, replaced by a deeper, more obsessive yearning for possession. He would not allow her to face death. Absolutely not. She would live. She would stand beside him, witnessing his ascent to the zenith of power, basking in the glory he would bestow. Dark magic would grant him unparalleled success, and bestow upon his beloved girl unmatched honor and security. What death? What curse? In the face of his power as Voldemort, they were but feeble jokes. He repeated his new name obsessively, each syllable resonating with a thirst for power and absolute dominion over the future. Voldemort. This name would become the new nightmare of the wizarding world, serving as the most formidable armor to protect that twisted, unique bond. He held this belief unwaveringly. Chapter 17. The Death of Moaning Myrtle. Time slipped quietly between the ancient stone walls of Hogwarts, and before long, the curtain had risen on the 4th year. The summer's heat was dispelled by the autumn winds of the Scottish Highlands, and the castle once again brimmed with vibrant energy. During the holidays, Jovial extended an invitation to Abraxas Malfoy and Tom Riddle to visit the Vila estate on behalf of the Vila family. Abraxas readily accepted, arriving with exquisite gifts befitting the Malfoy lineage, and enjoyed several pleasant days with Rachel and Jo in the sunlit greenhouse and meticulously tended gardens. He keenly sensed Jo's subtle yet profound disapproval of Tom, especially evident when Tom predictably declined the invitation, eliciting an almost unmasked disappointment in Jo's gaze. Rachel would occasionally visit Malfoy Manor to watch Abraxas showcase his prowess on the family's private Quidditch pitch, and the two would often correspond with Tom, sharing mundane details and experiences, even though Tom's replies were consistently terse, bordering on dismissive, and sometimes fell into silence altogether. Rachel would grumble in frustration, while Abraxas would merely shrug. The great Riddle is always busy during the holidays, cut him some slack. What they remained unaware of was that Tom's busyness was entirely devoted to tracing the roots of his mother's bloodline. Like the most tenacious hound, he combed through the old bookshops of Nocturne Alley, the dusty archives of the Ministry of Magic, and even some infamous haunts of dark wizards, seeking any trace of the Gaunt family. The identity of a direct descendant of Slytherin seared his soul like a brand, instilling within him a fervent sense of purpose and an insatiable thirst for power. As the school year commenced, everything seemed to return to normalcy. Tom Riddle was unequivocally appointed as the head of Slytherin House, the silver-green badge gleaming upon his impeccably pressed black robes, as radiant as he himself. He was surrounded by honor and adoration, hailed by professors as the finest student and idolized by younger students as the perfect upperclassman. Abraxas, on the other hand, appeared remarkably magnanimous, though the echo of his father's reprimand for not being the one to achieve such honor still resonated in his ears. After years of camaraderie, he had come to respect Tom's abilities and felt genuine happiness for him. Yet, when he observed the glimmer in Rachel's eyes as she looked at Tom, a twinge of jealousy would occasionally flicker within him. Tom had been disappearing increasingly frequently. One afternoon, while revising in the library, Rachel could no longer contain herself and whispered to Abraxas, a hint of concern gleaming in her cerulean eyes. Abraxas lifted his gaze from a hefty tome titled A Compendium of Magical History, a sly smile playing upon his lips. Being head of house, he must have some secret missions? Or perhaps he's just in some empty classroom perfecting his method for more effectively deducting points from Gryffindor. He lowered his voice. Is that really how you see him? We've only been apart for a short while. Rachel threw a crumpled paper ball at him indignantly. That's not it. She furrowed her brow, seemingly in search of the right words. I just feel that his gaze has changed recently. It seems. Stranger? That feeling stirred a sense of unease within her, akin to hidden currents beneath a tranquil lake. Abraxas's playful demeanor faded somewhat as he regarded Rachel thoughtfully, choosing not to respond. A month later, Rachel's vague unease transformed into an all-encompassing panic that swept through Hogwarts. Terrifying attacks occurred in rapid succession within the school. The victims seemed to be petrified by some grotesque force, their bodies rigid as stone, their eyes frozen in sheer terror. The assaults were entirely unpredictable, striking at random locations, with victims spanning Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Gryffindor houses, yet oddly, not a single Slytherin student was among them. The fear spread like a plague. Whispers filled the corridors as students clutched each other for safety, afraid to venture alone. The accounts from survivors were murky at best. It happened too quickly to discern. There seemed to be a massive shadow and a flash of yellow light, and then, what do you think could be happening? In the Slytherin common room, the green flames in the fireplace danced, casting flickering shadows on Rachel's somewhat pale face. She sat on the sofa, hugging her knees, gazing at Abraxas, who wore a furrowed brow, and Tom, whose relaxed demeanor belied the depth of his gaze. I am so worried about becoming the next victim. This is a random act of violence. Her voice trembled slightly. Abraxas set down his wizard chess piece, his expression grave. As it stands, as long as we don't wander off alone, especially in those secluded restrooms or abandoned corridors, We should be relatively safe. Tom, he turned to Riddle. Perhaps we should stick together for the time being? Even though I know you are quite powerful, you see, he nodded toward Rachel. Our young friend here is very anxious and would appreciate your company. Upon hearing this, Tom's lips curled into a half-smile, his dark eyes shifting to Rachel, exuding an air of confidence that suggested he had control over everything, with an ineffable depth to his gaze. He extended his hand, his long fingers cool to the touch, gently cupping Rachel's soft cheek, playfully planting a fleeting kiss upon her lips. Do not fret for me, my dear girl. His voice was low and assured, imbued with a soothing charm, and besides, with me around, he paused, his gaze sweeping over Rachel's worried eyes, carrying an undeniable promise. I shall not allow you to come to harm. Abraxas, caught off guard by the sudden display of affection, rolled his eyes dramatically, exclaiming, Merlin's beard. I thought after this spring, your incessant sweetness would have waned. Must you not consider the feelings of those of us who are single? He exaggeratedly fanned the air in front of his nose, as if the scent of romance lingered palpably around them. Rachel felt somewhat comforted by Tom's kiss and words, yet gazing into his eyes, which brimmed with an unsettling, almost omniscient confidence, a minuscule, terrifying doubt crept silently into her heart like a cold vine. But immediately, she forcefully suppressed this absurd thought. How could Tom be connected to these dreadful occurrences? She must be frightened out of her wits. She irritably pushed away Tom's hand that was still caressing her face, her cheeks flushed as she mumbled, Who's worried about you? However, days later, the situation spiraled out of control, and panic escalated into mourning. A fourth-year Ravenclaw girl, Myrtle Warren, was discovered dead in the second-floor girls' restroom, not petrified, but completely lifeless. Her body lay sprawled on the damp floor, her face frozen in utter terror, her glasses askew. The news struck like a thunderbolt, reverberating throughout Hogwarts. The shadow of death had never felt so tangible over the ancient castle. Rachel was nearly overwhelmed, having seen the perpetually tearful, somewhat neurotic girl just days before in their charms class. Fear surged like a frigid tide, engulfing her in an instant. The Hogwarts board and faculty convened an emergency meeting, the atmosphere heavy with gravity. For the first time, the proposition of closing the school was seriously considered. This institution, which had stood for a millennium, faced an unprecedented existential crisis. News spread like wildfire to Beauxbatons. Jevil almost immediately activated the family's portkey network, hurrying from France to Hogwarts. His sole purpose was to whisk Rachel away. Tom Riddle stood at the top of the grand staircase leading to the headmaster's office, when he encountered Professor Albus Dumbledore emerging from within. The young head boy wore an appropriately grave expression, his voice steady yet subtly taut as he slightly inclined his head. Professor, is the board truly contemplating closing Hogwarts? Dumbledore paused. His azure eyes, sharp and profound behind his crescent-shaped glasses, seemed capable of penetrating the soul. He fixed his gaze upon Tom Riddle, the scrutiny laced with a hint of suspicion that Tom loathed, as if he had discerned something unsettling. That look sent a chill down Tom's spine, as if the carefully constructed facade he wore had suddenly become transparent. Yes, Tom, Dumbledore's voice was calm, yet heavy with significance. It is indeed a possibility. The confirmation weighed heavily on Tom's heart. He could not return. He absolutely must not go back to that filthy, cold orphanage filled with humiliating memories. That fate was far worse than death. Maintaining an outward calm, he nodded slightly. I understand, Professor. As he turned to leave, his fingers balled into a fist beneath his robe, his nails digging into his palm. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, and pushing open the heavy stone door, Tom's fury ignited at the sight before him. In the most comfortable spot by the fireplace sat three individuals, Rachel, Abraxas, and the very person he least wished to encounter at that moment, Jevil, clad in a deep blue robe indicative of a Beauxbatons graduate. With meticulously groomed golden hair, and a gentle smile gracing his handsome features, he was engaged in a low conversation with Abraxas. He radiated a mature, warm, and upright gentlemanly aura, starkly contrasting with the dimness of the Slytherin lair. A few younger girls pretended to be reading nearby, yet their eyes could not resist stealing glances at this charming young man from Beauxbatons. Abraxas wore an amiable smile. His father, Lucius, had always urged him to cultivate a relationship with Mr. Jevil, who was soon to ascend to the position of head of the International Magical Cooperation Department at the Ministry of Magic. Setting aside familial interests, Abraxas genuinely admired Jevil's kindness and integrity. At this moment, Jevil was inquiring with concern about the current state of Hogwarts. Tom's expression darkened, an aura of tension enveloping him as he strode over, like a black shadow intruding upon the seemingly harmonious sunshine. Jevil looked up, meeting Tom's inscrutable, abyss-like black eyes. The smile on his face faltered slightly, before he managed to produce a more cordial, yet distinctly aloof and scrutinizing smile. "Tom, it has been a while." He stood, extending his hand, remarking that it seemed you have grown taller since we last met. That smile appeared to Tom as disingenuous as a meticulously crafted mask. Tom immediately donned his flawless, exemplary student smile, grasping Jeville's hand briefly, his tone polite yet as frigid as frost. "Indeed, Mr. Jeville. I hadn't anticipated encountering you here today." His gaze swept past Rachel, seated beside Jeville. "Here to see Rachel, perhaps?" A knowingly rhetorical question. Jeville withdrew his hand, the smile on his face dimming somewhat, his tone turning serious. "I am here to take Rachel away, Tom. Hogwarts is too perilous. I trust you are aware of Myrtle's incident. The board may soon decide to close the school. Rather than waiting for that, it would be prudent to escort Rachel away early. I plan to depart tomorrow at noon." He reached out, gently patting Rachel's shoulder in a reassuring manner. Tom's eyes instantly narrowed upon the hand resting on Rachel's shoulder, an undercurrent of molten fury bubbling beneath his icy facade. He cast a glance at Rachel, his eyes brimming with inquiry, and perhaps a barely perceptible hint of pleading. "Are you certain you wish to accompany him?" Rachel, feeling Tom's gaze upon her, also sensed the reassuring warmth and support radiating from Joe's hand resting on her shoulder. The chilling memory of Myrtle's lifeless body in the washroom haunted her, along with the terror reflected in the petrified expressions of her classmates. Instinctively, she edged closer to Joe, nodding gently, her voice soft yet unmistakably clear. "Yes. Joe makes a valid point. I am frightened as well." Her gaze conveyed an apology to Tom, but more profoundly, it revealed her trepidation of the unknown dangers and her reliance on her cousin. Tom observed her movements and heard her words, a surge of betrayal coursing through him like a venomous serpent gnawing at his heart. Yet his flawless smile remained unblemished, though the warmth never reached the icy depths of his eyes. He nodded like a true impeccable gentleman, his voice unervingly calm. "Very well. Since Mr. Veal has made the necessary arrangements, Rachel," he turned his gaze towards her, a tempestuous storm lurking beneath the surface. "You may proceed to gather your belongings." His tone was flat, yet imbued with an undeniable sense of finality. Rachel felt as though a weight had been lifted from her shoulders, and she immediately sprang to her feet, darting towards the girls' dormitory like a startled fawn. Tom's eyes followed her retreating figure before returning to the fireplace. Joe resumed his seat, engaged in hushed conversation with Abraxas. Memories of two individuals, both possessing radiant golden hair and striking blue eyes, sitting closely together under the flickering green light of the fire, painted a picture of harmony that would appear perfect to any outsider. A few girls continued to murmur about the golden couple and the commendable bond between the Veal siblings, each word piercing Tom's ears like poisoned needles. He yearned to cast a few vile curses, silencing those prattling tongues forever. Abraxas keenly sensed the invisible tension permeating the air, and the palpable cold fury emanating from Tom. He promptly picked up a copy of the Daily Prophet from the nearby coffee table, feigning complete engrossment in its contents, the striking headline blaring, "Hogwarts Tragedy. Myrtle's Mysterious Death. School Faces Closure Crisis." He merely wished to extricate himself from the eye of this perilous storm. Joe's gaze returned to Tom. The gentle smile he wore now replaced by a calm, scrutinizing look. He appraised the strikingly handsome young man before him, who indeed possessed the allure to drive girls wild. Rachel's affection for him might largely stem from this beguiling facade, yet Joe perceived a darker, unfathomable abyss beneath that flawless exterior, reminiscent of a swirling vortex in the deep sea. This boy was far too dangerous. Noticing Joe's departure from the guise of a virtuous gentleman, Tom coldly scoffed to himself. Hypocritical. Pretentious. Disgusting. "Tom," Joe began, his tone placid yet imbued with the probing curiosity characteristic of an authority figure. "I have heard that you excel academically in every subject at school, and that you perform admirably as a prefect. What are your plans for employment after graduation?" Tom adjusted his posture, allowing a smile of impeccable humility to grace his features, as if the undercurrents of tension had never transpired. "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Veal. I am indeed quite interested in remaining at the school as a teacher, particularly in the subject of defense against the dark arts." He paused, adding with just the right amount of confidence, "Furthermore, the Ministry of Magic's Auror Office and the Department of International Magical Cooperation have expressed interest in me, with positions that offer a substantial starting point." He subtly alluded to his promising future, indicating he was far from inconsequential. The two engaged in what appeared to be a casual conversation, yet it was laden with hidden stratagems. Joe probed into Tom's aspirations and innermost thoughts, while Tom masterfully deflected, maintaining courtesy, yet harboring an air of aloofness and arrogance that suggested Joe had no right to pry. After a few exchanges, Tom found the conversation tedious, and was disinclined to continue this masquerade with his rival. He elegantly rose to his feet, nodding slightly. "It is getting late, Mr. Veal, and I am sure you must be weary from your journey. Good night." Without awaiting Joe's response, he turned and strode directly towards the spiral staircase leading to the boys' dormitory. Abraxas discreetly lifted his gaze from the newspaper, watching Tom's cold silhouette vanish at the staircase, then glanced at Joe, whose expression had turned grave, and silently sighed. Indeed, during that holiday at Veal Manor, he had sensed that Joe's feelings for Rachel were far more profound than mere sibling affection. Alas, young Master Malfoy wisely chose to feign ignorance, burying himself in the newspaper that he had not truly read. Upon returning to his dormitory, Tom's countenance was as dark as a stormy sky. Abraxas sensed the almost freezing rage in the air, and wisely refrained from initiating conversation, instead focusing intently on the cover of the book he held, titled How to Keep Your Owl's Feathers Glossy. Tom approached the window, gazing out into the inky night and the indistinct outline of the forbidden forest. He would not allow Hogwarts to close. He would not return to that nightmarish orphanage. He would not permit Rachel to be taken away by that sanctimonious cousin. He would never abandon this castle that bestowed upon him power and harbored his ambitions. A cold and lucid plan rapidly formed in his mind. He required a scapegoat. Someone who could quell the panic, ensure the school continued to function, and restore everything to its former state. He needed to act immediately. Silently, he snapped his fingers. A serpentine figure slipped silently from his sleeve and landed on the carpet. Nagini raised her small head, her cold, slit-like pupils fixed on him. "His master?" Tom crouched down, his fingertips gliding over Nagini's frigid scales, his voice low and filled with undeniable command. "Go to the common room and observe that golden-haired man Veal. Inform me of his every move." "Hiss as you wish, master." Nagini deftly slithered out the door, disappearing into the shadows of the corridor. Tom stood, his dark eyes gleaming with icy determination. He approached his desk, pulled out a sheet of parchment, and dipped a quill into the inky blackness. He needed to identify a target who was foolish enough, suspicious enough, and capable of being linked to the monster, a perfect killer. Rachel's oafish second-year friend and her charming eight-eyed giant spider, Aragog? A splendid target. He would not permit anyone to snatch away the Hogwarts that was essential for his survival. Nor would he allow anyone to take from him his Rachel Veal. The will of Voldemort is not to be defied. Chapter 18. The Scapegoat Hagrid and Riddle's Aggressive Kiss. The morning at Hogwarts was shrouded in a stifling silence and lingering dread. Myrtle's death loomed over everyone like a heavy stone pressing down on their hearts. However, for Tom Riddle, this morning signified a moment of action. He needed to act swiftly, resolving the school crisis before Joe Veal could take Rachel away, thereby sealing the door to Hogwarts closure once and for all. He silently departed from the Slytherin common room, purposefully heading towards the Gryffindor lower-year dormitory. He accurately located the door to second-year student Rubeus Hagrid's small room, cluttered with an assortment of oddities. Heavy snores emanated from within. A cold smile curled at the corners of Tom's lips. He drew his wand, his movements elegant and precise, as though conducting a silent symphony. Alohomora. The door clicked open with a soft sound. Tom stepped inside, his imposing figure akin to an encroaching shadow in the dim light. His gaze swiftly locked onto a massive crate in the corner, tightly nailed shut. From within the box came the unsettling sound of scratching, a chilling noise that sent shivers down his spine. Hagrid curled up on his narrow bed, deep in slumber, cradling a gigantic, seemingly plucked baby turkey. Tom's eyes held no trace of compassion, only a chilling calculation. He raised his wand once more, its tip aimed at the lock of the crate. Defendo! A sharp white light flashed, and the wooden board splintered with a resounding crack. Suddenly, an ear-piercing shriek erupted as a colossal, astonishingly large acromantula, Aragog, burst forth from the shattered box. Its 8 multifaceted eyes glimmered with an eerie light, while its enormous pincers flailed restlessly, clearly startled by the sudden illumination and newfound freedom. The cacophony finally roused Hagrid from his slumber. He bolted upright, bleary-eyed, and upon seeing the wrecked crate and the agitated Aragog, his face drained of color, terror overwhelming him. "No, Aragog, come back!" Hagrid exclaimed in a panic, leaping from his bed in an attempt to soothe the frightened beast. But it was too late. Driven by fear, Aragog instinctively sought to escape the cramped confines. It overturned tables and chairs, brandishing its massive pincers and emitting a menacing hiss as it charged toward the doorway. "Stop! No!" Hagrid cried desperately, attempting to block the entrance with his body. Tom observed the scene with cold indifference, akin to an outsider watching a performance. His objective had been achieved. He stepped aside, allowing the enormous, fearsome spider to screech its way out of the room, vanishing into the shadows of the corridor, leaving Hagrid slumped on the ground, his massive frame trembling with despair and dread. Tom cast not another glance at Hagrid, turning instead to stride purposefully toward the headmaster's office. A weighty expression of shock, concern, and a hint of revelation adorned his face. The atmosphere in the headmaster's office was tense. Headmaster Armando Dippet rubbed his weary brow, while Professor Dumbledore sat nearby, his cerulean eyes reflecting an inescapable worry. Tom Riddle stood before the headmaster's desk, his posture erect and his tone imbued with a sense of duty. Headmaster, Professor, I must report an exceedingly grave situation. He inhaled deeply, as if striving to compose himself. I discovered Rubius Hagrid, a second-year Gryffindor student, secretly harboring an extraordinarily dangerous creature in the dormitory, an adult acromantula. I just witnessed it escape. The creature's size and aggressive nature perfectly align with the descriptions of the previous attacks. I am convinced that the petrification incidents and the tragedy involving the Muggle-born girl were all caused by it. Headmaster Dippet abruptly lifted his head, his murky eyes filled with shock and fury. An acromantula. Merlin above. In the dormitory. This is far too perilous. Utterly irresponsible. Mr. Riddle, are you certain? Absolutely. Headmaster, Tom replied with unwavering conviction, his voice resolute and earnest. I witnessed it myself. The creature is highly aggressive, and had I not reacted swiftly, the consequences would have been dire. Hagrid clearly cannot control it. He must be held accountable for this. Dippet slammed his fist upon the table in outrage. This is unconscionable. Immediately, bring Hagrid here, and notify the Ministry of Magic's Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. The outcome was inevitable. With irrefutable evidence and the principled testimony of Prefect Tom Riddle, Rubius Hagrid was expelled from Hogwarts on the spot, his enormous frame hunched over, tears streaking his face as despair enveloped him. He attempted to plead his case, but no one believed him. His beloved wand was snapped in fury by Headmaster Dippet and discarded upon the floor. For your foolish actions, Hogwarts has paid the price of life. Headmaster Dippet reproached sternly. As the expulsion was announced, he turned to Tom, managing a hint of approval. As for you, Mr. Riddle, your vigilance and courage have averted a significant threat to the school. For this, I bestow upon you the Hogwarts Special Contribution Award. A gleaming, uniquely designed medal was ceremoniously presented to Tom. Tom inclined his head slightly, a perfect blend of humility and a touch of gravity gracing his features. Thank you, Headmaster. I merely did what any Hogwarts student would do. He accepted the medal, the cold metallic touch seemingly mocking something unseen. He had succeeded. The crisis at Hogwarts had been averted. He had preserved his dominion. Professor Dumbledore offered to accompany and see the expelled Hagrid to a temporary abode at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Upon learning the news, Rachel pursued them without a second thought. She could scarcely believe that the kind, clumsy Hagrid, who adored all magical creatures, could be the perpetrator. On the path to the humble cottage, the atmosphere was heavy. Hagrid's massive frame stooped, each step burdened with immense weight, clutching tightly to the shattered remnants of his wand and the precious baby creature he cherished. His broad shoulders trembled with silent sobs. Dumbledore walked ahead, his blue robes billowing gently in the breeze. After a moment of silence, he suddenly spoke, his voice low yet clear to Rachel's ears. Rachel, without turning back. In your opinion, does Tom Riddle possess an undisclosed side? Rachel halted abruptly, her heart constricted as if gripped by an invisible hand. Did Dumbledore suspect something? She knew all too well that Tom had a hidden side. His coldness, his desire for control, the ambition and darkness lying beneath his perfect facade. Yet, in the presence of this wise and imposing professor, she instinctively chose to defend him. Lowering her gaze, her voice faltered. No, Professor. Tom is just sometimes rather distant with people. She deliberately avoided the sharp term hidden side. Dumbledore did not press further, merely offering a soft acknowledgement as he continued onward. However, Rachel sensed that the professor did not fully believe her words. Upon reaching the modest cottage, Dumbledore regarded the disheartened Hagrid, a flicker of barely perceptible compassion crossing his features. He discreetly retrieved an item from his sleeve. It was Hagrid's broken wand, cleverly mended with magic. Though it could no longer wield its full power, at least it was whole again. Take this, Hagrid. Dumbledore's voice was gentle yet firm. But remember, you must never, ever use it at school again. Otherwise, if discovered, you will not be permitted to remain here. He pressed the wand into Hagrid's trembling hand. Hagrid gazed at the wand he had thought lost forever, immense tears spilling down his cheeks once more. He choked on his words, his voice hoarse. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. I shall never forget your kindness. He lifted his gaze to Rachel, his large eyes filled with emotion and sorrow. And you, Rachel, thank you for believing in me. You are the only one willing to see me during this time. Hagrid's gaze turned to Rachel, infused with a near-pleading concern. Rachel, be wary of Tom Riddle. He is a deceiver. A great deceiver. If he could harm me today, tomorrow he could deceive you. He could break your heart. Stay away from him. Hagrid's voice was laden with pain and warning. Rachel's heart plummeted as she met Hagrid's anguished and sincere eyes, her mouth opening to speak, yet no words would form. A chilling dread crept up her spine. Could Tom truly deceive her? Could he inflict pain upon her? Dumbledore's gaze rested quietly upon Rachel's suddenly pallid face, observing the tumult of shock, anguish, and uncertainty swirling in her eyes. As they made their way back to the castle, the atmosphere was even more oppressive than before. Rachel's thoughts were a tangled mess, Hagrid's accusations and Dumbledore's inquiries echoing relentlessly in her mind. Professor, Rachel finally summoned the courage to break the silence. Her voice tinged with barely perceptible tremors. Is Tom a bad person? She dared to voice the question that had taken residence in her heart, instilling fear within her. Dumbledore halted his steps, turning to face Rachel, his azure eyes gazing at her with a gentle yet profound intensity, as if peering into the depths of her soul. Rachel. His voice resonated with calm authority. You are a kind-hearted young lady, possessing the ability to think and judge independently. This question, I cannot, nor should I, answer for you. The truth must be sought by you alone, felt with sincerity. He paused momentarily, adding, Yet I believe that the trust you harbor for Hagrid is, in itself, a form of answer. Rachel lifted her gaze, her cerulean eyes shimmering with tears, yet brimming with resolve. I believe in Hagrid. Professor, I truly do. I have seen Aragog. While it may seem daunting, it is gentle, and Hagrid cares for it well. It won't attack unprovoked. She bit her lip, struggling to continue. I have only confided in Tom. This revelation struck like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Rachel clearly observed the sudden sharpness in Dumbledore's eyes behind his lenses. A glimmer of insight that pierced through to a crucial clue. The seeds of suspicion took root at that moment, both within Dumbledore's mind and in Rachel's own heart. Dumbledore chose not to elaborate further, merely resting a reassuring hand on Rachel's shoulder. Remember my words, Rachel. You are always welcome to visit my office for a chat, to share a cup of tea, or enjoy a slice of lemon sherbet. With a flourish, he produced a wrapped chocolate frog from his pocket and placed it into her cool palm. Have a sweet. Confections often bring comfort. His gaze held a soothing quality, laced with an almost imperceptible encouragement. In the courtyard before the castle, the carriage from Beauxbatons, drawn by a magnificent winged horse, stood ready. Jo was bidding farewell to Abraxas Malfoy beside the carriage. Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Malfoy, Jo said. His demeanor polite, yet his brow furrowed with concern for both Hogwarts and Rachel's safety. I also wish to express my gratitude for your father's generous invitation. Once the situation here stabilizes, I shall certainly pay a visit. You are too kind, Mr. Weasley, Abraxas replied with an elegant bow, his slate blue eyes sparkling with shrewdness. The Malfoy estate shall always welcome you. I am certain my father has many inquiries regarding international magical affairs that he would love to discuss with you, our future director. His compliments were deftly woven, further strengthening familial ties. Upon seeing Tom and Rachel approaching together, Jo's gaze immediately locked onto Rachel. The sight of her unscathed allowed his taut nerves to relax slightly. However, when his eyes fell upon Tom Riddle's flawlessly handsome, yet instinctively unsettling visage, particularly recalling the morning's coincidental incident involving Hagrid, a wave of intense unease washed over him. Too coincidental. Disturbingly so. He hoped he was merely overthinking. Otherwise, the notion of Rachel being involved with such a perilous individual was almost unbearable. Jo took a deep breath, suppressing his doubts and worries. He approached Tom with steady strides, akin to an elder brother entrusting his most cherished possession, before embarking on a journey. Standing before Tom, he extended his hand, his gaze serious and piercing, shedding the previous veneer of aloof politeness for a near-warned camaraderie. Riddle, he addressed Tom by his surname, his voice low and firm. I entrust Rachel to your care. Please ensure you treat her well. Do not bring her sorrow. He grasped Tom's hand firmly, the pressure unmistakable, his eyes silently conveying a clear message. Do not harm her. Tom maintained his impeccable, flawless smile, returning the handshake with a gentle yet devoid of warmth reply. Of course, Mr. Weasley. I will take good care of Rachel. Yet beneath the surface, a torrent of disdain and a primal rage surged within him. Jo scrutinized him deeply, as if attempting to etch his promise into memory, before finally releasing his grip. He turned to Rachel, arms wide open, enveloping her in a warm, powerful embrace. Take care of yourself, little Rachel. Jo's voice resonated in her ear, laden with affection and reluctance. Should you need anything, write to me anytime, or use the two-way mirror. He affectionately ruffled her soft golden hair, his touch gentle. This embrace, filled with love and protection, was perceived by Tom as a blatant display of possession and provocation. That gaze, that posture, seemed to silently declare ownership over Rachel. Infuriating. Repulsive. Tom's fingers, hanging at his side, clenched tightly, knuckles whitening, while beneath the icy veneer of his eyes, a tempest of murderous intent brewed. As he watched the opulent carriage take flight amidst the winged horses neighing, disappearing into the horizon, Tom stepped forward, almost casually, and reached out to lightly pat Rachel's cloak on her shoulder and lower back, a gesture that appeared as if brushing off dust, yet was imbued with possessive intent. He aimed to erase Jo's lingering presence. Rachel belonged to him. From head to toe, every strand of her hair was his. For now, he was still unprepared, forced to bide his time. Once he ascended to the pinnacle of power, he would personally sever the neck of anyone daring to approach her. He could no longer tolerate the lingering glances of farewell in the courtyard. Grabbing Rachel by the wrist, he unceremoniously pulled her away from the crowd, making a beeline for the secluded head boy's lavatory, currently devoid of any other presence. The heavy stone door closed behind them, sealing off the outside world. In the opulent yet empty bathroom, the soft sound of dripping water echoed. Tom abruptly pressed Rachel against the cold, mosaic-tiled wall, and before she could utter a sound of surprise, a searing kiss descended upon her like a tempest. This kiss was fraught with aggression, anger, and an almost frantic possessiveness. He forcefully pried her lips apart, greedily claiming her breath as if to obliterate any trace of Jo left upon her. He was furious. Furious at Jo's proximity, at Jo's embrace, and even more so at Rachel's momentary dependence on Jo. He needed reassurance, to confirm that she belonged solely to him. Rachel was nearly breathless from his kiss, her mind blank, left to passively endure his tempestuous assault. She could acutely sense the fierce rhythm of his heartbeat resonating within his chest, alongside an anger that threatened to consume her. Was it because of Jo? Was he jealous? Yet this jealousy bore a destructive quality that sent shivers down her spine. Time lost its meaning until Rachel felt herself on the brink of unconsciousness. When Tom finally eased his grip slightly, yet still held her firmly against him, their bodies melded together. He buried his face in the crook of her neck, greedily inhaling her unique fragrance, his voice husky and almost commanding. "Hold me, Rachel. Hold me tight. Do not let go." He needed to feel her warmth, her heartbeat, her tangible existence. Only in this way could he dispel the shadows cast by Jo, soothing the tumult of emotions that surged within him. Stirred by the possibility of Rachel's betrayal, only by locking her securely in his embrace, could he find a modicum of solace. Obediently, Rachel lifted her arms, encircling his lean waist, resting her cheek against the fervently rising and falling rhythm of his chest. She could distinctly hear the thunderous beats of his heart, feel the slight tremor coursing through him, fueled by overwhelming emotions. Her own heartbeat raced uncontrollably, mingling with the remnants of her grievances from earlier, and a secret thrill, alongside the echo of Hagrid's desperate accusations in her ears. After a prolonged silence, filled solely with their intertwined breaths, Rachel finally summoned the courage to speak, her voice trembling and tentative as she whispered into his ear, about Hagrid's spiders. She felt the arms that encircled her stiffen momentarily. "I have only mentioned it to you." This statement struck like a frigid bolt of lightning, cleaving through the distorted warmth of the bathroom. Tom abruptly lifted his head. His deep black eyes resembled two unfathomable, icy pools, instantly locking onto Rachel's blue eyes, which were filled with confusion, anguish, and doubt. His brow furrowed tightly, a chilling wave of alertness and anger sweeping through him. How dare she doubt him? And rightfully suspect the true culprit? How could she? He could never admit it. His plan had only just begun. He needed to conceal himself, to lie in wait. In a flash, Tom swiftly reacted. He did not offer explanations or engage in arguments, but adopted a more direct and effective strategy to turn the tables. He raised his hand, his fingertips exuding a cold, almost soothing touch as they gently caressed Rachel's soft golden hair. The gesture was tender, yet his voice was like a poisoned icicle. "You doubt me?" His tone carried an incredulous sense of hurt and the pain of betrayal, all for that foolish Hagrid, who had broken school rules by harboring dangerous creatures in the dormitory. Hagrid's impassioned accusation that he was a liar. "Beware of him. He would break your heart," resounded once more in Rachel's ears. She trusted Hagrid. She had seen Aragog. It would not attack humans unprovoked. But what about Tom? The boy she had entrusted with her faith. Would he truly exploit her inadvertently revealed information to frame an innocent friend? Did his unfathomable depths truly conceal such a dreadful lie? Observing the tumultuous pain and uncertainty swirling in Rachel's eyes, a flicker of icy irritation and barely perceptible panic swept through Tom's heart. He could not allow the seeds of doubt to take root in her mind. He must extinguish it. Rachel, he cradled her face, compelling her to meet his inscrutable black gaze, his voice low, imbued with a beguiling sense of grievance and accusation. Do you know what it feels like to be doubted by you? How terrible it is. His thumb gently brushed against her cheek, the movement imbued with an oddly tender quality, while his eyes remained sharp as knives, as if seeking to see through her very soul. Rachel's heart was utterly in turmoil. Gazing into Tom's eyes, which bore an almost wounded expression, and listening to his plaintive inquiry, her inner doubts began to waver. Indeed, how could she doubt Tom? He clearly cared for her so deeply, but Hagrid would not lie. Her azure eyes brimmed with struggle and despair, akin to a small insect ensnared in a spider's web. Tom keenly sensed her wavering resolve, and seized the opportunity. He leaned closer, his warm breath brushing against her sensitive skin, his voice dropping to a lower, dangerous whisper, reminiscent of a lover's threat. I promised your dear brother. He deliberately emphasized the words dear brother, his tone laced with chilling sarcasm. I would never cause you sorrow. These words acted like an invisible shackle, tightening around Rachel's heart. She recalled Joe's earnest admonitions before he left, remembering her promise to him to keep herself safe. If Tom truly were the one, how disappointed would Joe be? How devastated would she be? Her chaotic thoughts were like a tangled mess, making her head throb. At that moment, she wished fervently that none of this had ever happened. She hoped the Myrtle was still alive, hoped Hagrid was not expelled, hoped those dreadful attacks had never existed. She shut her eyes in avoidance, her voice laden with exhaustion and helplessness. Hagrid is my friend. I believe he wouldn't do such a thing. I just hope the school can one day catch the real culprit. Tom's pupils constricted sharply. His arm around Rachel's waist tightened suddenly, his grip so fierce that she could not help but cry out in pain. Very well. Tom's voice was as cold as the Siberian wind, each word articulated with precision, as though forced through clenched teeth. Then let us hope the school one day catches the true culprit. His gaze was terrifyingly sinister. His little girl was beginning to doubt him. The sensation was utterly dreadful, like a thorn piercing his softest spot. However, it was all right, Tom coldly assured himself. As long as he exerted himself a little more, delving deeper into the powers of dark magic, ascending to that unattainable pinnacle, then he would no longer need any disguise. He could crush all doubts and obstacles with absolute power, including the damned suspicion festering in Rachel's heart. He loosened his grip slightly but still held her tightly, as if he intended to merge her into his very being. Now he needed to soothe this frightened little bird, to reinforce her dependence on him. As for her doubts, he would gradually erode them with time and affection. Returning to the Slytherin common room, Rachel's complexion remained pale, her eyes clouded with a lingering haze of disquiet and distraction. Abraxas set aside the Daily Prophet, the front page still proclaiming, the true culprit captured? Student breeds giant spider leading to Hogwarts tragedy. His gray-blue eyes, filled with concern, turned to Rachel. Did you have a quarrel? Did Riddle provoke you again? Rachel wearily settled onto the sofa opposite him, shaking her head, her voice somewhat ethereal. If it were just like before, it would be better. She picked up a beautifully wrapped box of high-end candies, reputedly air-freighted from France, that Abraxas had pushed toward her. Unwrapping one and placing it in her mouth, the rich fruit flavor melted on her tongue. Yet it could not dispel the bitterness in her heart. At least during their arguments, she could glimpse his true self. Whether in anger or in sharpness, it was all genuine. She lifted her gaze, her azure eyes reflecting confusion and a hint of fear. Now the absence of quarrelsome communication felt alarmingly insincere. Abraxas hesitated with the candy in hand. Observing the heavy disappointment in Rachel's eyes and listening to her almost candid accusations, he understood all too well. He could not offer more comforting words, for his sentiments mirrored Rachel's. Tom Riddle's heart was as deep as the darkest chasms at the bottom of the Black Lake, never truly opening up to anyone, including the two friends before him. In the past, Abraxas had taken pride in his family's education and worldly sophistication, but compared to Tom, who had clawed his way out of a filthy orphanage, he realized that his so-called cleverness was nothing but child's play against Tom's unfathomable schemes and facades. Here, Abraxas pushed the entire box of candies toward Rachel, his voice tinged with a rare gentleness. Eat something sweet. It will lift your spirits. This was all he could do. The whirlpool of emotions ultimately required the individuals involved to wrestle their way through it. Just then, a vibrant green figure silently slithered down the armrest of the sofa and gently climbed onto Rachel's lap. Nagini raised her small head, her cold vertical pupils gazing at Rachel as her scarlet tongue flicked out, emitting a faint hiss, as if silently soothing her troubled heart. Rachel looked down at the cool little snake on her lap and picked up another candy to pop into her mouth. The sweet taste spread in her mouth, but the thorn of doubt lodged in her heart, she knew, would likely be difficult to remove for a long time. This thorn lay between her and Tom, as well as between her once innocent trust and reality. Chapter 19. The fracture of relationships. How dare she suggest a breakup? In the 5th year at Hogwarts, the air was thick with the tension of impending exams and the ripples caused by a sensational piece of news from the wizarding world. The last heir of the ancient, nearly extinct pureblood family, the Gaunts Morphin Gaunt, was imprisoned in Azkaban for the cruel murder of a Muggle family, using one of the unforgivable curses, the Avada Kedavra. The victims included a Muggle man in his 40s and his elderly parents. During the trial, Morphin openly confessed to his crimes but remained silent regarding the motive behind the murder of this Muggle family. This shocking case stirred up a storm in the magical community, inciting public outrage, and the Daily Prophet published extensive coverage, with rumors suggesting that the Ministry of Magic might use this incident to push for stricter Muggle protection laws. Upon returning to the castle after the holiday, Rachel astutely observed that Tom Riddle now adorned his long, bony fingers with a ring. The ring's design was both archaic and peculiar, its base crafted from coarse black gold, set with a substantial gem of a deep blood-like black hue. The gem's facets were intricately cut, refracting a shadowy luster under the light, as if it concealed some ominous secret within. The band was entwined with delicate, scale-like patterns that exuded an ineffable chill and an ancient aura. Tom, Rachel could not help but inquire, gently tapping the cold ring with her fingertip. Where did this come from? The patterns appear quite special. She felt an unsettling energy emanating from the ring, one that seemed at odds with the Tom she thought she knew. Tom, engrossed in a hefty old book with an unmarked cover, lifted his gaze at her words. A fleeting, imperceptible glimmer of something unusual flickered in his deep black eyes as they swept over the ring, quickly masked by his flawless smile. He set the book aside and naturally took Rachel's hand, planting a gentle kiss upon her smooth forehead, his voice soft. I happened upon it in an antique shop in Knockturn Alley. I found the design intriguing, so I purchased it. Just a trinket, really. His explanation was casual, as if brushing away a speck of dust. Yet Rachel's heart sank. The tenderness of that kiss could not obscure the deliberate insincerity woven through his words. She could sense it. However, she refrained from pressing further, silently retracting her hand. She understood that inquiries would yield no authentic answers. What Tom chose to withhold, no one could pry from him. The seeds of doubt had already taken root in her heart, and now, this ominous ring seemed to nurture their silent growth. The presence of Abraxas Malfoy among their trio had markedly diminished. In their 5th year, the responsibilities of a pureblood heir began to manifest, demanding he devote more time to engaging with a prospective betrothed from his family's choosing, a Miss Greengrass, equally noble and poised. Although his hazy affection for Rachel had not entirely waned, the weight of familial honor and future obligations compelled him to bury those fluttering feelings deep within. Tom, on the other hand, became increasingly elusive, spending nearly all his free time immersed in the restricted section of the library or in some unknown secret nook. Whenever Rachel found herself alone, she would often traverse the hidden passage beneath the Whomping Willow, making her way to Hagrid's hut at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. There, she could bask in Hagrid's unreserved warmth, marvel at his delightful yet perilous new friends, and discuss the impending ordinary wizarding level, OWL, exams, momentarily escaping the pervasive gloom and suspicion that lingered within the castle walls. Slugworth's soiree this weekend, Tom announced to Rachel one evening after dinner. As if declaring an established fact, without any prior warning, he was meticulously polishing the black gemstone ring with a silk handkerchief, his movements imbued with almost reverent attention. I require a companion. You shall accompany me, my dear. His tone was not one of invitation but rather an undeniable decree. Rachel tightened her grip on her fork, a rush of pent-up resentment and indignation surging within her. He always did this, making decisions unilaterally, ignoring her feelings, treating her as an accessory to be maneuvered at will. Since last year, his secrets had multiplied, and his demeanor had grown increasingly presumptuous. How long had she endured this? Tolerating his concealments, his mounting possessiveness, and his exclusion of her from his world. She, Rachel, wanted to refuse, to voice her discontent. Yet upon meeting Tom's fathomless gaze, which seemed to pierce her very thoughts, all her courage deflated like a punctured balloon. Ultimately, she swallowed her words, merely responding with a subdued "Hm." Her eyes cast down as she stabbed at the peas on her plate. Very well, she thought, I shall endure. Tolerating Tom's whims was hardly a novel endeavor. The weekend-esque gathering at Slughorn's Club was hosted in a warm, inviting parlor adjacent to the Slytherin headmaster's office, adorned with an array of curious botanical specimens and bizarre alchemical instruments. The air was thick with the rich aroma of cigars, the scent of exquisite champagne, and the sweetness of assorted delicacies. Tom Riddle undeniably commanded attention that evening. Now in his 5th year, he stood taller and more statuesque, shedding the last vestiges of youthful innocence, akin to a flawlessly polished obsidian, radiating a mature and perilous allure. Clad in a perfectly tailored black suit that accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist, his meticulously styled hair highlighted his impeccable features and profound contours. A subtle, almost imperceptible smile danced at the corners of his mouth, exuding a sense of control as he navigated effortlessly among Professor Slughorn and the other invited elite students. Rachel, dressed in a simple yet elegant black spaghetti strap gown that gracefully highlighted her emerging curves, stood quietly beside Tom, akin to a delicate vine entwined around a towering tree. The black gemstone ring on Tom's hand glimmered ominously under the soft lighting, mirroring his enigmatic smile, both cunning and unfathomable. Professor Slughorn, with his signature rotund belly and rosy complexion, animatedly regaled the gathering with tales of his proud protégé's illustrious achievements. "Ah, look at our Riddle," he boomed, affectionately slapping Tom on the shoulder. "A 5th-year prefect already. I wager his OWL results will be nothing short of all outstanding. The Order of Merlin awaits him." He turned to Rachel, his plump face beaming with joy. "And our lovely Miss Weasley. You and Riddle truly make a splendid pair. Such a match." Upon hearing the word match, Tom's smile deepened, his agreement unabashedly evident as he wrapped an arm around Rachel's waist, pulling her closer. Rachel felt her body stiffen imperceptibly. The conversation swiftly transitioned to her illustrious cousin, Yoveshli, head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Professor Slughorn exclaimed, "Only a year out of school? The future is bright indeed. Miss Weasley, does your cousin have any betrothal plans? I have quite a few exceptional young ladies in mind, all my former students, each one a gem." Rachel quickly shook her head. "No, Professor. Joe mentioned he isn't considering marriage for the next few years." She recalled the gentle yet somewhat wistful smile that graced Joe's face whenever asked, as he would say he was in no hurry, that they should wait. Wait for what? Rachel had never quite understood. The gathering was rife with flattery directed at Professor Slughorn, and mutual self-aggrandizement regarding their futures. Holding her champagne flute, Rachel sipped delicately, finding it all rather tasteless, her ears buzzing with the cacophony around her. She subtly tugged at Tom's impeccably tailored sleeve, whispering, "Tom, I'm feeling a bit tired. Shall we head back?" Tom, engrossed in a senior student's analysis of advancement within the Ministry of Magic, merely glanced at her and coldly shook his head, his tone flat, just a bit longer. He had more pressing matters to attend to, the question he had meticulously crafted, waiting for the opportune moment to unveil. Rachel's heart plummeted. She felt like a forgotten ornament, left to languish on the sidelines. It was not until the gathering began to wind down, and guests started to take their leave, that Tom finally seemed to remember her. Leaning close, he whispered in her ear, laced with a barely perceptible urgency, "You head back to the common room. I still have matters to discuss with the professor." His warm breath brushed against her ear, carrying an air of formulaic detachment. Rachel gazed at him, her azure eyes shimmering with reluctance and a hint of pleading. "Will it take long? What is the question? Can you share it with me later?" She yearned to re-enter his world, even if just to catch a glimpse of a hidden secret. Tom pressed a gentle kiss upon her cheek, his voice soft yet imbued with an undeniable sense of distance. "It will be over soon, merely a minor issue. Please wait for me in the lounge." With that, he turned and walked towards Professor Slughorn, who was surrounded by several students bidding him farewell. Rachel, clinging to a flicker of hope, did not immediately return to the lounge. Instead, she made her way to the end of the corridor, leaning against the cold stone pillar as she awaited his return. The chill of early spring enveloped her bare shoulders as the night breeze whispered through the air. Time drifted by, each second stretching longer than the last, and the footsteps in the corridor dwindled until silence reigned. She gazed at the closed door of the meeting room, feeling her anticipation and warmth gradually dissipate, freezing over. An hour passed, perhaps even longer. Finally, the heavy wooden door creaked open. Tom Riddle emerged, wearing an inscrutable smile that mingled extreme excitement with a peculiar satisfaction. His long fingers unconsciously caressed the black gemstone ring, his eyes ablaze as if he had just acquired the key to immortality. The forbidden knowledge of Horcruxes, instilled by Professor Slughorn, coursed through him like the sweetest poison, igniting a fervor within. However, the smile on his face froze the moment he beheld the figure standing at the doorway. Rachel stood there, leaning against the frigid stone pillar, clad in a thin black dress, shivering in the night air. Her cheeks were pale from the cold and prolonged waiting, while her eyes, typically brimming with trust and affection, now reflected only icy disappointment, anger, and heartbreak. "Rachel?" Tom paused momentarily, hastening towards her and draping his suit jacket over her shoulders, his brow furrowed. Why didn't you return to the lounge? His tone bore a hint of reproach, as though she were being unreasonable. Rachel lifted her head abruptly, a deeply ironic and sorrowful smile gracing her lips, her voice trembling with suppressed emotion. What? Are you now questioning me? She fixed her sharp gaze upon Tom, as if seeking to pierce him through. Is this indeed the minor issue you spoke of? Tom Riddle? She took a deep breath, summoning all her strength as the pent-up torrent within her finally burst forth. Since last year. No, even earlier. It's as if you have been hiding something from me. One thing after another. Your whereabouts, your secrets, this damned ring you wear, and your attitude towards me. As if I were nothing more than a fleeting object. Riddle. I have far too many questions for you. Her voice escalated with emotion, tinged with a sob, but I no longer wish to ask a single one. Because I know that the answers I would receive are all lies. All deceptions. Tom's brow tightened further. Rachel's unbridled fury and sharp accusations stirred annoyance, and a slight sense of offended anger within him. He attempted to grasp her arm, wishing to lead her away from the biting wind to a warmer place where he could soothe her, even though deep down, he understood that every word she spoke struck at his most profound secrets, which he would never disclose to her. Rachel, Tom Riddle. Rachel abruptly wrenched her arm from his grasp, stepping back, her reddened eyes locked onto him with fierce intensity, summoning every ounce of strength to pose the final question. One she perhaps already knew the answer to but still clung to a glimmer of hope for. Is there anything you wish to confess to me? The air seemed to solidify. The corridor fell into a deathly silence, broken only by Rachel's rapid breaths and the mournful sigh of the night breeze passing through the stone columns. Tom stared at her in silence, his dark eyes swirling with complex emotions, anxiety, impatience, a flicker of anger at being cornered, and perhaps a hint of a struggle so faint that even he was unaware of it. Yet ultimately, all these emotions were cloaked beneath a cold, hard veneer of secrets and control. He pressed his lips tightly together, remaining mute. Confession? Acknowledging his ambitions? His studies of dark magic? This ring, belonging to his grandfather Marvolo Gaunt? Admitting he was the mastermind behind the Chamber of Secrets? Confessing that he had just extracted forbidden knowledge about creating Horcruxes for the sake of immortality from Slughorn? No, absolutely not. This silence pierced through Rachel's heart like the sharpest ice pick, shattering the last remnants of her fragile hope, and igniting the fury and despair she had long suppressed. A short, desolate laugh escaped Rachel's lips. All her grievances, disappointments, and the rage of betrayal erupted at that moment. She tore off Tom's jacket, still imbued with his warmth, and hurled it at his handsome yet chillingly distant face with all her might. Tom Riddle, she nearly shouted, her voice echoing through the empty corridor. Imbued with a resolute anger, our relationship ends here. With that, she turned without a backward glance at Tom's shocked expression, which swiftly morphed into a dark, foreboding glare, and dashed into the depths of the shadowy corridor, leaving behind only the hurried echo of her high heels against the floor, mirroring the rhythm of her shattered heart. Tom stood there, struck by the jacket that still carried her scent. The soft fabric brushed against his face, bringing with it a trace of her lingering warmth and fragrance before it fell to the ground. He remained rooted in place, disbelief etched clearly across his features for the first time. Soon after, an overwhelming surge of anger and offended rage engulfed him. How dare she? How dare she throw her clothing at him? How dare she disrespect him in such a manner? How dare she unilaterally declare an end? Had he been too indulgent with her? Had his special treatment led her to believe she could act with such impunity? A powerful impulse surged within him, urging him to rush forward, seize her, and confine her tightly in his embrace, compelling her to retract those words of finality, roaring within him like a beast. He loathed this feeling, despised it. He would not allow her to so easily cast him aside. He would not permit her to slip from his grasp. He would certainly not allow her to utter such treasonous words as end. He bent down to retrieve the jacket from the ground. The fabric still retained the warmth of her skin and the unique scent of her essence. He buried his face in the jacket, inhaling deeply, and Tom Riddle, or rather, Voldemort, felt a cold and twisted smile begin to form at the corners of his mouth. It cannot end. A temperamental girl? That was acceptable. A temporary cooling off? Also acceptable. But to think she could leave him? To sever ties completely? Absolutely impossible. He draped the jacket over his arm, his gaze once again becoming deep and icy, turning with measured steps towards his secret workspace, where lay the keys to his immortality and power. The immediate priority was to find a suitable vessel for the Horcrux. As for Rachel, he would ensure she returned to him, by his own means. In the Slytherin common room, the green flames in the fireplace danced, Yet the atmosphere felt somewhat stagnant. Abraxas Malfoy was engaged in a sociable dialogue with Miss Greengrass to deepen their acquaintance when his peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure rushing through the entrance. Rachel Weir. Her face was alarmingly pale, her eyes puffy and red, lips pressed tightly together as she stumbled in, not glancing at anyone, and directly plunged into the nearest armchair, sinking deeply into it with her shoulders quivering slightly. Abraxas's heart sank. The situation appeared far more severe than any previous quarrel. He immediately offered Miss Greengrass an apologetic smile. "Pardon me, it seems I have spotted a friend in distress. I must excuse myself." He inclined his body gracefully, exchanging understanding glances with her as he swiftly approached Rachel. He picked up a soft, silvery green blanket from the armrest of the nearby sofa and gently draped it over Rachel's trembling shoulders, his voice imbued with an uncommon gentleness. "Vile? What is troubling you? Another confrontation with Riddle?" His words trailed off as Rachel abruptly lifted her head, her eyes aflame with emotion and shimmering with tears, her voice hoarse yet strikingly clear, as if declaring an undeniable truth. "I have ended my relationship with Tom." She inhaled deeply, emphasizing completely. Abraxas was utterly taken aback. His gray-blue eyes brimmed with astonishment. A breakup? Completely? How could this be? Despite their tumultuous relationship, Tom's almost obsessive possessiveness over Rachel was evident to anyone. How could he possibly agree to a separation? A breakup? Abraxas's voice wavered slightly, incredulous. Tom actually consented? He could agree? The thought of Tom relinquishing her was unfathomable. Rachel forced a smile. More wretched than tears, her gaze vacant. He didn't utter a single word of pleading. She recalled his icy silence in the corridor, his indifferent expression, and her heart felt as though it had been brutally carved out. And I never wished to hear his nonsensical ramblings again. Not a single word. Yes. She had had enough. Enough of the intricately woven lies and deceptions. She would rather embrace a harsh truth than a false fairy tale. Just as Abraxas was processing this explosive revelation, attempting to find words to comfort Rachel, she suddenly coughed up a spray of crimson blood without warning. The vivid droplets splattered across her black dress and the silvery green blanket, a shocking sight. Rachel. Abraxas feared she was succumbing to despair. A wave of panic seized him instantly. He disregarded all notions of noble decorum, and swiftly scooped up the now limp and dazed Rachel, racing like the wind out of the lounge towards the direction of the school infirmary. He had never run so fast. His heart pounding with a singular thought. She must not be harmed. In the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey quickly and meticulously examined Rachel. However, the results were perplexing. Her vital signs showed no significant abnormalities. Although her magical energy was somewhat turbulent, it was not at a level that would cause hemorrhaging. "Strange, truly strange," Madame Pomfrey muttered, furrowing her brow as she gazed at the pale, unconscious Rachel on the bed, devoid of any physical injury, her magic not spiraling out of control. At that moment, Professor Trelawney, who taught divination, happened to pass by the infirmary. Drawn by the commotion, she entered, still wearing her oversized, specially crafted glasses that magnified her eyes several times, her neck adorned with an array of beads, exuding a strong scent of alcohol and herbs. She approached Rachel's bedside, her murky eyes, as if veiled by a white haze, fixated intently on Rachel's face. Moments later, she gasped sharply, her body trembling violently, speaking in a ghostly and terrified tone. "Darkness, heavy darkness entwines her soul. I see something beyond the order, a mark not of this world, and death. The shadow of death looms over her, exceedingly ominous." Her expression twisted in horror, as if she had truly glimpsed something unimaginably terrifying. This dreadful pronouncement instantly reminded Rachel of the mad seer she had encountered 3 years prior on Christmas Eve at Madame Putafoot's tea house. An eerily similar foreboding. Abraxas's complexion drained of color as he struggled to maintain his composure while addressing Professor Trelawney. "Professor, you might have misinterpreted?" Madame Pomfrey stated Miss Vile is not in serious condition. He attempted to soothe the equally shaken Rachel. Yet Professor Trelawney appeared oblivious, lost in her own prophetic rapture, muttering about death curses, as she swayed and exited the infirmary. Rachel weakly shook her head, her azure eyes filled with terror and despair, turning to Abraxas. No, she did not misinterpret. She recounted in halting phrases the encounter with the old seer, Errol, in Hogsmeade 2 years prior, relaying every detail to Abraxas. Upon hearing her tale, Abraxas was overcome with shock. Twice, 2 years apart, different seers, yet both pointed to the same terrifying conclusion. Rachel's life was in grave peril. "Rachel." Abraxas's voice resonated with unprecedented gravity and concern. "Do not tell Tom." Rachel seized his arm with surprising strength, her eyes pleading. "Promise me. Do not disclose what transpired today. Abraxas regarded his friend, pale and fragile, yet remarkably resolute. A tumult of emotions surged within him. He fell silent for a moment before finally nodding heavily. Very well. I promise not to tell him. He paused, his tone firm and unyielding. But you must also promise me to return to Madame Pomfrey for regular checkups. We cannot afford any further mistakes. Rachel met Abraxas's sincere gaze, warmth blossoming in her heart, and nodded gently. Yes, I promise. In this frigid moment, at least the concern of a friend sustained her. Abraxas sat beside Rachel's bedside, his heart laden with worry as he watched her rest. His feelings for Rachel were undeniable, yet he would never betray a friend, especially not Tom Riddle, whose wrath was unimaginable. Moreover, he bore the weight of the Malfoy family's honor and responsibility, a heavy burden pressing down upon his heart. Upon returning to the Slytherin boys' dormitory, Abraxas's mood remained somber. Upon opening the door, he found Tom Riddle seated at his desk. Back to him, engrossed in a thick, dark tome devoid of any title, illuminated by the flickering candlelight. Tom never permitted Abraxas to intrude upon his studies. Nagini coiled at the corner of the desk, hissing softly, seemingly reporting something to Tom. Suddenly, without warning, Tom turned his head. His deep, dark eyes locked onto Abraxas, akin to whirlpools drawing him in. His voice was low, laced with a barely perceptible tension. Rachel is not in the dormitory. Do you know where she has gone? Abraxas's mind went blank in an instant. A chill ran down his spine. Nagini was reporting Rachel's whereabouts. It had been surveilling her. Tom's need for control had reached an utterly chilling extent. Was this what consented to a breakup looked like? He forced himself to regain composure, swiftly restoring the calm demeanor characteristic of a Malfoy, even adding a hint of feigned curiosity. Rachel? Not in the dormitory? I am unaware. Perhaps she is in the library or with Hagrid. As he spoke, he casually moved towards his bed, feigning interest in a copy of Advanced Potion Making, while his heart raced uncontrollably in his chest. Tom scrutinized him intently, his gaze sharp enough to pierce through him. He did not press further but returned his attention to Nagini, whispering lowly to it. Nagini glided off the desk and silently slipped out of the dormitory. Tom's expression darkened ominously, reminiscent of the sky before a storm. He redirected his focus to the dark tome. Yet Abraxas could sense that his thoughts were far removed from this place. The air in the dormitory felt thick and suffocating. Abraxas lowered his head, his fingers unconsciously tracing the edge of the pages, cold sweat nearly soaking his back. He could not fathom what Tom might do if he discovered Rachel's hemorrhaging, and the terrifying prophecy. Tom Riddle sat there, the candlelight dancing upon his handsome yet sinister profile. He would never allow Rachel to slip from his sight, nor would he permit her to escape from his grasp. Even if she unilaterally declared an end to their relationship, even if she currently harbored a deep-seated hatred for him, she had no choice. His possession would forever remain his. He would, in his own manner, meticulously ensnare her once more. He would never relinquish her. Chapter 20. The Potion of Infatuation. The cold moonlight streamed through the towering arched windows, casting pallid spots of illumination upon the stone floor of the Slytherin dormitory. Tom Riddle, his expression devoid of emotion, let a viscous liquid, shimmering with an opalescent glow, drip into a goblet of clear pumpkin juice. The liquid dissolved instantaneously, rendering it colorless and tasteless. Nagini coiled at the corner of the table, hissing a report. She has gone to the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey examined her and found nothing amiss. Trelawney, that madwoman, uttered some nonsense. Malfoy is tending to her. Tom's fingers lightly tapped the rim of the goblet, his deep black eyes betraying no emotion, yet his heart twisted with unease. He refrained from glancing at her. A separation? A separation declared solely by her? To him, it was nothing more than a farce, a mere venting of Rachel Weir's misplaced emotions. He believed he understood her, or rather he thought he did. He was curious to observe how long this girl, who had cast him aside, would persist in her silence, how long she could endure without conceding to him. During this period, he had far more pressing matters to attend to. The research of Horcruxes had reached a pivotal phase, and the forbidden knowledge leading to immortality captivated him far more than soothing the tantrums of a girl. He placed the spiced pumpkin juice in an inconspicuous corner, ensuring that Rachel would see it first thing in the morning, and habitually consume it. Although they were in a state of cold war, he wanted to ensure his little girl remained healthy and protected her from the madness of death. He needed her to return on her own accord, to reignite within her those feelings of complete adoration and dependence that solely belonged to him. A month after their separation, the unique dynamic of the Slytherin trio had completely disintegrated. In the corridors, the Great Hall, and the library, the once familiar sight of Tom, Rachel, and Abraxas walking side by side was nowhere to be seen. Tom, like a precise pendulum, moved rhythmically between classrooms, the restricted section of the library, and his hidden workspace, regarding Rachel as if she were a mere stranger passing by. Rachel's heart, initially filled with anger and resolve, gradually succumbed to a chilling sense of loss and confusion. The entanglements, questions, and even arguments she had anticipated never materialized. Tom Riddle, like a stone cast into a deep pool, merely stirred fleeting ripples in her heart before sinking into silence, leaving no trace behind. This utter disregard was more painful than any cruel words could ever be. Abraxas Malfoy found himself in a delicate position, caught between the two. In the evenings at the dormitory, he would often subtly broach the topic of OWLs, cautiously attempting to pry into Tom's attitude toward Rachel. Riddle, what are your thoughts on the third question in Transfiguration? By the way, Where seems to be struggling a bit with her revision. She even asked me about the interpretation of ancient runes yesterday. Tom, too indifferent to even lift his eyelids, kept his gaze fixed on the ominous tome in his hands, his voice devoid of inflection. The exam focus is in Chapter 7 of Intermediate Transfiguration. I believe Miss Ware will manage her own revision. He easily saw through Malfoy's clumsy attempts at probing, yet he withheld any clear response. Rachel. She was merely a temporary aside in his grand design, one that would eventually be set back on course. The atmosphere in potions class was somewhat peculiar. Professor Slughorn enthusiastically elaborated on the characteristics and dangers of amortentia, the most potent love potion in existence. He waved his plump hands, emphasizing its alluring pearlescent sheen, and its unique scent that varied from person to person. Tom, seated at the front, wore an unusually somber expression. When the professor mentioned that the potion could evoke the deepest yearnings of the heart, a fleeting flicker of distaste and pain crossed his dark eyes. He recalled his mother, Maripi Gaunt, the coward who had ensnared a muggle man with this very potion. Her foolishness and weakness were the source of all their tragedies. That wretched potion's scent lingered like a maggot, an indelible stain upon his bloodline. Rachel sat a distance away, absently stirring the bubbling concoction in her cauldron. When Professor Slughorn opened a sealed vial of shimmering amortentia, allowing its fragrance to waft through the classroom, Rachel instinctively inhaled deeply. A familiar scent, one that sent her heart racing, surged into her nostrils. A crisp pine mingled with the cold aroma of old parchment, laced with a hint of Tom's unique, ineffable essence, reminiscent of the depths of a forest after rain. This fragrance was so vivid, so overwhelmingly dominant that it seized all her senses. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her heartbeat accelerating uncontrollably. In a flustered attempt to mask her discomposure, she turned to Abraxas and quietly inquired, "Hey, do you smell that?" Abraxas paused slightly in his stirring, a flicker of complex emotion flashing in his gray-blue eyes. He did not look at Rachel, instead fixating on the swirling purple liquid in his cauldron. His voice low and vague, "Nothing special." He lied. What he detected was the faint scent of sunlight mingling with fresh grass emanating from Rachel's hair, alongside a hint of the sweet orange fragrance from her hand cream. This discovery stirred a bittersweet ripple within him. As expected, Tom was the first to perfectly brew the standard amortentia, its pearlescent sheen and enticing steam earning him lavish praise from Professor Slughorn. However, as the professor turned to assist other students, a minor incident unfolded. A Ravenclaw girl, utterly captivated by Tom's flawless profile, became overly anxious and accidentally knocked over her water cup. In her panic, she seized the vial of freshly brewed amortentia from Tom's desk and gulped down a significant amount. Moments later, the effects set in. The girl's gaze turned dazed and fervent, her cheeks flushed, as if drawn by invisible strings. She staggered towards Tom, murmuring dreamily, "Riddle, oh, you are simply enchanting. I cannot control myself. My heart, my soul, they belong to you." The classroom erupted into chaos, a cacophony of laughter, gasps, and whistles filling the air. Tom's expression darkened to a deep scowl. He loathed this chaotic scene, detesting the public entanglement of admiration born from such a cheap, drug-induced infatuation. He deftly sidestepped the girl's advance, his eyes cold and filled with revulsion, as if tainted by something vile. Rachel observed this unfolding spectacle, her already tumultuous emotions roiling within her. Witnessing another girl so enraptured by Tom, even under the influence of a potion, made her heart feel as though it had been turned inside out, her visage becoming exceedingly grim. Meanwhile, Abraxas could not contain his laughter, finding great satisfaction in Tom's discomfort, relishing this as the most vindicating moment of the past month, relishing his comeuppance for ignoring her. As the bell rang to dismiss class, Tom immediately gathered his belongings and strode out of the classroom without a backward glance, as though pursued by vengeful spirits. He had far more significant pursuits to attend to. too busy to concern himself with such trivial spectacles. On the way back to the Slytherin dungeon, Rachel could no longer suppress her frustration and exploded at Abraxas. What does he mean by this? She fumed, stomping along the cobblestone path, her azure eyes brimming with indignation and confusion. It's been a whole month. Not a single word from him. Not even a glance in my direction. Is it truly over? Just like that. So simply. Her voice trembled with the threat of tears, entirely contrary to her expectations. I thought there would at least be some entanglement, some tugging back and forth. Perhaps even a quarrel before the separation. But what has happened instead? He acted as if nothing had transpired, as though I had never existed at all. Abraxas observed her agitated demeanor and sighed. He yearned to disclose how Nagini had been monitoring her, and to reveal Tom's act of adding a sedative to her drink that fateful night. Yet the words caught in his throat. He was reluctant to muddle the already murky waters between them any further. Choosing his words with care, he attempted to console her. Vale, you have yet to emerge from the aftermath of your heartbreak. He shrugged, his tone laced with a hint of exasperation. Look at Riddle. He has moved on with such ease. He severed ties and immediately dove back into his grand endeavors. Take a page from his book. Do not dwell in this quagmire. Moved on. Rachel abruptly halted, disbelief etched across her features as she gazed at Abraxas. How could he have moved on so swiftly? Even if they were no longer lovers. They had been friends for nearly 6 years. Did he not possess any semblance of emotion? The sensation of being utterly disregarded, treated as though she were invisible, shattered her heart more than any argument ever could. Seeing Rachel on the verge of tears stirred something within Abraxas. A sudden thought flitted through his mind. A glimmer of mischief flickering in his slate-blue eyes, and a wicked smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Would you like to ascertain whether he has truly moved on? Is he genuinely devoid of feeling? Why not provoke him with another boy to find out? Rachel was taken aback, her eyes lighting up with excitement. Of course. How could I not have thought of that? She clapped her hands, her expression shifting from gloomy to hopeful. You are brilliant. Let us do it. Find a boy now. Let us provoke him. No sooner had she spoken than they turned a corner, only to collide with Tom Riddle, who was returning to retrieve his forgotten notes on secrets of advanced dark magic. The air froze in that narrow corridor. Rachel's heart raced. The impulsive part of her made an immediate decision. Now was the moment. Seizing the opportunity, she instinctively linked her arm with Abraxas's, leaning in close, forcing a sweet yet slightly exaggerated smile onto her face, and raising her voice in a deliberately high-pitched, affected tone. She said, shall we head to the Three Broomsticks for a drink later? I heard the new butterbeer comes with popping candy. Abraxas's internal alarms blared. Merlin's foul socks. Rachel Vale. Are you trying to push me into the fire? He felt her grip searing his arm as if it had been branded. He stood rigid, striving to maintain his signature Malfoy grace, while a cold sweat trickled down his back. He cast a quick glance at Tom, who had halted in his tracks. Tom's dark eyes, like frigid searchlights, swiftly focused on the hand that Rachel had entwined with Abraxas's arm, as well as her ostentatiously affectionate posture. His gaze was so piercing it felt as though it could penetrate the very point of their contact. Time seemed to suspend for several seconds. Only the barely audible breaths of the three remained in the corridor. Tom's face bore no expression. His eyes were as deep and inscrutable as a frozen lake, revealing neither joy nor anger. He simply observed them for a few moments, his gaze sweeping across Rachel's feigned sweetness and Abraxas's stiff profile, before he casually averted his eyes, as if he had merely encountered two unrelated strangers, striding past them with purpose towards the classroom. His footsteps echoed in the empty corridor, steady and icy. However, at the moment he turned away, Rachel distinctly caught a fleeting glimmer of icy fury in his eyes, akin to the portent of an impending snowstorm. Though it lasted but an instant, it sent a shiver down her spine. Had he misjudged her? Over the past month, her silence and avoidance were not mere pretenses of indifference, but genuine apathy? How had she and Malfoy become so intimate? A torrent of betrayed anger and intense possessiveness surged within him like magma. He demanded an explanation, one that was thorough and irrefutable, but not at that moment. He had far more pressing matters at hand. That crucial note regarding the Horcrux ritual was 100 times more significant than this clumsy charade. Once he secured that note, he would ensure Rachel Vale understood the consequences of provoking him. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, Abraxas immediately shook off Rachel's hand, his heart still racing as he pounded his chest, lowering his voice with a hint of lingering anger. Rachel Vale, you nearly got me killed just now. Do you have any idea how Riddle looked at me? It was as if he intended to devour me whole. He could not help but tap her forehead lightly. This isn't a mere test. You have placed me on the grill. Rubbing her sore forehead, Rachel wore a smug expression, a glint of triumph and excitement in her eyes. I believe your idea is quite feasible, and it just so happened that we encountered him. We cannot let this opportunity slip away. She clasped her hands together, her cerulean eyes shimmering with a pleading light. Please help me. Just a few more times. Let us gauge his attitude. I beg you. Gazing into Rachel's hopeful eyes, all of Abraxas's complaints lodged in his throat. He sighed in resignation, rubbing his temples. All right. Just a few times. No more after that. He warned, remember, keep it subtle. If you have an inkling, stop immediately. Do not take advantage of me. I am betrothed. He said half in jest, half in earnest. At that moment, the heavy stone door of the common room swung open once more. Tom Riddle entered, clutching the dark notebook, purposefully heading towards the fireplace to retrieve another book he had left behind. Rachel's heart leapt to her throat. Another opportunity. She swiftly entered character, leaning against Abraxas, her body pliable as if boneless, her cheek nearly brushing against his. She could feel the tension in his body and the stiffness of his breath. In a voice deliberately sweet to the point of saccharine, laced with seductive undertones, she leaned closer to his ear, ensuring her tone was just loud enough for Tom to hear. Dear up, she elongated the syllables, do you know? Today in potions class, I caught a whiff of amortentia. She slightly tilted her head, her gaze fixed with affection on Abraxas's now blushing profile. That scent is yours. Clean, elegant. Carrying the fragrance of the Malfoy Manor rose garden. I have become hopelessly enamored with you. Her voice was like poison laced with honey, imbued with irresistible allure. Such proximity. Such blatant declarations of affection, combined with Rachel's stunningly beautiful visage mere inches away, sent Abraxas Malfoy, the self-proclaimed veteran of romance, into a state of utter bewilderment. An overwhelming rush of emotions and dizziness struck him like a thunderbolt. He could even discern the individual strands of Rachel's golden lashes, and inhale the intoxicating fragrance wafting from her hair. Uncontrollably, his gaze fell upon her slightly parted, crimson lips. His body leaning in as if drawn by an invisible force, on the verge of succumbing to an impulsive kiss. Just at that critical moment, an unseen, formidable force seized Rachel. Like an invisible hand, it yanked her away from Abraxas, sending her stumbling to the opposite end of the sofa. It was Tom. A silent Accio spell. Tom stood there, book in hand, his expression devoid of emotion, as if everything that had just transpired was of no concern to him. He did not cast a single glance at Rachel or Abraxas. Instead, he held the book firmly and walked with a steady gait toward the spiral staircase leading to the boys' dormitory. Yet his silhouette emanated a chilling aura, far more terrifying than mere rage, an oppressive, suffocating coldness. He resembled a volcano poised to erupt, suppressing destructive energies within. He could not afford to lose composure in public. He could not storm over to Rachel like a petulant child snatching a toy, demanding answers. That was not his demeanor. He needed to uphold his flawless image. However, Rachel's recent display and Abraxas's almost uncontrollable desire to kiss her felt like the most venomous snake's tongue, mercilessly licking away at the dam of his reason. Had Rachel truly fallen for that superficial peacock, Malfoy? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Was she deliberately provoking him? Using such a clumsy trick? In any case, his anger had been thoroughly ignited. Like the infernal flames of hell, it blazed fiercely. Unless Rachel knelt before him, pleading for his forgiveness in the most abject manner, swearing that her heart, her soul, and everything she was belonged solely to him, Tom Riddle. This fury would consume everything. How dare she? How dare she look at Malfoy with such eyes? How dare she claim that the aroma of the love potion bore Malfoy's scent? The mere thought of the love potion sent a wicked notion spiraling through Tom's mind, like a venomous vine growing wild. He wanted Rachel to experience the torment he was enduring at this moment, akin to being gnawed at by venomous insects. He sought to possess her entirely, without question. In the most primal, direct manner, he aimed to brand her with his mark, to make her understand that no matter where her heart may wander temporarily, everything she was, her future, could only belong to him, even if she currently professed her affection for Malfoy. The common room lay in a deathly silence. Abraxas suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing what he had nearly done. A wave of overwhelming fear and shame engulfing him in an instant. His face flushed, his heart raced. The impact of Rachel's proximity and her beguiling voice exceeded his imagination. The thrill of that moment felt so genuine, so intense that he truly wished it were real. He hoped Rachel genuinely liked him, and that it was not merely a performance to incite Tom's jealousy. After all, he was Malfoy, the noble heir of the Malfoy lineage. How could he lose control like this? How could he be so easily swayed by such theatrics, nearly committing an act that would tarnish his family's reputation? He awkwardly adjusted his slightly disheveled collar, inhaling deeply to calm his frenzied heartbeat. He glanced at Rachel, who sat trembling on the opposite end of the sofa, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Ultimately, he managed to force out a dry statement. "Congratulations. You've achieved your goal." He appeared quite irate. Pausing, he added, his tone laced with a blend of exhaustion and warning. "Let us communicate properly, Will. Don't play with fire again." Rachel, clutching her arm, which felt sore from some unseen force, nodded with lingering trepidation. Tom's earlier silent magic and icy demeanor instilled in her an unprecedented fear, mingled with a twisted sense of satisfaction. At the very least, it proved that he was not indifferent. Moments later, a green figure silently glided to Rachel's feet. Nagini raised her head, clutching a neatly folded card in her mouth. Rachel's heart skipped a beat. Trembling, she took the card and unfolded it. There, in familiar, incisive, and elegant handwriting, was a simple sentence. "Tonight. Observatory. Meet." Another summons. No inquiries, no invitations, only an unequivocal command. Rachel's heart was instantly filled with a tumult of complex emotions, fear, resistance, yet intertwined with a hint of secret anticipation and delight that she herself was reluctant to acknowledge. He had ultimately sought her out. Abraxas gazed at the card. His brow furrowed, worry etched in his gray-blue eyes. Yet he said nothing, merely staring at Rachel and forcing out the words. "Let us communicate properly." His tone was heavy. At the observatory that night, the wind was sharper than usual. Rachel stood at the edge of the stargazing platform, gazing at the blurred contours of the forbidden forest in the distance. She had deliberately donned a simple, elegant light blue gown, which accentuated her snow-white skin, her soft golden hair cascading over her shoulders, shimmering gently in the moonlight. Despite her desperate attempts to convince herself that she was merely going to negotiate, to question, to end this farce, deep within, she could not deny that she still wished to present her best self before Tom. Tom Riddle had long awaited her arrival. He stood with his back to the entrance, his posture as upright as a pine, his black silhouette nearly merging with the night. He absent-mindedly toyed with a ring embedded with a black gemstone on his left hand, the ring reflecting an eerie, shadowy light under the moon. Beside him, on a small table, rested a crystal goblet, half filled with a deep red liquid reminiscent of coagulated blood. Upon hearing her footsteps, Tom slowly turned. The moonlight sculpted his increasingly mature and handsome features, his deep black eyes resembling two unfathomable wells, tranquil yet brimming with disquieting power. A subtle curve at the corner of his mouth suggested an almost imperceptible sense of control. "Why did you call me up here?" Rachel endeavored to keep her voice cold and distant, tinged with just the right amount of arrogance. "I still need to study charms with Abraxas later." She deliberately mentioned Malfoy's name. Tom's gaze lingered on her meticulously arranged figure for a fleeting moment, a flicker of something dark and untraceable passing through his eyes. He suppressed his rising anger and the deeper, more primal urge to possess her, picking up the crystal goblet and walking slowly toward Rachel. "I want to talk to you heart to heart." His voice was low and magnetic, imbued with a deliberate softness, akin to a lover's whisper. "And also to savor this exquisite red wine that Professor Slughorn graciously gifted me, a rare vintage he has cherished for years." He extended the wineglass toward Rachel, the deep red liquid swirling gently within, reflecting the cold moonlight. Rachel hesitated to take it. Her gaze fell upon the goblet, her keen senses detecting a familiar yet unsettling scent. That aroma mingled within the rich bouquet of the wine, but was unmistakably the same alluring scent that had emanated from the love potion during today's potions class, a scent unmistakably belonging to Tom. He indeed had ulterior motives. He intended to control her with the love potion. Rachel's heart plummeted, engulfed by a wave of tremendous disappointment and anger. She abruptly met Tom's fathomless black gaze, her eyes brimming with unmasked suspicion and inquiry. Tom clearly perceived the doubt and resistance in her eyes. The facade of gentleness he had meticulously crafted vanished in an instant, leaving behind an icy, undeniable desire for control. His fingers tightened slightly around the wineglass. Should she dare to refuse, he would not hesitate to employ more direct and forceful methods to make her drink. He needed her subdued. He needed her to return to the path he had set for her. Rachel, aware of the blatant threat and chill in Tom's eyes, realized that refusing the wine tonight would not be an option. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her fear and anger. Very well, if he wished to play, then she would play along. She was determined to see what lay beneath his facade. She extended her hand and accepted the goblet of red wine. Under Tom's burning gaze, she brought the rim to her lips, intending to taste it but merely daring to take a cautious, delicate sip. The minuscule amount of liquid slid into her mouth, carrying the wine's astringency along with an indescribable, intoxicating sweetness. Simultaneously, as she turned slightly to evade Tom's gaze. She discreetly flicked her wrist. The red wine cascaded silently from the goblet like a slender crimson stream, spilling over the cold stone railing and merging into the darkness below. In the goblet, only a shallow layer remained. She placed the half-empty wine glass back onto the low table with a natural grace, a hint of a savoring expression gracing her features, despite the subtle effects of the love potion beginning to take hold within her. A wave of inexplicable, intense affection for Tom surged uncontrollably in her heart, rendering her cheeks aflame and her heartbeat erratic, while her gaze towards Tom became enveloped in a dreamy haze, tinged with a rosy filter. Yet, deep within her consciousness, a taut string remained stretched, warning her of the peril that lay before her. Tom remained oblivious to her subtle gestures. He observed with satisfaction the flush that colored Rachel's cheeks and the familiar spark of infatuation that reemerged in her eyes, albeit now tainted by the potion and her performance. He stepped closer, his long fingers lifting Rachel's chin, compelling her to look up at him. A wicked smile of mischief and control gracing his face, his voice low and menacing. "Now tell me, Rachel Weir." His thumb grazed her lips, his gaze as frigid as ice. "Is it that superficial Malfoy you harbor in your heart, or is it me?" Leaning in slightly, his warm breath brushed against her cheek, carrying a chilling sense of oppression. Rachel fought against the dizziness brought on by the potion, and the twisted desire stirring deep within her for Tom. Mimicking the girl from class who had succumbed to the love potion earlier that day, her eyes glazed over, her voice exaggeratedly infatuated and trembling. She threw herself into Tom's embrace. "It's you, Tom. Only you. My heart, my soul, have always belonged solely to you. Malfoy. What is he to me? I love you to madness, to the point of breathlessness." This heartfelt confession greatly pleased Tom. The wicked smile at the corners of his mouth deepened, laced with a perverse sense of satisfaction. He lowered his head, bestowing a cold kiss upon Rachel's smooth forehead, akin to marking his prey. "Is that so?" His voice carried a hint of leisurely delight, yet within his eyes burned a more fervent, dark flame. "Excellent." His arms tightened around Rachel's waist, drawing her closer, as he leaned in to whisper in her ear, in a tone only they could hear, akin to a devil's whisper. "Then, to quell the long-simmering anger of your beloved tonight." His fingertips traced along her bare shoulder, sending a shiver of cold through her. "I shall grant you a night you will never forget." He intended to possess her entirely, in the most primal and direct manner, extinguishing the fury ignited by her betrayal, and imprinting an indelible mark of Tom Riddle upon her. Regardless of where her heart may temporarily drift, her body, her very existence, would forever belong to him. This was his method of quelling his wrath, as well as re-establishing his dominion. Dark desires entwined around him like vines, dragging him into the abyss of depravity, and he willingly succumbed. Chapter 22. Curses and Death? Her days are numbered. Chapter 21 is unavailable. My dears, please search for my name on Old Fort. UE still. My homepage collection contains an image, and you can find my QQ album in the comments section of the image. Since that fateful night in the room of requirement, the relationship between Rachel Weir and Tom Riddle underwent a radical transformation. A tighter, more intricate, and perilous bond entwined them. Tom seemed to have torn away the facade of their breakup, re-entering Rachel's life with an undeniable presence, imbued with a more intense possessiveness and a nearly twisted intimacy. He resumed the dynamics of their relationship as if nothing had transpired, sharing passionate kisses in secluded corners, fingers intertwining under library tables, and leaving lavishly wrapped gifts upon her desk. His gaze often lingered on her, imbued with a satisfaction that scrutinized all he possessed, especially when he noticed the ambiguous red marks on her alabaster neck that her turtleneck had failed to conceal completely. Rachel's emotions, however, were far more complex. The shadows of Tom's earlier brutality had not entirely faded. The sense of being manipulated pricked at her heart like a thorn. She accepted his return, embraced his gifts, and at times, indulged in the predatory passion he reignited within her. Yet the barrier deep within her remained unbroken. Forgiveness? Perhaps it required time or a catalyst. Abraxas Malfoy keenly perceived the subtle shifts in their atmosphere, observing Tom's frequent late nights, though he could easily guess their purpose, and catching sight of the fresh marks adorning Rachel's neck as she organized her books in the common room. He could only roll his eyes in exasperation, lowering his voice to caution. "Miss Weir, I suggest you wear a sweater with a higher collar next time, or have your dear Riddle tone it down. Unless you wish to become the headline star of tomorrow's Hogwarts Gossip Weekly." Rachel would glare at him in embarrassment, yet felt compelled to pull her collar a bit higher. Tom's life appeared to be meticulously divided into two parts. One steeped in his increasingly profound and ominous studies of dark magic, of which Abraxas remained blissfully unaware. Though his instincts warned him that it was far from benign, The other he devotedly reserved for Rachel. These two pursuits served as both the foundation and the indulgence on his path to the zenith of power, and he reveled in both, ensuring neither was neglected. Jovial. The illustrious scion of the Weir family who graduated from Beauxbatons, seamlessly ascended to the International Magical Cooperation Department of the Ministry of Magic, becoming one of the youngest department heads in history. His inauguration ceremony was set to take place in the Grand Hall of the 8th floor of the ministry. A solemn occasion. Naturally, invitations were extended to Hogwarts. Abraxas, as the heir of the Malfoy family, found himself among the invitees. Tom regarded the gilded invitation with a furrowed brow. He instinctively abhorred any intersection with Jovial. The way that golden-haired fellow gazed at Rachel filled him with a profound sense of threat and displeasure. Yet, upon further reflection, the ministry, a power center he would inevitably control, presented an excellent opportunity to establish connections and observe various factions. Moreover, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and the Department of Mysteries had indeed extended olive branches to him, the star of Hogwarts. Weighing the pros and cons, Tom chose not to decline. Thus, on a weekend morning, the three of them donned their finest attire and stepped into the Floo Network fireplace, leading to the Ministry of Magic. The Ministry, Rachel announced brightly. As green flames erupted around them, the hall of the 8th floor was adorned resplendently. Enormous magical banners floated in the air, flashing golden letters that congratulated Mr. Jovial on his appointment as the head of the International Magical Cooperation Department. Wizards clad in various luxurious robes mingled amidst the air thick with the scents of champagne, cologne, and the essence of power. As Abraxas emerged from the fireplace, he disdainfully brushed off non-existent soot from his suit. Merlin's beard. This wretched Floo network. I'm wearing the latest dragon hide couture. He surveyed his reflection on the gleaming marble floor, his expression one of pure dismay. Rachel rolled her eyes in annoyance. So melodramatic. Young Malfoy, the dust on you is hardly more noticeable than a strand of your hair. She surveyed the opulent hall with wide-eyed curiosity. Just as Abraxas was about to retort, his gaze fell upon Lucius Malfoy in the distance, conversing with several impeccably dressed officials. Instantly he composed himself, erasing all traces of levity, straightening his back as the perfect smile of a Malfoy heir graced his face, and walked confidently towards the circle of pure-blood aristocrats. Tom's gaze swept across the venue like that of a hawk, assessing every noteworthy figure and potential resource. Rachel, Tom, long time no see, came the warm, jovial voice of Joel as he navigated through the crowd to stand before them. Compared to his school days, he appeared more composed and self-assured. His tailored deep blue ministerial uniform accentuating his tall stature, his blonde hair meticulously arranged, and in his striking blue eyes lay an air of poise befitting a superior, coupled with a barely perceptible scrutiny directed at Tom. Yo! Rachel exclaimed joyfully as she approached him, wrapping him in an embrace. Tom remained stationary, a flawless smile typical of a top student gracing his face as he offered a slight nod. Minister Veal, congratulations on your appointment. His tone was flat, lacking any genuine warmth. Thank you. Joe's gaze lingered on Rachel's face for a moment, filled with a brotherly concern, before shifting to Tom. How have things been at school? Hogwarts seems quite peaceful lately. Quite well, Tom replied succinctly and formally, exuding an air of aloofness. Thank you for your concern, Minister. Internally he scoffed. Peaceful? That was only because he had cleared away the trash. Joe chuckled, his glance inadvertently sweeping over Rachel's hand resting on Tom's arm, his eyes suddenly fixating. His sharp gaze precisely captured the ancient, peculiar ring adorned with a large black gemstone on Rachel's fourth finger. The unique serpentine patterns on the band made Joe's heart sink. He had seen similar motifs described in his family's ancient tomes, belonging to the infamous and nearly extinct Gaunt family. How could Tom Riddle possess such a thing? And have it on Rachel's hand? His expression shifted to one of grave seriousness, his probing gaze piercing through Tom like a tangible force. Tom, acutely aware of Joe's intense scrutiny and the surprise flickering in his eyes, allowed a minuscule smirk to grace his lips, tinged with provocation and mockery, tightening his grip on Rachel's hand. At that moment, several high-ranking officials from the Ministry of Magic recognized the illustrious young wizard, Tom, and warmly surrounded him, interrupting the silent standoff between the two. Abraxas, accompanied by his father Lucius, weaved through the various attendees, wearing the standard social smile as he fulfilled his duties as the family heir. Meanwhile, Rachel was introduced by Joe to several old friends from Beauxbatons and ladies of ministry officials, engaging in trivial conversation. The grand inauguration ceremony commenced. The Minister of Magic delivered a lengthy yet effusive speech, extolling Joel as a promising talent and the future star of magical diplomacy, which he most certainly deserved. Amidst a wave of enthusiastic applause, Joe ascended the stage to receive the nameplate symbolizing his authority from the minister's hands. Standing in the spotlight, his gaze scanned the audience, ultimately landing precisely on Rachel, whereupon a warm, sincere smile, distinct from those he offered to others, bloomed upon his face. His eyes brimmed with pride and affection for his sister. Standing beside Rachel, Tom clearly observed Joe's unique smile, and a surge of intense emotions, a volatile mix of jealousy and disdain, flooded his heart. Hypocritical. Pretentious. Was such a position truly deserving of such fanfare? He lightly tapped Rachel on the head, his voice laced with a hint of sour pride. Look at you, so delighted. When I became prefect, I didn't see you smiling like that. Rachel, genuinely happy for Joe, found herself bemused by Tom's interruption. I'm just happy for him. Is that so wrong? Her cerulean eyes brimmed with exasperation, and a hint of unnoticeable sweetness. The luncheon adhered to the standard formal style of the ministry, with an atmosphere that was serious and polite. Rachel found it exceedingly dull, while Tom thrived, elegantly maneuvering among the officials, engaging in insightful discourse that earned nods of approval from several ministers. Abraxas, already accustomed to such settings, navigated with ease. The private evening banquet was considerably more relaxed. Held in a spacious, elegantly decorated banquet hall on the top floor of the ministry, the guests primarily consisted of Joe's close friends from Beauxbatons, a few intimate colleagues, along with Rachel, Tom, and Abraxas, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Joe sat at the head of the table, smiling as he tapped his goblet, the crisp sound quieting the conversation. Rising, he raised his glass to propose a toast, his voice gentle yet imbued with strength. Thank you, dear friends, classmates, and colleagues, for joining me today to share in my joy. This journey has been impossible without your encouragement and support. He paused, his gaze tenderly resting on Rachel, and most especially, my dear sister Rachel. His voice was suffused with genuine emotion. She is not only my family but one of the most important people in my life. She is both my Achilles heel, the reason I must protect and grow stronger, and my most steadfast armor, providing me with boundless warmth and strength. As Joe spoke, Tom's icy gaze locked onto Rachel's face, meticulously observing every subtle change in her expression. He noticed the swell of emotion and dependence in her eyes, the unreserved trust she displayed in her smile directed at Joe, igniting a fierce urge within him to shield her from prying eyes, to isolate her entirely. Rachel listened to Joe's words, her eyes misting. She lifted her goblet, intending to take a sip to mask her emotions. However, Joe waved his wand gently in her direction, transforming the red wine in her glass into clear apple juice. Yo! Rachel protested quietly, revealing a rare display of sisterly annoyance. Joe shook his head affectionately, his gaze resolute. No, not until you graduate. His tone left no room for argument. Rachel made a playful face at him, eliciting a chuckle from Joe, who shook his head in mock exasperation. The warm, intimate interaction between the siblings was particularly glaring to Tom. The banquet continued. Abraxas, seemingly in good spirits and having indulged in several drinks, bore a rosy hue on his pale cheeks. He leaned closer to Tom, a hint of drunkenness in his demeanor as he began to complain. Tom, do you know? My father is far too harsh on me. It's all about family honor and pure blood responsibility, as if I were born merely to uphold the Malfoy name. I wish I had just half of your talent and freedom. Tom frowned slightly. He discreetly conjured a vial of sobriety potion, adding a few drops to a glass of water before handing it to Abraxas. Drink this, Malfoy. It'll save you from having your drunken rants about family overheard by the wrong ears. He had no desire to attract unnecessary trouble due to a drunken fool's ramblings in such a setting. Abraxas blearily accepted the glass and gulped it down, his eyes appearing somewhat clearer. Yet Tom's thoughts drifted back to Joe's earlier words about soft spots. He had never considered himself to have a weakness. Power, authority, immortality, these were his ultimate pursuits. But what if someone were to use Rachel as leverage against him? The notion filled him with an unsettling discomfort and a strange sense of panic. What would he do? He could not be sure. Perhaps this was what they referred to as a soft spot? A vulnerability he had never acknowledged nor wished to possess. However, he soon scoffed at the thought. No one could threaten him before he had control over everything. He was on the brink of achieving immortality, and he would never allow Rachel to be a weakness. She would stand with him at the pinnacle of power. He turned to Rachel, who was sipping her juice, and suddenly inquired, Rachel, what is your Achilles heel? Rachel, engrossed in conversation with Joe and an old friend from Beauxbatons, turned to him puzzled. What are you rambling on about now? She pointed at Abraxas. What did you give him? He seems more coherent now. Tom observed the manner in which Abraxas was massaging his temples, a malicious smirk curling at the corners of his lips as he quipped, It's nothing, Merely slipped a bit of poison to this foolish buffoon with an unfiltered mouth. Rachel rolled her eyes in exasperation. Boring. Yet, in the very moment her words dissipated into the air, her complexion abruptly transformed. An indescribable wave of nausea and excruciating cramps surged violently from her stomach, catching her entirely off guard. She instinctively clamped her hand over her mouth, her body lurching uncontrollably forward. In the horrified gaze of onlookers, a copious amount of viscous, ink-black blood erupted from Rachel's mouth. The glaring darkness splattered across the pristine tablecloth and her light-colored dress, marking her like a seal of death. Rachel! Joe's anguished cry pierced the silence. He sprang from his seat like a bolt of lightning, racing forward. Without a moment to contemplate, he shoved Tom aside, cradling the reeling Rachel, whose face had turned ashen, in his arms. Rachel! Look at me. Hold on. Joe's voice trembled with fear, a stark departure from his usual composure. The banquet hall fell into an eerie silence, all present rendered dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. Tom rushed forward, his expression betraying a clear, unmasked panic for the first time. Malfoy's intoxication evaporated in the face of this harrowing scene, his complexion no better than Rachel's. Quick! To St. Mungo's! Joe's voice rang with an undeniable authority as he held the semi-conscious Rachel tightly, bursting out of the banquet hall amidst a throng of Tom and Abraxas, leaving behind a sea of stunned guests and a table in disarray. Outside the spell-damaged apartment on the 5th floor of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, the atmosphere was tense. Joe paced the corridor like a caged beast, his clenched fists turning white, his face etched with anxiety and dread. He fixated on the closed door of the examination room as if willing it to open. He could not bear the thought of anything befalling Rachel. She was his only sister, the softest part of his life. Tom Riddle leaned against the cold wall, his hands shoved deep into his trouser pockets, appearing composed. Yet a tempest raged within the depths of his dark eyes. His lips were pressed tightly together, his jawline taut. Every sense honed in on the direction of the examination room. The image of the jet-black blood spewing forth haunted him, a nightmare that he could not dispel. He had never felt such uncontrollable terror. Rachel could not come to harm. Absolutely not. Abraxas Malfoy leaned against the opposite wall, his face still pale. His gaze filled with residual fear and profound concern. He recalled the incident 2 years prior when Rachel had inexplicably vomited blood in the Hogwarts hospital wing. Remembering Professor Trelawney and the deranged seer's ominous prophecy, cold sweat soaking his back once more. Time stretched endlessly until the door to the examination room finally creaked open. The attending physician, clad in St. Mungo's green healer's robes, emerged, a perplexed and grave expression etched upon his face. The three immediately surrounded him. Doctor, how is she? Joe's voice was urgent and hoarse. Tom and Abraxas fixed their gazes intently on the physician. The doctor removed his glasses, wearily rubbing his brow, his tone laden with confusion. Director Vales, gentlemen, we conducted a comprehensive examination, including advanced detection of dark magical injuries and curse tracing. He paused, the words that followed sending chills through the hearts of the trio. We found no signs of magical harm on her. What? Joe roared in disbelief. Then why did she vomit blood? Black blood at that. The doctor's expression grew even more perplexed. That is precisely the oddity. From a magical standpoint, her bodily functions are intact. No wounds, no traces of curses, her magical core is stable. Yet her life force is inexplicably waning at an alarming rate. This phenomenon resembles an ancient curse's backfire, or perhaps an erosion at the level of fate. It is exceedingly rare and exceedingly vexing. He struggled to choose his words carefully. In essence, she bore no injuries, yet appeared to be marked by some intangible force. Tom's mind felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. A cacophony rang in his ears. All the blood in his body surged to his head, only to freeze in the next moment. A curse? A backfire? An invisible force? A mark? He suddenly recalled the prophecy uttered by the madman Errol during the Christmas Eve at Madame Pudufoot's tea shop. A terrifying curse of death and darkness shall envelop you. You do not belong here. And the earlier instance at the hospital, Trelawney's frenzied ramblings. The shadow of death from beyond the order. Those prophecies he had scorned now coiled around his heart like a venomous serpent, bringing an icy dread. The doctor's next words struck like a final verdict, mercilessly crashing down upon the three. Director Vales, I am deeply sorry, but as a physician, I must inform you of the worst possibility. The doctor's voice was heavy and labored. Given the rate of her life force's decline, we cannot reverse it. Prepare yourself. She may only have 2 to 3 years left to live. Impossible. Joe seized the doctor's lapel, his eyes aflame, abandoning his usual gentlemanly demeanor. His voice twisted with extreme anger and despair. How old is she? She has no illness. No injuries. You tell me she only has 2 to 3 years left. Absurd. You must have missed something. Check again, the rarest treatments. The doctor stumbled slightly under Joe's grip, his face betraying a mixture of helplessness and sympathy. Mr. Vales, please calm down. We understand your feelings. But this truly exceeds the scope of modern healing magic. It cannot be resolved with money. He extricated himself from Joe's hold. Straightening his robes, his tone tinged with helplessness. With all due respect, given this situation, rather than remain at St. Mungo's searching for the source of her ailment, you ought to seek out some older, more mysterious powers. Perhaps a truly powerful seer? Or a divination master skilled in fate magic? This resembles a sort of shackling at the level of destiny. A seer? Abraxas murmured, his face ashen. He could remain silent no longer. Meeting the astonished gazes of Joe and Tom, he spoke with difficulty, his voice dry. Joe, Tom. There's something Rachel forbade me from telling you. 2 years ago. In the Hogwarts hospital wing, Professor Trelawney also mentioned something similar, and even earlier at the tea shop in Hogsmeade. He recounted the ominous prophecies from those 2 instances in full. Upon hearing, Joe staggered backward as if struck by lightning, leaning against the cold wall. His gaze hollow and despairing. The curse had already laid its groundwork. Tom's expression darkened to a stormy hue. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palm, causing sharp pain. A curse? Death. 2 to 3 years. No. He refused to believe. He would not accept such a ludicrous fate. Wait, immortality. He was studying immortality, Horcruxes. If he succeeded, he could attain eternal life. He could save Rachel too. He would find a way. He would pull her from this wretched quagmire of fate. What curse? Before absolute power, all of it was nonsense. Rachel is awake. The nurse's voice called from the examination room. The 3 rushed inside. On the bed, Rachel weakly opened her eyes, her complexion still pale. Yet her gaze was clouded with confusion. She looked at the 3 surrounding her, Joe's face filled with worry and panic, Malfoy hesitant to speak, while Tom pressed his lips tightly together, his expression inscrutable. What just happened to me? Rachel's voice was hoarse, tinged with the bewilderment of having survived a near-fatal ordeal. I feel so awful, like I just vomited? Malfoy parted his lips, hesitating for a moment as he contemplated relaying the doctor's words to her. Yet, at the very instant he began to speak, a cold, powerful hand suddenly gripped his shoulder. The force was so great that it nearly elicited a cry of pain from him. It was Tom. Tom's hand clutched Malfoy's shoulder, stifling the words that were about to escape his lips, his dark eyes sharp as blades, emanating an undeniable warning. He turned to Rachel, his expression swiftly shifting to one of reproach tinged with a hint of mockery, as if the earlier gravity had never existed. What's the matter? Have you been sneaking some forbidden snacks again? Or perhaps he deliberately elongated his tone, casting a glance at the still dizzy Abraxas nearby. Have you secretly sipped Malfoy's wine? You startled us all when you suddenly vomited during dinner. Joe looked at Tom in shock. He never anticipated that Tom would opt to directly conceal the truth. With such a flippant lie, Rachel furrowed her brow, striving to recall the events. Dinner? She had indeed only consumed juice, and before Joe had replaced her drink, she might have surreptitiously tasted a small sip from Abraxas's champagne glass? Could that be the cause? Yet here they were in the hospital. That seemed rather excessive. Didn't he it? She glanced at Joe's unmasked expression of concern, then at Malfoy's peculiar, hesitant demeanor, her heart filled with skepticism. Weakly, she waved her hand, her voice tinged with a sense of injustice. Didn't he drink much, just a little? She chose to believe Tom's explanation, or perhaps subconsciously. She preferred to embrace this less terrifying narrative. Upon observing that Rachel seemed to accept this account, Joe's tightly clenched fists gradually relaxed, casting a complex glance at Tom before ultimately opting for silence. He could not allow Rachel to bear the shadow of death just yet. Malfoy remained in the ward, accompanying Rachel in conversation to alleviate her boredom, even awkwardly fiddling with a wizard's chess set. Tom, meanwhile, gestured for Joe to step outside with him. In the corridor, the oppressive silence was shattered by Joe's furious growl. Tom Riddle, what on earth are you thinking? Joe seized Tom by his collar, pinning him against the cold wall, his cerulean eyes ablaze with fury and confusion. He needed to know the truth. She needed treatment. Not to be cloaked in your clumsy deception. Tom coldly shrugged off Joe's hand, straightening his crumpled collar, his gaze frigid and menacing. Treatment? He scoffed, his voice laced with suppressed rage and a barely perceptible urgency. Didn't you hear what that quack said? They can't cure her. Even the finest healers at St. Mungo's are at their wits' end. Tell me, how do you propose to cure her? With your authority as a department head, will you compel them to concoct an antidote? He stepped forward, closing the distance between them, his deep-set eyes resembling two bottomless cold pools, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Joe, suppress your foolish and narrow-minded notions. You are not the only one worried about her. I am as well. This last statement was exceptionally hard for him to utter. To tell her? To inform her that she had merely 2 or 3 years to live. To make her dwell in the fear and despair of impending death? To witness her wither away day by day? Is this what you call concern and protection? Joe was forced back a step by Tom's imposing presence and words, his anger manifesting as he struck a nearby wall with a fist, producing a dull thud. He closed his eyes in anguish, unable to refute Tom's assertions. Though harsh, Tom's words struck at his deepest fears. He dared not imagine Rachel's reaction upon learning the truth. Tom regarded Joe's uncontrolled state with disdain. His tone icy and resolute. I will cure her, he declared emphatically, each word seemingly extracted from the depths of an ice cellar. I will not allow her to die. Until she is healed, mind your tongue, and do not let her know the foolish drivel of those quacks. With that, he turned away without a backward glance, striding away, leaving Joe alone in the vast, cold corridor, consumed by an overwhelming sense of helplessness and rage. Tom hastened toward the hospital exit, his clenched fists cracking ominously. A curse? Death. Absurdity. Utter absurdity. He felt the cold touch of the locket that belonged to Salazar Slytherin against his chest, sensing the ever-growing darkness within him, potent enough to rend the very fabric of his soul. What a laughable curse, what nonsensical fate, what death! Before the might of Tom Marvolo Riddle, the Dark Lord, all of it was mere dust. Rachel Veal was his. From soul to body, from past to future, she could belong to no one else. Death, Amiriest, soon to be trampled underfoot and utterly conquered. In his eyes burned a frenzied, reckless flame. He would discover a way, at any cost. He required more. Stronger vessels for creating Horcruxes. For power, for immortality. To reclaim what was rightfully his, he would not hesitate to kill as many as necessary. Chapter 23. The Unremovable Gaunt Ring. The chilling diagnosis from St. Mungo's was like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing all remnants of hope within Joe Veal. 2-3 years? This brutal figure seared into his soul like a red-hot iron, bringing relentless, suffocating anguish. He could scarcely imagine a world devoid of Rachel. He had already lost her for 11 years in his childhood. I will arrange for your leave of absence. Joe's voice bore the undeniable authority of an older brother, a stark contrast to his previous tenderness toward his sister. The flames in the fireplace reflected his furrowed brow and profound worry. For the next 6 months. You must stay by my side, Rachel. Rachel, nestled in a large armchair in the study, looked up in surprise, her azure eyes filled with confusion. Leave of absence? Why? Joe, I'm fine. Didn't T Street Mungo say it was merely a minor gastrointestinal issue? That doctor. There's no why. Joe interrupted her, striving to imbue his tone with firmness, but the pain swirling deep within his cerulean eyes nearly spilled over. He approached Rachel, kneeling before her, his voice softening. I need an assistant, someone I can absolutely trust. The ministry has new appointments, and it's a tangled mess. I can't rely on those old foxes around me. Only you, Rachel. Just help your brother out? For 6 months, please. This rationale sounded reasonable, even tinged with a semblance of dependency. Rachel gazed into Joe's eyes, nearly drowned by his profound worry and subtle fear. Her heart softened. She did indeed feel more fatigued than usual, occasionally experiencing bouts of dizziness, but she attributed it all to the weakness following her gastrointestinal discomfort. Joe was her closest family in the world. His request was one she could not refuse. All right, Rachel set her book aside, taking Joe's hand in hers with a reassuring smile. Since my esteemed department head is in such dire need of me, I shall reluctantly accept the role of your little assistant. But let it be known, my salary cannot be diminished. She attempted to lighten the heavy atmosphere surrounding Joe with humor. Joe's taut jawline finally relaxed slightly, and he embraced Rachel tightly, as if trying to melt her into his very bones, ensuring her safety. He was terrified, fearful that this stolen time spent together would become the only remaining memory, imbued with warmth, in the long years to come. During the 6-month leave of absence, time flowed slowly and serenely at the Veal estate. Joe nearly declined all unnecessary social engagements, opting to bring work home. He would have Rachel assist him in organizing inconsequential documents, translating simple ancient magical correspondence. More often, they simply basked in the sun together, strolled through the estate's garden, explored the ancient magical artifacts collected by the Veal family, or quietly read side by side. Joe's gaze was ever upon Rachel. He cherished every fleeting moment, greedily etching her smile, her voice, her vibrant essence deep into the recesses of his heart. The letters from Tom Riddle arrived like cold specters, visiting at regular intervals. delivered through special channels via owls. They eluded the routine scrutiny of the Ministry of Magic and the estate. The contents of his missives were succinct and restrained, imbued with his characteristic eloquence. Inquiring about Rachel's well-being, expressing his longing, and enclosing some expensive magical supplements reputed to be beneficial to health. Each of Rachel's replies brimmed with youthful sweetness, yet predominantly conveyed anecdotes from the estate, and her yearning for Tom and Abraxas. She remained oblivious to the gradual ebbing vitality within her, occasionally feeling less vibrant than before, yet attributing it to Joe's demanding work at the ministry. Joe, however, harbored a stark awareness of the hints in Tom's letters regarding possible means and pathways. He acknowledged Tom Riddle's disquieting magical prowess and unfathomable potential, nurturing a faint glimmer of hope that the boy might indeed create miracles. Yet he was reluctant to wager. For Tom's world was shrouded in darkness and peril, the very power he sought reeking of ominous foreboding. Joe preferred that Rachel spend her limited time safely under his wing rather than fall victim to Tom's reckless experiments and forbidden forces. He would rather her fate be gently whisked away by destiny than devoured by shadows. As the steam of the Hogwarts Express billowed once more at platform 9 3/4, Rachel donned her brand new sixth-year robes, her light golden hair shimmering in the sunlight, and her sapphire blue eyes sparkling with excitement at the prospect of returning to school. She appeared to be in better health than before her leave, Joe's careful nurturing over the past 6 months seemingly bearing fruit. On the platform, Joe embraced Rachel tightly, more fervently than on any previous departure, the embrace lasting longer than usual. His tall frame trembled slightly as he rested his chin atop her head. His voice low and hoarse. "Take care of yourself, Rachel. If you feel unwell, seek Madame Pomfrey immediately or have Malfoy send word to me, at any time, for anything." He released her, cradling her face in his hands, his cerulean gaze penetrating her own, the overwhelming concern almost suffocating her. "Promise me." "I promise you, Joe," Rachel nodded earnestly, warmth flooding her heart, tinged with a hint of bittersweetness. She sensed Joe's excessive anxiety, but understood his concern. "Don't worry. I am a member of the Weir family, not so fragile. Besides, I have Tom." She instinctively uttered his name. Joe's expression darkened momentarily, but was quickly masked. Merely ruffling her hair with a gentle force. "Hurry and board." He watched as Rachel joyfully hopped onto the train, waving at him through the window until the train became a mere speck on the horizon, slowly lowering his arm that had been raised in farewell. The clamor of the platform faded, leaving him with a profound sense of emptiness and dread. In the Slytherin common room, the greenish light cast through the rippling waters of the Black Lake imparted an air of tranquil profundity. The magical flames crackled in the fireplace, dispelling the chill of the dungeon. "What do we have here?" Abraxas Malfoy drawled, his long fingers twirling a gleaming medal engraved with the Hogwarts crest and the words "Outstanding Character," waving it before Tom Riddle. The glint in his gray-blue eyes danced with mischief, as he deliberately intoned in his signature, almost melodic tone. "Awarded to Tom Marvolo Riddle for his exemplary leadership, integrity, and outstanding contributions to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." He clicked his tongue, tossing the medal back to Tom, who sat across from him, engrossed in a hefty tome bound in black leather. Without lifting his gaze, Tom seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head, casually flicking his wrist to catch the medal with effortless grace, the motion as fluid as breathing. "Merlin's saga trousers," Abraxas exclaimed dramatically, clutching his chest in mock despair. "Tom, your absence from the Quidditch team as a seeker is surely the greatest loss in Hogwarts Quidditch history. With your reflexes, Slytherin could win the cup for 10 consecutive years." Finally, Tom raised his eyes from the pages, a faint smile ghosting across his dark features, his lips curling into a sardonic arc. "If I joined Abraxas, do you believe there would still be a place for you on the team?" He leisurely tossed the medal, emblematic of virtue, onto the nearby coffee table, where it starkly contrasted with the foreboding black diary exuding an aura of malevolence. Rachel, sipping her warm milk, couldn't help but let out a laugh. Setting her cup down, her azure eyes crescent-shaped with mirth as she watched Abraxas's face fall, and his exaggerated eye roll directed at Tom. Tom's gaze naturally shifted toward Rachel, noticing a smudge of white milk lingering at the corner of her mouth. He set his book aside, instinctively reaching out to gently wipe it away with his fingertip, the gesture tender, his focus unwavering, imbued with an unspoken intimacy. Rachel's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she did not shy away, merely shooting him a playful glare and muttering, "I can do it myself." Tom observed Rachel's carefree smile, her cheeks appearing more vibrant than they had 6 months prior, easing the tautness within him just a fraction. Though his thoughts wandered to darker realms, his brow furrowing slightly, the judgment from St. Mungo's loomed like a sword suspended over him. Time was slipping away, and Dumbledore's penetrating blue eyes felt like invisible shackles, ever overshadowing him. To reopen the Chamber of Secrets? The risk was too great. That old BS suspicions had never ceased. Even the slightest stir could attract devastating attention. He required a more covert, secure avenue to execute his plan. The forbidden ritual leading to immortality. His gaze returned to the black diary resting on his lap, his fingertips unconsciously brushing over the cold clasp. It was more than just a record of his past achievements. The annihilation of the Hangleton family, framing Morphingaunt, and countless other undisclosed secrets. Along with grand designs for the future. A chronicle aimed at purifying the wizarding world, and establishing an everlasting order of purebloods. It would serve as his first vessel, containing the initial fragment of his torn soul. This was a preliminary test, his first step toward eternity, a meticulously crafted trap, a harbinger of the future, a Horcrux capable of independent thought and manipulation. When the time was ripe, it would find the right individual to fulfill Salazar Slytherin's unfinished noble endeavors. Miss Rachel Weir? An immature voice interrupted the momentary warmth in the common room. A younger Slytherin girl stood at the entrance, speaking cautiously. Professor Dumbledore requests your presence in his office immediately. Rachel blinked in confusion. Professor Dumbledore? Looking for me? She instinctively glanced at Tom. His brow furrowed ever so slightly, a flicker of vigilance crossing his dark gaze. He gently squeezed Rachel's hand, murmuring, "Go on, it might be regarding your makeup classes." He offered the most reasonable conjecture, attempting to reassure her. Rachel nodded, halting her childish banter with Abraxas about Quidditch, rising to adjust her robes. "All right, I'll go." She waved at Tom and Abraxas, leaving the common room with a belly full of questions. Abraxas watched Rachel's figure vanish behind the stone door, casually picking up the medal once more, weighing it in his hand before tossing it back to Tom, his tone returning to its customary languor. "Here, keep your moral exemplar proof, O great student council president." He deliberately emphasized the phrase moral exemplar, laced with a hint of Malfoy sarcasm. Tom, still not turning around, deftly caught the medal again. The motion fluid and practiced as if rehearsed countless times. He casually tucked the medal into the pocket of his robes, treating it as if it were an inconsequential trinket. His attention was entirely captivated by the matter of Rachel being summoned by Dumbledore. What could the old wizard possibly want with Rachel? An instinctive feeling warned him that the situation was far from straightforward. A barely perceptible shadow loomed over his deep-set eyes. A knock resounded at the door of the Transfiguration professor's office. From within came Dumbledore's gentle voice. "Please come in." Rachel pushed the door open, her gaze falling upon Fawkes, the phoenix, dozing upon a gilded perch. The air was thick with a sweet melange of lemon drops and aged parchment. "Ah, Miss Weir, do take a seat," Dumbledore said, lifting his head from behind a desk cluttered with parchment. The blue eyes behind his crescent-shaped glasses sparkled with wisdom and warmth. He slid a delicate glass dish across the table, containing a few glistening lemon drops. "Would you care for one? A new creation from the Duke of Honey, said to be infused with a hint of powdered billywig stings. Its flavor is quite unique." Rachel took a seat across from Dumbledore with a hint of shyness, thanked him, and popped a lemon drop into her mouth. The sweet and tart flavor burst on her tongue, invigorating her senses. Curiosity danced in her eyes as she regarded this beloved yet enigmatic Transfiguration professor, pondering the reason behind his sudden summons. "How was your holiday, Miss Weir? I hear you've been assisting your remarkable brother during your leave of absence," Dumbledore inquired, reclining comfortably in his chair, fingers interlaced atop the desk. His tone casual as if engaging in small talk. "Yes, Professor," Rachel nodded. "Director Joe has just taken office and has many matters to address." She employed Joe's new title. Director Joe Weir is indeed a talented and responsible young man. Dumbledore nodded in approval, genuine warmth illuminating his blue eyes. "Under his stewardship, the Department of International Magical Cooperation shall surely flourish. By the way," he continued, his tone remaining casual, "I've heard that you and your brother managed to take a holiday to Godric's Hollow?" Rachel's eyes sparkled at the mention. "Yes, Professor. Godric's Hollow is breathtaking. The valley in autumn, ablaze with gold and crimson foliage, resembles a burning flame, and the ancient wizarding structures resonate with history and magic. Behind the cottage we stayed in, there was a vast orchard." Her affection for the valley was unrestrained, her voice light and infused with youthful exuberance. Dumbledore listened intently, a gentle smile gracing his face, though it failed to fully reach his eyes. When Rachel mentioned the orchard behind their cottage, a fleeting shadow of pain flickered in the depths of his blue gaze. Quick as a flash, almost imperceptible, Godric's Hollow held the memories of his happiest childhood moments, intertwined with his deepest sorrows, the rift with his brother Aberforth, the tragic loss of his sister Ariana, and the passionate yet calamitous friendship with Gellert Grindelwald. The valley was a scar upon his soul, one that would never heal. It is indeed a beautiful place, Dumbledore replied, his voice steady yet imbued with an almost ethereal quality. I spent a significant amount of time there myself. Skillfully, he diverted the conversation back. Your brother Joe, I have been keeping an eye on his progress as well. His recent papers on the proposed revisions to the International Magical Secrecy Act displayed a wisdom beyond his years and a commendable kindness. He emphasized the word kindness, his gaze resting gently on Rachel's face, as if looking through her to see Joe. The atmosphere of their conversation appeared relaxed. Dumbledore inquired about Rachel's self-study during her leave, her interest in ancient runes, and even exchanged a few trivial bits of gossip about the school. Gradually, Rachel felt at ease, believing that the headmaster merely wished to check in on a student who had taken a leave due to illness. At that moment, however, Dumbledore's gaze, seemingly capable of penetrating the depths of one's soul, inadvertently swept over Rachel's hands resting on her lap. His eyes suddenly fixated on the antique ring adorning her left ring finger, set with a sizable black gemstone. The gentle smile vanished from his face, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. He leaned forward slightly, extending his hand across the table towards Rachel, his voice low and grave, laced with undeniable concern. My dear girl Rachel, may I see the ring on your hand? It is quite extraordinary. Rachel, startled by the abrupt shift in Dumbledore's demeanor and the weight of his tone, obediently extended her hand. As she observed the gravity of his expression, a sense of unease began to churn within her. Dumbledore did not immediately reach for the ring. Instead, he scrutinized it intently, as if imprinting its every detail into his memory. After a few moments, he delicately attempted to slide the ring off Rachel's finger with his fingertips. It would not budge. Dumbledore applied a slight pressure, yet the ring clung to Rachel's finger as if it were part of her very being, showing no signs of loosening. Rachel sensed the abnormality as well. She attempted to pull it off herself, but it felt as if an invisible force had sealed it in place, tightly constricting her finger, and causing her skin to redden and ache. Professor? What is happening? Rachel's voice trembled with rising panic. She had never attempted to remove this ring, as Tom had told her to wear it always, and she had grown accustomed to its presence. The bizarre sensation of being unable to remove it ignited a fierce unease within her. Stop, child. Dumbledore swiftly halted her frantic movements, fearing she might harm herself. He withdrew his hand, brow furrowed, his blue eyes flickering with a blend of wisdom and worry. He regarded Rachel's frightened expression, striving to maintain a calm demeanor, though the gravity of the situation was unmistakable. Rachel, listen. Dumbledore inhaled deeply, deciding to be forthright, knowing that the truth might terrify her. As your teacher, I believe it is essential for you to understand the reality of the situation. This ring on your finger belongs to a very ancient family, the Gaunt family. 3 years ago, the front page of the Daily Prophet reported the horrific case of Morphin Gaunt brutally murdering a Muggle family in Little Hangleton. This ring is unmistakably a Gaunt family heirloom. The Gaunt family? Rachel's mind whirled, blanking momentarily. The subsequent words of Dumbledore barely registered. Only Morphin Gaunt and murdering Muggles thundered in her ears. This was a Gaunt family ring? The infamously deranged bloodline? Tom had told her it was his mother's ring. A wave of betrayal and terror seized her heart. She stared intently at the ring, realization crashing over her. Had Tom deceived her? Why? Where had this ring come from? This cannot be. Rachel's voice quivered, her complexion paling as she gasped, Tom. Tom said this was his mother's ring. Tom Riddle? Dumbledore's voice deepened, a flash of sharpness igniting in his blue eyes. He told you this is his mother's ring? He keenly grasped the critical information. Rachel nodded frantically, her thoughts spiraling in confusion from the overwhelming revelation. Yes. He placed it on my finger and said it belonged to his mother. Dumbledore's brow furrowed even deeper. The implications of Tom Riddle and the Gaunt ring, an astonishing yet vague hypothesis, began to take shape in his mind. He needed to confirm his suspicions. Rachel. Dumbledore's voice carried a soothing power, yet his gaze was unyieldingly serious. I understood the gravity of the situation. It was both terrifying and abrupt. But could you do the professor a favor, please? Rachel stared at him in bewilderment, instinctively nodding. Ask Tom, Dumbledore articulated deliberately, locking his eyes onto Rachel's, and ascertain the true origins of this ring. Inform him that it was discovered by Professor Dumbledore, who is quite concerned about its provenance. Is that clear? The ominous, unremovable ring, Dumbledore's grave words, and the dark history of Morphin Gaunt all pointed towards a disquieting path. Rachel's heart felt heavy, as though burdened by a colossal stone. She met Dumbledore's worried yet encouraging gaze and nodded emphatically, her voice barely concealing a tremor. All right, Professor. I will ask him. Rising to her feet, she left the headmaster's office with faltering steps, The sweet taste of lemon sherbet had long since turned bitter on her tongue. The foundation of trust was fracturing profoundly. Tom's secrets were deeper and darker than she had anticipated. She needed answers, immediately. The prefect's private bath was enveloped in a haze of steam, infused with the refreshing scents of pine and magical fragrances. In the expansive marble tub, the water rippled, but Tom Riddle was not submerged. Instead, he lounged in a neatly tailored emerald silk robe, reclining in a plush armchair. In his hands lay the significant black leather diary, his long fingers absently caressing its cold cover, his deep black eyes gazing into the void, brow slightly furrowed. What could Dumbledore want with Rachel? He could hardly believe that the old fox would squander time on trivial matters like remedial lessons. Was it concerning Rachel's reason for withdrawing from school? Had Joel kept the street Mungo diagnosis confidential, or was it about himself? An unsettling sense of being scrutinized lingered in his mind. At that moment, the heavy door of the bath swung open, and Rachel's silhouette appeared through the mist. Her complexion was pale, her azure eyes devoid of their usual brightness, veiled instead by a layer of moisture and simmering anger, as well as profound suspicion. An alarm bell rang loudly in Tom's mind. Yet, his expression swiftly transformed into one of his customary, affectionate gentleness. He set the diary aside, opened his arms to Rachel, a charming smile gracing his lips as he spoke in a low, magnetic tone. Back again, my dear? Dumbledore hasn't he troubled you, has he? He anticipated Rachel's usual response, to flutter into his embrace like a returning bird seeking solace. However, Rachel remained still, standing at the threshold, locking eyes with him through the steam. Slowly, she extended her left hand, adorned with the ring, towards him, her voice frigid and laden with accusation. Why can't I take it off? Tom Riddle, you had better explain this to me. Tom's smile faltered. A flicker of understanding passed through his dark eyes, quickly overshadowed by a chilling malice. Dumbledore indeed. That old man had summoned Rachel, clearly intending to sow discord. And now his spy had arrived. A surge of offended rage and deeper vigilance bubbled within him. He rose to his feet, his tall figure appearing almost oppressive in the steamy air. Rather than responding immediately to Rachel's inquiry, he approached her slowly, attempting to diffuse her hostility with his usual intimacy. My dear, he spoke in a deliberately softer tone, laced with a subtle seductive rasp. The ring I gave you. Do you truly wish to remove it? It symbolizes my commitment to you, your belonging. He reached out to caress her cheek. Don't touch me. Rachel recoiled sharply, evading his hand, her voice rising in agitation. Commitment? Belonging? Built on lies? I sense deception, Tom. Utter deception. Tell me, where did this ring truly come from? She shook her left hand vigorously, the dark gemstone ring glimmering ominously in the bath's light. Faced with Rachel's rare and vehement resistance, her eyes brimming with hurt, the string of fear of loss within Tom was plucked harshly. He recalled the blinding black blood at St. Mungo's, the cruel countdown of mere years she had left. He could not provoke her. He could not let her emotions spiral out of control. The cold threats and controlling words were firmly suppressed in his throat. He inhaled deeply, forcefully quelling the surging anger and dark thoughts, striving to maintain an expression of near-genuine helplessness and tenderness. He stepped closer once more, this time with a gentler demeanor, enveloping the trembling Rachel, shaken by anger and indignation, into his embrace in a manner that brooked no refusal. Hush, calm down, Rachel. His chin rested atop her head as he encircled her tightly, his voice low and imbued with a soothing charm. I am not deceiving you. Look at me. He slightly released her, cradling her face in his hands, compelling her to meet his fathomless black gaze. His eyes were deep focused, and exuded an unsettling honesty. This ring. He locked his gaze with hers, articulating each word with clarity, is indeed my mother's heirloom. I have never lied to you about this. Rachel's anger and suspicion did not entirely dissipate. Her lips pressed tightly together as she awaited his continuation. Tom hesitated, seemingly weighing his words, interrupting her impending questions. However, I did not disclose everything at that time. A hint of remorse and concern surfaced on his face. I feared it would frighten you, Rachel. My mother's surname is Gaunt. Gaunt. That name confirmed Dumbledore's words, and Rachel's heart sank sharply. Tom continued with his candor, his tone heavy with reluctant gravity. This ring was left to me by my uncle Morphin Gaunt before he was imprisoned. He claimed it was the last legacy of our family, entrusted to me, the sole nephew bearing the Gaunt bloodline. His fingers lightly brushed the ring's icy band, the gesture imbued with nostalgia. The Gaunt family does not have a good reputation, Rachel. Madness, poverty, and a hatred for muggles. These labels are branded upon them like a scar. I do not wish for you to associate me with such negative connotations because of a ring. I do not want you to view me differently or fear me. The last part was uttered with great difficulty, marked by a fragile vulnerability. His eyes filled with a plea. "Trust me, will you, Rachel? Everything I do is simply to avoid losing you." His words were meticulously structured, 9 parts truth to 1 part deception. It was true that his mother bore the Gaunt name. The ring belonged to the Gaunt family, and Morphin had indeed been imprisoned. The only concealed truth was that he himself was the true perpetrator of the Hangleton massacre, skillfully framing Morphin for the crime, and ultimately inheriting the ring from his deranged uncle. This was a meticulously woven tapestry of lies, piecing together fragments of truth to conceal the core of his malevolence. Rachel gazed into his profound eyes, searching for the sincerity of regret and deep concern, observing his furrowed brow and the vulnerability that seeped through. The fortress of her hardened skepticism began to waver. Tom had never spoken to her in such an almost pleading tone. He mentioned the Gaunt surname, acknowledged the origins of the ring, and although he concealed certain motives, it seemed plausible. Professor Dumbledore had only stated that the ring belonged to Morphin Gaunt, yet he hadn't mentioned Tom's connection. Perhaps Tom merely wished to shield her from the shadows of his family's past? The scales of trust wavered intensely. Her long-standing feelings and reliance on Tom overwhelmed the sudden surge of doubt and fear. As she beheld the familiar tenderness in his eyes, which he reserved solely for her, her defenses gradually began to crumble. Observing the frost in Rachel's gaze melt away, replaced by familiar reliance and wavering, Tom silently exhaled in relief. Yet the depths of his eyes remained icy. He could not allow her to remove the ring, absolutely not. It is of paramount importance that at some future juncture, when the ritual for the tearing of his soul reaches fruition, this ring, imbued with the ancient bloodline power of the Gaunter family, and suffused with potent dark magic, shall serve as the exquisite vessel for his first fragment of soul. It will become his inaugural Horcrux, an obscure entity eternally entwined with his immortal existence. He no longer afforded her the luxury of contemplation. Leaning down, he bestowed upon her cool lips an irresistible kiss, suffused with tenderness, possession, and a subtle, almost imperceptible control, ensuring she would not delve further. Amidst the warmth of their entwined breaths, Tom's thoughts slithered like a frigid serpent towards the black leather-bound diary resting on the armchair. Although Rachel's suspicions had been temporarily assuaged, they were far from eradicated. Her gaze lingered on the diary. Given Tom's plethora of secrets and his unwillingness to lay them bare, she resolved to unearth them herself. This notion, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sent ripples through her heart. Meanwhile, during the brief interlude of their kiss, Tom cast a sidelong glance at the quietly resting diary, a cold smirk curling upon his lips. Let her speculate, let her explore the secrets he permitted her to know. As long as she remained beneath his protective wing, as long as that ring remained securely fastened upon her finger, all would remain within his grasp. As for the diary, it would serve as the next snare, awaiting a curious and fragile soul in the future. Tom's kiss deepened, temporarily sealing Rachel's doubts and anxieties within this space thick with mist and deceit. Chapter 24. Transforming into a cat to find Tom's diary. The weekends in Hogsmeade always exuded a vibrant energy. The 3 broomsticks bustled with animated chatter, the sweet aroma of butterbeer mingling with the scents of roasted sausages and burning wood. In a corner by the window, Rachel sipped delicately from a bubbling mug of butterbeer, savoring this small act of rebellion only when Tom Riddle was preoccupied with his own affairs. Audiobook Malfoy languished unceremoniously in the high-backed chair opposite her, a third mug of frothy mead before him. His silvery blue hair glimmered softly under the sunlight. Yet his handsome visage was marred by an expression of utter despondency. With a thud, Audiobook slammed his mug down upon the oak table, the sound drawing curious glances from nearby Hufflepuff students. Unfazed, he mimicked his father, Lucius Malfoy's distinctive, drawn-out tone. Replete with an icy sense of superiority, Audiobook deliberately pronounced his name with exaggerated inflection. Your Quidditch skills are quite commendable, truly splendid. Akin to a peacock flaunting its plumage in flight. So, do you aspire to become a sports star? Clad in tight attire, soaring on a broomstick, performing before throngs of muggle wizards and mudbloods, bringing glory to the ancient and noble Malfoy name? Upon completing his mimicry, he took a generous swig of mead, the amber liquid trickling down his flawless jawline. He made no effort to wipe it away, simply rolling his eyes dramatically and lamenting to Rachel, "Dear Miss Weir, listen to this. Are these words befitting a father's speech to his son? Glory indeed. Merlin's foul sock. He is dousing my self-esteem with acid." Rachel was thoroughly entertained by his performance and exaggerated descriptions, her cheeks flushed with mirth and the warmth of inebriation. In the months since returning to Hogwarts post-break, under Jo's attentive care and Tom's deliberate protection, she appeared to have improved significantly from that fateful night at St. Mungo's. the sensation of life quietly slipping away temporarily cloaked beneath the glow of youth. All right, Abraxas, Rachel chortled, prodding the remaining half of her Yorkshire pudding with her fork. Uncle Lucius, well, he might have a rather unique way of expressing himself, but he surely cares for you. She endeavored to defend the stern Malfoy patriarch. Although her attempts felt rather feeble. Caring? The only thing he cares about is Malfoy's glory and his pureblood social circles. Abraxas scoffed, taking another gulp of mead. A faint blush rising to his cheeks. What of Quidditch? It is the sport of wizards, a matter of honor, of strength. Enough of this. I am truly eager to secure the Quidditch Cup for our house before graduation. To prove to my dear father that I am not merely a flamboyant peacock. You are certainly no peacock, Abraxas, Rachel replied earnestly, patting the back of his hand resting on the table. You are the ace-seeker of Slytherin. She paused. Observing Abraxas's still pouty demeanor, her azure eyes sparkling with mischief. How about this? To comfort our beleaguered young Malfoy, I shall treat you to the Honeydukes for an ample supply of their new exploding bonbons. The allure of confection swiftly dissipated Abraxas's gloom. His silvery blue eyes brightened. He straightened his posture, regaining the Malfoy air of restrained elegance. Now that's more like it. Remember, it's an unlimited supply, Miss Weir. I shall hold you to your promise. As they departed the three broomsticks, the evening sun cast a warm golden hue upon the cottages of Hogsmeade. Rachel and Abraxas carried bulging bags of honeyduke sweets, filled with vividly colored, enticingly wrapped treats. The two ambled slowly along the packed snow path toward the castle. Abraxas contentedly chewed on a bubble bean that emitted colorful smoke from his ears, while Rachel savored a candy shaped like a snowball, melting in her mouth with a delightful fizz, the cool sweetness coaxing her to squint her eyes in pleasure. A thought struck her like a bolt of lightning. Tom Riddle's ever-present black diary, seemingly harboring endless secrets. Ever since their probing conversation regarding the ring in the prefect's bathroom, Tom had momentarily placated her. Yet the deeply buried doubts had never truly dissipated. That diary appeared even more enigmatic than the ring. Tom's gaze upon it bore a kind of nearly reverent focus, an icy detachment she could not fathom. Dear Mr. Malfoy, Rachel halted her steps, her voice ringing clear in the serene evening. Turning to Abraxas with a hint of barely perceptible tension and eagerness, may I enter your boys' dormitory? Pfft. Abraxas nearly choked on the candy in his mouth, coughing several times, his gray-blue eyes widening in astonishment, resembling two exquisite sapphires. He scrutinized Rachel from head to toe, then extended a long finger, teasingly prodding her forehead, deliberately adopting a melodramatic tone. Oh dear Miss Weir, what do you intend to do? Are you hoping to visit the abode of our esteemed, great and universally adored student council president, Tom Riddle, the head boy of Slytherin, recipient of the Hogwarts Outstanding Virtue Medal? What business could you possibly have there? With each title he recited, his finger punctuated the air in a mock flourish, his expression exaggerated enough for a stage performance. I dare say you wish to sneak a glimpse of the illustrious Riddle's perfect sleeping visage? Or perhaps to slip an anonymous love letter beneath his pillow? Rachel found herself torn between amusement and irritation at his theatrical display and string of titles, delivering a playful punch to his arm. Oh, get lost, Malfoy. Who would care to watch him sleep? I'm off to find something. Find. Abraxas keenly seized upon the word. The jest on his face swiftly replaced by a mixture of curiosity and caution. Rubbing the spot where Rachel had playfully struck him, his gray-blue eyes shimmered with shrewdness. Miss Weir, allow me to remind you of a few practical considerations. He raised his finger and began to analyze with remarkable clarity, resembling an experienced criminal consultant. First and foremost, the ancient magical protections of Hogwarts ensure that girls are utterly forbidden from entering the boys' dormitories. The moment you step onto the staircase, an invisible force will violently eject you, and your posture may not be particularly graceful. Secondly, he leaned in slightly, lowering his voice with the gravitas of sharing a secret. Our perfect gentleman, Tom Riddle, possesses an insatiable desire for ownership and control over his personal territory and belongings, rivaling the protective enchantments of Gringotts' deepest vaults. He utterly detests anyone touching his possessions. Even the slightest shift of a quill on his desk will not escape his notice. That level of awareness, TSK, surpasses even that of a Kneazle. Thirdly, he raised a third finger, his gaze intensely fixed on Rachel. The word you just used was find. However, considering the context and the evasive glimmer in your eyes, I suspect that this find translates, perhaps, to steal. And the target might very well be one of his most personal and private possessions. Rachel Veal, you are quite audacious. After years of acquaintance, Abraxas had long discarded the haughty facade of a Malfoy heir in Rachel's presence. He understood her tenacity and was acutely aware of her unease regarding her complex feelings for Tom. At that moment he resembled a confidant, mercilessly outlining the risks while simultaneously being intrigued by her adventurous spirit, perhaps even a tad exhilarated by the chaos it might incite. Rachel was momentarily taken aback by his incisive analysis. She had to concede that Abraxas, this Slytherin mastermind, was indeed far more calculating than she. With a disheartened tug at the exquisite sleeves of Abraxas's robe, interwoven with silver threads, her cerulean eyes brimmed with pleading. "Oh, I know you're the brightest and the most cunning. Please help me devise a plan. Surely there must be a way to sneak in, right?" Observing Rachel's determined expression, which clearly suggested that she would resort to tears if he declined, Abraxas sighed and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. His gray-blue eyes darted thoughtfully, weighing the potential risks against the rewards. Moments later, a brilliantly cunning idea took form in his mind, and a sly Malfoy smirk crept across his lips. "Well, I do have a plan," he elongated his tone, deliberately building suspense, "but you must agree to one condition." "What condition?" "Just tell me." Rachel's eyes sparkled with anticipation, unwavering. "Have the esteemed director Joyvel." Abraxas leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, tinged with the fervor of a devoted fan. "Secure the signatures of the entire Falmouth Falcons team for me, and they must include personal messages, especially that of their seeker, Cedric Flint. I want his signature to be the largest and most conspicuous. The astute young Malfoy would not assist a friend in such a perilous, high-stakes endeavor without some form of compensation." "Deal." Rachel agreed without hesitation, her enthusiasm palpable. A mere signature was a trivial task for Jo. "Splendid. How refreshingly decisive." Abraxas snapped his fingers, his expression radiating satisfaction. "Now, Miss Veal. Here's the plan." He glanced around to ensure no one was observing before leaning in to whisper his transformation infiltration scheme. "By Merlin's beard," Rachel exclaimed, her cerulean eyes alight with astonishment and excitement after hearing it. "Abraxas Malfoy, you are a genius." Overcome with joy, she leaped up and playfully patted his meticulously styled hair. "Let us do it." Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, the hour was still early, with most students either dining in the Great Hall or laboring over assignments in the library. The timing was perfect. Abraxas exchanged a knowing glance with Rachel, and they stealthily slipped into a secluded corner, cloaked in the shadow cast by a massive stone pillar. "Are you ready, Miss Thief?" Abraxas withdrew his wand adorned with the Malfoy family crest, a glimmer of mischief dancing in his eyes, thrilled by the impending prank. "Hurry, hurry," Rachel urged anxiously, her gaze fixed intently on the tip of his wand. Abraxas took a deep breath, focusing intently as his wand traced a precise and elegant arc through the air, clearly articulating the transformation spell. A gentle white light enveloped Rachel. As the radiance faded, where once stood a graceful young woman, there now lay a palm-sized, fluffy, round Scottish fold kitten. The kitten boasted a plush coat of silvery gray fur, reminiscent of fine velvet, with only the tips of its ears shaded a slightly darker hue. Its round eyes sparkled like sapphires, mirroring Rachel's own, filled with a blend of innocence and wonder as it tilted its little head to gaze at Abraxas, letting out a soft, melodious meow that could melt the hardest of hearts. "Perfect," Abraxas gasped, his eyes wide with admiration. He carefully bent down, gently cradling the silver-gray fluffball in his arms. The kitten, Rachel, nestled comfortably against him, nuzzling its fuzzy head into his chest, purring contentedly. Taking a deep breath, Abraxas endeavored to maintain a composed demeanor as he cradled the kitten, while making his way toward the spiral staircase leading to the boys' dormitory. His heart raced, pounding like a drum, more exhilarating than his first flight on a broomstick. The ancient magical wards would repel any unauthorized intruders, yet nothing occurred. The transformation charm had flawlessly deceived Hogwarts' protective enchantments. Abraxas felt a surge of elation, yet his steps remained steady as he entered the sixth-year boys' dormitory corridor, cradling kitten Rachel. His and Tom Riddle's dormitory lay at the corridor's end, a privilege afforded to him as the student council president and head boy. For the first time, Abraxas felt as though he were a thief in his own quarters, the door sliding open soundlessly. He slipped inside and swiftly closed the door, releasing a long breath as a thin sheen of sweat broke out on his back. "All right, safely arrived," Abraxas whispered, preparing to revert the kitten back to Rachel. Suddenly, without warning, the dormitory door swung open again. Abraxas froze, terrified to make a sound, tightening his grip on the kitten, which immediately puffed up in alarm, emitting a low growl. Tom Riddle's tall figure appeared in the doorway, clad in a neatly pressed robe. His deep black eyes resembled the most profound of wells, calmly sweeping the room with an inscrutable gaze. His attention lingered on Abraxas for a moment before shifting to the fluffy silver-gray kitten nestled in his arms. "A cat." Tom's voice was low and melodious, betraying no emotion. He stepped further inside, closing the door behind him, his gaze probing as it fell upon the startled kitten. Where did it come from? His penetrating stare made Abraxas feel as though the kitten had transformed into a searing hot potato in his grasp. Striving to suppress his racing heart, he attempted to sound nonchalant, even adopting a hint of Malfoy-esque characteristic languor. "Ah, Tom, you startled me." This little one, he jostled the kitten slightly, offering a resigned smile. "I found it alone, shivering in the grass near the forbidden forest. It looked rather pitiable. You know I have little resistance to such fluffy creatures." He shrugged, trying to portray the image of a soft-hearted scion. Tom said nothing, merely advancing a few steps closer. He exuded a subtle, crisp aroma of pine and aged parchment, intermingled with an indescribable, heart-stopping aura of danger. He extended his hand, his slender fingers imbued with an irresistible allure, gently grazing the soft crown of the kitten, Rachel. Then, with an effortless grace and an undeniable assertiveness, he lifted the kitten from Abraxas's embrace. Abraxas's heart leapt into his throat. Rachel, in Tom's arms, was as stiff as a wooden plank, her exquisite sapphire eyes wide with alarm, fixated on Tom's handsome face, which loomed perilously close. Tom gazed down at the little creature in his arms, the depths of his dark eyes revealing no discernible emotion. He extended his index finger, a hint of mischievous curiosity in his touch, and lightly scratched Rachel's chin. Instinctively, she squinted her eyes, a soft, involuntary purr escaping her throat, only to be followed by a rush of embarrassment that caused her to tense up immediately. Indeed, she was quite adorable. A faint, almost imperceptible smile curved at the corners of Tom's lips, his voice remaining flat. Yet his fingers began to drift downward, carrying a teasing intent, gently poking Rachel's soft, furry belly. Meow. Rachel's fur bristled instantly. This unexpected assault left her both humiliated and furious. She swiftly extended her delicate pink paws, unceremoniously swiping at Tom's insufferably handsome face. Her defiance was unmistakable. "Don't touch my belly." Abraxas watched in a state of mounting anxiety. Being discovered would be exceedingly awkward. Tom seemed amused by the kitten's vehement reaction, letting out a low chuckle as he casually patted Rachel's rounded, fluffy rear, his movements utterly nonchalant. Surely her owner would be in quite a frenzy searching for her. Holding the still struggling, indignant kitten, Tom glanced at Abraxas, his dark eyes swirling with an inscrutable undercurrent, the barely there smile sending shivers down Abraxas's spine. Such a delightful little creature could not be lost. Abraxas nodded. "You're right, I shall post a missing cat notice on the bulletin board shortly." Tom refrained from further comment, gently placing the squirming, irate Rachel back on Abraxas's bed. As he turned to leave, Abraxas keenly noticed that Tom seemed to discreetly move his lips towards the shadowy corner of the dormitory. Immediately, a sleek, emerald-green shadow silently slipped from Tom's oversized sleeve, gliding into the deepest shadows at the foot of the bed. It was Nagini. Tom did not look back as he strode towards the door, pulling it open and stating in a flat tone, "I'm off. Remember to help find her owner." The door closed softly behind him, leaving the dormitory in a deathly silence. Abraxas stood frozen for a full 3 seconds before dashing to the door, pressing his ear against the wooden panel to listen intently. Confirming Tom's footsteps had indeed faded away. Only then did he feel a sense of relief. "Merlin's lace pants," he murmured, his voice trembling with the aftershocks of narrowly escaping embarrassment. "I cannot imagine how mortifying it would have been to be discovered." Meanwhile, the silver-gray kitten on the bed let out a soft puff, transforming back into Rachel amidst a swirl of smoke. Her azure eyes still reflected the remnants of shock and disbelief. "That scoundrel," Rachel seethed through gritted teeth. Abraxas gestured subtly towards Nagini's south hiding place, having left a little sentinel behind. Rachel also noticed the faint glimmer of emerald scales in the shadows, her heart racing. But there was no time to dwell on that. This was a rare opportunity. "Help me look for a diary," she declared, leaping off the bed, disregarding her disheveled hair and robe, making a beeline for Tom's impeccably neat four-poster bed. Ignoring Abraxas, she held her breath and cautiously lifted Tom's deep green velvet bedspread, her fingers reaching for the most intimate spot beneath the pillow, the one closest to its owner. Her fingertips brushed against a cold, hard, leather-textured object. Her heart leapt. She had found it. Carefully, she extracted the thick, pitch-black diary, its cover unmarked, heavy in her hands, emanating an odd, almost lifelike chill. The cover was made of an unknown black leather, smooth yet eerie, as if it could absorb the warmth from her fingertips. She even felt the embossed gold lettering of Tom's name on the spine. Could this be it? Abraxas leaned in closer, eyeing the seemingly ordinary notebook with curiosity. "It looks like just an ordinary journal," he remarked. "Far from ordinary." Rachel clutched the diary tightly to her chest, her azure eyes sparkling with excitement, anxiety, and a barely perceptible hint of fear. Tom's gaze towards it was distinctly different. This must harbor his secrets. Abraxas leaned in even closer, though he feigned disapproval, saying, "It's not quite right to sneak a peek at someone's diary, is it, Miss Weir?" That would contradict Malfoy as well, his surface gentlemanly demeanor. Yet the gleam of gossip and curiosity in his grey-blue eyes was far brighter than his hair. As he leaned eagerly towards Rachel, she made a face. "I want to open it now. I need to find a place that's absolutely safe." Abraxas shrugged, though his curiosity was palpable. He understood they could not linger. "Very well, secret explorer Miss Weir. Now, let us return you safely." He pulled out his wand again, aiming it at Rachel. Ready to become a lost kitten once more? Soon, a silver-gray Scottish fold kitten reappeared in Abraxas's embrace. He carried her, feigning calmness as he exited the dormitory, traversing the corridor, and descending the spiral staircase before returning to the common room. The lounge was now busier than before, with several Slytherin girls gathered in animated discussion. Abraxas's eyes sparkled mischievously as he did not immediately transform Rachel back, instead intentionally parading the stunningly beautiful kitten around the common room, successfully capturing the attention of all the girls. "Oh my, Mr. Malfoy, is this your cat? She is adorable. What a beautiful little creature. Her fur glimmers like a silver fox in the moonlight. Let me pet her. What is her name?" Abraxas replied, "Her name is Silly Sniffer." Instantly, the girls crowded around, chattering excitedly, their eyes turning into hearts as they reached out to stroke the fluffy silver ball of fur. Rachel squirmed wildly in Abraxas's arms, conveying a silent roar of indignation and humiliation, surrounded by a throng of girls wanting to touch her. This was even more humiliating than being tickled by Tom. Abraxas reveled in Rachel's furious glances, leisurely indulging the girl's curiosity about the kitten, until she was on the verge of clawing his face. He swiftly exited the common room, finding an unoccupied corner where he stifled a laugh, and reverted her back to her human form. Abraxas Malfoy. The moment Rachel regained her shape, she pounced, her cheeks as red as ripe tomatoes. "I'm not done with you." Abraxas laughed heartily, dodging her while calling out, "Don't forget my signature from the Falcon team, especially Cedric Flint's." Rachel clutched the cold, heavy black diary, watching Abraxas's retreating figure with a mix of anger and amusement. She lowered her gaze, her fingers unconsciously caressing the diary's eerily smooth cover. A tumultuous wave of complex emotions surging within her. Excitement, trepidation, a twinge of guilt for prying into secrets, and a fierce longing to unveil the truth. The secrets of Tom Riddle had finally revealed a glimpse, now firmly grasped in her hands. She clutched the diary, as if it were a Pandora's box, hurrying towards her dormitory, her heart racing wildly within her chest. Chapter 25. The Diary and the Manipulation of Rachel's Memories. Rachel leaned against the cold door panel, her heart pounding like a drum in her chest. The heavy black diary in her arms felt as cold and weighty as a gravestone. She held it tightly to her chest, as if doing so could suppress the terrifying truths that might lie within. Taking a deep breath, Rachel quickly sat down by her four-poster bed near the window. She placed the diary on the deep green bedspread, and, illuminated by the eerie green light of the magical lamp, she trembled as she opened the thick cover with quivering fingers. The first page bore the familiar, incisive, and elegant handwriting of Tom Riddle, yet the contents struck her like a cold dagger, instantly piercing through all her hopes and tender illusions. June 13, 1943. Little Hangleton. The Riddle House. Muggle Father Riddle and his Muggle grandparents. Purifying bloodlines, eradicating the stain that sullies Salazar Slytherin's lineage, diverting the Ministry of Magic's attention to Morphin Gaunt. Rachel's breath caught sharply. Little Hangleton, the extermination of the Riddle family. Avada Kedavra. Morphin Gaunt was framed. The bloody and chilling murder and conspiracy left behind by Tom's casually mentioned uncle shocked her to her core, sending a wave of icy dread coursing through her body, causing her blood to feel as if it had turned to ice. With trembling fingers, she hurriedly flipped backward. Autumn 1942. Hogwarts. Purifying the school, eradicating mudbloods. Executing Salazar Slytherin's will. The basilisk nurtured by Salazar, a perfect creature. Moaning Myrtle. The bathroom. Success. The gaze of death. Results significant, causing panic. Rubeus Hagrid, Gryffindor half-giant. Nurturing the dangerous magical creature Aragog, the Acromantula. Irrefutable evidence. Perfectly diverting attention. Hagrid was expelled, his wand broken. The Chamber of Secrets was closed. The first phase of purification achieved. Moaning Myrtle, the ghost girl who perpetually wept in the second-floor girls' bathroom, was killed by Tom, using the basilisk. Those petrified classmates were all his doing. That kind-hearted, Gentle giant Hagrid was chosen as a scapegoat simply because he had inadvertently revealed Aragog's existence to Tom, leading to his expulsion, broken wand, and years of unjust suffering. And she, Rachel Weir, was but an ignorant accomplice in this entire affair. A tsunami of guilt, anger, and the humiliation of deception overwhelmed her. She recalled Tom's deep, regretful, and concerned black eyes in the prefect's bathroom, his gentle caress of the ring as he spun a web of lies, assuring her he did not wish to frighten her or lose her. She had believed him then. Foolishly, utterly foolish. As she continued to flip through the diary, the pages overflowed with chilling ambition and cold cruelty, exploration of the path to immortality, the theory of soul-splitting revealing dark arts, the key to immortality, Horcruxes, objective, 7 pieces of soul, 7 powerful magical artifacts as vessels, the Gaunt Ring, the diary, a future guide for the heir to complete unfinished great deeds. Voldemort fled from death, escaping his Muggle father, surpassing all mediocrity. I shall become an immortal legend. Voldemort, a name steeped in endless darkness and death, slithered through Rachel's nerves like the tongue of a venomous serpent. Soul-splitting? Horcruxes, 7 pieces of soul, immortality. To achieve immortality through murder, and the fragmentation of one's own soul. In this diary, it was not merely a ledger of sins. It was an integral part of the plan. A vessel for carrying his soul fragments. An evil tool for seducing others and continuing his purification agenda. Rachel's gaze fixated on the illustration and description of that ring. The very ring that was currently encircling her ring finger. A black gemstone that Tom referred to as a symbol of promise and belonging. It was not only a memento stained with the blood of the Riddle family, but also the vessel for the first fragment of his torn soul in Tom's scheme. The chilling fear gripped her, making the ring feel like a searing iron brand, scorching her finger bones, almost causing her to scream. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The diary, filled with dense, insidious accounts of heinous crimes and dark ambitions, began to fade, as if erased by an invisible eraser, rapidly disappearing. The black ink receded like a tide, leaving behind glaring, empty pages of parchment. Rachel's eyes widened in horror. Just as the last incriminating word vanished, a new line of elegant, familiar handwriting emerged from the depths of the parchment, slowly materializing. My name is Tom Riddle. Who are you? This line bore an eerie, chilling gentleness, as if a courteous gentleman were greeting her. Yet Rachel felt a chill racing up her spine. This diary was alive, sensing her presence. It was luring her. In an instant, fear overwhelmed everything. She could hesitate no longer. This malevolent diary, housing a fragmented soul and guiding a scheme of crime, must never remain at Hogwarts. Must never be touched by anyone, especially not by him. Rachel abruptly slammed the diary shut, as if shaking off a highly venomous snake. Her face drained of color. She had no time to think, seizing the cold, heavy diary and stumbling out of the dormitory, racing toward the common room. Abraxas Malfoy was seated in a comfortable armchair by the fireplace, absent-mindedly flipping through a Quidditch magazine, preoccupied with thoughts of when he might acquire the signatures of the Falmouth Falcons. Upon seeing Rachel burst in like a whirlwind, her face pale as a sheet, her cerulean eyes filled with unprecedented, near-collapsed terror and determination, he immediately sensed that something was gravely wrong. Rachel! He sprang to his feet, the magazine dropping to the floor, forgotten. Rachel dashed to him, almost shoving the black diary into his arms, her icy fingers gripping his arm with astonishing strength. Her voice, taut and trembling, bore an undeniable command. Abraxas, promise me. Now. Immediately. Take this diary far away from Hogwarts. Hide it. Conceal it in a place where no one can find it, especially not him. She dared not utter his name, merely gesturing toward the boys' dormitory, her eyes brimming with dread. Abraxas looked down at the seemingly unremarkable, even somewhat tattered black notebook in his arms. He had caught a glimpse inside. It appeared blank, yet Rachel's pale complexion, her violently trembling body, and the profound fear in her eyes were unmistakably genuine. He had known Rachel for so long, yet he had never seen her so unhinged. Rachel. What he began to ask. I'll tell you later. Rachel interrupted, her voice tinged with a sob. Please, Abraxas, believe me. Do as I say. Get it out of here. Now, immediately. Never let it return to the school, ever. Her gaze was filled with pleading, teetering on the brink of collapse. Observing the depth of fear and desperation in Rachel's eyes, Abraxas Malfoy felt all his doubts and his usual Malfoy calculative demeanor evaporate in an instant. He nodded vigorously, his gray-blue eyes shimmering with unprecedented seriousness. Very well, I promise you. I will do it at once. Without further ado, he swiftly retrieved a beautifully crafted dragonhide parcel, emblazoned with the Malfoy family crest, from the drawer of his desk, having been shrunk with a shrinking charm. He cautiously tucked the hefty diary into the bag, then swiftly scribbled a note, tucking it into the package's compartment. With deft skill, he cast several protective, confounding, and tracking charms with his wand. House elf, he commanded into the air. With a resounding pop, a house elf clad in a tattered pillowcase, its eyes as green as tennis balls, materialized before him and bowed respectfully. Listen, Abraxas urged, handing the package to it with an urgent and authoritative tone. Immediately return this package to Malfoy Manor. Hiding it in the old study at the bottom of the west wing, in the third locked drawer to the left of the desk. Remember at once with utmost speed. Do not be seen by anyone, especially not by him. He hesitated, casting a glance at the pale-faced Rachel, and ensure no one from Hogwarts tracks you down. Do you understand? Understood. Executing immediately, highest priority. The elf squeaked, clutching the package tightly before vanishing with another pop. As the package disappeared, the tension in Rachel seemed to snap, her legs giving way as she nearly collapsed. Abraxas was quick to catch her. Upon his return, Rachel leaned against him, her voice weak as a whisper, yet her gaze bore a resolute determination, silently conveying to him that she would wait for him in the highest tower, the astronomical tower. After uttering her message, she freed herself from his support, and stumbled towards the stone door of the common room, her silhouette frail and forlorn. Abraxas watched her vanish beyond the stone doorway, his gaze falling to his empty hands, an intense sense of foreboding coiling around his heart like a chilling vine. Rachel's eyes had seemed to glimpse the very essence of hell itself. In the boys' dormitory, Tom Riddle elegantly leaned against the post of his four-poster bed, his long fingers lightly caressing the cool, smooth form of Nagini. The serpent hissed, its flicking tongue relaying everything it perceived in the shadows, akin to the most faithful surveillance device, directly into Tom's mind. When Nagini reported that Rachel had found the diary and dashed from the dormitory, the habitual grace on Tom's face froze instantly. Within his dark eyes, a tempest of cold fury surged like a boulder plunging into a frigid abyss. The diary, had she seen it? Had she glimpsed that which she ought not to? Where had she gone? His voice was as sharp as a blade tempered in ice, chillingly piercing, as he directed a gaze laden with lethal intent at Abraxas Malfoy, who had just entered the dormitory, his own expression grave. The temperature in the room seemed to plummet by 10 degrees. Abraxas felt a chill at Tom's nearly murderous gaze, forcing himself to remain composed as he recalled Rachel's despairing look before her departure. Steeling himself, he met Tom's gaze, his tone unusually serious. She's waiting for you at the tower, the astronomical tower. Tom paused, emphasizing his next words, do not anger her. She looked dreadful. I've never seen her like that. Tom did not spare him another glance. The hem of his black robe swept through the air with a menacing arc, his figure vanishing like a wraith at the dormitory door, leaving Abraxas alone with the suffocating chill of impending doom. At the pinnacle of the astronomical tower, the night wind howled fiercely. Rachel stood alone at the edge, her back to the entrance, her slender form trembling slightly in the cold, yet standing resolute. She gripped her wand tightly, her knuckles whitening from the strain. Upon hearing the familiar and steady footsteps behind her, she spun around abruptly. The wand's tip was raised, emitting a faint but resolute glow, aimed directly at the heart of the approaching figure. Tom Riddle halted a few steps away from her. His dark eyes, glimmering beneath the starlight, resembled two fathomless icy pools, calmly observing Rachel's pale, fear-stricken face, etched with terror and loathing. The look in her eyes was no longer one of affection or reliance. Instead, it was akin to gazing at a demon that had crawled from the depths of hell, cloaked in human skin, filled with shock, rage, hatred, and a marrow-deep terror. A faint, almost imperceptible smile crept across Tom's lips, imbued with a chilling, mocking intrigue. He tilted his head slightly, his voice low and melodious, like a lover's whisper, yet each word dripped with toxic coldness. What grave transgression have I committed, my dear? He stepped forward slowly, disregarding the wand aimed at his heart, moving with the nonchalance of a leisurely stroll. What incantation must I endure to punish the one I hold dear? A torment that pierces to the bone? With each word he uttered, Rachel's grip on her wand trembled more violently. His cavalier demeanor, as if discussing another's misdeeds, ignited a volcanic eruption of fear and rage within her. Do not move. Rachel's voice, strained with overwhelming emotion, became sharp and hoarse, the glow of her wand flickering wildly in her quaking hand. You know full well what you've done. Do you need me to enumerate your crimes here? The feigned smile vanished from Tom's face, replaced by a blank expression, his dark eyes now devoid of anything but pure, chilling coldness. Rather than halting, he advanced step by step, until the wand's tip almost brushed against the front of his dark green robes. He loomed over Rachel, an overwhelming pressure akin to a massive stone nearly suffocating her. Tell me, little girl. His voice dropped to a low hiss, reminiscent of a serpent in the dark, laden with an undeniable command and a hint of barely concealed urgency. Where have you hidden the diary that is to inherit Salazar Slytherin's noble legacy? He ceased concealing his intentions, directly naming his target. Rachel, compelled by his advancing presence, staggered back 2 steps until her back pressed against the cold stone wall. The tower's wind tousled her light golden hair, her azure eyes reflecting the ghostly visage of Tom as he drew near, filled with desperate defiance. I will not allow you to find it, she nearly screamed, her voice echoing hauntingly in the vastness of the tower's top. That is murder. Those are lives taken. Myrtle, the innocent Hagrid you framed, the Riddle family. You used me. You manipulated me to frame the innocent Hagrid, and you made your poor uncle bear the burden of murder in prison. I once thought you were merely deep in thought, harboring some secrets, but I never imagined you could be so dark, so terrifying. You are a devil. Voldemort. The name Voldemort pierced through Tom Riddle's meticulously constructed facade of perfection like a sharp needle. His pupils constricted violently. A tempest of furious indignation mixed with the shame of having his true nature exposed engulfed him instantaneously. The carefully curated new name, symbolizing power and transcendence over death, was uttered by her with such fear and hatred that it ignited a rage more potent than any curse. Stop. Tom's voice escalated sharply, laced with a twisted fury. He did not even draw his wand, merely swinging his arm with lightning speed. Expelliarmus. Rachel felt a tremendous force collide with her wrist, pain shooting through her as her wand was ripped from her grasp, arcing through the air before clattering against the cold stone floor. Deprived of her wand, Rachel felt as though her final line of defense had been stripped away, an overwhelming terror seizing her. She gazed at Tom's face, now appearing even more sinister in the starlight, as cold as a marble statue, her voice filled with shattered despair. Are you going to kill me now? Voldemort. Just like you did those people? Kill you? Tom appeared as though he had just encountered an exceedingly ludicrous jest, the corners of his mouth twisting into a cruel and distorted arc. He stepped forward with such swiftness that Rachel scarcely had time to react. His frigid fingers clamped around her slender, fragile neck like iron pincers. He exerted no force, merely maintaining a chilling grip, imbued with an unmistakable aura of absolute dominance. His fingertips gliding with a disquieting, serpentine slowness. He leaned closer, his icy breath wafting over her face, his deep, dark eyes ignited with a fervent, obsessive flame. No. Rachel Weasley. I shall not take your life, he intoned, his voice low and deliberate, laced with an almost morbid tenderness and a chilling declaration. On the contrary, I intend for you to live for an eternity. I shall ensure you share in my immortality. Rachel trembled at the madness conveyed in his words and the coldness of his touch, nearly succumbing to the urge to retch. You will bear witness to my triumph. Tom's voice slithered like a demon's whisper, beguiling yet bone-chillingly cold, as I usher in the greatest and most powerful wizard in history, and witness the birth of a new world governed by pure blood, orderly and dominated by supremacy. You shall stand by my side, sharing in this eternal brilliance. His fingers tightened ever so slightly around her neck, compelling her to gaze into his frenzied eyes. Yet, the false tenderness within them evaporated in an instant, leaving only a stark, despair-inducing coldness. You are too eager, my dear girl. You are too impatient to pry into secrets that are not meant for you. This will inevitably bring you some suffering. No sooner had he spoken than his idle left hand swiftly drew forth his wand. The wand's tip pressed precisely against Rachel's temple. In her eyes flared the final glimmer of desperate resolve, as she attempted to concentrate her remaining mental strength, casting the spell. Obliviate. A blinding flash erupted from the wand's tip, forcefully colliding with Rachel's mind. An overwhelming, domineering mental force surged forth like a torrent, brutally seeking, locking onto, and then precisely erasing her thoughts. Rachel felt as if her brain were being pierced by countless searing steel needles simultaneously. The intense, tearing agony elicited a brief, discordant whimper from her lips as her vision was suddenly engulfed by a blinding white light, all consciousness collapsing like a sandcastle swept away by a hurricane. In the Slytherin common room, the flames crackled in the fireplace, dispelling the chill of the dungeon. Rachel felt as though she were struggling to surface from a bottomless nightmare. She drowsily opened her eyes, discovering herself resting upon a warm, solid chest. The familiar, crisp sense of pine and aged parchment wafted around her, mingled with a faint hint of danger. She lifted her head, and her gaze fell upon Tom Riddle's perfectly sculpted jawline. He reclined gracefully in a spacious armchair, one hand gently resting on her shoulder, while the other held a hefty jet-black book, his expression focused intently on its pages, his profile illuminated by the flickering firelight. Appearing serene and handsome. Awake? Noticing her stirring, Tom lowered his head, his deep, dark eyes radiating the usual tender warmth that could drown a soul, as if the demonic figure from the tower had never existed. He extended a long finger, affectionately pinching Rachel's still-dazed cheek, his tone laced with a hint of playful reproach. "Little sleepyhead, you've overslept. Look at the time, you've missed dinner." Rachel blinked, her azure eyes filled with confusion. Dinner? Was she not in the dormitory, perusing her diary? She recalled opening that black-covered diary, which seemed to be blank. Yes, it was empty. Then what? How had she ended up sleeping in the common room, nestled against Tom? Her memories felt shrouded in a thick, hazy fog. From the moment she finished the blank diary to the instant she awakened, her mind was a tumultuous void, only a vague sense of fatigue and slight dizziness remaining. How did I fall asleep? Rachel rubbed her temple, her voice hoarse and bewildered from slumber. Tom's smile deepened, his gaze soft enough to draw tears. Perhaps the book was too dull? Or he leaned closer to her ear, his warm breath brushing her lobe as he whispered with a hint of suggestive intimacy. Or perhaps you were simply exhausted last night. Rachel's cheeks instantly flushed with a crimson hue, and she playfully punched him, burying her face in his embrace, momentarily casting aside her bewilderment and discomfort. Tom rose to fetch Rachel some milk. At that moment, Abraxas Malfoy strolled over, holding a cup of hot cocoa, seemingly casual. His slate blue eyes sharply scrutinized Rachel. The previous pallor of sheer terror had vanished, replaced by a bemused dependency. "Hey, Rachel," Abraxas settled onto the nearby sofa, his tone deliberately relaxed. Yet his gaze remained locked onto Rachel's eyes, cautiously inquiring, "How are you feeling? What were you discussing with Tom in the tower? You don't look too well." "I'm a bit concerned." "The tower?" Rachel lifted her head, her azure eyes brimming with genuine, unmasked bewilderment. "What tower? Abraxas, are you still half asleep?" She scrunched her petite nose, finding her friend's question rather perplexing. Abraxas' heart sank. Just then, Tom returned with 2 steaming cups of milk. He handed one to Rachel and placed the other before himself. Upon hearing Rachel's response and Abraxas' inquiry, he raised his unfathomable black eyes, his gaze settling calmly on Abraxas, a gentle smile gracing his lips. However, the words that followed were as piercing as icicles. "Indeed, Abraxas, have you also lost your wits?" The tone, the gaze, and the half-smile were not mere jest among friends. They were a warning, a threat, a chilling command to silence and forget all that he had witnessed. Abraxas met Tom's seemingly gentle yet profoundly inscrutable gaze, glancing at Rachel nestled beside Tom, her face a portrait of confusion, clearly oblivious to the events in the tower. A wave of icy dread coursed through him. Lies, threats, memory manipulation? The astute mind of young Malfoy quickly pieced together the closest conclusion to the truth. He suppressed the tempest of turmoil and rising concern within, forcing a rigid yet passable smile upon his face. "Ha ha ha, perhaps I simply misremembered? I must have been too dazzled by the Quidditch strategies." He lifted his cup, taking a large sip of hot cocoa to mask his unease, refusing to meet Tom's gaze. Yet internally, he screamed in desperation. Rachel's face, pale with fear, was no fabrication. Her clutching of that diary as if it were a bomb was not an illusion. Beneath Tom's facade of tender, harmless perfection, what dreadful truth lay hidden? And what indeed did that parcel, dispatched by Dobby, contain? What could instill such terror in Rachel and induce such anxiety in Tom that he would resort to the memory-erasing charm? Abraxas' gaze involuntarily shifted back to Tom. Tom was now focused on Rachel, gently tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, his expression tender, his smile warm, as if that chilling warning had never been uttered. Abraxas gazed upon the charming visage of Rachel, perpetually adorned with a captivating smile. Yet for the first time, an ineffable, bone-chilling fear and concern for her welled up within him. He felt as though he stood at the precipice of an unfathomable abyss, the center of which was occupied by the seemingly flawless Tom Riddle. Chapter 26. The Silent Conspiracy of the Abyss Before Graduation. During the summer preceding their 7th year, the air was thick with the weight of farewells, a poignant transition into adulthood, disrupted by a series of unforeseen events. The Vale estate was shrouded in a somber sadness, with an oppressive sense of mourning permeating the atmosphere. Arnold Vale, the wise and revered patriarch of the Vale family, and grandfather to Rachel and Joe, had peacefully departed from this world in his sleep. His remarkable achievements in alchemy and profound contributions to the study of ancient magic had garnered him the admiration of the entire magical community. On the day of the funeral, the sky was overcast, with a fine rain falling like a delicate veil. In the Vale family cemetery, somber figures stood like silent sentinels. As numerous members of the Ministry of Magic, representatives from the International Confederation of Wizards, and professors from Hogwarts, including the complexly expressive Dumbledore, gathered to pay their last respects to this esteemed elder. Joe Vale, the sole direct male heir of the Vale family, donned a perfectly tailored black suit and stood at the forefront. The warmth and composure of his handsome face had vanished, leaving only profound sorrow and an abruptly suppressed sense of heavy responsibility. The raindrops soaked his golden hair, cascading down his sharply defined jaw, indistinguishable from tears. He held tightly to Rachel's icy hand, as if it were the only lifeline amidst the surging tide of grief. Rachel, clad in a simple black dress, had eyes of cerulean blue, swollen from weeping. She and Joe had become each other's sole, blood-related kin in this world. The immense sense of loss and uncertainty about the future made her tremble slightly in the gentle rain. Joe sensed her shivering and drew her closer, silently imparting strength. From that moment forth, he was not only her brother but also her guardian, her final refuge. The weight of the funeral had not yet dissipated when Malfoy Manor was set to host a grand yet coldly formulaic engagement ceremony for Abraxas Malfoy. The bride-to-be was Emily Rosier, a scion of a similarly ancient pureblood family from France. She had graduated with distinction from Beauxbatons, excelling in charms and ancient etiquette. The engagement banquet was opulent, with silver cutlery glinting on the long tables, and the air was thick with the scent of expensive perfume. Guests, resplendent in their finery, exchanged compliments about the couple and blessings for the formidable union of their two families. Abraxas, adorned in a dark green ensemble threaded with silver, his slate blue hair meticulously arranged, wore the impeccable, aloof smile characteristic of the Malfoy heir. He stood beside Emily Rosier, a tall, beautiful woman whose demeanor was as strikingly cold as a rose sculpted from ice. Together, they presented an image as flawless as a masterful oil painting. However, within the depths of Abraxas's gray-blue eyes lay a tranquil yet unmistakable weariness. Until the commencement of the ceremony, he had never laid eyes on his fiancée. Tom Riddle, one of the few friends Abraxas had, was naturally among the invited guests. Dressed in an appropriately tailored black suit, he moved gracefully among the guests, engaging in conversation with ease, garnering the appreciative gazes of many pureblood elders. Rachel attended as Joe's companion, wearing a simple black cocktail dress, her expression one of polite congratulations. Yet her eyes betrayed the lingering fatigue of loss. She watched as Abraxas mingled, noting the brief and icy kiss he exchanged with Emily. A wave of complex emotions surging within her, a mixture of heartfelt wishes for her friend's future, and an unnameable sense of melancholy. As the raucous banquet finally drew to a close, and the last guests departed, the lavish hall was plunged into an expansive silence. Abraxas tore off his meticulously tied bow tie, tossing it carelessly onto the expensive Persian carpet. Approaching the liquor cabinet, he forewent the use of a glass, seizing an unopened bottle of exquisite French brandy, biting the cork free with his teeth, and downing a hearty gulp. The fiery liquid seared his throat, but failed to alleviate the turmoil within his heart. Tom appeared behind him, leaning casually against the liquor cabinet, his deep black eyes resembling two fathomless wells in the dim light, quietly observing Abraxas's disheveled attempt to drown his sorrows in alcohol. Abraxas took another swig, the alcohol causing cracks to form in the elegant facade he usually maintained. He turned to Tom, his gray-blue eyes clouded with inebriation yet sharpened with an unprecedented intensity, fixing his gaze upon him as he asked, his voice hoarse and somewhat unhinged. Tom Riddle, he enunciated his full name, posing a question of irrevocable gravity. Will you marry Rachel? Tom raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly taken aback by the abruptness of the inquiry. Not allowing him a moment to respond, Abraxas pressed on, his voice rising, tinged with an uncontainable worry and a barely perceptible fear. Will you protect her for life, shielding her from all harm? Forever? He found himself unable to decipher the intentions of the man before him. Tom's thoughts were as unfathomable as a bottomless black lake, his exterior that of a perfect student and considerate lover. Yet Abraxas could not forget Rachel's pale face atop the tower and the distorted memories, nor the peculiar diary that had been hastily whisked away. He questioned whether Tom's feelings for Rachel were intertwined with control, possessiveness, or even danger. Would he truly harm her? Tom remained silent for a few moments, his gaze drifting past Abraxas's flushed face, reddened from the alcohol and agitation, settling instead on the garden outside the floor-to-ceiling window. There, Rachel knelt before a cluster of luminous moonflowers, gingerly attempting to touch a softly glowing magical butterfly. Her profile, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared exceptionally gentle and innocent, as if all the world's darkness were utterly foreign to her. Witnessing this scene, a complex glimmer passed through Tom's deep black eyes. He seemed to glimpse a memory from years prior, in the cold courtyard of a dilapidated orphanage in London, where the same little girl, Rachel, had smiled innocently at an ordinary butterfly. On that day, the sunlight had bathed her in warmth, much like the moonlight did now. It was then that Dumbledore first entered his life, his penetrating gaze bringing with it the letter of acceptance to Hogwarts. Of course, Tom's voice, low and resolute, shattered the silence, pulling Abraxas back from his reverie. His gaze remained fixed on Rachel in the moonlight, his tone imbued with an undeniable promise, and after a pause, a chilling, unwavering certainty permeated his words. I will never allow that damned prophecy to come to fruition. Abraxas followed Tom's gaze to Rachel, then glanced back at Tom's face, half-lit and half-shadowed in the moonlight, obscuring his true emotions. While Tom's vow resonated with a weighty finality, Abraxas's heart remained heavy with unease. He felt an instinctive belief that Tom's interpretation of protection and the prevention of the prophecy's realization might starkly contrast with conventional understanding. Days later, Abraxas seized an opportunity to walk alone with Rachel in the garden of the Vale estate. He casually broached the subject. By the way, Rachel, do you remember that incident in 6th year regarding Tom's diary? The diary? Rachel paused, her expression shifting to one of realization. Oh, you mean that black leather-bound notebook? Yes. I recall. It was completely empty, nothing inside. Her tone was casual, laced with a hint of boredom. After observing her for a while, I found it quite uninteresting. And somehow, I seemed to have dozed off in the lounge? Or was it something else? My recollection is rather hazy. In any case, it was exceedingly dull. Empty? Nothing at all? Abraxas halted his steps, his slate blue eyes fixated intently on Rachel. Are you certain? Think carefully. Your complexion was quite poor at that time. Rachel furrowed her brow, straining to remember, but that memory felt obscured, as if viewed through a thick layer of frosted glass, murky and indistinct. All she recalled was an empty page, followed by a haze of drowsiness. However, when she attempted to force her way through that fog, trying to grasp at the possibly forgotten fragments of memory, a sharp, piercing headache assailed her, akin to a steel needle piercing her skull. Ugh, Rachel gasped, painfully cradling her temples, her small face instantly contorting in anguish. Abu, why does this memory hurt so much just to think about? Witnessing Rachel's suffering, Abraxas felt a heavy weight in his heart. He immediately supported her, apologizing profusely. All right, I won't ask anymore. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought it up. He dared not provoke her further. The marks of the Oblivion curse were painfully evident, and forcibly awakening altered memories would only inflict suffering upon her. That diary, the one that had been sent away, was currently lying quietly at the bottom of the bookshelf in his Malfoy Manor bedroom, ensconced in layers of protective enchantments. What kind of devilry lay within that parcel? Returning to his study in Malfoy Manor, Abraxas wearily leaned back in the expansive armchair. The flickering firelight in the fireplace danced upon the walls, illuminating a magical portrait that captured a moment from their 2nd year, after he and Rachel had finished a flying lesson, immortalized by a passing painter. In the painting, the youthful Abraxas rode upon a gleaming Nimbus 1001, his slate blue hair tousled by the wind, his face alight with an unadulterated, carefree smile, directly facing Rachel, the golden-haired girl on an old shooting star, who was equally radiant as she reached out her hand, seemingly inviting him to a race. The sunlight of that time was so bright, the smiles so pure, and the friendship so simple that it tugged painfully at the heartstrings. Now, as Abraxas gazed upon Rachel's bright blue eyes in the portrait, he was reminded of her pale face at the funeral, her expression of pain as she grappled with her memories, and then of Tom's eternally perfect yet unfathomable smile. A profound sense of helplessness and deep concern washed over him like a cold tide, submerging him. The undercurrents were tumultuous, far beyond the imaginings of the boy who once chased sunlight on a broomstick. The 7th year at Hogwarts commenced amidst the fine autumn rain. Within the familiar atmosphere of the castle, there lingered a unique blend of anticipation and melancholy, characteristic of the eve before graduation. Tom Riddle appeared busier than ever. His position as student council president afforded him numerous advantages. His handsome features, eloquent speech, and the deliberate display of a profound interest in the history of Hogwarts quickly captured the attention of the somber ghost of Ravenclaw Tower, Helena Ravenclaw. One misty evening, Tom encountered Helena in the corridor adorned with portraits of wise figures, where she stood transfixed before an ancient astrological chart. Good evening, esteemed Lady Grey. Tom's voice was deep and melodious, imbued with just the right amount of respect and a barely perceptible, comforting magnetism. He inclined his body slightly, his posture impeccable. Lady Grey slowly turned, her ethereal form appearing somewhat hazy in the mist, her beautiful yet sorrowful face marked by a hint of disturbance. Good evening, Mr. Riddle. Her voice echoed like a whisper through a valley, ethereal and aloof. It seems the place of wisdom always captivates your presence. The brilliance of wisdom is ever so alluring. My lady. Tom raised his gaze, his dark eyes reminiscent of the deepest night, fixated on Helena with a focus that seemed to penetrate her ghostly form, reaching the very secrets of her soul. Especially in a place like Hogwarts, rich with history and legend. I am acutely aware of the monumental achievements shared by the four founders in constructing this castle. Moreover, the wisdom of Lady Ravenclaw is undoubtedly the most resplendent jewel among them. He skillfully expressed his admiration for Rowena Ravenclaw. Helena's eyes flickered ever so slightly, as if touched by a string of emotion. Tom seized this subtle shift and continued with his irresistibly alluring voice. I have long heard that Lady Ravenclaw possesses an unparalleled treasure, a crown that bestows extraordinary wisdom upon its wearer. It is said to encapsulate the essence of her life's wisdom, serving as a symbol of enlightenment and knowledge. His tone was filled with genuine longing and a hint of well-placed regret. Alas, such a magnificent creation, like the brightest star hidden from the world, has long become a puzzle that haunts countless seekers of knowledge. The mere thought of this treasure of wisdom possibly gathering dust, unable to enlighten future generations, is truly heartbreaking. With precision, he struck at the deepest regret and guilt within Helena, the enduring pain and solitude stemming from her theft of her mother's crown. Helena's transparent form trembled slightly, her sorrowful expression deepening. She gazed at the handsome, powerful young wizard before her, who seemed to hold a sincere reverence for wisdom, and a desire to confide began to quietly blossom in her millennia of solitude. Though she might not fully trust him, the complexity of her feelings regarding the fate of the crown compelled her to break her silence. It has not gathered dust. Helena's voice carried a distant sigh, her gaze directed toward the distant Albanian forests beyond the castle windows. It is hidden in a place far removed from the world's tumult, deep within the forests of Albania. In a hollow tree, she vaguely hinted at the location. This was both a release of her millennial heartache, and a glimmer of hope that someone might find it, proving its worth. Albanian forests, hollow tree, Tom softly repeated, a glint of predatory gleam flickering in his dark eyes, akin to a serpent locking onto its prey. He gracefully bowed once more, his voice imbued with gratitude and an almost reverent promise. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed Lady Grey. Your mother's wisdom shall not remain forever buried. Days later, under the pretext of attending to important family matters, Tom cleverly evaded Dumbledore and requested a week's leave from Professor Slughorn. No one knew where he had gone. He embarked on a journey to the distant, eerie Albanian forests. Deep within the woods, he accurately located the ancient, twisted, decaying hollow oak tree that Helena had described. The crown, crafted from silver and adorned with blue gemstones, symbolizing Ravenclaw's supreme wisdom, lay quietly in the decaying soil of the tree hollow, emanating a cold yet mysterious glow even after centuries. Without a moment's hesitation, a blinding green light flashed, and an elderly Albanian witch gathering herbs in the forest barely had time to utter a cry before she silently collapsed onto the damp leaves. Her life extinguished in an instant. Tom indifferently stepped over her body, as if traversing a mere stone by the roadside. Carefully he retrieved the crown, feeling the immense magical power and the pure essence of wisdom that belonged to Ravenclaw enveloping him. Then he commenced a far more forbidden ritual. Ancient, twisted spells of dark magic resonated through the shadowy depths of the forest. When the ritual was complete, the azure gemstone upon the crown appeared to be shrouded in a deeper, more ominous shadow. Satisfied, Tom concealed it within a heavily enchanted box. Instead of bringing it back to Hogwarts, he again exploited the castle's vulnerabilities, secretly stowing it away in the depths of the Room of Requirement, which only materialized when truly needed, on the 8th floor. The diadem of Ravenclaw became his second Horcrux, a vessel bearing the remnants of his torn soul. With 7 fragments of his soul now closer to an eternal and immortal vision, time swiftly slipped by under the mounting pressure of OWLs and Newts. The Quidditch season also reached its climactic finale. In the House Cup final, where Slytherin faced Gryffindor, Abraxas Malfoy soared through the air like a silver lightning bolt. He expertly maneuvered the latest model, the Nimbus 1501, weaving seamlessly through the tumultuous bludgers and the opposing Seeker's blockade, his slate blue hair billowing in the wind of his high-speed flight. At last, as the match reached a fever pitch, Abraxas seized a fleeting opportunity, diving sharply with his body nearly parallel to the broomstick, his arm extending at an astonishing angle. He caught it. Abraxas Malfoy captured the golden snitch. Slytherin triumphed. The House Cup belonged to Slytherin. The commentator's fervent voice reverberated throughout the arena. The Slytherin stands erupted into a frenzy. Green and silver banners waved wildly, the cheers and whistles deafening. Abraxas held aloft the struggling golden snitch, gliding low around the pitch, basking in the thunderous acclaim of his fellow Slytherins. Apure. Heartfelt joy and pride radiated from his handsome face. This was his final battle before graduation. With undeniable prowess, He had brought his 7-year Quidditch career to a flawless conclusion with this heavy golden snitch. That night, the Three Broomsticks was inundated with Slytherin's green. The Quidditch team and supporters packed the small tavern to bursting. Butterbeer foam flew, the cheers nearly threatening to lift the roof. Malfoy, Malfoy, Malfoy. The team members jubilantly chanted, repeatedly tossing their heroic captain, Seeker Abraxas, high into the air. Exuberant, Abraxas soared, his face flushed with excitement and alcohol. When he was finally caught securely, he leapt onto the bar, raising a full tankard of fire whiskey, his voice slightly hoarse with exhilaration. My friends, ladies. He surveyed the familiar, ecstatic faces below him. These 7 years at Hogwarts, on the Quidditch pitch, I, Abraxas Malfoy, have had the time of my life. Rude words tumbled from his aristocratic lips, inciting even greater cheers. I know you all, my best friends, my finest teammates. His gaze swept across the crowd, pausing momentarily on Rachel's smiling face. Though my dear father always wanted me to memorize those tedious family trees, and the damned pureblood etiquette, I still managed to win trophy after trophy. He thumped his chest with youthful exuberance. I love Quidditch. I love Slytherin. I love you all. The last 3 words he nearly shouted, infused with a potent, alcohol-fueled sincerity. After his proclamation, amidst the crowd's raucous encouragement, he leapt from the bar, traversing the throng until he stood before Rachel. In the midst of the surrounding good-natured uproar, Abraxas, buoyed by drink and an irresistible impulse, leaned down and gently, swiftly pressed a kiss to Rachel's slightly surprised but unflinching cheek. It was light, fleeting, like a feather brushing against skin. Rachel paused, then revealed a smile filled with understanding and warmth, opening her arms wide to envelop Abraxas in a heartfelt, vigorous embrace. Congratulations. Up. You are the best, she exclaimed loudly in his ear. Only Abraxas knew that the kiss upon his cheek was not merely a celebration of victory, nor a jest between friends. It was a grand, silent farewell to the youthful affection he had harbored for 7 years, but could never voice. One that would lead to no resolution. From that moment onward, he would be the Malfoy heir, the fiancé of Emily Rosier. The boy who had chased the golden snitch on his broom, who could playfully tease her, would forever remain in the Quidditch pitch of Hogwarts and that portrait. The celebration continued into the late hours. When Rachel, alongside Hagrid, finally carried the drunken Abraxas, mumbling for another drink, back to the Slytherin common room, it was enveloped in silence. Thank you, Hagrid, Rachel panted as she settled Abraxas onto the sofa by the fireplace. Hagrid, scratching his thick hair, appeared somewhat out of place under the dim green light of the room. Rachel, that Malfoy was indeed overjoyed today. On the sofa, Abraxas, inebriated, added in a hushed tone, Actually, I quite like the little creatures you take care of. He had once secretly sought Hagrid's advice on how to care for an injured owl. After Hagrid departed, only Rachel and the dazed Abraxas remained in the common room, his gaze unfocused. The firelight flickered, crackling softly. Moment laté. The heavy stone door of the common room creaked open once more. Tom Riddle entered, carrying with him a chill from the late hour and an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. As if he had just completed a significant ritual. He had finalized the concealment of the diadem in the room of requirement, drawing ever closer to his goal of immortality, and was in high spirits. He observed the inebriated Abraxas on the sofa, clutching the Quidditch trophy and laughing foolishly, his brow slightly furrowing before he regained his composure. With a graceful flick of his wand, Tom conjured a steaming, pungent potion and offered it to Abraxas. Drink it, Malfoy. Tom's voice held a hint of mockery. Your future fiancée, Miss Rosier, likely remains blissfully unaware that her betrothed is a drunken fool who can empty 3 broomsticks. Abraxas, in a daze, drank the potion from Tom's hand. The effect was immediate. The fog in his mind lifted rapidly, though he still felt fatigued. His senses sharpened significantly. He straightened, his gaze immediately falling upon the gleaming Quidditch house cup resting in his lap, his fingers unconsciously tracing its cool surface. It was a testament to his honor, a silent rebellion against his father, and the most brilliant trophy of his fleeting youth. Rachel sat on another sofa, gazing into the dancing flames. Tom settled beside her, casually draping his arm over the back of the couch. The trio lapsed into silence, the crackling of the fire the only sound piercing the stillness. The air was thick with a unique blend of emotions, achievement, fatigue, farewell, and the unknown, typical of the eve before graduation. Eventually, Rachel broke the silence, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible wistfulness. Do you think that after graduation, opportunities for the 3 of us to sit together like this and chat will become scarce? Her cerulean eyes reflected the firelight, filled with uncertainty about the future and nostalgia for the present moment. Tom did not respond immediately. His deep gaze lingered on the flickering flames, as if peering into a more distant, darker future that belonged to him. His grand ambitions were only just beginning, and the road ahead would be one of international travel, clandestine gatherings, and potentially more violent endeavors. Rachel's frail condition could not withstand such trials. Until he discovered a way to ensure her immortality and completely control her, her best refuge would remain at the Villa estate, under the wing of her golden-haired, theatrical yet sufficiently powerful cousin Jovial. But he never considered that to be a constraint upon him. Abraxas waved his hand, attempting to dispel the melancholy that hung in the air, his tone laced with a hint of exaggerated certainty. Not at all, Rachel. What are you thinking? He pointed at Rachel and then at Tom, proclaiming, once we graduate, I'll have the house elf connect the flu networks of Malfoy Manor and Were Manor. You can visit whenever you like. As for Tom, he deliberately prolonged his words, looking at Tom, with our chairman Riddle's prowess. He will undoubtedly be sought after by the Ministry of Magic upon graduation. A high-ranking position is simply inescapable. Who knows? He might even end up as your brother Joe's colleague, crossing paths frequently. He paused, his gaze narrowing on the conspicuous black gemstone ring on Rachel's left hand, which remained striking even in the dim light, and with a knowing smile he remarked, if you two were to hasten your nuptials and throw a grand wedding, we would find ourselves gathering to celebrate every few days. Avoiding each other would prove quite difficult. He attempted to mask his underlying concern for Rachel's future with playful banter. Instinctively, Rachel touched the ring, quickly shaking her head to clarify, Abraxas, you mustn't say such things. This is not an engagement ring. Not like yours. She didn't want Tom to think she was pressuring him into marriage. Tom, embracing Rachel from behind, rested his chin gently atop her head, his arms enveloping her in an undeniable display of possession. His deep voice resonated in her ear, imbued with reassurance and a weighty promise. My dear, just give me a little more time. He only needed a moment, just a fragment of time to execute his plan, to secure eternal life and unparalleled power. By then, he could ensure that Rachel would share in his immortality, rendering Saint Mungo's wretched curse and prophecy a mere jest. As for the mundane rituals of engagement and marriage, he had never given them serious consideration. Rachel were belonged to him, body and soul, past and future. It was a predetermined decree. A banquet? An announcement to the world? Merely a formality to appease others' expectations, entirely optional. However, if Rachel truly desired that kind of recognition from the world, he would not hesitate to indulge her in a grand performance. I have declined the ministry's job offer, Tom suddenly declared, dropping a bombshell. What? Abraxas exclaimed, nearly leaping from the sofa, his gray-blue eyes wide with disbelief. You can't be serious. Tom Riddle, has your brilliant mind been trampled by a troll? The ministry, the Department of Mysteries, any position you desire, with high salary and boundless prospects. Why would you forsake such a golden opportunity? In response to Abraxas's astonishment, Tom's lips curled into an enigmatic smile, cleverly masking his true intentions with a jest. I'm simply waiting for you and your dear Rosier lady's child to be born, he drawled, with a hint of mischief. As a future defense against the dark arts professor, it is my responsibility to educate every heir of the Malfoy lineage appropriately. He casually revealed another shocking tidbit, his intention to apply for a teaching position at Hogwarts. Rachel chuckled at Tom's jest, momentarily setting aside her sorrow. She reflected on Abraxas's words. Indeed, many heirs from pureblood families were engaged or wed at this age. Yet Tom's request for patience made her wonder. Perhaps he would follow in Joe's footsteps? Joe had remained single for years, wholly devoted to family and career. Perhaps both siblings would wed later in life? She turned, burying her face deep into Tom's warm, solid embrace, greedily absorbing his familiar scent, her muffled voice laden with complete trust and reliance. Regardless, I don't care. I want to be with you, always and forever. This sudden, childlike yet profoundly sincere declaration caused Tom's heart, the cold, human heartbeat within him, to falter momentarily. His arms instinctively tightened around her, while dark waves of an even more fervent obsession surged in his gaze, hidden from Rachel. Forever intertwined, he would ensure it. He must achieve it. Abraxas observed the two in their embrace, witnessing Rachel nestled in Tom's arms, exuding pure trust, before shifting his gaze to Tom's face, half lit by the firelight, a visage that, while smiling gently, held an unsettling eeriness. The worry in Abraxas's heart deepened considerably. Setting aside Rachel's unresolved health concerns, could Tom Riddle truly be worthy of Rachel's unreserved devotion? He refused the ministry, opting to stay at Hogwarts as a professor? What sinister plans lurked behind that decision? He clearly had no intention of earning Joe Weir's approval through conventional means such as marriage or career advancement, but rather sought to ensnare Rachel in his serpentine grasp, forever binding her to his dark ambitions as a unique possession. All right. Rachel lifted her head from Tom's embrace, a radiant smile illuminating her face, as if trying to entirely banish the sadness of parting. Rising, she approached Abraxas and with a firm tug, pulled him up from the sofa. Then, linking one arm with Abraxas and taking Tom's hand with the other, she stacked their hands together. Her azure eyes sparkled in the firelight, brimming with an indomitable resolve. No matter where we all are after graduation, regardless of what the future holds, her gaze swept over Abraxas, and then back to Tom. The three of us will always remain the best of friends. Isn't that right? Abraxas met her pure and untainted gaze of trust and friendship. Feeling a tumult of emotions within, he nodded vigorously, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible rasp. Of course, that goes without saying. Tom's face broke into an impeccable, gentle smile as he grasped Rachel's hand, yet his fingertips bore an icy touch, reminiscent of a serpent's scales. His deep voice resonated melodiously, akin to a cello. Indeed, Rachel. The flickering firelight danced, casting their shadows upon the ancient stone wall, elongating, twisting, and intertwining. Abraxas gazed at the overlapping, swaying silhouettes, then looked at Tom's face which, illuminated by the shifting light, appeared tender yet concealed an abyss of darkness within. Beneath that flawless smile lay something inexplicably chilling, something that sent shivers down one's spine. The tolling of the graduation bell was imminent, and the future loomed like the dense night outside the castle walls, profoundly unfathomable.